In the early summer of 1975, around 6 in the morning the sun had already risen. From the village brigade headquarters the loudspeaker was blaring the call to begin work. Rice transplanting was about to begin today, and everyone was bustling with activity. Zhou Wenshan still lay in bed unwilling to get up. It had been nearly a week since he had transmigrated, yet he still could not adapt to this rural life. He had merged with the original Buddhist memories, and felt every part of that person's past as his own. Every day he had to go to work and earn work points by doing farm work. At the end of the year grain was distributed according to work points. Year after year what the fields yielded was never enough to feed the family. Zhou Wenshan was deeply weary of such a life. But Zhou Wenshan. A roar like a lion's howl sounded just outside his window. Zhou Wenshan shivered in fright. Damn, it was his mother. He fumbled into his clothes shouting, "Coming, coming." When he opened the door he saw a sturdy woman tall and imposing, only half a head shorter than his own 182 meters. This was his mother Lu Tsuehua, a typical countrywoman. Seeing Zhou Wenshan stumble out of the room in a sorry state, Lu Tsuehua berated him in her uniquely booming voice. "You worthless thing. No wonder Zhou Shihua looked down on you. Now you're too lazy to even go to the fields. And you call yourself a high school graduate. All that reading has addled your brain. You acted like you would die over a breakup. How could I have given birth to such a stupid son?" Lu Qihua's finger was almost poking his forehead. Zhou Wenshan knew exactly what his mother was talking about. Nothing more than the messy affairs between a man and a woman. Zhou Wenshan had a childhood sweetheart in the village named Zhao Shihua, the daughter of the brigade captain. The two had been regarded by everyone as a perfect match. They grew up together, studied together, and were the only two high school graduates in the village. As they were reaching a marriageable age, it was time to discuss engagement, but things went wrong at this critical moment. More than a week earlier, Zhao Zhengwo, the village brigade captain, had sneaked to their house one night. With an apologetic face, he returned the betrothal gifts, saying he was sorry to his old brother Zhou, and that the engagement between Zhao Shihua and Zhou Wenshan was hereby called off. The whole family was dumbfounded. What was going on? If they thought the gifts were too little, they should have said so. How could they call off the engagement without even discussing it? The family could not sleep all night, and the original Zhou Wenshan did not close his eyes at all. Had his parents not stopped him, he might have gone that very night to demand an explanation from Zhao Shihua. It was not until the next day that his parents learned from others that Zhao Shihua had actually started a relationship with a male-educated youth sent down to the village. The news struck the original Zhou Wenshan like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. Zhao Shihua had actually fallen for someone else. Upon learning this, the original Zhou Wenshan locked himself in his room for 3 days without stepping out. In the end, he burned with rage and died. This allowed this transmigrator, a wage slave who had died from overwork decades later, to take over his body and land a lucky break. Unlike the original owner, the Zhou Wenshan, who had transmigrated from decades later, was not so hot-tempered. If Zhao Shihua had changed her heart, fine, let her. If she loved someone else, so be it. Apart from that silly original body, who else couldn't live without Zhao Shihua? Well, mainly because after Zhou Wenshan merged with the original owner's memories, he realized that Zhao Zuo's looks were not to his taste at all. From his modern perspective, her appearance could only be described as so-so. On a scale of 100, she could barely score 65. The breakup actually suited him fine. Otherwise, he would have had a headache trying to figure out how to raise the matter of breaking off the engagement, or whether he should just muddle through life like that. Thinking about it, it really was a good thing. It saved him the trouble. However, in this era, calling off an engagement was a serious matter. Being jilted was also a humiliating thing. Moreover, before Zhou Wenshan transmigrated, the original body had acted as if he were devastated by grief, so it was no wonder Lu Tsuehua felt disappointed and harsh toward him. Zhou Wenshan was scolded until his head ached, but he was not angry. He knew Lu Tsuehua cared about him. After the breakup, she had been so angry that she nearly went to the brigade captain's house to demand an explanation from Zhao Shihua. Mom, stop it. I've gotten over it now. I don't like Zhao Shihua anymore. In the future, I'll marry a wife 100 times better than her. Zhou Wenshan could hardly bear his mother's nagging buzzing in his ears, so he quickly cut her off. Lu Tsuehua stopped abruptly, not quite believing what Zhou Wenshan said. After all, they had grown up together for over a dozen years, and being jilted must have been a huge blow to him. It was unlikely that he could get over it in just a few days. She asked doubtfully, "Really?" Zhou Wenshan nodded repeatedly and assured her, really. Truer than real gold. How could it not be true? If Zhao Shihua hadn't broken off the engagement, he would have found a way to break it off himself. The original owner's feelings were not his feelings. He couldn't relate to them at all. Different times, vastly different aesthetics. Lu Tsuehua sighed with relief, afraid that her youngest son had gotten stuck in a dead end. Seeing that he was fine, her tone softened. "I'm glad you're okay. With our good family conditions, and you being tall and handsome, we won't worry about finding you a wife. When I'm free, I'll pick an even better one for you." Zhou Wenshan quickly replied, Fine, whatever Mom says. But in his heart he thought, I absolutely can't listen to her. If she finds me a broad-shouldered, thick-waisted woman who can work in the fields, I won't be able to stand it. After all, having transmigrated only once, he had to have a major say in such a lifelong matter as choosing a wife. To find a wife, he had to get one who was gentle as water and beautiful as a flower, one who matched his own aesthetic. Having been used to modern beauties, his standards had risen. Looking at the current people's taste, there was a generational gap, a huge one so wide that communication was nearly impossible. For example, when finding a daughter-in-law in the countryside, people generally preferred a sturdy woman who could work hard and looked as if she could easily bear children. They wished the woman could go to the fields the very next day after giving birth. Zhao Shihua was not far off from that type. As for the opinions of the person concerned, they didn't matter. Hurry up and wash your face. There are 2 steamed corn buns still warm on the stove. Eat them, then get to the fields right away. Your father, your brother, and your sister-in-law are already there. You're the only one lazing around. You can't even earn as many work points in a day as your sister-in-law. Lazy thing. Lu Tsuehua finished her nagging and hurried off to the fields. Zhou Wenshan sighed, roughly wiped his face with the hem of his clothes, and went to the kitchen to eat. On the stove, 2 corn buns sat in a basket, and on the table was half a plate of pickled vegetables. A basin also held half a basin of corn porridge. This was the breakfast of the day, healthy and nutritious, an absolutely ideal diet meal. Zhou Wenshan took a fierce bite of the cornmeal steamed bread, feeling it scratch his throat, so he quickly swallowed a mouthful of cornmeal porridge. Good heavens, was this meal trying to overdo it with cornmeal steamed bread, and cornmeal porridge? By the way, here they call corn bangzi and cornmeal bangzi mian. It exudes a strong rustic village flavor. He took another bite of the pickled vegetable. It was so salty. Was it pickled this salty to make people eat less? With just a small strip of salted radish, Zhou Wenshan could down an entire bowl of cornmeal porridge. He didn't even need a second strip. Zhou Wenshan had been eating this for several days and still hadn't gotten used to it. He felt he had actually lost some weight. However, the original owner hadn't been fat either, 182 centimeters tall, weighing only about 130 jin. He was almost as thin as a rack of ribs. Looking at the steamed bread in his hand, then at the porridge in the bowl, and the pickled vegetables on the plate, if he could gain weight from this, it would be a miracle. It had been a whole week, and he hadn't even eaten a single egg, let alone any meat. Don't misunderstand. There were no unreasonable people in this family favoring the eldest son or mistreating the youngest. They kept 3 laying hens which produced 2 or 3 eggs each day. But Lu Tsuehua collected them all to sell for money, 8 cents per egg, earning 1 or 2 dimes a day. The whole family couldn't bear to eat even one. Zhou Wenshan had no excuse to eat them because the money from selling the eggs was saved for his future bride. To save up for his bride price, not only his parents, but also his elder brother and sister-in-law joined him in eating radish pickles and porridge. What reason did he have to ask for eggs or tasty food? Shouldn't he be ashamed? 10 minutes later, Zhou Wenshan had finished both steamed breads and drunk 2 bowls of porridge. The small plate of pickles still had about half left, barely showing how much he had eaten. After finishing the meal, Zhou Wenshan wiped his mouth. He had eaten only about 70% full. A growing youth can eat a father out of house and home. He was at the age of greatest appetite, and the coarse grains didn't fill him for long. Within 2 hours, his stomach would be growling. Alas, when Zhou Wenshan first transmigrated, he learned that the original owner shared his name and was also tall and handsome. He was happy for a while, because before he transmigrated, he had been a lowly laborer. Everything seemed to fit the profile of a transmigrator. Surely he would have a system attached to him. At least after reading so many transmigration novels over the years, he knew that the protagonist always had a system, a golden finger, or a space. Otherwise, how could the protagonist be special? But he had tried all sorts of commands to summon the system, dad system, grandpa system, lord system, stupid system. Drop dead. He also wondered if his golden finger was a space that required a blood bond to appear. Then one night, he secretly took a kitchen knife, gritted his teeth, and cut a deep gash on his finger. Then in the room, he smeared blood on every object that might be a space treasure, even the spittoon. But none of them worked. There was no space. The strong smell of blood alerted his parents, who had been watching him. They kicked the door open and saw the bloodstains everywhere, nearly fainting in shock. When they saw that Zhou Wenshan had only cut his finger, they breathed a sigh of relief. Furious, his father grabbed a broom and chased him, even breaking the broom, shouting, "What a useless boy. Just because someone called off the engagement, you can't go on living. You even try to kill yourself? Why cut your finger? Cut your neck." Then his mother joined in. His elder brother and sister-in-law stood by, not daring to speak. He had grievances he couldn't voice. He simply couldn't explain his actions. For nearly the whole night, he was scolded viciously. After that, he stopped thinking about systems or spaces. He decided to just get on with life. But not everything was unchanged. He felt his strength slowly increasing, and his memory was improving as well. This was the benefit of having transmigrated. But compared to other transmigrators who had systems and spaces, this small advantage was insignificant. Zhou Wenshan lost in thought for a moment, then left the house. He closed the door, locked the courtyard gate, and quickly walked toward the fields his family had been allocated in his memory. Even though he was a laborer from the 21st century and still not used to farm work, he had to adapt quickly. With the original owner's memories, he knew how to do the work. On the road, he met two villagers. Zhou Wenshan smiled and greeted them Uncle Lu Uncle Zhao heading to the fields. The two middle-aged men were surprised and responded yes to the fields. Zhou Shower, where are you going? Zhou Wenshan's face darkened. What nonsense was Zhou Shower? Couldn't they just call him by his full name Zhou Wenshan? But that was how the village worked. The original owner had been called that since childhood and didn't mind. But the current Zhou Wenshan was not used to it. He couldn't argue, so he simply replied, I'm also going to the fields. Uncle Lu Uncle Zhao will be off. With that he walked toward the fields. Behind him Uncle Lu and Uncle Zhao watched his retreating figure. This kid seems a bit different from before. Maybe he changed his temper after being jilted by the brigade leader's daughter. That's good. He used to only study and wouldn't even greet people when meeting them. Now he's polite. That's true. Zhou Wenshan soon found the rice paddy allocated to his family. There were 5 people in his family, and they had been allocated 3 acres of land today. To earn full work points, they had to finish transplanting the rice seedlings into all 3 acres. If they didn't finish, work points would be deducted. 3 acres was a large area. The 5 of them would have to rush to finish in one day. At the field side, Zhou Wenshan took off his shoes barefoot, preparing to start work. Brother, is this our family's plot? Before starting, he needed to confirm it was the correct paddy field assigned to them. Otherwise, if he ended up working in someone else's field, he wouldn't get work points and would be laughed at. His elder brother Zhou Wenhai looked back and said, it's our field. Shower, take it slow, no rush. Take a rest when you're tired. Zhou Wenshan sighed inwardly, being called Shower again and by his elder brother. Brother, please call me by my name from now on, don't call me Shower, it sounds awful. And don't underestimate me. He'll catch up to you in no time. Zhou Wenhai furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhou Wenshan, feeling that his normally taciturn younger brother was uncharacteristically talkative today. He didn't dwell on it though. This man was still his subordinate, and perhaps the recent setback had simply broadened his perspective. That was fine. A silver tongue was far better than his former muteness, and it would make finding a wife easier in the future. Maybe his sweet words would even convince a family to lower their bride price. Zhou Wenshan, oblivious to his brother's musings, grabbed a large handful of rice seedlings from the ridge and bent over to plant them one by one. He planted 5 rows at a time, having perfectly inherited the original owner's experience with rice cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to manage this simple task. He took a seedling and pushed it into the waterlogged soil, then swiftly reached for another. The most exhausting part of planting rice was the constant bending, a posture held from dawn to dusk. By the end of the day, his back ached so much he could barely straighten up. Zhou Wenshan was fortunate to be young with strong kidneys, so he didn't tire easily. But for his parents at their age, enduring such prolonged bending was a true hardship. Even Zhou Wenhai, 2 years his senior, was likely no better off. Being a married man, he expended considerable energy at night, leaving him less stamina for bending over during the day. Zhou Wenshan looked up and saw his parents already a good 50 meters ahead of him. Despite their age, they were remarkably nimble, far outpacing him. After all, they had spent decades planting rice. For every 3 seedlings they set, Zhou Wenshan could barely manage 2. He glanced up, then silently lowered his head to work. Everyone was striving for full work points, and he couldn't afford to hold the family back. These 3 acres were no small task. If he lagged behind, and the work wasn't finished, he'd be in for a whipping on his backside that night. The family had applied for full work points for all 5 members, and having made that commitment, they had to see it through. Otherwise, they'd face criticism. The land was finite, and work points were calculated based on the acreage. More land meant more points. Everyone wanted full points, but not everyone could get enough land. So if you were allocated land for full points, you had to complete the work. Otherwise, you'd give others a pretext for fault finding. Oh, you applied for full point land, but couldn't finish it, while other members couldn't even get any. Your work ethic is lacking, your attitude is poor, you need to self-reflect. Those who held grudges against your family would always find a way to attack. Zhou Wenshan buried himself in his work, losing track of time as he fell into a rhythm. When seedlings ran out, he'd reach over to the ridge for more. A shout finally snapped him out of it. Xiao, take a break. Looking up, he saw his father Zhou Yuanxiao calling him to rest. His father had once mentioned that his name hadn't always been this. When the war broke out and the nation was ablaze with righteous fury, many people changed their names to Yuanxiao, or even Kong M. He too had gone and changed his to Zhou Yuanxiao. As for what his original name was, both Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai had asked. But their father would just smile and say nothing, and when they asked their mother Lu Tsuehua, she would cover her mouth and giggle without answering. Zhou Wenshan amused himself with the thought, probably something typical of that era like Go Dan or Shi Tu. Huh. He stood up and turned around, realizing he had already completed a full round. He rubbed his lower back. Fortunately, it didn't ache too much. He saw Zhou Wenhai, his father Zhou Yuanxiao, and his mother Lu Tsuehua resting by the field edge, so he went over to join them. Working non-stop like this would wear down even an iron body. His parents' expressions toward him had softened considerably. Zhou Wenhai slapped him on the shoulder. Good Xiao, you've been working hard today. At first, Head noticed Zhou Wenshan's pace was slow, but later he had even outpaced him. Sitting by the field, Zhou Wenshan took in the bustling scene around him and the fresh countryside air. He suddenly felt that being transported here wasn't so bad. At least there were many things now that wouldn't be seen decades later, like the gentle rural breeze, the blue skies, and white clouds, the starry nights, and the pure simple hearts of the people in this era. Sitting on the ridge, Zhou Wenshan looked to his right, where the educated youths from the village had their plots. A dozen or so of them were busy in the fields, but their pace and efficiency lagged far behind the villagers. Forget full points. Out of the maximum 10, they'd be lucky to earn 8. There Zhou Wenshan spotted Zhao Xiuhua from the original owner's memories chatting and laughing with a male educated youth. As if sensing his gaze, she turned to glance his way, then quickly lowered her head, pretending not to have seen him. She bent down to help the male youth with his work. Zhou Wenshan let out a derisive snort. A pretty boy and a love-struck fool, weren't they a perfect match? He turned away, refusing to look at them. Truly off-putting. Ahead of their plot, a group of about a dozen people were slowly planting rice seedlings. Among them were a middle-aged couple in their 50s, 5 young men and women in their 20s, seemingly 2 married couples, and several children aged 5 or 6. How could such a group work quickly? Their efficiency was less than half of his family's. Yet they never rested, working silently and steadily without pause. Even the young children were more disciplined than the village kids, quietly helping without a word. Zhou Wenshan had no memory of these people, so he asked curiously, "Dad, these aren't from our village, are they?" "Who are they?" Zhou Yuanshao took a puff from his pipe, squinted, and spoke slowly. "These people. They're the 5 black categories sent down last month for labor reform. They say they're capitalists." Heh. Zhou Yuanshao's eyes held a hint of contempt. Whether for those capitalists or something else, it was unclear. After resting for about 10 minutes, roughly the time for 2 cigarettes, everyone stood up to resume transplanting the rice. Zhou Wenshan happened to catch Zhou Yuanshao and Lu Cuihua reaching back to massage their lower backs. He pressed his lips together, saying nothing, but quickened his pace. The more he did, the less they would have to. Before he knew it, it was time for lunch. His sister-in-law Zhang Minghui had already gone home to prepare the meal, which really just meant reheating the corn buns and bringing over some pickled vegetables to eat in the field, as going home would waste too much time. 2 corn buns, each a bit of pickled vegetables, and a couple of sips of boiled water. That was lunch. After eating, Zhou Wenshan was about to get back to work when he saw a tall figure in the group ahead sway and collapse to the ground. "Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan, what's wrong, Xiao Wan?" "Auntie. Sister." The group cried out in alarm, dropping their seedlings and rushing toward the fallen figure. Hearing the commotion from that direction, Zhou Wenshan looked up and felt a strange throb in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he said to Zhou Yuanshao, "Dad'll go over there and see if I can help." Without waiting for Zhou Yuanshao's reply, he ran off. In his past life, he had studied nursing. Though not as comprehensive as a doctor's training, he knew basic first aid, which was far more than what these ignorant villagers knew. Driven by compassion and an inexplicable urge, he felt he should go and take a look. Don't go. Don't cause trouble." Zhou Yuanshao frowned, unwilling to let Zhou Wenshan go over there. Who were those people? They were the condemned black 5 categories and capitalists relegated to the cattle shed in the village, destined for future struggle sessions. Few in the village dared to get close to them. They were avoided like the plague. Now his own son was willingly going to associate with them, which worried him greatly. If seen, wouldn't they be giving others a handle to use against them? Lu Cuihua was also frantic, running a few steps forward on bare feet and jumping in place. "Zhou Wenshan, get back here. What are you running around for? What business is it of yours?" Zhou Wenshan pretended not to hear. "It's fine, I'll just go check it out." Zhou Wenhai ran over directly, trying to grab him, but Zhou Wenshan was faster than a rabbit and slicker than a loach, disappearing over there in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the capitalists and black 5 categories that Zhou Yuanshao had mentioned upon seeing the young woman Xiao Wan fall to the ground were thrown into a panic. Forgetting their work, they dropped the young rice seedlings in their hands and rushed toward Xiao Wan. Utterly horrified, the children, who were 5 or 6 years old, started crying in fear, calling out, "Auntie, auntie." A woman in her 50s who was closest rushed over and scooped Xiao Wan into her arms. Tears streamed down her face as she gently shook her and patted her cheeks. "Xiao Wan, my child, don't scare your mother." A crowd gathered around, looking at Xiao Wan anxiously. "What's wrong? What happened to Xiao Wan?" The woman shook her head sadly, her gentle face etched with exhaustion and despair. "We don't know what happened. She just fainted out of nowhere. Woo, what are we going to do? Bowen, you have to think of a way to save our daughter." The woman wept, clutching Xiao Wan. The middle-aged man called Bowen seemed at a loss, his eyes reddening, tears threatening to spill. They had fallen into such dire straits, no doctor would treat someone of their status. What could he possibly do? The group was helpless, watching Xiao Wan lie there. Before being sent down, they had been wealthy and respected. They had never faced such a crisis. The 2 who seemed to be Xiao Wan's brothers were frantic, their mouths dry with worry. One of them said, "What happened? How could Xiao Wan just faint? Right, she's never had any health problems before. Why would she suddenly collapse?" They all looked at each other, clueless and utterly helpless, pacing around anxiously like ants on a hot pan. Could it be low blood sugar? A voice came from the side. They turned to see a tall, handsome young man. "Low blood sugar. They had no idea what that was, but that didn't stop them from asking. The woman holding Zhou Wan asked anxiously, "What is low blood sugar?" The newcomer was Zhou Wenshan. He looked at the woman in the arms of the older lady. Her skin was sallow, her cheekbones slightly prominent, a classic sign of malnutrition. Yet he could tell she must have once been a great beauty. Did she skip breakfast? The woman said urgently, "We all ate breakfast. Each of us had a cornmeal bun. We all had the same." Just one cornmeal bun. Zhou Wenshan frowned. He had eaten 2 cornmeal buns and 2 bowls of corn porridge, yet he was already starving after working in the fields for a short while. These people only had 1 bun. How could that be enough? No wonder she fainted. Just then a child beside them spoke up, "Grandma, Auntie didn't eat breakfast. She gave her bun to us to share." Hearing this, the woman wailed, "Zhou Wan, how could you be so foolish? You can't even fill your own stomach, and yet you give your food to the little ones. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to live on?" The middle-aged man's eyes were also red. He pulled himself together and asked, "Little comrade, do you know how to treat this low blood sugar?" Zhou Wenshan looked at this family. They didn't seem unreasonable. After a moment's hesitation, he rummaged through his pockets and found a piece of fruit candy. "First, let's wake her up. Try pinching her philtrum." "All right, pinch the philtrum." Seeing the woman fumbling helplessly, Zhou Wenshan stepped forward. "Let me do it." The people nearby quickly made way for him, afraid of delaying the treatment. In his past life, he had studied medicine and nursing. Although it was a bit unusual for a man to study that, he had been talked into it back then. A famous singer had studied the same major, so he thought it wasn't shameful. But after graduation, he never worked in the medical field. Instead, he became a pharmaceutical sales representative. Still, he retained the basic medical knowledge. If she fainted due to low blood sugar, the best course was to replenish the sugar her body lacked. Given the current conditions, the priority was to wake her up. Otherwise, even simple hypoglycemia could be life-threatening if handled improperly. Zhou Wenshan didn't hesitate and pressed firmly on the woman's philtrum. This acupoint was the most common way to revive someone who had fainted. He pressed down hard. This was no time for gentle handling. The woman named Zhou Wan frowned, let out a soft moan, and slowly opened her eyes. "Auntie's awake." The children nearby shouted joyfully, "Zhou Wan! Zhou Wan!" The family and friends surrounding her all broke into smiles. "What happened to me?" Zhou Wan had only felt a dizzy spell before collapsing. "Don't talk, just eat this candy first to get some sugar in you." Zhou Wenshan reluctantly placed the piece of fruit candy he had prepared into Zhou Wan's mouth. "You fainted from hunger leading to low blood sugar. If it gets serious, it can be fatal. You really don't take care of yourself." He said this bluntly, without mincing words, startling them all. They hadn't realized how dangerous it was. The children seemed to know they had done wrong, lowering their heads and saying, "I'm sorry. I won't eat Auntie's food anymore." "Me neither, woo-woo. I don't want Auntie to die." The adults looked at the children and couldn't bear to scold them. Comparatively, they were already very sensible. When the candy was suddenly placed in her mouth, Zhou Wan's saliva instantly flowed. So sweet. An ordinary fruit candy in Chen Wan's mouth transformed into a life-saving medicine. The sweet sugar slowly dissolved and trickled down her throat, gradually clearing her mind. Yet her stomach grew even more unsettled, rumbling loudly as a burning sensation intensified within. "Prepare some food for her to settle her stomach." Zhou Wenshan offered his suggestion and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, they remained rooted to the spot, heads bowed, and the woman quietly wiped a tear from her eye. What was going on? Zhou Wenshan grew puzzled. Surely they couldn't have nothing for lunch. What, no lunch prepared? A young man of about 20-odd years resolved his confusion with a bitter smile. "Young man, our family was falsely accused and hastily sent down here. Our food supplies are running low. For the past few days, we've only been eating breakfast and dinner. Lunch was never prepared." Zhou Wenshan felt a jolt in his heart, nearly forgetting the harsh realities of this era. Even he had only cornmeal buns for breakfast. How could these capitalists and black 5 categories sent down for reform fare any better? "So you just go hungry at noon?" Zhou Wenshan said incredulously. The woman pondered for a moment. "Jijun helped Zhou Wan over to some shade. He'll go home and boil a few sweet potatoes to bring back." The young man named Jijun, seemingly Zhou Wan's elder brother, replied, "Mother, just boil 2 for Zhou Wan. We don't need any." The woman waved her hand, weariness etched on her face. "Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." She then turned to Zhou Wenshan, speaking with gratitude. Thank you, little comrade. You've been a tremendous help to our family." The others snapped back to reality, realizing they hadn't even offered a word of thanks to Zhou Wenshan. How rude of them. But their minds had been entirely consumed with Zhou Wan's condition, so they hadn't thought to acknowledge the young man who had been so instrumental. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Zhou Wenshan, yet couldn't help blushing with embarrassment. All they could offer were words of thanks, as they didn't have a single cent to their names. Zhou Wenshan waved his hand, dismissively paying it no mind. He had merely lent a small helping hand, costing him nothing more than a piece of fruit candy. No need for formalities. But she can't keep starving like this. It'll take a toll on her health. At that moment, the 2 young men helped Chen Wan to her feet. Zhou Wenshan glanced up, and as luck would have it, Chen Wan opened her eyes and met his gaze. Zhou Wenshan's heart jolted. The girl's eyes were simply stunning. Delicately arched brows, large phoenix-shaped eyes, and coal-black pupils that seemed to pull him in like a black hole. He felt his heart begin to pound faster, at least 120 beats per minute. It was over. He had fallen in love at first sight with this girl called Chen Wan. Every feature of her face was a devastating strike against his aesthetic sensibilities. She appeared to be around 170 meters tall, with an oval face bearing a hint of weariness, her eyes dimmed by the hardships of life, lacking much luster. Though dressed in a shabby patched coarse cloth garment, it couldn't conceal the graceful curves beneath the worn fabric. Decades later, she would undoubtedly be considered a goddess-level beauty. But for now, this goddess appeared listless and unwell. It inexplicably stirred a pang of sympathy in his heart. Chen Wan looked at the man who had just popped the candy into her mouth. No way to boy. This boy seemed a year or two younger than her, with a clarity in his eyes and a clean-cut, gentle face that felt warmly familiar, like a boy from the neighborhood. Chen Wan forced a strained smile, nodded at Zhou Wenshan, and squeezed out 2 words with effort: "Thank you." Seeing her pale complexion, Zhou Wenshan quickly shook his head and offered a bright, standard smile. "No need to thank me." Chen Wan's mother hurried away, heading back to their dwelling. Their family now resided in a cowshed on the village outskirts, a 15-minute walk away. Adding the time to light a fire and cook, Chen Wan would have to endure her hunger for quite a while longer. Chen Wan's 2 brothers supported her to a nearby tree, where they sat down. Zhou Wenshan stared blankly at her for a few seconds until a sudden sharp pain shot through his ear. "Ouch, that hurts." He turned to see his mother Lu Suihua rushing over, twisting his ear with one hand. "You little brat. All grown up and won't listen anymore, huh? Get back home and eat now." After her scolding, Lu Suihua glanced at Chen Wan and her family, gave a slight nod, and then chased Zhou Wenshan back with kicks and shoves. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Wenshan broke into a run to escape his mother's clutches. Chen Wan watched Zhou Wenshan being dragged away by the ear and first smiled, but then, snapping back to reality, fell silent again. Back at the fields, his sister-in-law Zhang Minghui had already brought over warm cornmeal buns and some sweet potatoes in a small bamboo basket, along with a clean bucket filled with millet porridge. Millet porridge was more nutritious than plain cornmeal paste. When working in the fields, one couldn't rely solely on corn. It drained energy too quickly. They had to mix in other foods for nourishment. Occasionally white flour or mixed grain steamed buns were needed. Sometimes they'd grit their teeth and buy half a caddy of meat for a treat, and not all the eggs were sold. Each person could have 1 egg every 3 days. Seeing Zhou Wenshan return, Zhou Yuanxiao wore a look of irritation. "Zhou II, what were you running around for? Do you know those people are the Black 5 categories? They're capitalists sent down for reform. How many villagers dare to even talk to them? You think you're so clever, don't you?" His elder brother Zhou Wenhai also voiced his disapproval. "Second, that was too impulsive of you. If someone found out, it could be trouble. They might accuse you of having problematic thoughts, and then you'll never find a wife." Zhou Wenshan remained silent. Though he wanted to argue, he knew his father and brother meant well. That's just how things were in this era, and no one could change it. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiuhua watched Zhou Wenshan's earlier actions with a growing sense of displeasure. She could tell that the person he had gone to help was a young woman. It made her feel inexplicably uneasy. Even though they had called off their engagement, right? Even though they no longer had any connection, right? Even though... Fine, so what if she was now involved with one of the male-educated youth in the village? Zhou Wenshan had no right to cast aside their years of affection and get chummy with another woman right after breaking off the engagement. Moreover, those people are the exiled Black 5 categories, capitalists. It serves them right to die here. How could you go over and help them? Can't we just let them fend for themselves? I think I need to find an opportunity to talk to Wenshan about this. Those people must not be touched. In Zhao Zuo's heart, she believed she was doing this for Zhou Wenshan's own good. She couldn't let those capitalists and Black 5 categories deceive the innocent Wenshan. Those people were truly wicked. While Zhao Zuo's mind churned with countless thoughts, Zhou Wenshan remained unaware. He picked up a cornmeal bun and ladled himself a bowl of millet porridge. Although his stomach was also growling with hunger, he had no appetite. Staring at the bowl of millet porridge, his mind was entirely occupied by the girl named Chen Wan he had just seen. A sudden impulse surged within him to take this bowl of porridge to her. The moment this thought arose, Zhou Wenshan was startled. Damn, could it be that he was becoming lovesick? Zhou Yuanxiao noticed his absent-minded look and asked, "What's wrong? Lost your soul?" Zhou Wenshan hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "Dad, what would you think about me finding you a daughter-in-law?" Zhou Yuanxiao was taken aback. Who asked him about finding a wife? However, it was a good thing that his second son's mind was no longer fixated on that fickle woman Zhao Xiuhua. So he replied, "Sure, I'll have your mother look for an even better one for you." Zhou Wenshan shook his head and said with a thick skin, "Dad, no need. I already have someone in mind." Zhou Yuanxiao was a bit curious. "Who is she? Tell me, let's see if I know her." Zhou Wenshan thought for a moment. "Her name is Chen Wan. He'll tell you more about it later." The thought in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He wanted to marry this Chen Wan. If he missed this chance, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. It was only in this era that he could harbor such an extravagant hope. If it were decades later, no, even just 5 years later, Chen Wan would be someone he could only look up to from afar. It was now 1975. In 2 years the college entrance examination would be reinstated. Within these 2 years most of these exiled people would be gradually rehabilitated, their statuses changing dramatically overnight. The Chen family should be no exception. Although everyone avoided them like the plague now, they would become highly sought after later. As for Chen Wan, not only was she extremely beautiful, but she would inevitably attract countless suitors. Even just the difference in social status would make him retreat in discouragement. Because those exiled capitalists, if they managed to survive this period, would rise rapidly after their rehabilitation. None of them were simple. By that time, with Zhou Wenshan's current standing, they probably wouldn't even give him a second glance. Of course, with Zhou Wenshan's knowledge and foresight of the future, he wouldn't just lie down and do nothing. Because in 5 years this place would undergo earth-shattering changes, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he seized it, his family would soar to great heights. Zhou Wenshan lowered his head and quietly glanced in Chen Wan's direction. She was leaning against a tree, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Perhaps she was feeling bewildered about the future, wondering when this life would end. Seeing no hope, anyone in her position would feel despair. The 3 children were huddled beside her, while the other adults had gone to work in the fields. Zhou Wenshan was pondering how to get close to Chen Wan. Well, he simply couldn't resist the allure of her beauty. He was smitten by her looks. After hesitating, he asked, "Dad, aren't we supposed to avoid helping those black 5 categories elements sent down for reform? They look like they're starving. What would happen if we helped them?" Zhou Yuanchao gave him a meaningful look. "Helping them a bit won't matter. We're farmers with 8 generations of solid peasant stock behind us. No one can say anything about that. Besides, we're not looking for jobs or anything, so it won't affect us. But they are after all black 5 categories capitalists with bad class backgrounds. If the Chen Wan you want to marry is one of them, let me tell you, Zhou Shower, don't even think about it." "I won't agree." Zhou Yuanchao's words doused Zhou Wenshan with a bucket of cold water. Prejudice between people is like a great mountain, and this one seemed impossible to climb over in this era. Zhou Wenshan understood his father's words, but he had his own ideas now. He stood up with his bowl. "Dad, I'm going over to help her. Otherwise she'll starve to death. I can't just stand by and watch someone die. If they are truly guilty, it's up to the party and the state to judge their crimes, not let them starve to death here." With that, he walked towards Chen Wan with a bowl of millet porridge and 2 cornmeal buns, while Zhou Yuanchao, Lu Zuohua, and Zhou Wenhai stared in shock. Lu Kuihua's face flushed with anger, and she wanted to pull him back, but Zhou Yuanchao stopped her. "Forget it, let him go. It's just a bowl of food. No one dares to gossip." As the village's militia captain, few dared to talk behind his back, or else they'd face his wrath. Lu Zuohua could only sit down and eat in indignation. She usually feared nothing, but she always listened to her husband Zhou Yuanchao. This little brat is getting more and more disobedient. He's almost beyond control, now not even listening to his elders. "Dad, you'll have to discipline him tonight." Zhou Yuanchao nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll give him a taste of the whip." Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Minghui exchanged a glance, remaining silent, but secretly looking forward to seeing Shower get a lesson tonight. They didn't plead for Zhou Wenshan, as Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Zuohua held too much authority at home, and they were both honest folks who couldn't muster the courage to rebel. Besides, their father Zhou Yuanchao wasn't unreasonable. At most he'd just get a sore bottom, nothing serious. Zhou Wenshan, unaware that he was already booked for a bamboo shoot stir-fry feast tonight, was trotting eagerly towards Chen Wan, who was sitting under the tree. Chen Wan stared blankly at the sky, listless. Her family had been exiled for over a month now, and during this time they had endured hardships they had never imagined. They had been ill-prepared for the exile, not even bringing enough clothes or bedding. Money was out of the question. Now they couldn't even fill their stomachs with cornmeal buns, a life she had never conceived of before. The whole family was visibly haggard. Their old house had been confiscated by the state, and they had lost everything. She couldn't understand why this was happening. They had donated most of their wealth long ago, so why couldn't people leave their family alone? Now they had been classified as one of the black 5 categories. Chen Wan knew what that meant. Her former friends had cut off all ties with her, drawing clear lines of separation. Relatives and acquaintances had done the same. Her past life and her present one were as different as heaven and earth. Before, she had enough to eat every day, a warm bed at night, her own little room, a lively household, and obedient nieces and nephews. How had they suddenly fallen into such a situation? Lost in thought, her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Her mother hadn't returned yet. Chen Wan felt like she was about to faint again, her vision blurring with hunger. Just then a steaming bowl was extended in front of her. The fragrant millet porridge in the bowl teased her taste buds. A simple bowl of millet porridge, once so ordinary, now seemed incredibly delicious. Chen Wan thought she was dreaming. She struggled to open her eyes and saw a handsome young face. "It's you." When Chen Wan was dazed from hunger, a bowl of fragrant millet porridge appeared before her eyes, making her think she was dreaming. In the months since they had been sent down, her family had hardly eaten a full meal. They couldn't even get enough cornbread, let alone this millet porridge, which was far more delicious than cornbread. Chen Wan's mouth watered involuntarily. She looked up and saw the clean-faced young man who had given her a candy earlier. The boy's eyes were clear, and in them Chen Wan saw neither pity nor contempt. Drink this millet porridge, quickly settle your stomach. Zhou Wenshan's voice rang in her ears like a clear mountain spring. The three children beside her were drooling as they stared at the porridge, but none of them asked to take it from Chen Wan, showing how well they had been raised. Seeing Chen Wan lost in thought, Zhou Wenshan pushed the bowl forward again. What are you thinking? Eat up. Chen Wan swallowed hard. Her good upbringing wouldn't allow her to accept someone else's food so easily. No need, I'm not that hungry. This should be your lunch, you eat it yourself. Chen Wan turned her head away with difficulty, otherwise she feared she wouldn't be able to resist the bowl of millet porridge before her. When had a bowl of millet porridge become such a temptation to her? Seeing Chen Wan's stubbornness, Zhou Wenshan couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I heard your stomach growling from far away sounding like thunder, and you still say you're not hungry. Don't be stubborn now. Eat something to settle your stomach first. That's the real priority. Chen Wan's face flushed, and her stomach let out another gurgle, making her blush even deeper. After hesitating for a moment, she took the bowl, for she was truly too hungry to hold back. Holding the bowl, she said earnestly to Zhou Wenshan, "Thank you so much. If I ever have the chance, I will repay this kindness of a meal." Zhou Wenshan thought to himself, who wants repayment? That's not what I'm after. This meal kindness. I want you to repay it with your body. After she spoke, Chen Wan gulped down more than half the bowl in less than a minute. The large bowls used in the countryside were not small, and after drinking most of the millet porridge, she felt much better, her stomach radiating a warm and comfortable feeling. Seeing Chen Wan had drunk half the porridge, Zhou Wenshan handed her half of a cornbread. Have some cornbread too. Chen Wan gave him a deep look. Since she had already drunk a bowl of millet porridge, she figured she might as well accept the kindness of the half cornbread. Besides, she was still terribly hungry. So she took the cornbread without ceremony, ate it in a few bites, and then gulped down the remaining millet porridge. Zhou Wenshan looked at the three children beside him. The eldest appeared to be 6 or 7, the youngest 4 or 5. 2 boys and 1 girl. They all stared longingly at him, and Chen Wan occasionally sucking in their saliva. Zhou Wenshan sighed inwardly. Such young children suffering like this, it was truly a sin. When he had come over, he had brought 2 cornbreads. He gave half to Chen Wan, leaving 1 and a half. He took out another cornbread, broke it into 3 pieces, and handed them to the 3 children. Uncle treats you to cornbread today, okay? Next time he'll treat you to candy. The eldest boy, who looked about 6 or 7, glanced at Zhou Wenshan and refused politely. Thank you, uncle, but this is your lunch. We can't eat it. Zhou Wenshan smiled. He hadn't expected such young children to be so considerate. His impression of Chen Wan's family improved further. A child's upbringing reveals the character of the adults. It's fine. Uncle still has food at home. Let's eat together, shall we? The boy hesitated, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of food. Besides, his aunt had already eaten. He said, "Thank you, uncle," and took the 3 pieces of cornbread. He gave the largest piece to the youngest sister, then another to his brother, and finally began to eat slowly himself. Zhou Wenshan nodded approvingly at the boy's actions. For such a young child to distribute food so fairly even when hungry was truly remarkable. Zhou Wenshan also took out the remaining half of his cornbread and began to eat. He still had work to do and needed some sustenance. He didn't know if his parents had left any food for him. Whether there was leftover food or not, he knew he wouldn't be welcomed back with a smile. Others avoided the black 5 categories, capitalists like the plague, yet he had willingly approached them. He understood his parents' worries. But he had rarely encountered a woman who made his heart flutter like this. If he didn't try to seize the opportunity and marry her, if he remained as timid as before, then his transmigration would have been in vain. On the other side, after eating half a cornbread and drinking a bowl of millet porridge, Chen Wan felt as if she had come back to life. It was as if she had walked through the gates of hell. A cold sweat broke out over her body, with beads of sweat the size of beans bursting forth from her pores, soaking her clothes and hair. After the sweat was expelled, her spirits actually lifted. She felt a warmth in her stomach, and the strength she had lost slowly began to return. Zhou Wenshan frowned as he observed her condition. Chen Wan had been in a dangerous state just now, as if her vitality had been drained away. He had encountered such a state before, and it was extremely perilous. The sweat she had just broken out was actually a good sign. It was cold sweat, also deficiency sweat. If it hadn't been expelled, it would have posed a severe threat to her health. Chen Wan handed the empty bowl back to Zhou Wenshan. A trace of color had returned to her face, no longer so pale. Her thin cheeks made her eyes appear even larger. She said somewhat sheepishly, "Did I finish all your lunch?" Zhou Wenshan took the bowl and said, "No, there's still leftover food at home." Chen Wan breathed a sigh of relief. She had truly been worried that eating his meal would leave him hungry for the whole afternoon. Chen Wan looked at Zhou Wenshan seriously. "Thank you so much this time. My name is Chen Wan. If I ever have the chance, I will definitely repay you." Zhou Wenshan almost blurted out the words, "Repay with your body again." "My name is Zhou Wenshan. I'm from this village. If you ever have any problems you can't solve, come find me." Chen Wan squinted and smiled. "All right, then I'll trouble you when the time comes." Though she said so, Chen Wan knew in her heart that with her status as a black 5 categories capitalist, frequently visiting him would bring trouble to others. So she agreed verbally, but never intended to actually seek Zhou Wenshan's help. If someone brought her coal in the snow risking danger to give her food, and she later repaid kindness with enmity, wouldn't she be worse than a beast? Chen Wan's upbringing prevented her from doing such a thing. Seeing that Chen Wan was no longer in serious danger and only needed rest, Zhou Wenshan gave her a few words of advice, took the empty bowl, and returned to his family's plot of land. Just as he approached, he saw Lu Tsuehua staring at him with a dark face. The look made him shudder. He asked, "Mom, why are you looking at me like that? What's wrong?" Lu Tsuehua was fuming with anger. This youngest son of hers had suddenly become a completely different person over the past few days, managing to infuriate her several times a day. If it weren't that she had seen him grow up with her own eyes and was certain he was her own flesh and blood, she would have thought he wasn't her son at all. Although the previous Zhou Wenshan, who spoke little, wasn't sweet-tongued, he was obedient. How could he now be like this, constantly driving her to the brink of anger? Was he afraid she was living too long and wanted to anger her to death? If it weren't for being outside with others around, she would have picked up a stick and beaten him, hoping to knock some sense into this muddled-headed thing. She said gruffly, "What am I looking at?" "I'm looking at a fool. You're the only one being kind and showing off. Hurry up and eat. I saved you a cornmeal bun." Zhou Wenshan went over and saw that there was indeed one cornmeal bun left in the basket and about half a bowl of millet porridge in the bucket. He smiled knowingly. His mother might scold him, but she still cared for him. See, she had saved the food for him. Within 3 to 5 minutes, he had devoured the cornmeal bun and half bowl of millet porridge. After eating, without much rest, he was ready to start working. While transplanting rice seedlings, Zhou Wenshan pondered how to approach Chen Wan again. This was probably the easiest time to get close to her. Her family had only been sent down for about a month and the hardships had just begun. There would be even tougher times ahead. The drastic drop in status, the unsatisfactory living conditions, and now even the inability to eat enough. She had almost starved to death today. Moreover, she might have been betrayed by close friends and relatives. At this moment, her heart must be shrouded in darkness, perhaps even losing all hope for life. Before transmigrating, Zhou Wenshan had been an avid novel reader and had read quite a few era-themed stories. He knew some of the characteristics of this period. In some places, these capitalists in the 5 black categories had no human rights. From time to time, they would be dragged out for criticism meetings, made to wear placards, and paraded through the streets. Anyone could bully them. Even 3-year-old children would throw stones and spit at them, and few dared to resist. Compared to others, Chen Wan's family was relatively better off. At least in Zhou Wenshan's memory, there had been no criticism meetings or parades in the past month. Such denunciation activities were unbearable for most people. This was probably the time when Chen Wan's family needed help the most. Helping them now would earn deep gratitude. Such help was like offering coal in snowy weather, timely and valuable. He needed to find a way to learn more about Chen Wan's situation and see if he could assist her family. As a transmigrator, it would be a failure and a lack of emotional intelligence not to befriend someone who would likely be rehabilitated later. Besides, his main target was the beautiful Chen Wan. Even if he had to be a sycophant, he would choose the most beautiful one. Perhaps by persistently pursuing her, he might eventually win her over. While working, Zhou Wenshan devised several plans in his mind to approach Chen Wan, waiting for free time to test them. Looking up inadvertently, he saw Chen Wan's mother returning from home with prepared food. Her family of about 10 people each held a cornmeal bun in their hands, gnawing on it. Even Chen Wan, who had just eaten, held one forced upon her by her mother. Even though Chen Wan said she had already drunk a bowl of millet porridge and eaten half a cornmeal bun, her mother paused for a moment, but still insisted she eat another. The earlier scene with Chen Wan had frightened her deeply. Even in such dire straits, she did not want to lose any of her children. As Chen Wan ate the cornmeal bun, her eyes inadvertently wandered towards Zhou Wenshan, who happened to be looking at her as well. They exchanged slight smiles and gentle nods, acknowledging each other. Chen's mother, observing this, felt a mix of emotions. Just over a month ago, her children had been free from worries about food and clothing, living glamorously. Now they were passing around a cornmeal bun, even risking their lives. Their former friends and colleagues had immediately distanced themselves upon learning of their exile. Even Chen Wan's fiancé. Thinking of him, Chen's mother felt an inexplicable hatred. Not only had he broken off the engagement without hesitation, but to sever all ties, he had even kicked them when they were down, reporting numerous crimes to the Revolutionary Committee, most of which were fabricated. It could be said that Chen Wan's fiancé had contributed to the family's downfall. Otherwise, before their exile, they would have had some time to prepare and wouldn't have been sent here empty-handed. Chen Wan had almost collapsed back then. If not for her parents and elder siblings keeping a close watch, she might have been unable to bear the guilt and would have given up on life. In truth, it wasn't her fault. The fiancé had been chosen by her parents, and they hadn't even married, with little interaction between them. Yet to distance himself, he had dealt a heavy blow to the Chen family at a critical moment. What a despicable and shameless person. Fortunately, Chen Wan hadn't married him, otherwise who knows what torment she would have suffered. During the month of exile, they had tactfully avoided mentioning the former fiancé in front of Chen Wan. They were afraid of distressing her. Chen's mother now worried about Chen Wan's marriage prospects. Chen Wan was already 19. If not for the exile, she would be at the age of marriage. Now she had to endure these hardships with them. Moreover, with their current status, they had indeed dragged Chen Wan down. Few respectable families would dare to marry a daughter-in-law from a capitalist or black five-category background. Only bachelors with nothing to lose, those who didn't care about a full household, might consider it. But if that were the case, they would rather keep Chen Wan with them than marry her off to such a person. Their daughter was once so proud and admired. Even with a fiancé, she had many suitors. Now even marrying into an ordinary family had become an unattainable wish. And this kind of life seemed to have no end in sight. Chen's mother glanced at Zhou Wenshan and thought to herself, if it were that young man, he would actually be the best choice. Young, pleasant-looking and tall. Besides, he had saved her little Wan. Wasn't it said in old operas that a life-saving favor should be repaid with one's hand in marriage? Moreover, her Wan was superior in both appearance and character, perfect in every way except for her status. When the opportunity arose, she would probe the young man's intentions. Chen's mother was truly anxious about Chen Wan's future. The farmers she had once looked down upon had become the best match for her daughter. Zhou Wenshan had no idea what Chen's mother was thinking of, otherwise he would have gone over and called her mother-in-law without hesitation. Zhao Xiuhua, standing not far away, watched every move of Zhou Wenshan with gritted teeth. Were it not for the newly acquainted educated youth beside her, she would have already rushed over to confront him. Zhou Wenshan remained oblivious to her thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. After all, the engagement had been called off, severing their ties. What he chose to do was none of her concern. A moment later, Zhou Wenshan glanced toward Chen Wan's group and saw that all 10 of them had already started transplanting rice seedlings in the paddy fields. Work waited for no one. Chen Wan, swaying unsteadily, ignored the warnings and went into the fields to labor. Zhou Wenshan frowned, thinking that the girl had clearly not heeded his words. A pang of unwarranted sympathy for Chen Wan struck him, triggering his inner simp. He quickly slapped his own face lightly, muttering, "Wake up, don't be a simp." Lu Tsuehua turned back to see his odd behavior, worrying that the boy might be losing his mind. For the rest of the work, she kept a closer eye on Zhou Wenshan. If he were truly ill, it needed early treatment. By dusk, their team finished planting the seedlings, and Chen Wan's group nearly wrapped up as well, since they had been assigned a smaller plot. The quitting whistle blew, and the village scorekeeper came to inspect the work before registering everyone for the day. Before leaving, Zhou Wenshan glanced at Chen Wan, but found her attention elsewhere, a flicker of disappointment in his heart. "What are you staring at? Shower. Time to head home." Lu Qihua's loud voice rang timely in his ears. "Oh Mom, you and Dad go on ahead. He'll rest here for a bit." Worried he might stir up trouble, Lu Tsuehua retorted, "No, you come with me now. A young lad like you, what rest do you need? This little work can't be tiring you, can it? You're getting more and more troublesome." Zhou Wenshan had no choice but to follow slowly. Suddenly, Lu Tsuehua kicked him from behind. "Hurry up, are you crawling like a turtle?" Zhou Wenshan grumbled under his breath, "You're such a meddlesome old mom." What are you mumbling about?" "Oh, nothing. I said you're wise and brilliant, Mom." "What does wise and brilliant mean?" "Zhou Wenshan." After walking just a few minutes, someone called his name. "Who is it?" Zhou Wenshan turned around and frowned. It was Zhao Xiuhua, the female lead, whose actions had caused the original owner to die of rage and led to his transmigration. Zhou Wenshan felt nothing for this woman, but his heart raced, likely the lingering resentment of the original owner. Zhou Wenshan's face turned cold. "Zhao Xiuhua, what do you want?" Beside him, Lu Qihua's expression also darkened. She pushed him. "Go, hurry home. They're waiting for us to eat." Zhou Wenshan found it both funny and annoying. Wasn't his mother lying through her teeth? His father and elder brother were just ahead, so who could be cooking at home? Yet he didn't expose his mother's lie because he also wanted to avoid any further entanglement with Zhao Xiuhua. In modern terms, calling her fickle and promiscuous wouldn't be an exaggeration. After all, she had already taken up with that male educated youth before the engagement was broken. Otherwise, the original owner wouldn't have been so furious. Even if she had ended the engagement first and then gotten together with the educated youth, that would have been something. In the eyes of people back then, this was a profound disgrace. A look of grievance flickered across Zhao Zuo's face. In her view, the engagement was broken, but that didn't mean they had to become enemies. They had grown up together, and that bond should still count for something. "Aunt Lu, I need to talk to Wenshan about something," Zhao Xiuhua said with a hurt tone. Lu Tsuehua gave her a cold look. "What could you two possibly have to discuss now?" Zhao Xiuhua remained silent, fixing her pleading gaze on Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenshan almost laughed. Wasn't this the classic White Lotus act from decades later? He was now slightly intrigued, wondering what game Zhao Xiuhua was playing. "Mom, you go back. They'll be there in a bit." Lu Tsuehua eyed him. "You know what you're doing, right? Don't worry, you'll be back in 5 minutes." After Lu Tsuehua left, Zhou Wenshan lazily crossed his arms, looking askance at Zhao Xiuhua. "Speak. What do you want?" Seeing his attitude, Zhao Xiuhua felt a pang of discomfort. In the past, Zhou Wenshan had been so good to her. How could he change so completely after breaking off the engagement? Zhao Xiuhua gritted her teeth. This wasn't the time to dwell on that. Wenshan, I saw you giving food to that black element who was sent down to the countryside this afternoon. Zhou Wenshan sneered. So that was it. He replied coldly. Oh, and what about it? Zhao Xiuhua spoke with righteous indignation. Wenshan, you're wrong. They are our class enemies. We must stand firm, keep our distance, and let them undergo labor reform. We mustn't let their ideology corrupt us. Zhou Wenshan grew impatient. He had expected something more meaningful from her. I saw they were starving to death, so I helped them. If you think that makes me corrupted, go ahead and report me. I don't have time for your games. With that, he turned to leave. Zhao Xiuhua stomped her foot and shouted angrily. Zhou Wenshan, how did you become like this? You were never like this before. You used to be so good to me, never impatient. Is it because of that woman? Here it comes. The classic White Lotus, using double standards, never considering how her actions hurt others. Zhou Wenshan stopped and turned back, looking at her with interest. Zhao Xiuhua, is this all you know how to do? Throw accusations. You call them class enemies, but aren't enemies, still human. Even on the battlefield, prisoners of war are treated well. Should they be left to starve while you stand by and do nothing? As for that woman, you don't even know who she is, yet you slander her. Is that your so-called firm stance? I think you're not firm in your stance, but can't bear to see a shred of kindness in others. Go ahead and report me if you want. I have a clear conscience and am not afraid of an investigation. On the other hand, you were flirting with another male educated youth before the engagement was called off. Don't talk about past bonds. There's no such thing. I haven't even called you shameless yet. Don't ever bring up old ties again. It's so damn boring. After finishing, Zhou Wenshan walked away. Zhao Xiuhua stood rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long time. Had Zhou Wenshan lost his mind? How dare he speak to her like that? Tears of grievance nearly spilled from her eyes. How could he say such things? Zhou Wenshan must be jealous because she broke off the engagement and got together with someone else. But feelings couldn't be forced, didn't he understand? Ever since Zhao Xiuhua met the male educated youth Li Ming who had come to the countryside, she realized that what she had with Zhou Wenshan wasn't love. There was no heart-pounding romance between them. Zhou Wenshan wasn't romantic, and he never recited poetry for her. But Li Ming did all that. Although Li Ming was shorter and slightly less handsome than Zhou Wenshan, the lines, very quietly you left as quietly as you came. I waved my hand, not taking a single cloud away, had conquered her. Zhao Xiuhua believed this was the love and romance she truly wanted. If Zhou Wenshan knew, he would have shouted, "No wonder I lost. I've run into the disciples of the patriarch of scumbags." But then again, a scumbag matched a cheap woman, perfectly suited. After returning home, Lu Tsuehua couldn't stop worrying about Zhou Wenshan, fearing he might clash with Zhao Xiuhua. She kept her eyes fixed on the door. Zhou Yuanxiao, after washing his hands, didn't see Zhou Wenshan and asked, "Where's Shower? Why hasn't he come back?" Lu Tsuehua felt a surge of irritation. We ran into Zhao Xiuhua on the way. She said she needed to talk to our Wenshan about something. Zhou Yuanxiao's face darkened. What could she possibly want with our Shower? Don't have anything to do with her from now on. As for Zhao Xiuhua, Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Tsuehua held strong grudges. It wasn't about the broken engagement. Being jilted was humiliating, but they weren't the type to cling. But if you wanted to be with someone else, you should have broken off the engagement first. Carrying on with another man before that was like cuckolding their son. That was what they couldn't accept. An undeserved green hat tarnished Shower's reputation, making it harder for him to find a wife later. Just as Zhou Yuanxiao was about to send Lu Tsuehua to fetch Zhou Wenshan, the door pushed open and Zhou Wenshan walked in. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Zhou Wenshan saw his father Zhou Yuanxiao and mother Lu Tsuehua staring at him with displeasure. He quickly raised his hands. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Let me say first, I didn't cause any trouble." His words only made Zhou Yuanxiao angrier. "No trouble? You dare say no trouble? Who told you to run off in the fields this afternoon?" Zhou Wenshan replied confidently, "Dad, I was saving someone, embodying the spirit of helping others and sacrificing myself. Besides, you didn't stop me then, did you?" Hearing this, Zhou Yuanxiao's expression softened, though with a hint of embarrassment. "Ahem, be more careful next time. Don't get too close to them in public from now on." Zhou Wenshan sensed the implication and asked tentatively, "So it's okay to get close when no one's watching?" Zhou Yuanxiao's hand trembled, and he snapped in embarrassment, "What are you thinking? Not even when no one's around." Zhou Wenshan shot a disdainful look at his father. "Dad, what you just said was nonsense." Zhou Yuanxiao retorted, "Can't I control you anymore?" With that, he bent down to look for a stick. Zhou Wenshan chuckled, dashed into the house, and shut the door. That evening, his sister-in-law Zhang Minghui prepared dinner. There were 5 mixed flour steamed buns, 1 for each person. Though not a delicacy in Zhou Wenshan's eyes, they were far better than the usual cornmeal buns. The side dishes were no longer just pickled radish strips. There was also stir-fried cabbage. The porridge was still corn porridge. Yes, the ever-present corn porridge. At least 2 meals a day were this. After dinner, Zhou Yuanxiao called Zhou Wenshan out to the yard. He lit a long-stemmed pipe, and in the flickering glow of the sparks, he spoke slowly. Shower, tell me honestly. The woman you've set your sights on, is she from that capitalist family that was sent down here? Zhou Wenshan was taken aback when his father suddenly asked this question, never expecting it to be about that matter. He paused for a moment, instinctively reaching for a cigarette in his pocket, only to find none, reminding him that he was no longer the person he used to be. He hesitated for a moment before replying, Dad, what are you talking about? I only met her for the first time today. Zhou Yuanshao's hand trembled slightly, then he took a deep drag from his cigarette. You've really set your heart on her. Zhou Wenshan, having transmigrated into this body, was not one to be easily embarrassed. After all, if he denied it now, and his father took him seriously, what would he do then? Zhou Wenshan nodded. Dad, this is what I truly think. If I were to marry someone, I want to marry her. Zhou Yuanshao retorted angrily. Do you even know her well enough to want to marry her? What if she's not good at managing a household? And what about her family's background? Capitalists. Even if you marry her, can you afford to support her? Even if you can, will she be content to live a simple life with you? Those people have seen the wider world. What if they are later exonerated and return to the city? Have you thought about that? Damn, he wanted a cigarette even more now. Zhou Wenshan took a deep breath, his mind racing as he thought about how to answer his father. Dad, I may not know her well, and I only met her today, but you're a man too, right? Some things I don't need to spell out for you. The moment I saw her today, I knew I wanted her to be my wife. Seeing his father raise the long-stemmed pipe in a threatening gesture, Zhou Wenshan quickly jumped back 2 meters and pleaded, Hey Dad, let's talk this through without resorting to violence. Zhou Yuanshao's face darkened. You little brat, getting bold are you? Daring to mock your own father. Zhou Wenshan chuckled, not truly afraid. He knew by now that Zhou Yuanshao wasn't the type to bully his children without reason. Even a child could reason with him. He had to admit Zhou Yuanshao's parenting style was quite commendable. At least he wasn't the type to impose his will with a "I'm your father, so what I say goes" attitude. Zhou Wenshan organized his thoughts. Dad, let me put it this way. I think Chen Wan is far better than Zhao Shihua. She's beautiful, and she's my type. Being a capitalist daughter, she's bound to be cultured, and her family's upbringing seems excellent. If she really becomes your daughter-in-law, you'd be laughing all the way. Do you know why she fainted today? Because she gave her share of cornmeal buns to the kids in her family this morning. Those kids seem very well-mannered. It's unlikely such a family would raise someone ungrateful. They're down on their luck now, but they haven't been completely destroyed. As long as they haven't truly erred, they will be vindicated eventually. They won't be a burden to us. And even if something does happen, he'll find a way to handle it. Zhou Yuanshao grew curious, wondering what clever solution his suddenly sharp-witted second son had come up with. What's your plan? Zhou Wenshan gave an awkward smile, rubbing his hands together. Dad, if I tell you, promise you won't get angry and hit me. Zhou Yuanshao said impatiently, just say it. Zhou Wenshan swallowed hard. We split the family. Once we split, it becomes my own business. Zhou Wenshan's words struck like a thunderclap, shattering the thoughts in Zhou Yuanshao's mind. His face darkened, and without warning, the long-stemmed pipe came down on Zhou Wenshan's head. Ouch! Dad, why did you hit me out of nowhere? Zhou Wenshan clutched his forehead, with a yelp leaping back 2 meters. Zhou Yuanshao pointed the pipe at him. Hitting you is the least of it. At your age, instead of learning anything useful, you're thinking about splitting the family. I'm not that old yet. I haven't reached the point where I can't work anymore. People would laugh if they heard about this. And even if we did split, with your uselessness, can't even carry a load, how would you support a family? Zhou Wenshan pursed his lips. Dad, don't underestimate me. You're talking about the old me. Haven't you heard the saying, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes? Just because I couldn't do it before doesn't mean I can't now. I can definitely support myself, and I'll even be able to take care of you in your old age. Besides, Zhao Shihua called off our engagement. I'm going to find a wife 100 times better than her, or else I'd lose face. Zhou Yuanshao let out a sigh, his brows furrowing. His youngest son had presented him with a considerable dilemma. He could see that this time his son was determined. If that was truly the case, he would have to think carefully about what to do next. Meanwhile, after the Chen family returned home, they boiled a simple pot of cornmeal porridge, warmed up a few cornmeal buns, and added some sweet potatoes and a small dish of pickled vegetables. This was their dinner for the family of 10. Tired from the day's work, they ate in silence, the only sound being the quiet chewing. Even in their desperate circumstances, the Chen family still carried themselves with a certain grace. Even when hungry, they ate more delicately than the villagers. After the meal, Chen Wan and her 2 sisters-in-law washed the dishes together. Though exhausted and not yet fully recovered, Chen Wan insisted on helping with the chores. After tidying up, they were about to head back to their rooms, or rather to the cowshed, to rest. They occupied 3 cowsheds, Chen Bowen and Zhang Xia in one, brothers Chen Jijun and Chen Jigua in another, and Chen Wan with her 2 sisters-in-law and the 3 children in the last one. Just as Chen Wan was about to return to her room, her father Chen Bowen called out to her. Wainer, wait a moment. Your father wants to talk to you. His voice was hoarse. Beside him, Zhang Xia looked at her with a pained expression. Chen Wan paused, then walked over to her father and said softly, Dad, is something the matter? Chen Bowen and Zhang Xia looked at their daughter, who had grown so haggard, and their hearts ached. In just over a month, their once pampered and beloved daughter had changed completely. She had lost weight, her face was gaunt, the light had faded from her eyes, and her once delicate hands were now calloused. Yet she was as sensible as ever, so sensible it was heartbreaking. Chen Wan looked at Chen Wan, his lips trembling. Out of habit, he reached for the cigarette in his pocket, but found nothing. Only then did he remember. Where in this place would he find a cigarette? Even if there were cigarettes, he couldn't afford them. Chen Wan sighed inwardly. A month ago, he never imagined his family would fall to such depths. Looking at his grown daughter, his eyes reddened. Wainer, it's all your father's fault. I can no longer shield you from the storms of life. Upon hearing her father's words, Chen Wan abruptly lifted her head, tears streaming down like rain. Shaking her head, she choked out, Dad, please don't say that. You have never let me down. You are wonderful. There are no better parents in the world than you. Chen Wan and Zhang Shuya felt a warmth in their hearts and were also moved to tears. After a moment, Chen Wan wiped his eyes and said, Xiao Wan, your two brothers are already married and have their own children. Though things are tough now, I'm not worried about them. Your mother and I are only worried about you. Zhang Shuya's heart ached as she took Chen Wan's hand, feeling the thick calluses from farm work. It pierced her heart. Back home, Chen Wan had barely even washed dishes, and now her hands had become so rough. Zhang Shuya sighed. Xiao Wan, your father and I are both worried about your future. You're at the age to marry, but under our current circumstances, we can't find a match as suitable as before. Chen Wan added, Xiao Wan, if there's a decent young man of similar age in the village, you might try getting to know him. If you can marry, do so. It would let you live a better life. After speaking, he covered his face and wept. He had never imagined giving his daughter away to a countryman, not out of disdain for country folk. It was simply that Chen Wan's upbringing, education, and perspective would make her feel out of place among them. Lacking common ground was the biggest problem, but now they had to consider marrying her off, even to an ordinary rural youth. At least it would ensure she could survive, unlike today, when she nearly collapsed from hunger. Nothing mattered more than life, and they had few choices. Many villagers, seeing them as the black 5 categories and capitalists, dared not even speak to them, let alone form a marriage alliance. They could only try. Chen Wan felt a deep sorrow, but she knew this might be the best option. If she could marry someone here, she might have a chance to help her parents' siblings and her adorable nieces and nephews. Otherwise, if things continued like this, not only she, but everyone would go hungry. Sooner or later, starvation would strike. That was the last thing she wanted to see. With that thought, Chen Wan nodded reluctantly. Dad, Mom, I'll do as you say. Exhausted after a long day, Zhou Wenshan went to bed soon after dinner and fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. He had an indescribably pleasant dream. The next morning, Zhou Wenshan got up early to eat breakfast. This time, he didn't need Lu Cuihua to wake him. He got up on his own, which startled her. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Breakfast was the same as yesterday, except each person had an extra boiled egg. Zhou Wenshan's eyes darted, and he hid the egg in his pocket. Zhou Yuanshao noticed, but said nothing, only sighing inwardly. This kid wouldn't even eat the egg himself. He must be planning to give it away. What a sin to have such a troublesome son. Today, Zhou Wenshan finished his meal and was eager to go to the fields, more enthusiastic than anyone. When he arrived, he saw Chen Wan's family already working. They were slow, so they had to start early. Chen Wan was also working in the fields. After her parents' talk yesterday, she hadn't slept until midnight. Thinking about her future, it seemed utterly bleak. Her heart felt empty. Mechanically continuing the same labor as yesterday, she noticed a figure approaching her. She looked up and saw it was the young man who had saved her yesterday, Zhou Wenshan. She still remembered the taste of the candy he had put in her mouth. Though it might not have been a fine candy, that sweetness was the best she had ever tasted in her life. Chen Wan's heart tightened as Zhou Wenshan walked straight toward her. Was he coming for her? Zhou Wenshan approached her directly. Lu Cuihua saw this and wanted to stop him, but before she could speak, Zhou Yuanshao held her back. Zhou Yuanshao had thought it over. What his second son said yesterday wasn't wrong. If Xiao truly liked the capitalist's daughter, then let him marry her. Even if it meant losing his position as militia captain, so be it. Besides, there was no rule forbidding villagers from marrying someone from the Black 5 categories. At worst, his job would be affected. But what real impact could that have on a farming family? He was willing to give up being militia captain. What else was there to fear? In truth, Zhou Yuanshao was nursing a grievance. The broken engagement had hurt his pride, and being militia captain meant having to cooperate with the brigade leader, which grated on him. He had long wanted to quit. Lu Cuihua was stopped by Zhou Yuanshao, and though she was still angry, Xiao kept running to that Black 5 categories family, which might bring trouble to the whole household. She was, as people would say decades later, a devoted wife. She was hot-tempered, but she always listened to Zhou Yuanshao. After muttering a few complaints, she let it go and went to plant rice seedlings. Zhou Wenshan approached Chen Wan, ignoring the intense stares of Chen Jijun and his brother not far away. He calmly took an egg from his pocket and handed it to her. Chen Wan, your body hasn't fully recovered. Take this egg to build up your strength. Chen Wan was stunned. She hadn't expected him to give her an egg. She looked at Zhou Wenshan and felt that this young boy was different from anyone she had ever met before. His gaze was possessive and appreciative. Her heart stirred recalling what her parents had said last night. If it had to be someone, this boy might be the best choice. He seemed agreeable to her. Why are you giving me this egg? Chen Wan asked tentatively. Zhou Wenshan looked into her eyes frankly. Because I like you. Chen Wan hadn't expected such directness. Her face flushed, and she stammered, we only met yesterday. How can you like me? Zhou Wenshan grinned, his face full of youthful cheer. Because you're beautiful. Chen Wan had never encountered such bluntness in her life. She was completely dumbfounded. After a long moment, she came to her senses. Do you know what I am? Zhou Wenshan replied, I know. A capitalist, one of the black 5 categories. Chen Wan's heart tightened. Knowing my identity, you still dare to like me. Zhou Wenshan's smile widened. I dare. What's there to be afraid of? Looking at the smile on Zhou Wenshan's face, Chen Wan felt that he might be a decent choice. Yet she remained uncertain, for a union between two people was not merely about themselves, but also about their families. Moreover, with her background, even a slightly better off family would hardly agree to take her as a bride. Liking me alone is useless. If you were to marry me, would your family agree? Now, setting aside all pretense of reserve, Chen Wan began this life-altering conversation with the young man, whose name she had only recently learned. In less than 2 minutes, this monumental decision was made with startling simplicity. In response to Chen Wan's question, Zhou Wenshan said frankly, don't worry, my parents will agree. Then come find me once you've arranged everything. All right. After hearing Chen Wan's words, Zhou Wenshan smiled and thrust the egg into her hand. Keep this egg for yourself. Wait for my news. He'll come to propose in a few days after I finish my work. Chen Wan's pretty face flushed crimson, a hint of maidenly shyness finally showing. She did not dislike Zhou Wenshan, or in fact, she now felt a flutter of secret delight. Lowering her head, she whispered, then I'll wait for your news. Having received her reply, Zhou Wenshan never imagined that Chen Wan would agree to this momentous matter so simply. He still had many courtship tactics left unused. Striding back triumphantly, he thought to himself, it must be my charm. One move, and I've easily captured a beautiful woman's heart. Upon returning, Lu Qihua's expression was unfriendly. Zhou Shower, what were you doing over there? Zhou Wenshan winked at her. Finding a daughter-in-law for you. Then, fearing Lu Zuohua would hit him, he scurried far away to the edge of the field and began transplanting rice seedlings obediently. Having angered his mother, he decided to keep a low profile for a while. While planting, he could barely contain his excitement. Yes, he never expected things to progress so smoothly. The whole day he remained in a state of elation. On the other side, during the Chen family's break, Chen Wan took out the egg and gave it to her 3 nephews and nieces. Once upon a time, they had each eaten an egg every day, so it was nothing special to them. But now they hadn't tasted a single egg in over a month. Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya exchanged a glance. Zhang Shuya asked softly, Xiao Wan, where did this egg come from? Chen Wan lowered her head, peeled the egg, swallowed her saliva, and divided it into 3 portions for her nephews and nieces. Then she calmly said, Zhou Wenshan gave it to me. Chen Jijun and Chen Jigua bowed their heads, their fists clenched tightly. What did he say to you? What does giving this egg mean? He said he likes me and wants to marry me. Chen Wan raised her head, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Dad, Mom, I think he's not bad. Good-looking, young, and seems educated. What do you think? Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya sighed silently. Over the past month they had sighed countless times. Chen Bowen thought it over. That young man, from what he had seen, did seem decent, at least far better than they had anticipated. He nodded. There seemed no better choice. They had also met Zhou Wenshan yesterday. He even seemed to know some medicine. He had saved Chen Wan when they were at a loss, and he was tall and handsome. He must be quite sought after in the village. All right, let's wait for news. After another day of toil during dinner, Lu Zuohua finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. What did you mean by what you said in the fields today? Zhou Wenshan played dumb. What did I say during the day? Lu Zuohua gritted her teeth. Zhou Shower had been too cheeky lately. Her hands itched for a good thrashing. Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Minghui, the married couple, kept their eyes downcast, ears pricked, quietly enjoying the spectacle. About finding a wife, what you said during the day. Lu Zuohua forced the words out through clenched teeth. This child was too much trouble. Zhou Wenshan's face lit up in realization. Oh, that mom. He cleared his throat. Ahem, I've already found a wife myself. After these few busy days, if you and Dad have time, please help me propose. See how worry-free I am. Lu Zuohua lowered her voice. Is it the one you gave the egg to today? Zhou Wenshan leaned in and whispered, yes. She's very beautiful. None of the village girls can compare. When I take her out, I guarantee you'll be proud. Lu Zuohua slammed her bowl heavily onto the table. Bang. She sprang to her feet, grabbed a nearby broom, and rained blows down on Zhou Wenshan. Don't you know her background? She's a capitalist, black 5 elements. Hardly anyone in the village dares to speak to them, and you want to marry her into this family. Zhou Wenshan had already seen the danger the moment Lu Zuohua picked up the broom and dodged aside. As she chased him swinging, he cried out, Dad, say something to Mom. Can't we even have a peaceful meal? Zhou Yuanshao kept his head down, eating as if he hadn't heard. Only after Zhou Wenshan had been struck several times and yelped in pain did he finally speak. Zuohua, that's enough. Sit down and talk properly. Let him finish his meal first. Lu Tsuehua tossed the broom aside and grumbled, Husband, you should discipline him. This Zhou shower has been getting more and more outrageous these past few days. Zhou Yuanshao had just finished his meal and set down his bowl. Since you've agreed, then let's do it after these few busy days. Hearing this, Zhou Wenshan's face lit up with joy. Thanks, Dad. Lu Tsuehua looked incredulous. Husband, he wants to marry that capitalist Black 5. You can't allow that. Do you still want to keep your position as militia captain? Zhou Yuanshao replied calmly. If I lose it, I lose it. I've been wanting to quit anyway. What's so wrong with a capitalist Black 5? Haven't there been many rehabilitated in the past 2 years? Shower has told me about them, and that family has good character. I think it's fine. When they are eventually rehabilitated, you won't be able to find a daughter-in-law like this, even if you begged. Lu Tsuehua murmured, if you quit being militia captain, what will you do? Zhou Yuanshao's gaze drifted toward the distant Changbai Mountains beyond the house. If I'm no longer militia captain, I'll go hunt in the mountains. Hunting. Zhou Wenshan's mind stirred. He was not far from the Changbai Mountains, and there were quite a few hunters in the nearby villages. Those hunters didn't need to work in the fields, or as long as they turned in a certain amount of meat to the village each month, they could earn full work points. Moreover, the remaining meat could be handled by themselves, either sold to the village or to the supply and marketing cooperative in town, or even to the state-owned restaurant. A skilled hunter lived far better than an ordinary farming family. At least they could eat meat regularly, never lacking in oil and grease. And this was the famous Changbai Mountains. The abundance of resources in the mountains needed no explanation. Those in the know understood. Zhou Wenshan blurted out, Dad, I want to learn hunting with you too. Zhou Yuanshao cast him a glance, his face full of contempt. You want to follow me up the mountain to hunt? What can you do? You'll only be a hindrance. You probably can't even lift a rabbit. Zhou Wenshan refused to accept it. Dad, you're looking down on me. How can I not lift things? I'm not weak. I don't talk about a rabbit. Give me a wild boar, and I can carry it too. Lu Tsuehua chimed in from the side. I think you can eat it. A chuckle escaped. Zhou Wenshan saw that it was his eldest brother Zhou Wenhai, who couldn't help laughing. His sister-in-law Zhang Minghui was also covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking, as if she was holding back laughter. Well, it seemed that no one believed in him. No matter, sooner or later they would be stunned. When that time came home, seeing that Zhou Yuanshao had made up his mind, Lu Tsuehua said nothing more. Although she thought it inappropriate to be related to a capitalist who had been sent down as one of the Black 5 categories, she didn't say anything else. She always listened to Zhou Yuanshao. That night, everyone went asleep. Zhou Wenshan by the window saw Zhou Yuanshao sitting silently outside smoking until late into the night before returning to the house. Zhou Wenshan lay awake in the room, accompanying him until the deep hours. The next day after breakfast, they prepared to go to the fields. There was no egg at breakfast that morning. Zhou Wenshan was about to head to the fields when Lu Tsuehua called him back. She sighed and handed him a package. Amid his confusion, she said, Shao, your father said he agrees to you marrying her. I'm just a woman and don't understand these things. If your father says it's okay, then it's okay. Here are 10 eggs. Take them to them today to help them regain their strength. And while you're at it, talk about your marriage to leave a good impression. In 2 days, when the field work is almost done, your father and I will go to propose marriage. I don't know if this is good or bad. Zhou Wenshan was stunned. He really hadn't expected his mother to change her attitude overnight. If it were yesterday, he would never have believed Lu Tsuehua would do such a thing. It seemed that his father had convinced her last night. To this, Zhou Wenshan could only say his father was really awesome. Thank you, Mom. I'm going. He happily took the package of eggs and dashed out. The eggs that the family was reluctant to eat were now being taken out to give to others. Zhou Wenshan knew exactly what this meant. A parent's kindness is as vast as mountains and seas. If he had a different pair of parents, wouldn't they break his legs for saying he wanted to marry the capitalist's daughter? But it didn't matter. He would repay them 1,000-fold in the future. And that future wouldn't be far off. Zhou Wenshan walked quickly to the edge of the field and saw that Chen Wan's family had also just arrived. He paused for a moment, glanced at himself, and thought about tidying up, but after a look he gave up. There was no need to tidy up. In the countryside, who had good clothes for working in the fields? The clothes on his body were patched over patches. Who knew how many patches? Ahem. Zhou Wenshan cleared his throat to ease his nervousness. If nothing unexpected happened, the people opposite him would be his future wife's family. He adjusted the smile on his face and strode toward Chen Wan. When he was about 20 or 30 meters away, he called out, Chen Wan. He was alerting her that he was coming so that her family would also be mentally prepared. Chen Wan blushed when she saw Zhou Wenshan calling her. Although she had talked to her family about it yesterday, and her parents had approved of this boy, it was actually a matter of no choice. In the past, she would never have looked twice at Zhou Wenshan, but for her current self, it was already a step up. Now facing the one who might become her husband, a surge of shyness welled up in her heart. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Zhou Wenshan and said shyly, Why are you here? Zhou Wenshan chuckled and raised the small package in his hand. My family has agreed to our matter. After the field work is done in 2 days, we'll come to propose marriage. My mother asked me to bring you these boiled eggs. You should eat them to regain your strength. Chen Wan hadn't expected that just yesterday they had talked about it, and today she had already received a definite reply. It was too fast. She asked doubtfully. Your parents agreed. In her view, getting married was a very important matter. Even if she weren't a stigmatized Black 5 element, it wouldn't be settled in a day or two, let alone her current identity. Chen Bowen and Zhang Xia also walked over. Their daughter's lifelong matter, even under their current circumstances, had to be inquired about to prevent her from being deceived. Her several brothers and sisters-in-law were also watching from not far away, and the three little children came over to look at Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenshan politely nodded to Chen Bowen, and Zhang Xia smiling. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Chen Bowen's expression was somewhat grim. Which father would feel good knowing that his daughter might be married to a man she had only known for 2 days and had barely spoken to? He didn't know the character, nor whether his daughter would be bullied after marriage. Nothing was under his control. This made him feel terrible. Fortunately, his wife Zhang Xia pinched his waist, and he came to his senses, his expression softening a bit. Zhang Xia asked, "Young man, my daughter mentioned you yesterday. You like my daughter, right?" Zhou Wenshan felt a bit shy. After all, he was still an 18-year-old lad. He nodded. Auntie, yes. Then can your family agree? This is no small matter. You must consult your family's opinion. Zhou Wenshan smiled. Auntie, rest assured. My parents have agreed. Look, these are boiled eggs that my mother asked me to bring you. Zhang Xia and Chen Bowen exchanged glances, their faces showing even more worry. They thought to themselves, this kid didn't seem suspicious, but why was it settled so quickly? Could there be some hidden illness they didn't know about? That was why he wasn't picky when looking for a wife. Zhang Xia hesitated, not reaching out to take the egg that Zhou Wenshan offered. Instead, she spoke again, for the matter concerned her daughter's future, and she had to ask clearly. Young man, I'm very grateful that you saved our Xiaowan yesterday, but regarding this marriage, I need to ask you some questions. Zhou Wenshan said calmly. It's nothing, it was the right thing to do. Please go ahead and ask, auntie, I will answer truthfully. His polite demeanor left a favorable impression on Chen Bowen and Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia cleared her throat and asked, then let me ask you, is there something wrong with your health? Zhou Wenshan was taken aback, realizing she was worried about that. Auntie, rest assured, him in perfect health, there's nothing wrong with me at all. Zhang Xia then asked with confusion, then how could your parents so easily agree to let you marry my daughter? Zhou Wenshan rubbed his nose. Auntie, my parents are very open-minded. Well, that was the explanation. Zhang Xia believed him. There was no other choice anyway. Chen Wan's options were limited, and this was a gamble they had to take. Chen Bowen spoke up from the side. Young man, although our family has fallen on hard times after you marry my daughter, you must treat her well. My daughter has never suffered hardship before. If she truly marries you, you must not bully her because of her background. Dad. Chen Wan's eyes reddened upon hearing this. Zhou Wenshan glanced at Chen Wan, then gave his word. Uncle, please rest assured, I will definitely treat Chen Wan well in the future. As he spoke, he pressed the egg into Chen Wan's hand. Take it, I need to get back to work. Chen Wan looked at the egg in her hand, biting her lip lightly. Dad, Mom. Zhang Xia let out a soft sigh. Since he's given it to you, just eat it. It's a kind gesture on his part. Chen Wan nodded. Opening the parcel, her eyes lit up. Mom, there are 10 eggs, just enough for one each. Seeing the expectant eyes of her nephews and nieces, Chen Wan broke into a smile. We all get to have eggs now. After delivering the eggs, Zhou Wenshan felt quite cheerful. Now that both sets of parents had agreed, the marriage was essentially settled. They just needed to wait for the right time to get married. Throughout the day, Zhou Wenshan worked with great vigor, stealing glances at Chen Wan from time to time. She was a goddess-level figure he could only dream of seeing in his past life, and she was about to become his wife. The whole day passed, and Zhou Wenshan felt energized while working, hardly feeling any fatigue. 2 days later, the task of transplanting rice seedlings in the fields was nearly complete. Zhou Wenshan had been thinking for 2 days, wondering when the matter of his marriage to Chen Wan would be brought up. Indeed, an 18-year-old young man was longing for a wife. Before his rebirth, Zhou Wenshan had been a solitary man, never having been with a woman in either life, and he was tired of sleeping alone in a cold bed. One afternoon, Zhou Yuanchao returned from outside looking as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, yet also seeming somewhat melancholic, but he said nothing. After dinner that evening, Zhou Yuanchao slowly spoke up. Second son, tomorrow your mother and I will go to the Chun family to formally propose marriage on your behalf and see if they have any requirements. Zhou Wenshan's heart surged with excitement. Thank you, Dad. But then his face flushed slightly. Dad, should I come along? Zhou Yuanchao chuckled. No need. For the proposal, you don't have to go. Your mother and I can go quietly. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to be there. Zhou Wenshan thought for a moment and said, Dad, I'll leave it to you and Mom then. Zhou Yuanchao smiled. With your dad and mom on the case, there's no doubt we'll succeed. Zhou Wenshan immediately said, all right, when the time comes, we'll get the marriage certificate early. He was eager. After all, if they didn't get the certificate, what if Chen Wan's family decided not to continue with the marriage once they were rehabilitated? Hearing Zhou Wenshan's words, Zhou Yuanchao nodded. All right, when I go to proposal, also bring up the matter of getting the marriage certificate. Zhou Wenshan agreed. Okay, Dad, I'll have to trouble you with this. Thinking that he was about to bid farewell to his single life, Zhou Wenshan was so excited that he couldn't sleep for half the night. When he woke up in the morning, he had a wet dream. He changed into a clean pair of patched underwear and casually washed the soiled one. After lunch, Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Tsuhua carried some items towards the cowshed at the edge of the village where the Chen family was currently staying to formally propose the marriage. They didn't prepare too many things, just 2 baskets of eggs. Bringing too many things might attract unwanted attention, and the family wouldn't be able to protect them. This was a practical consideration for the Chen family situation. These eggs would be just enough to supplement their nutrition. The 2 baskets contained a full 100 eggs, most of which Lu Tsuhua had borrowed from other families in the village over the past 2 days. On the way to the cowshed, they met a familiar villager. Brother Yuanchao's sister-in-law, where are you off to? Zhou Yuanchao took out a cigarette and offered it to him. Daliu, your sister-in-law, and I are going to propose a marriage for our second son. Daliu, whose real name was Lu Neng, was usually close to Zhou Yuanchao. Lu Neng was stunned and asked cautiously, Brother Yuanchao, I heard that the brigade leader's daughter. Zhou Yuanchao smiled. We've already broken off the engagement with his daughter, and we're not going to his house to propose. Lu Neng slapped his forehead. Oh, look at my silly head, this isn't the way to the brigade leader's house anyway. Brother Yuanchao, which family are we going to propose to? Zhou Yuanchao didn't intend to hide it from anyone, and it couldn't be hidden anyway, so he said calmly, over at the cowshed. The Chen family has a girl of suitable age, and my second son has taken a liking to her. Lu Neng gasped in shock and said hurriedly, Brother Yuanchao, you can't be impulsive. Do you know who lives in that cowshed? They are capitalists, the black 5 categories. We can't form a marriage alliance with people like that. You'll be implicated. Not to mention anything else, how can you continue to be the militia captain? Zhou Yuanchao knew Lu Neng meant well and didn't get angry. He chuckled lightly and patted Lu Neng on the shoulder. Daliu, it's fine. I've already resigned from the position of militia captain. I'm not the militia captain anymore. Lu Neng was speechless with shock, then slapped his thigh. Brother Yuanchao, you this. Son. Zhou Yuanchao waved his hand. All right, Daliu, I'm in a hurry to go propose. I want chat with you now. Let's catch up over a drink later, and he'll tell you all about it. Lu Neng was speechless, then turned to Lu Tsuhua. Sister-in-law, you should have tried to stop Brother Yuanchao. Lu Tsuhua sighed. You know how it is, he's the one who makes all the decisions in our family. With that, she followed Zhou Yuanchao towards the cowshed. Lu Neng stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly as they walked away. Then he stomped his foot and lamented, what a mess this is. Zhou Wenshan did not accompany them to propose marriage at Chen Wan's home, as local customs forbade his presence. Ideally, a matchmaker should have been sent rather than his parents going in person, but given the Chen family's delicate circumstances, no ordinary matchmaker dared to take on such a task. Thus Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Tsuhua had no choice but to go themselves, setting aside all conventional formalities. Upon meeting Chen Bowen and Zhang Shia, Zhou Yuanchao offered an apology, saying, I'm sorry for the unconventional approach, but given the special circumstances, my wife and I had to come in person to make this proposal. The cowshed was in terrible condition, with barely any room to stand, so they discussed the matter outside. Chen Wan made a brief appearance to greet Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Tsuhua before retreating indoors, her face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Chen Wan, Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Tsuhua finally understood why their younger son was so captivated by her. Apart from her undesirable family background, she was remarkably beautiful. Zhou Yuanchao offered a cigarette to Chen Bowen, who accepted it with a complex expression. It had been a month since he last smoked. With his children barely having enough to eat, how could the family afford cigarettes? Chen Bowen lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, consuming nearly a third of it in a single puff. He exhaled a smoke ring before speaking. We've already met your Zhou Wenshan. He seems like a fine young man, and my Xiao Wan is willing to marry him. Brother Zhou, let me be frank, you know our family's current status. Once Xiao Wan marries into your family, she must not be mistreated or looked down upon because of our background. Otherwise, even though our family has fallen on hard times, she still has family to stand up for her. Zhou Yuanchao smiled. Rest assured, elder brother Chen. Our family isn't like that. Wenshan has no grandparents. Above him are just me and his mother, and we have no other relatives. His elder brother is honest and simple, and his sister-in-law is a kind-hearted woman. There's none of that messy family drama. Once your Xiao Wan marries into our home, as long as she lives a good life, she won't suffer any injustice. Only then did Chen Bowen feel somewhat reassured. All right, then let's settle it. Pick an auspicious day and come to take her hand in marriage. As Chen Bowen spoke these words, a hint of reluctance lingered in his heart, but he was left with no other choice. If Xiao Wan didn't marry, soon she might catch the unwanted attention of some ruffians or troublemakers. Compared to that prospect, the Zhou family was the best possible option. Her parents were reasonable and seemingly open-minded, and they had no troublesome relatives. Once Xiao Wan married into that family, at least she wouldn't have to suffer alongside them anymore. Within a few minutes the matter was settled. Due to the family's political status, no wedding ceremony would be held. Instead, some fine food and wine would be sent over to them. The bride price was set at 88 yuan, no small sum in the countryside, and Zhou Yuanchao did not use their family's background as leverage to lowball the amount. In the current situation, even if Zhou Yuanchao had refused to pay the bride price, the Chins would have had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept, especially since Zhou Wenshan was a decent fellow. The Chen family had once looked down on such a sum, but now those 88 yuan would be an immense help, enough to buy grain and keep the family from going hungry for a while. Once everything was settled, Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Tsuwa took their leave without lingering, mindful of the need to After they left, Chen Bowen returned to the cowshed where the whole family gathered around him, including Chen Wan. Her emotions were complicated. She did harbor some fondness for Zhou Wenshan, who had once saved her, but it felt surreal that they were already on the verge of marriage just days after meeting. It all felt like a dream. Yet she felt little resistance in her heart. Instead, there was a glimmer of anticipation. She was also grateful that it was Zhou Wenshan and not some old bachelor in his 30s or 40s crippled with various vices and a penchant for domestic violence. In truth, had she not had her parents and brothers to protect her for the time being, she too might have fallen victim to such a fate. Even before their exile, she had heard of many such tragedies. Chen Bowen lit another cigarette, one left behind by Zhou Yuanchao. Chen Bowen and Zhang Shia looked at their daughter with deep concern. Xiao Wan, your marriage to Zhou Wenshan is now settled. There's no turning back. Chen Wan glanced at her two brothers, whose faces were etched with indignation. She knew they were upset on her behalf. Smiling, she tugged at their sleeves. All right, Zhou Wenshan is actually quite a good catch. Apart from his family being a bit poor, he's handsome and kind. Marrying him is really my gain. Don't worry so much. Oh, there are eggs today? Let's boil some to eat. Back home, Zhou Wenshan anxiously awaited news. When he saw Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Tsuehua return, he rushed forward. Dad, Mom, how did it go? Lu Tsuehua tapped his head. You got your wish this time. Now start living a proper life. Zhou Wenshan turned to Zhou Yuanchao with excitement. Dad, is it really true? Zhou Yuanchao nodded. Tomorrow we'll go to town to get the necessary paperwork for you, otherwise you won't be able to get your marriage certificate. Zhou Wenshan beamed with joy. Thank you, Dad. Don't worry, he'll take good care of you and Mom from now on. Zhou Yuanchao chuckled. You rascal, since when did you get such a sweet tongue? Zhou Yuanchao was efficient. He went to town the very next day. Through some connections, he managed to obtain the household register 2 days later. The marriage approval for Chen Wan also came through, granting permission for the union. Those few days of waiting had been agonizing for Zhou Wenshan, who feared something might go wrong with the marriage license. If the license weren't secured before the Chen family was rehabilitated, who knows what complications might arise. But now all was well, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He could take Chen Wan to the civil affairs office in town to get their marriage certificate at any time. Marrying the daughter of a capitalist classified as one of the 5 black categories was no easy feat these days. But now that everything was settled, he could take Chen Wan to get their marriage certificate whenever they wanted. And then she could call him brother. That would be quite nice. Zhou Yuanchao pulled another booklet from his pocket and placed it on the table. Didn't you say you wanted to go hunting with me in the mountains? Once you and Chen Wan get your marriage certificate, in a couple of days you'll follow me up the mountain. No complaining about hardship or fatigue. Zhou Wenshan replied, don't worry, I'm up for it. What's this certificate? Zhou Yuanchao gave him a look, signaling him to see for himself. Zhou Wenshan picked it up and read the 3 characters printed on it: hunting license. Zhou Wenshan's face lit up with joy. Dad, you're really efficient. But since we have the hunting permit, how do we get it? Zhou Yuanchao took out a match and lit a cigarette. With a hunting permit, you can buy a gun at the hunting equipment store in the county town. Zhou Wenshan examined the permit repeatedly. Dad, can we buy 2 shotguns? One for you, one for me. Zhou Yuanchao reached over and took the permit back. What are you thinking? You can't just buy a gun whenever you want. The police station has it all on file. Zhou Wenshan looked a bit disappointed. All right, then I'll apply for my own hunting permit later. Zhou Yuanchao pursed his lips, noncommittal. After lunch, Zhou Wenshan went to Chen Wan's house. He wanted to set a time with her to get their marriage certificate first. This was his first visit since their engagement was confirmed. He felt a subtle difference this time. The connection between him and Chen Wan felt closer. He walked to the cowshed and called out from the doorway, Chen Wan. With a creak, the door opened. Chen Wan stepped out and blushed upon seeing him. Wenshan, what brings you here? Zhou Wenshan scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. I came to discuss when we should go get our marriage certificate. Just as Chen Wan was about to speak, the door next to them opened and Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya walked out. Zhou Wenshan quickly stepped forward to greet them. Uncle Andy. He promptly took out a pack of cigarettes he had prepared, offered one to Chen Bowen, and then fished out a match to light it for his future father-in-law. In a flurry, Chen Wan's elder brother, sister-in-law, nephew, and niece all came out. Zhou Wenshan fumbled in his pocket and grabbed a handful of candies to distribute among the 3 children. Their faces broke into cheerful smiles. Thank you, little uncle. Thank you, little aunt. He then offered cigarettes to his future brothers-in-law, Chen Jigua and Chen Jijun. Brothers, have a smoke. Zhou Wenshan felt a bit nervous being surrounded by so many people for the first time. Chen Bowen took a puff of his cigarette, his expression unreadable. Wenshan, what brings you here this time? Zhou Wenshan stated the purpose of his visit. Uncle, I came to ask when Chen Wan would be available to get the marriage certificate with me. The hand holding Chen Bowen's cigarette stiffened involuntarily. Zhang Shuya came over with a smile. This is a matter for you two young folks. Discuss it and decide together. Once you get the certificate, just live a good life together. Wenshan, she's our only daughter raised with indulgence since she was young. Her father and her two brothers have always doted on her. After she marries into your family, if she does anything wrong, please don't bully her. You can come and tell us, and we'll help discipline her. As she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly reddened. Zhang Shuya's emotions affected Chen Wan, whose eyes also turned red. She stepped forward and hugged her mother, letting out a sorrowful cry. Mom! Zhou Wenshan's scalp tingled. Why were they suddenly crying? No wonder they say women are made of water, they can cry at the drop of a hat. It was as if he were some kind of tyrannical village bully who had done terrible things. Zhou Wenshan offered Chen Bowen another cigarette. Only after he finished that one did Zhang Shuya and Chen Wan manage to calm down. Zhang Shuya rubbed her eyes and said apologetically to Zhou Wenshan, Wenshan, I'm sorry. You must have found— Zhou Wenshan quickly waved his hands. Annie, what are you saying? You're just worried about your daughter suffering after she marries out. It's only natural. But please rest assured, both you and Uncle. I can't guarantee much, but I definitely won't bully Chen Wan or let her suffer any grievances. Our family doesn't have a tradition of mistreating women. If I ever bullied Xiao Wan, my parents would beat me with a stick. Hearing Zhou Wenshan's words, Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya felt some of the weight lift from their hearts. Chen Bowen looked at Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan. Since the engagement is settled and the certificate needs to be obtained sooner or later, the two of you should discuss it and pick a time to go get it done. Zhou Wenshan was overjoyed. Thank you, Uncle. Chen Bowen waved his hand and went back inside, followed by Zhang Shuya and the others. Only Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan remained outside the cowshed. Zhou Wenshan scratched his head. Chen Wan, shall we take a walk? Chen Wan hesitated for a moment. All right, let's go. The two walked one after the other along a small path in the village. I'm thinking we should go to town tomorrow and get the certificate. What do you think? Zhou Wenshan spoke up. Chen Wan was taken aback. So soon? We're going to get married sooner or later anyway. Let's just get the certificate first. Once we do, you'll officially be part of our village. Then if you want to secretly help your family, it'll be much easier. Zhou Wenshan gave her a reason she couldn't refuse. Chen Wan was silent for a long moment. Come pick me up tomorrow. Zhou Wenshan smiled. Okay. During dinner that evening, Zhou Wenshan brought up the matter. Dad, Mom, I'm going to take Chen Wan to town tomorrow to get our marriage. Zhou Yuanzhao had expected this. All right, go ahead. Zhou Wenshan added, give me some money. After we get the certificate tomorrow, I'll need to buy some things as well. Zhou Yuanzhao nodded. Suehua, give him 10 yuan and some ration tickets too. Okay, I'll get it for him right now. Lu Suehua agreed readily. Now that her second son was getting married, she certainly wouldn't cause any trouble or fuss at such a critical moment. She'd let her husband handle all the major decisions. Her role was simply to provide the support, whether it was money or manpower. She wasn't like those wicked mothers-in-law you heard about. Lu Tsuehua emerged a moment later and pressed the money and tickets into Zhou Wenshan's hands. Heiress, the money and tickets. When you go to town tomorrow, spend where you should and don't where you shouldn't. Be sensible. Zhou Wenshan looked at the money and tickets in his hand, feeling grateful. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Before Zhou Yuanzhao could say anything, Lu Tsuehua waved her hand. What's there to thank? We're family. All this thanking back and forth is just awkward. The next day after breakfast, Zhou Wenshan picked out his best set of clothes, got on the borrowed bicycle, and rode towards Chen Wan's house. Uncle Auntie, I'm here to take Chen Wan to get the marriage certificate. Coming. Before Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya could even speak, Chen Wan came out of the house. After talking with Zhou Wenshan yesterday, she had felt a sense of clarity and no longer resisted the marriage. After all, it was clear that her family was the one benefiting greatly from this union. With the Zhou family as relatives, no one in the village would dare to bully them anymore. Having come to terms with this, she felt lighter and slept well that night. When Chen Wan came out and saw Zhou Wenshan, she gave him a bright smile, making her already pretty face even more radiant. Chen Wan sat on the back of Zhou Wenshan's bicycle, gazing at the youthful youth before her. He was about to become her husband. Even though she was determined to marry him and obtain their marriage certificate, her heart was filled with trepidation and unease about the life that lay ahead. Upon arriving in town, they went directly to the civil affairs office to get their marriage certificate. Zhou Wenshan had expected complications due to Chen Wan's family background, but there were none whatsoever. The clerk merely glanced at their household registers, asked a few simple questions to confirm Zhou Wenshan's consent, and with their documentation in order, issued the certificate without delay. In this era, the so-called marriage certificate was nothing more than a simple piece of paper, not unlike a small commendation award from later times. Gazing at the certificate, Zhou Wenshan grinned from ear to ear. He finally had a wife. Carefully tucking the certificate away, he looked at Chen Wan and beamed. Come on, wife, let's go buy some things. Even after his transmigration, Zhou Wenshan had been a lone bachelor in both his lifetimes combined. He had never been married. Now that he was wed, and to such a beautiful woman at that, he was naturally elated. Chen Wan, seeing his joyous smile, also curled at the corners of her mouth. With the marriage certificate in hand, they were now truly a family, and she felt a new closeness to Zhou Wenshan. This man would be the one sharing her bed, and she would bear his children, manage the household, and care for his parents. Zhou Wenshan led Chen Wan to the town supply and marketing cooperative, intending to buy her some gifts. Yesterday, Lu Tsuehua had given him 10 yuan, and he had saved about 5 yuan himself, leaving him with over 15 yuan in total. In these times, that sum held considerable purchasing power. For instance, it could buy nearly 30 jin of pork. Pork was only 60 cents a jin. Chen Wan looked at Zhou Wenshan. Now that they were husband and wife, she felt a bit shy. There's no need to buy anything, is there? Zhou Wenshan shook his head. How could that be? From today on, we are husband and wife. Don't speak so distantly. You can buy whatever you want. Today you're in charge. Chen Wan's heart stirred. Could I buy 2 jin of meat to take to my family? Her parents and her little nephew and niece hadn't had meat in over a month, and even in their dreams at night, they craved the taste of chicken legs and pork. Zhou Wenshan replied, of course you decide today. Let's also get some candy and egg cakes. Kids usually love those. As their new uncle, I can't be stingy. Chen Wan hadn't expected him to agree so readily. She had feared he might be displeased with her buying things for her family. To her surprise, not only did he not object, but he was also very supportive. They went to the supply cooperative and first bought candy. The classic white rabbit creamy candies and fruit drops. Zhou Wenshan learned that white rabbit candy was 1.2 yuan per jin, while fruit drops were only 50 cents. Buy? Of course they had to buy. They purchased a jin of white rabbit candy and a jin of fruit drops, spending 1.7 yuan. They also bought 2 jin of egg cakes and a jin of brown sugar. A large bundle of rough straw paper was also purchased. Zhou Wenshan secretly bought 2 hair clips for Chen Wan, planning to surprise her later. Though she might have had many such clips before, she hadn't worn any in the past couple of days. Even for their wedding certificate trip to town, she had merely tied her long hair back with a simple cloth string. So she probably didn't have any hair clips now. After finishing their shopping at the cooperative, they went to the butcher shop next door. Spotting some beautiful streaky pork with perfect layers of fat and lean, Zhou Wenshan's interest was piqued. He hadn't had any fatty meat in days, and the sight made him nearly drool. He looked at his meat ration coupons. Master, 2 cuts of that streaky pork, 1 piece of 2 jin and 1 piece of 1 jin. The butcher, a burly man, glanced at the young couple and muttered, so troublesome. Buying meat and having to split it up. Zhou Wenshan gave an awkward smile, but said nothing, only adding, please bear with me, master. This meat is for 2 different families. The 3 jin of meat cost 1.8 yuan plus 3 jin of meat coupons. With the meat purchased, they had bought nearly everything they needed. As for the wedding supplies, he didn't need to worry. His parents would handle that. Seeing that it was almost noon, as Zhou Wenshan brazenly said to Chen Wan, wife, how about we have lunch before heading back? Chen Wan's face flushed at his calling her wife in public. She wasn't quite used to it yet. Nevertheless, she said nothing, for they were indeed married now, and she was truly his wife. Blushing, she replied, let's not eat out. My parents must be waiting at home. I'd like to get back early. Zhou Wenshan thought for a moment. All right. He then went to a nearby bun shop and bought 12 steamed buns. These large pork buns cost 10 cents each and didn't require meat or grain coupons. The 12 buns set him back 1.2 yuan. Seeing this, Chen Wan asked in surprise, why did you buy so many buns? Zhou Wenshan took out 2 buns, handed the rest to Chen Wan, and also pressed a steaming hot pork bun into her hand. Have one to tide you over. Take the rest home, and let my 3 little nieces and nephews have a taste. Hearing this, Chen Wan's hand instinctively tightened around the bag of buns. Zhou Wenshan, thank you. Zhou Wenshan was taken aback for a moment, then said with amusement, what's there to thank? Hurry up and finish that bun, and then we'll head back. Chen Wan nodded, lowering her head to take a bite. The soft white bun filled with fragrant meat stuffing was truly delicious. She looked at Zhou Wenshan, her heart fluttering. He really was quite good, wasn't he? After finishing the bun, Chen Wan still felt a lingering craving, but looking at the bag in her hands, she was now eager to get home. Zhou Wenshan rode his bicycle, carrying Chen Wan, who held bags of all sizes. Not long after entering the village, Zhou Wenshan spotted a familiar figure. His face darkened, and he pedaled faster, quickly reaching the cowshed. Mom, Dad. Chen Wan jumped off the bicycle and called out towards the house. The family, who had been waiting, all came out at once. Zhang Shia asked them, well, did you get the marriage certificate? Chen Wan blushed and nodded. We got it. Heaven knows she had blushed more times in these past 2 days than in her entire life before. She handed the bag of buns to Zhang Shia. Mom, these are meat buns Wenshan bought in town. Share them out, 1 for everyone. Zhang Shia took the buns. Why did you buy so many buns outside? Couldn't you just eat at home? Don't waste money like this in the future. Before Chen Wan could respond, Zhou Wenshan smiled at Zhang Shia. Auntie, I insisted on buying them. It's fine to splurge occasionally. Zhou Wenshan took the bag of candy from Chen Wan, grabbed a handful of white rabbit candies and fruit drops, and offered them to the 3 children. Here, uncle treats you to some candy. The children, being only a few years old and having gone without sweets for a long time, saw the candy and nearly drooled. Thank you, uncle. You're the best. Each child received a handful of candy and was overjoyed. Chen Wan smiled at the sight. Her 3 little nieces and nephews hadn't been this happy in a long time. Looking at it this way, marriage really seemed quite wonderful. Chen Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing was more important than making her family happy. Zhou Wenshan stayed for a while, and considering that Chen Wan likely had much to discuss with her family today, he took the initiative to take his leave. Uncle Ant'll head home for now. Let Chen Wan stay and chat with you. He'll come back to pick her up this afternoon. Chen Wan's body stiffened slightly. Were they really going to live together so soon? Still, she said nothing. They already had their marriage certificate. They were legally husband and wife, now recognized by the state. Living together was only natural. Chen Bowen looked at Zhou Wenshan, this young man he had barely met a few times, who was now already his son-in-law. His expression softened somewhat. All right, Wenshan. Come pick her up later. Given our current circumstances, well, keep things simple. No need to fuss over a wedding ceremony. Zhou Wenshan happily agreed. Okay, Uncle Ant. They'll come for Xiao Wan before dinner. With that, he pressed something into Chen Wan's hand. This is for you. He then nodded to Chen Wan's 2 elder brothers, said goodbye to the 3 little children, and cheerfully rode off on his bicycle. Chen Wan opened her hand to find a beautiful plastic hair clip resting in her palm. After leaving, Zhou Wenshan suddenly felt a twinge of regret. He had called them uncle and aunt, but with the marriage certificate already signed, he should have changed his address to dad and mom. Well, no matter. He could change it when he came back to pick up Chen Wan in the evening. Before he even reached his doorstep, Zhou Wenshan spotted Zhao Xiuhua standing alone in the middle of the road. The smile on his face instantly dimmed. Neither he nor the original owner of this body could muster any goodwill toward Zhao Xiuhua. He rode past her without acknowledging her presence, not caring who she was waiting for, intending to simply pass her by. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiuhua called out, stopping him. Zhou Wenshan, you stop right there. Zhou Wenshan ignored her and continued pedaling forward. Seeing that he wasn't stopping, Zhao Xiuhua stamped her foot in frustration, dashed forward a few steps, and grabbed hold of the back of his bicycle. The bike was yanked to a halt. Zhou Wenshan turned back to glare at her. Zhao Xiuhua, what do you think you're doing? Zhao Xiuhua spoke with a hurt, aggrieved tone. Zhou Wenshan, are you with that capitalist's daughter now? Why aren't you as good to me as you used to be? You weren't like this before. Zhou Wenshan let out an exasperated laugh. Truly no era lacked this kind of brainless, scheming, White Lotus type. Staring at her with a blank expression, Zhou Wenshan said, Zhao Xiuhua, first of all, we have no relationship anymore. We already called off the engagement, or have you forgotten? My affairs are none of your business. Second, does your boyfriend, that educated youth named Li Ming, know you're here, stopping me? Don't come looking for me for no reason anymore. In fact, it's best if we just pretend not to know each other from now on. Then he barked at her in a low voice, let go. Startled by the fierce look on Zhou Wenshan's face, Zhao Xiuhua instinctively released her grip. Zhou Wenshan turned his head away without a trace of reluctance, mounted his bicycle, and rode off, leaving Zhao Xiuhua standing there stunned for a moment before she ran home with reddened eyes. That brainless woman had managed to dampen his good mood just a little. Zhou Wenshan was in a bad mood for only a few minutes before his good spirits returned. Chen Wan would be coming over that evening, so he needed to tidy up the house properly. Chen Wan had left the items she bought from town at home: sponge cake, milk, candy, fruit, drops, brown sugar, 2 caddies of pork belly, and 10 large meat buns. Essentially, she had left almost everything there. The 3 little children all had sweet milk candy in their mouths, and each held a big meat bun in their hands, their eyes still fixed longingly on the sponge cake. They had been craving such treats terribly lately. This was their happiest day in over a month, and all these treats had been brought by that handsome new uncle. They all adored their new uncle. He was good-looking and always bought them delicious food. Back home, Chen Wan was pulled aside by her mother, who whispered some earnest advice to her in private. Wainer, you're married today. Given our family's current situation, we can't hold a grand banquet. We have to let you go to him with such little fanfare, not even a proper dowry. Zhang Shuya let out a heavy sigh. If we ever get a chance to rise again, or if we're rehabilitated, well, make up for the dowry double-fold. Chen Wan shook her head. Mom, I don't feel wronged at all right now. I think Zhou Wenshan is actually a good person. Marrying him might not be a hardship for me, and it could very well be the most correct decision I've ever made. I ask for nothing else, only that you, Dad, and our whole family stay safe and well. Zhang Shuya couldn't hold back her tears and embraced Chen Wan, her voice choked with emotion. Wainer, my good child. When Zhou Wenshan got home, he saw Lu Cuihua cleaning his room and his sister-in-law Zhang Minghui pasting up festive double happiness window decorations. The house was noticeably cleaner than usual. There was a more festive air than usual. Because of Chen Wan's family background, they had decided not to hold a formal banquet for Zhou Wenshan's wedding. Just a private family meal behind closed doors. But the essential basics still had to be prepared. The family had prepared new quilts, a thermos, new toothbrush and toothpaste, a new wash basin, and a spittoon. Their family was small and had no other relatives. Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Cuihua had both been orphans since childhood, losing their families at a young age. When they met, bound by shared misfortune, Zhou Yuanxiao took Lu Cuihua under his wing and they begged for food together, stumbling through life and growing up side by side. Zhou Yuanshao was 3 years older than Lu Cuihua and had always looked after her. It was fair to say that without him Lu Cuihua might not have survived. That was why Lu Cuihua always deferred to Zhou Yuanshao. They had never once quarreled, and their bond was deep and strong. So there were no grandparents, uncles, or other relatives to speak of. Zhang Minghui's situation was similar. She had lost both parents as a child and was raised by her grandparents. In recent years her grandparents had also passed away one after the other, and she then married her middle school classmate Zhou Wenhai. Their relationship was equally harmonious. Nor was there any discord between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in their household. The reason Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Minghui were so obedient and respectful was simply out of deep reverence for Zhou Yuanshao and Lu Cuihua. In any other family, they would never have agreed to let Zhou Wenshan marry Chen Wan. What Zhou Wenshan didn't know yet was that in order to support his marriage to Chen Wan, Zhou Yuanshao had already resigned from his position as the militia captain. Zhou Wenshan also joined the cleaning effort. With many hands making light work, the house was soon transformed, brimming with festive joy. Zhou Yuanshao and Lu Cuihua stood side by side in front of the tidied home, gazing at its cheerful atmosphere. Zhou Yuanshao remarked with emotion, "Cuihua, time truly flies. Both our children are now married, and we're growing old." Lu Cuihua leaned gently towards him, softly tugging at his hand. "Yuanshao, you're not old at all." Zhou Yuanshao smiled, reaching out to pat Lu Cuihua's head just as he had comforted the young girl, crying from hunger all those years ago. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiuhua ran home in distress. Her mother Chen Wan, upon seeing her, asked, "Xiuhua, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Why are you crying?" Zhao Xiuhua, sobbing, told Chen Wan how Zhou Wenshan had ignored her. Chen Wan's face darkened as she pointed at Zhao Zuo's head and scolded, "Why are you still seeking out Zhou Wenshan? Who was it that cried and screamed to break off the engagement? Because of you, sister Lu hardly speaks to me anymore, and Zhou Wenshan's father even stepped down as the militia captain. Don't you know that? Why are you still going near him? It's right that he ignores you, but it's lucky he didn't hit you. Aren't you with that Li Ming? Go on then. He'll just wait and see if you end up regretting it. You're insufferable." After being scolded by her mother, Zhao Zuo's already foul mood worsened, and she burst into loud sobs. She didn't understand. She was just pursuing her love. How had everything changed? That afternoon, Zhou Yuanshao returned with the meat and vegetables. These provisions were split into 2 portions, half to be sent to Chen Bowen's family. The other half was for their own dinner. Since the 2 families couldn't easily dine together, Zhou Yuanshao also bought a few packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor to deliver. "In-laws, although our families can't gather for a meal today, the gifts can't be lacking. I've bought the cigarettes and liquor. They're not top shelf, but I hope you don't mind. Well, find another time for us brothers to have a private drink." After Zhou Yuanshao left, Chen Bowen said to Zhang Shuya, "Weiner's father-in-law seems quite reasonable. Weiner should live well over there." Zhang Shuya nodded. "He does seem like a sensible man. Let's hope his whole family is just as easy to get along with." With that, she turned and walked into the house, instructing, "Weiner, get ready. Zhou Wenshan will likely come to pick you up soon. Once you're married, live well with Wenshan. Come by less often to avoid any awkwardness." Chen Wan hugged Zhang Shuya tightly, crying, "Mom." Zhang Shuya suppressed her own reluctance. "Weiner, why are you crying? Today is your wedding day, you must not cry." Not long after, Zhou Wenshan arrived to take Chen Wan back for the meal. Today marked the new daughter-in-law's arrival. Although their family wasn't overly particular about formalities, and it wasn't the time for such things, it was still best to arrive early. As soon as Zhou Wenshan reached the entrance of the cowshed, the 3 children spotted him and gathered around happily, calling him uncle. He adored his 3 nieces and nephews, who were sensible and lovely. "Did you enjoy the candy your uncle bought?" "Yes, thank you, uncle. It's tasty, but grandma only gives me 1 piece a day." "Uncle, could you ask grandma to let me have 2? Zhou Wenshan's expression stiffened. He didn't dare ask that. "Grandma doesn't give you 2 pieces because eating too much candy will give you cavities. Bugs will bite your teeth and they'll fall out. Then you won't be able to eat anything tasty ever again. Understand?" The 3 children believed his words, frightened, and quickly covered their mouths, nodding vigorously. "We understand. We'll only eat 1 piece a day from now on. We don't want our teeth to be eaten by bugs." Zhou Wenshan was amused by their innocent and adorable remarks. He chatted for a while with Chen Bowen, Chen Jijun, and Chen Jigua. Seeing that the time was about right, he took his leave. Zhang Shuya brought Chen Wan out from the house and placed Chen Wan's hand into Zhou Wenshan's. "Wenshan, our Chen Wan is in your hands now. You 2 must live well together." Zhou Wenshan promised readily, "Don't worry, Auntie. I will treat Chen Wan well. I will never let her suffer any grievance." Zhang Shuya gave him a playful glare. "Still calling me Auntie?" Zhou Wenshan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Mom." Zhang Shuya smiled and responded, "Yes, good child." Then she added awkwardly, "Mom doesn't have any money on her right now. This red envelope will have to be given to you later." Zhou Wenshan quickly shook his head. "Mom, the red envelope isn't important. It's just a formality. The fact that you trust me with Chen Wan is what matters most." He then called out to Chen Bowen, "Dad." Chen Bowen's voice trembled as he replied, "Yes. After responding, he took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Zhou Wenshan. It was a cigarette offered by his father-in-law. Even though Zhou Wenshan didn't smoke, he accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Dad. He then led Chen Wan home. There was no wedding ceremony, no proposal, just simplicity and sincerity. From this day forward, Zhou Wenshan had his own wife Chen Wan. They had truly become a family. Watching Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan gradually walk away, Chen Bowen forced a smile after a long silence. Shia, let's start cooking. Let's make something delicious to celebrate our daughter's wedding. The in-laws even brought over 2 bottles of liquor. Tonight Jijun Jigua and I will have a good drink. Chen Wan followed Zhou Wenshan for about 10 minutes until they reached his home. The closer they got, the more nervous she became. Eventually, she couldn't even take another step. She carried a small bundle containing some clothes for a change. As Zhou Wenshan walked, he suddenly realized Chen Wan wasn't following. He turned around and saw her standing with her head down on the path behind. He smiled and walked back. Why did you stop? Chen Wan said softly. I am a bit nervous. Zhou Wenshan chuckled lightly. Nervous about what? My parents won't eat you. Come on, in a few days you'll see that my parents are actually very kind people. So you don't need to be nervous. He took her wrist and led her towards the house. Pulled along, Chen Wan stumbled after him. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Zhou Wenshan called out, Dad, Mom, I've brought Chen Wan here. Lu Zihua and Zhang Minghui had long since prepared the meal, slaughtering 2 of the family's laying hens. One for their own table and one sent to Chen Wan's home. There was also a plate of braised pork with potatoes and a whole braised carp. A plate of stir-fried pork with chili peppers, 2 plates of vegetables, and a plate of scrambled eggs were also prepared, along with a dish of fried peanuts. Together they made 8 dishes, even better than what they'd have for New Year's. Over at Chen Wan's place, the dishes were much the same as Zhou Yuanshao had prepared everything accordingly. Around noon, Zhou Yuanshao delivered everything over along with a betrothal gift of 88 yuan. Chen Bowen remarked to Zhang Shuya that Zhou Yuanshao was a good and honest in-law. Given their family's current circumstances, no one would have dared to marry Chen Wan even without a betrothal gift. And that 88 yuan, if they were frugal, would cover several months of household expenses. For the Chen family, who had been hastily exiled without any preparations and with barely any money on hand, it was like coal delivered in a snowstorm, a timely rain. Today was Zhou Wenshan's wedding day, and they had truly spared no expense. 2 of their 3 hens were slaughtered, and they'd have to buy some chicks to raise again later. A shout from Zhou Wenshan roused the entire household. The dishes were already on the table, everything prepared, just waiting for Zhou Wenshan to bring Chen Wan back. Hearing his call, Zhou Yuanshao, Lu Zihua, and Zhou Wenhai with his wife all ran out smiling to welcome them. Their home was set apart from the other villagers' houses, so the commotion didn't draw any attention. No one in the village even knew Zhou Wenshan was getting married today. Because of Chen Wan's special status, they kept things low-key and didn't hold a grand banquet. Chen Wan had tidied herself up a bit that day, washing her hair as well. She was clean and neat with bright large eyes and delicate eyebrows, though her gaze held a faint trace of stubbornness. Her face was somewhat thinner, her chin slightly pointed, carrying a touch of haggardness. This was the result of over a month of torment. Mental anguish compounded by hunger, surviving on nothing but coarse grains day after day. In just over a month, she had lost nearly 20 pounds. Zhou Wenshan glanced at Zhou Yuanshao, cleared his throat softly, and pulled Chen Wan forward. Xiao Wan, greet them. This is my dad, my mom, and my elder brother and sister-in-law. Chen Wan's face flushed, her hands twisting together in the awkwardness of a newcomer. She called out softly, Dad, Mom, big brother, big sister-in-law. Zhou Yuanshao and Lu Qihua's faces bloomed with smiles as they responded in unison. Good child, from now on live well in this home. We won't let you suffer any wrongs. With that, Lu Zihua handed over a red envelope. Chen Wan looked at Zhou Wenshan, who nodded, and said, Mom gave it to you, so take it. It's the address change gift. Chen Wan accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Mom. Zhang Minghui also smiled and handed over a red envelope. Sister-in-law, welcome to our big family. Chen Wan's face grew redder. Thank you, big sister-in-law. Zhou Yuanshao called out from the side with a smile. Wenshan, bring Xiao Wan inside. Time to eat. As the sky darkened, the kerosene lamp was lit. In the lamplight, Chen Wan gazed at the table laden with food and couldn't help but swallow. Even though she had enjoyed countless fine dishes in the past, she hadn't tasted a single morsel of meat in over a month, and just looking at these dishes made her mouth water. Everyone took their seats. Today was the wedding day of Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan, so they were the most honored. With their parents present, this was the only time in their lives they'd sit at the head of the table. Even as the younger generation, they took the seats of honor. Zhou Yuanshao, Lu Zihua, and Zhou Wenhai with his wife sat on either side of them. Overjoyed, Zhou Yuanshao brought out a bottle of liquor, pouring half a glass for Zhou Wenshan and a small amount for Chen Wan, then filling everyone else's cups, though the men got more and the women only a splash. Zhou Yuanshao raised his glass. Today is Wenshan's wedding day, a joyous occasion. From this day forward, Wenshan has truly come of age. He now has a family of his own, and I hope you'll grow up quickly, become a man of integrity, and shield your wife and future children from wind and rain. What your mother and I can do is handle the logistics and not hold you back. May your days ahead be prosperous and ever better. May we all thrive together. Wenshan Xiaowan, congratulations on your marriage. Cheers. He raised his glass and drained it in one go. Everyone followed suit, those who could downing their drinks entirely, and those who couldn't taking just a sip. Lu Tsuhua rose, picked a large chicken drumstick in a Chen Wan's bowl, and said with a smile, Xiaowan, have a drumstick. Chen Wan was both flattered and warmed, quickly saying, thank you, Mom. Lu Tsuhua then picked the other drumstick into Zhou Wenshan's bowl. As he started to decline, she said, today is your wedding day. Apart from your parents, you two are the most important, so eat that drumstick today. Zhou Wenshan smiled and didn't refuse. He stood and placed the chicken head into Zhou Yuanshao's bowl. Dad is the head of the family, so the chicken head goes to Dad. Then he put the 2 chicken feet into Lu Kuihua's bowl. Mom manages the family's money, so these chicken feet are for Mom. May our family's fortunes keep improving. He then placed the 2 chicken wings into the bowls of Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Mingwei. Big brother, sister-in-law, you two should work hard too and give Mom and Dad a little nephew or niece to brighten their days. Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Mingwei blushed, and Zhou Wenhai retorted in mock anger. Zhou the second, you're married now too. You could have a child first and make Mom and Dad happy. Zhou Wenshan replied with a serious expression, Big brother, am married now, so you can't call me Zhou the second anymore. Call me by my full name, Zhou Wenshan. Lu Tsuehua chimed in, that's right, Wenhai. No more second from now on. Second brother is fine, or just Wenshan. Zhou Wenhai nodded in agreement. Got it, Mom. The meal was satisfying, and the whole family ate to their heart's content. Chen Wan even rubbed her belly nearly stuffed to the brim. Lu Tsuehua, afraid she'd be too shy to help herself, kept piling food into her bowl until it was heaped high. She felt obliged to eat everything her mother-in-law gave her, and nearly ended up overeating. It was only when Zhou Wenshan saw she truly couldn't manage any more that he scooped some from her bowl to help her out. After dinner, they chatted for a while in the room before settling in for the night. The courtyard had 2 main rooms flanked by 2 side rooms, one occupied by Zhou Wenhai and his wife, and the other belonging to Zhou Wenshan. The moment for entering the bridal chamber was approaching, and Zhou Wenshan was thrilled and excited while Chen Wan was so nervous her whole body trembled. Whether from nerves or excitement, the wedding night was unavoidable. After washing up in the evening, Chen Wan dawdled her way to the bed where the long impatient Zhou Wenshan pounced on her. Throughout the night, the crickets outside the window chirped ceaselessly. The next morning, unsurprisingly, they both woke up late. Yet no one in the household came to rouse them. When Chen Wan opened her eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. Ignoring the searing pain down below, she sat up abruptly and glared at Zhou Wenshan, smacking his arm in a huff. It's all your fault. I said no more last night, but you wouldn't listen. Look how late it is, and we're still in bed. By the time she finished, she was so embarrassed she was on the verge of tears. On the very first morning of marriage, sleeping until noon. Wouldn't people laugh at her? After a single night, their relationship had undergone a fundamental change. Just yesterday they were still strangers, but now they were as familiar as could be. From now on they might just be each other's closest kin. The sense of estrangement Chen Wan felt toward Zhou Wenshan vanished completely overnight. Recalling Zhou Wenshan's actions from the night before, Chen Wan wished she could bite him. It had been absolutely wild. She never imagined that the mild-mannered Zhou Wenshan could be so savage and bed-strong as an ox. The mere thought made Chen Wan's face flush so deeply it seemed ready to drip blood. Zhou Wenshan opened his hazy eyes, rubbed them, and pulled Chen Wan's soft body into his arms. It's fine, wife, no one will laugh at you. Chen Wan's body stiffened. She felt it again. Her face reddened, and she struggled to get up, otherwise she'd be tormented again. That sensation, anyone who had tasted it knew it wasn't easy. Zhou Wenshan's arms were left empty as Chen Wan scrambled out of bed. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. He had just thought of a new position and wanted to try it out. But she was gone. Seeing Chen Wan's flustered and annoyed expression, Zhou Wenshan had no choice but to get up as well. The taste of it lingered. Head continued tonight. After washing up, they went out only to find no one at home. They must have gone visiting. Chen Wan breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise she wouldn't know how to explain waking up so late. Seeing Zhou Wenshan's grinning face, Chen Wan couldn't hold back this time. She grabbed his arm and bit him. Ouch! Zhou Wenshan yelped in pain, a tooth mark left on his arm. Chen Wan smiled triumphantly. That's the consequence of you bullying me yesterday. Zhou Wenshan looked at her playful expression, something he'd never seen before. It seemed this was her true self. Still, it was rather cute. Zhou Wenshan let out a dramatic wail. Wife, I never thought you'd be a tigress, only revealing your true colors after marrying me. Chen Wan planted her hands on her hips. Now you know my power. See if you dare bully me again, humph. There was a hint of coyness in her tone, and she didn't even realize there was anything wrong with saying or doing such things. She had already come to regard Zhou Wenshan as her pillar of support and her closest kin. Zhou Wenshan grinned. I won't bully you now, I'll do it tonight. Come on, wife, let's go eat. In the pot, they had left millet porridge. On the table were brown sugar, 2 boiled eggs, and several steamed white buns with a plate of stir-fried potatoes. This was already a lavish breakfast reserved for their newlywed status. But in a few days such fare would be gone. Dreaming of eating this well every day was pure fantasy. At least no household in the village could afford such meals daily. The two sat at the table, each ladling a bowl of millet porridge. Zhou Wenshan added a large spoonful of brown sugar to Chen Wan's bowl. Seeing Chen Wan's puzzled eyes, Zhou Wenshan winked at her and said with a smile, "A bit of brown sugar. It nourishes the blood." Chen Wan's face reddened again. "But you can't say anything decent." Zhou Wenshan laughed heartily, peeled an egg, and placed it in Chen Wan's bowl. "Wife, you've worked hard. Have the eggs to replenish yourself." Chen Wan was touched. She picked up the egg and put it back into Zhou Wenshan's bowl. You've worked hard too. Let's have one egg each." Zhou Wenshan didn't refuse. He picked up the egg and devoured it in a few bites. "Then I'll put in more effort tonight." Chen Wan was so angry she wanted to bite him again. Shortly after they finished eating, Zhou Yuanchao, Lu Cuihua, and Zhou Wenhai and his wife strolled back home looking as if they'd just taken a leisurely walk. Upon returning, Zhou Wenhai winked at Zhou Wenshan, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Zhou Wenshan, now thick-skinned, pretended not to see it. Chen Wan stepped forward to greet each of them in turn, as gentle as a docile kitten. It was as if she were a completely different person from the one who faced him. For a moment, Zhou Wenshan felt a flicker of illusion. Which one was the wife he had truly married? Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Cuihua both responded with smiles. Lu Cuihua even stepped forward, took Chen Wan's hand, and gently patted its back. "Good child, no need to be formal at home. This is your own home now, understand? If anything comes up, just tell Wenshan, or tell me." Chen Wan blushed and nodded. "I understand, thank you, mother." Lu Cuihua beamed. "No need to thank your mother." Under Lu Cuihua's soothing words, Chen Wan's anxious heart gradually calmed. Today was the second day of their marriage, and according to custom, Chen Wan would make her formal visit back to her parents' home tomorrow. In the past, going back had felt somewhat like visiting relatives. Previously, when Chen Wan returned to the cowshed area, she was going home. Her parents' elder brother and sister-in-law were all there, and she lived there too. But now her home was with Zhou Wenshan. In the afternoon, Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan sorted through the gifts to take for the visit the next day. Everything had already been prepared by the family: candies and pastries for the children, and a bolt of dacron fabric for Chen Wan's parents. But considering they wouldn't know what to do with the fabric, they couldn't sew clothes and had no tools. Zhou Yuanchao had asked for their measurements and planned to have the garments made into finished clothes instead. There were also 2 bottles of white liquor and a carton of golden leaf cigarettes. All that remained was to buy a cut of pork belly early the next morning, and everything would be complete. These gifts were already quite generous for the times. Even if Chen Wan was inexperienced after more than a month of rural life, she knew these items were considered very good in the countryside. Chen Wan asked with some concern, "Wenshan, we're taking all this to my family, but they have nothing to give in return. Will mother and sister-in-law hold any grudges?" It wasn't strange for Chen Wan to have such thoughts, because everything they were taking had been bought with the family's money. Since the family hadn't divided their property, a share of this belonged to Zhou Wenhai as well. If her family offered return gifts, it would be fine, but without them, she feared her sister-in-law might take offense. Zhou Wenshan glanced at her. "Oh, wife, you're already thinking about our family's interests so soon." Chen Wan blushed slightly. "I was just asking casually." Zhou Wenshan replied, "Don't worry. No one in our family is as petty as you imagine. You'll see. Everyone here is easy to get along with. You married me, so just count your blessings." Chen Wan couldn't stand his smug demeanor and gave his waist a gentle pinch. "Ouch, murdering your husband." Chen Wan smiled, her worries easing considerably. That night, unable to resist Zhou Wenshan's pleas, Chen Wan, blushing deeply, went along with him until the middle of the night. The next day, unsurprisingly, they woke up late again. Chen Wan let out a low growl and slapped Zhou Wenshan hard on the buttocks. "Zhou Wenshan, you big idiot. We have to go to my parents' house today." Chen Wan inwardly groaned in frustration. She had overslept again. It was all Zhou Wenshan's fault for keeping her up so late the night before. Was that act truly so pleasurable? She hadn't felt any of it, only pain. Zhou Wenshan, smacked on the backside by Chen Wan's palm, showed no irritation whatsoever. It didn't even hurt. He knew he was in the wrong today, so he offered no rebuttal and hastily got out of bed. Within minutes, he had dressed, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. Only after he was fully prepared did he open the door. Zhou Yuanchao, Lu Cuihua, and Zhou Wenhai with his wife were all gathered in the courtyard. They hadn't gone out today. Seeing the couple emerge, they suppressed their smiles. Chen Wan let out a silent sigh. Her dignity was utterly ruined. Lu Cuihua smiled gently without saying much, then spoke. "Wenshan, hurry and take Xiaowan to have breakfast. You'll need to head out for the return visit to her family soon." Lu Cuihua emphasized the word breakfast, and Chen Wan caught the implication instantly, her face flushing as she lowered her head. It was already past 10 in the morning. Still calling it breakfast meant they'd be eating lunch right after. Chen Wan felt embarrassed, but Zhou Wenshan didn't. He laughed and pulled her into the kitchen, saying, "Mom, Dad, we're eating now." Inside, both bowls were already filled with rice. Chen Wan sat on a stool, murmuring softly, "It's all your fault, all your fault." Zhou Wenshan handed her a steamed bun and chuckled, "Yes, it's all my fault. Now hurry up and eat." Chen Wan took the bun and bit into it fiercely, as if it were Zhou Wenshan himself. After the meal, they washed the dishes and scrubbed the pot together. Before her resettlement, Chen Wan had rarely done such chores, but over the past month or so, she had grown quite skilled at them. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Wan and Zhou Wenshan stepped out together. Lu Tsuehua beckoned them with a wave and called them back into the house. On the main table in the central room sat 2 bundles. Gifts Lu Tsuehua had prepared for their return visit. Cigarettes, liquor, sweets, pastries, 2 sets of custom-made clothes, and 2 caddies of pork belly. Everything was properly arranged. Lu Tsuehua pointed at the items on the table and said, "Xiao Wan, see if this is enough. If not, just tell Wenshan, and he'll go buy more for you right away." Chen Wan said gratefully, "Mom, this is more than enough." Lu Tsuehua smiled and replied, "All right, if you need anything else, just ask your husband to get it for you." With that, she walked out, leaving Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan alone in the room. Looking at the items on the table, everything seemed about complete. Zhou Wenshan still asked, "Wife, take a look. Is there anything else we need to add?" Chen Wan shook her head. "This is plenty. The betrothal gifts we brought over the other day already helped my family a great deal." Zhou Wenshan didn't press further. There would be plenty of time ahead. They had risen late today, not much earlier than yesterday, and it was nearly time to set off for the return visit. They each picked up a bundle, Zhou Wenshan also carrying the pork belly, and headed out the door with their gifts. Lunch would likely be at the cowshed where the Chen family was staying. So before leaving, Zhou Wenshan told Lu Tsuehua not to prepare lunch for the 2 of them. He then led Chen Wan toward the Chen family's cowshed. On the way, they ran into Lu Neng, a man familiar with their family. Zhou Wenshan stopped to greet him. "Uncle Lu, where are you off to?" Lu Neng looked at him, and Chen Wan with confusion. "Just taking a stroll." "You two are?" Zhou Wenshan gestured toward Chen Wan and said, "Uncle Lu, I got married a couple of days ago. Today I'm accompanying my wife on her return visit. We'll be on our way now. Feel free to drop by our place sometime." With that, he took Chen Wan's hand and walked off. Lu Neng stood there scratching his head, puzzled. When did Zhou II get married? How come I didn't know? Didn't he just break off an engagement? I've got to go ask Brother Yuanchao about this. He then went off to find Zhou Yuanchao. Regarding the marriage, Zhou Wenshan and his family hadn't deliberately publicized it, but they hadn't kept it secret either. They simply hadn't held a wedding banquet. Given Chen Wan's family background, even if they had hosted a banquet, few would have dared to attend. So Lu Neng was still unaware of Zhou Wenshan's marriage. Zhou Wenshan led Chen Wan to the Chen family's cowshed, where Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya were already prepared. Knowing today was their daughter's return visit, they had been waiting expectantly since early morning. They had been wondering whether their daughter was faring well in her new home. "They're here. Dad, Mom Wenshan, and Xiao Wan have arrived." Chen Jijun spotted the 2 figures approaching from a distance, and upon closer inspection confirmed they were indeed Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan. He hurried to inform his parents. The 3 little ones hadn't seen their aunt in nearly 3 days, and were already missing her. Upon hearing that Chen Wan had arrived, they dashed out calling Annie Andy, without pause. Chen Wan's heart melted at the sight of her 3 nephews and niece. She handed her bundle to Zhou Wenshan, crouched down, and hugged each of them, planting kisses on their cheeks. After a while, she stood up and led them by their little hands toward the cowshed, where she could see her parents waiting for her. Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya watched as Chen Wan and Zhou Wenshan drew closer. Seeing the healthy glow on Chen Wan's face, far better than when she had been living in the cowshed, they felt much more at ease. All their earlier worries couldn't compare to seeing the reality of their life together. Seeing Chen Wan's rosy complexion and the absence of the melancholy that had once clouded her eyes, Zhang Shuya finally felt genuine relief. It was clear that Xiao Wan had been living well with Zhou Wenshan since the marriage. Her warmth toward Zhou Wenshan grew even more. "Come Wenshan, sit inside." Chen Jijun and Chen Jigua accompanied them, ushering Zhou Wenshan inside. Today he was the newlywed son-in-law paying his first formal visit, so they had to treat him well. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuya pulled Chen Wan aside to another room for a private chat, undoubtedly to question her about her life in the Zhou household over the past couple of days. That said, Zhou Wenshan was hardly a bad match, tall and handsome. Given the Chen family's current circumstances, Chen Wan's marriage to him could even be considered marrying up. As for the future, who could say? They sat and chatted idly for a while, sticking to mundane family topics. Chen Bowen, who used to love discussing weightier matters, now kept his mouth shut on such subjects entirely. Before long, Zhang Shuya came in smiling, carrying dishes. Braised pork and a stewed chicken, the latter bought with money they had spent earlier that day. As for her and Chen Wan, they would eat in another room where portions had been set aside. A table with 4 or 5 dishes was a considerable expense for them. If not for the new son-in-law's visit, they would never have indulged so lavishly. A bottle of liquor was brought out and opened, the same one Zhou Yuanchao had brought over last time. 4 rice bowls were each filled about halfway with the spirit. Zhou Wenshan raised his bowl and said, "Thank you, father, and thank you both brothers. May our days ahead grow better and better." Chen Bowen and the other 2 raised their bowls, their expressions complex, and replied, "Bottoms up." By the time they finished eating and headed home, Zhou Wenshan was already slightly tipsy. Chen Wan's family had truly accepted him now, embracing him wholeheartedly as their son-in-law. When Zhou Wenshan brought Chen Wan home, the family had already finished their midday meal. Upon arriving, they found a guest in the house, none other than Lu Neng, Uncle Lu. That girl must be the capitalist descendant from the Chen family. She was indeed stunning. Lu Neng hadn't expected Zhou Yuanchao to move so swiftly. Just a few days ago had mentioned going to propose, and now they'd already been married for 3 days. Not even he had heard a whisper of the wedding. It had been kept remarkably quiet. He and Zhou Yuanchao shared a decent relationship, and the fact that no invitation had been extended for the wedding was something he felt compelled to question. When he arrived, everyone in the Zhou household was there except Zhou Wenshan, who had accompanied his wife to her ancestral home. Lu Ning stepped through the door and greeted, "Brother Yuanchao, what are you busy with?" Zhou Yuanchao spotted Lu Neng and rose with a smile. "Lu, come have a seat." Lu Neng grabbed a stool and sat down, then asked, "Brother Yuanchao, I ran into Wenshan on the road earlier. He was with a girl heading to her family's place. Is she his wife? You work fast. The boy went and got married all on the sly, didn't he?" Zhou Yuanchao chuckled, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and offered one to Lu Neng. "Lu, have a smoke." The two lit up, exhaling rings of smoke. Zhou Yuanchao said with a smile, "That's right, Wenshan got married a couple of days ago. But his wife's family background isn't ideal, so we didn't hold a banquet. Otherwise, would you have come or not?" Lu Neng slapped his thigh. "Brother Yuanchao, what kind of talk is that?" "Of course I'd have come." Zhou Yuanchao narrowed his eyes, took a slow drag on his cigarette, and said, "I know you would have, but it wouldn't look good regardless. The boy wanted to marry her, so keeping the ceremony low-key was the way to go. As for us brothers, we can drink any time. Don't you agree?" Lu Neng pondered for a moment. "Brother Yuanchao, you've got a point. Skipping the banquet has its reasons. But now that you've stepped down as militia captain, what's your next move?" Zhou Yuanchao smiled with narrowed eyes. "We want starve, will we? I'm heading up the mountain to hunt." He went inside, retrieved the hunting rifle head purchased, and set it on the table. "The gear's all ready. Lend me those 2 hounds of yours sometime. They'll take them for a run up the mountain." Lu Neng agreed readily. "Whenever you need them, Brother Yuanchao, just come by and pick them up." Lu Neng was a seasoned hunter himself, keeping 2 trail dogs bred specifically for mountain hunting, skilled enough to catch rabbits on their own. "You'll use them tomorrow. And when your dogs have pups, remember to save me a couple." Lu Neng thumped his chest. "No problem. They'll keep the 2 best ones for you, Brother Yuanchao." The two chatted for a while until Zhou Wenshan returned with Chen Wan. Seeing Lu Neng at their home didn't surprise Zhou Wenshan. In his memory, Uncle Lu was a frequent visitor. He smiled and called out, "Uncle Lu," then turned to Chen Wan and said, "Wan, this is Uncle Lu, Dad's close friend." Chen Wan smiled and greeted him as well. "Uncle Lu." Lu Neng beamed and replied, "Wenshan, I came in a hurry this time, without bringing anything. He'll make it up next time." Zhou Wenshan smiled, pulled up a stool, and sat down. "Uncle Lu, you're too polite. No need for gifts." Then his eyes fell on the hunting rifle on the table, and he exclaimed, "Dad, why did you take out the rifle? Are we going up the mountain?" Zhou Yuanchao said calmly, "We're heading up tomorrow. You said you wanted to come along, right? They'll take you to see what it's all about." Zhou Wenshan's spirits lifted. "Dad, you said it. They'll start getting ready today then. Go ahead and prepare. Hunting in the mountains isn't all fun and games. Just don't complain about being tired when we're out there." Zhou Wenshan replied with a defiant look. "Dad, don't underestimate me. I won't hold us back." Over the past few days, Zhou Wenshan had discovered that his strength had grown considerably. He was as powerful as a strong man. He could easily lift Chen Wan, who weighed nearly 100 jin, with just one arm. To test his newfound power, he had secretly gone outside the village to try lifting a large rock. A boulder nearly the size of a person, and he could barely lift it. It startled him. Being well-educated, he calculated that the rock was roughly a third of a cubic meter in volume. A cubic meter of stone typically weighs over 2.5 tons, nearly 5,000 jin. By that measure, this rock weighed at least 1,500 jin. Such a heavy stone sitting on the ground would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to even push. Yet he could almost lift it. The strength of 1,000 jin. Zhou Wenshan was overjoyed at that moment. Although his transmigration hadn't brought him any spatial realm golden finger or system, it wasn't without its gains. This 1,000 jin strength was enough to establish his footing in this world. And besides his immense physical power, his memory had become remarkably sharp as well. Head tested it. Taking an unfamiliar newspaper and scanning it for a minute, he could recall over 90 of its content. If Head had this ability before his transmigration, getting into Qingbei University would have been within easy reach. So when Zhou Yuanchao announced the hunting trip for tomorrow, he felt not a trace of anxiety. What was there to fear? Even if he ran into a wild boar, he might just be able to defeat it. Knowing they'd be heading to the mountains the next day, Zhou Wenshan only managed about half an hour of activity that night before Chen Wan refused to let him touch her. 3 days in a row. Even a man of iron needed rest. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zhou Wenshan heard Zhou Yuanchao packing gear in the courtyard. He hurried out of bed. Chen Wan was stirred awake by the noise and struggled to get up. He gently pressed her back down. It's still early. Sleep a bit more, no need to get up. Exhausted from his nighttime attentions, she could barely keep her eyes open and nodded obediently. Wenshan, you'll sleep a little longer then. Be careful out there. Zhou Wenshan dressed, kissed her on the cheek, and said, I will, wife. In the courtyard, he brushed his teeth and washed his face. His mother Lu Tsuehua had prepared dry rations for them and breakfast as well. Today only Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Yuanchao would go. Zhou Wenhai would stay home. He wolfed down 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge in a few minutes. Then he gathered everything needed for the mountain: insect repellent powder, wound medicine, a large machete, a boning knife, ropes, rations, and a water flask. He tied his trouser cuffs tightly to keep bugs from crawling up his legs. Zhou Wenshan carried the bamboo basket on his back with most of the gear stowed inside. Zhou Yuanchao took up the hunting rifle, checked the bullets. All in order, and they were ready to set out. Before entering the mountains, they still needed to stop by Lu Nang's place to borrow the 2 hounds. In mountain hunting, those dogs could make all the difference. Zhou Yuanchao brought Zhou Wenshan to Lu Nang's home. Yesterday they had already arranged with Lu Nang to borrow the 2 hunting dogs, so by now Lu Nang had prepared them. In fact, Lu Nang was quite happy to lend his hunting dogs to others. After all, he didn't go hunting in the mountains every day, but these hunting dogs needed to maintain a certain ferocity and familiarity with hunting. If they were kept tied up at home all the time, they would deteriorate over time. Moreover, these dogs needed to eat raw meat every day, and he couldn't afford to feed them for long. If they went up the mountain with him, they would at least have a high chance of eating meat. This also saved him trouble and helped him keep the dogs in good shape. Lu Nang's 2 dogs were excellent. They understood human nature, were familiar with the mountain, and were skilled in hunting. One was black and the other yellow. When they saw Zhou Yuanchao arriving, they wagged their tails at him, showing that they were quite familiar with him. Zhou Wenshan looked at the 2 dogs with curiosity. They were tall and fierce. When Lu Nang saw the 2 arriving, he waved at Zhou Wenshan and said, Wenshan, come over and pet the dogs' heads. Let them get to know you so they won't bark at you later. Zhou Wenshan didn't know why, but he could feel that the 2 dogs bore no hostility toward him. Instead, they were curious. Lu Nang held the dogs down, and Zhou Wenshan went over to him, reaching out to pet the dogs' heads. The dogs rubbed their heads against his palm, then licked his hand, and their tails began to wag, showing great affection for him. Lu Nang was startled. Good boy, I didn't expect that Dahe and Dahuang would accept you so quickly. Dahe, Dahuang. So these 2 dogs were named Dahe and Dahuang. What a casual name. Zhou Wenshan also felt fond of the 2 dogs. Uncle Lu, your dogs are just too understanding. Lu Nang handed him the 2 leashes. The dogs are yours now. Let them loose when you get up the mountain, otherwise they might scare people. Zhou Wenshan looked at Dahe and Dahuang, whose bodies were almost as large as wolves, and nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. They'll take care of everything. Zhou Yuanchao offered Lu Nang a cigarette. Lu, don't you want to come up the mountain with us? Lu Ning shook his head and sighed. No, I broke a bone in the mountain 2 months ago, and it still hurts a bit. It'll go when it's fully healed. Zhou Yuanchao nodded. Okay, well, take the 2 dogs then. We'll bring them back after we come down the mountain. Leaving Lu Nang's house, Zhou Wenshan held the 2 leashes and followed Zhou Yuanchao toward the mountain. The road to the mountain was about a kilometer away, and it would take at least 10 minutes to get there. Dahe and Dahuang seemed to have been cooped up for a while. Once out, they were so excited that they wanted to run ahead frolicking. If they weren't leashed and the ropes weren't in Zhou Wenshan's hand, they would have run off long ago. Anyone else might not have been able to hold them back. Zhou Wenshan felt the tension in the ropes and called out softly, Dahe, Dahuang, don't run wild. The 2 dogs whimpered as if they understood and ran to Zhou Wenshan's side, rubbing their heads against his legs, acting like they were coquettish. Zhou Wenshan found it amusing and patted the dogs' heads. They'll let you run wild when we get to the mountain. Not now. The 2 dogs seemed to understand what he said, and for the rest of the way walked slowly beside him, never running off again. Zhou Yuanchao, who was walking ahead, turned back to look at him. Even when he himself had taken Dahe and Dahuang out before, they had never been so obedient. At the foot of the mountain, Zhou Yuanchao told him to untie the dogs. Zhou Wenshan responded, okay, and undid the leashes around their necks. Go have some fun. Dahe and Dahuang shot forward like arrows from a bow, their powerful paws digging shallow pits in the ground, and disappeared in an instant. Zhou Wenshan said worriedly, Dad, won't Dahe and Dahuang get lost? Zhou Yuanchao shook his head. No, they'll be back soon. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, Dahe and Dahuang came running from afar, stopping in front of Zhou Wenshan, panting with their tongues out and wagging their tails. Zhou Yuanchao called out to him, Wenshan, let's go. After saying that, he stubbed out his cigarette and walked up the mountain. Zhou Wenshan followed behind his father, seeing him walk non-stop. Dad, aren't there any rabbits or pheasants around here? Zhou Yuanchao replied without turning his head. This is too close to the foot of the mountain. Even if there were rabbits or pheasants, they would have been caught long ago. If you want to hunt, you have to go deeper into the mountain. Zhou Wenshan suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Following Zhou Yuanchao deeper into the mountain, the path grew narrower and narrower, until finally, he took out a machete to cut away the branches blocking the way. Zhou Wenshan looked curiously at the surrounding scenery. Although he had grown up in a nearby village, this was his first time here. Usually he only played at the foot of the mountain. The adults never allowed him to go deeper, worried that he might be carried away by a tiger. Dahe and Dahuang ran back and forth near the two, as if scouting, never straying too far. When they ran off, they would return to Zhou Wenshan's side for a while. The two hunting dogs seemed to enjoy staying with Zhou Wenshan, occasionally wandering in front of him. Suddenly Zhou Yuanchao, who was ahead, stopped, turned around, and said to Zhou Wenshan, "Wenshan, there are some monkey head mushrooms on that tree over there. Go over and cut them off with the knife." Zhou Wenshan's spirits lifted. Monkey head mushrooms. They were a good thing, delicious and not cheap. A pound of monkey head mushrooms could be exchanged for a pound of fatty pork. Where? Zhou Yuanchao pointed ahead. Zhou Wenshan looked in the direction of his finger and saw a dead birch tree with 7 or 8 mushrooms as big as an adult's palm growing on it. Those were indeed monkey head mushrooms. As one of the famous mountain delicacies, monkey head mushrooms were well known, and Zhou Wenshan spotted them at once. A smile spread across his face. Although they weren't rabbits or pheasants, it was still a harvest. The total weight of these mushrooms was about 4 or 5 jin, and they could be sold for 3 or 4 yuan. He took out the knife, cut off the monkey head mushrooms, and gently placed them in the basket, being careful to avoid squeezing them. The mushrooms were not growing very high, so Zhou Wenshan could reach them with just a stretch of his arm. He looked at the basket and said, "Dad, hunting in the mountains is great. I've already made a few yuan in no time." Zhou Yuanchao shook his head. "It's not that simple. Do you think hunting is easy? It's all about luck. Many times you come down the mountain with empty hands." Zhou Wenshan was skeptical. "Dad, aren't there a lot of animals in the mountain?" Zhou Yuanchao caught his breath and explained, "It's true that there are many animals in these mountains, but Changbai Mountain is vast. The animals usually have their own territories, mostly deep within the wilderness. That's where we ordinary folks can't reach. It's too dangerous. Poisonous insects and ferocious beasts are everywhere. If you go in there, you'd be lucky to come out alive. That area is a forbidden zone for humans. We only hunt on the fringes of Changbai Mountain." So that was it. Zhou Wenshan understood now. The deep parts of the mountain were just too perilous, which was why no one dared to venture further in. Zhou Wenshan asked again, "Dad, where exactly is that deep mountain area you mentioned? How far are we from there now?" Zhou Yuanchao pointed ahead. "See that mountain over there? That's it. It's still about 5 li from here." Zhou Wenshan's jaw nearly dropped. 5 li? That far? Zhou Yuanchao smiled slightly. "Right, this mountain is huge. Even on the outskirts, if you're lucky, you can still make a good haul. Last year someone dug up a ginseng root that was decades old right here on the fringe." Zhou Wenshan's face lit up with longing. A decades-old ginseng root. That must be worth a fortune. At least 1,000 yuan. Zhou Wenshan gasped. In this era, 1,000 yuan was an enormous sum. A fortune that a village family like theirs couldn't save in 10 years. Even getting married now only required a bride price of a few dozen yuan. If only he could find an old wild ginseng root. Then his family could live well for the next couple of years. And helping his wife's family would become much easier too. For the rest of the journey, his eyes constantly swept across the ground, hoping to spot a ginseng plant. No use looking. Ginseng doesn't grow in places like this. Zhou Yuanchao watched Zhou Wenshan's eager searching and found it quietly amusing. Ginseng wasn't that easy to find. If it's not here, then where? Isn't it all in these mountains? Zhou Wenshan was a bit defiant. If others could find ginseng, so could he. Ginseng is very picky about its growing environment. It prefers shade and can't take too much direct sunlight. The soil requirements are high too. It needs to be fertile and moist. Zhou Yuanchao carefully picked his way forward while explaining, occasionally using his machete to chop away tangled branches, hacking out a path as they went. Zhou Wenshan listened attentively to his father's lecture, committing every detail to memory, and began to form a basic understanding of ginseng. Suddenly Zhou Yuanchao stopped and signaled for caution. Dahe and Dahuang also tensed up, crouching low as they crept forward. Had they spotted prey? Zhou Wenshan's heart leaped with excitement. Zhou Yuanchao handed him the machete and pulled out his hunting rifle himself. Click, click. The sound of bullets being chambered rang out. Zhou Yuanchao had the rifle ready, prepared to fire the moment he saw the target. Zhou Wenshan's heart tightened. He gripped the machete firmly, ready to rush in and help at any moment. There it was, about 30 meters ahead of Zhou Yuanchao. A deer-like animal was munching on leaves from a nearby bush. A silly roe deer. The name of the animal flashed through Zhou Wenshan's mind. As one of the most famous creatures on Changbai Mountain, Zhou Wenshan recognized it at first glance. Given how adorably dim-witted these roe deer were, it was honestly a wonder they hadn't gone extinct in these mountains. Zhou Wenshan breathed a sigh of relief. Roe deer weren't aggressive and their meat was decent, one of the favorite targets of the hunters at the foot of the mountain. Dahe and Dahuang, experienced as they were, had already circled around to the side of the roe deer to cut off any escape route. Zhou Yuanchao crept forward slowly. 30 meters was still a bit far. He wanted to get closer. He moved inch by inch, careful not to make a sound with his footsteps. It took him a full 3 minutes to cover 10 meters. When he was about 20 meters away, Zhou Yuanchao raised his rifle and took aim at the roe deer. The roe deer seemed to sense something. It paused mid-bite, looked around, and immediately spotted Zhou Yuanchao not far away. With a startled bah, it turned to bolt. Bang! Zhou Yuanchao pulled the trigger. The bullet tore out of the barrel and struck the roe deer as it tried to flee. It hit the animal square in the neck. The roe deer let out a pained cry and collapsed. Dahe and Dahuang charged forward with guttural growls. Dahe clamped down on the roe deer's neck, while Dahuang grabbed a hind leg. No matter how the animal thrashed, they refused to let go. After the gunshot, Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenshan hurried over, both wearing broad smiles. Bagging this roe deer meant the trip was already worth it. Hand me the boning knife. Zhou Yuanchao called out to Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenshan set down his basket, pulled out the boning knife, removed the sheath, and handed it over. Zhou Yuanchao patted Dahe and Dahuang, signaling them to release their grip. The two dogs obediently lay to the side, mouths open and drooling as they watched Zhou Yuanchao butcher the roe deer. They knew they'd be feasting soon. Zhou Yuanchao drove the knife into the roe deer's neck and blood gushed out like a fountain. When experienced hunters caught prey like deer or wild boar in the mountains, they always drained the blood. Otherwise, if the animal couldn't be transported down the mountain in time and the blood wasn't released, the meat would turn sour and unpalatable, fetching a poor price at market. Once the blood was drained, Zhou Yuanchao sliced open the roe deer's belly and the steaming innards spilled out. Zhou Yuanchao worked quickly, scooping out all the organs from the roe deer's cavity in just a few deft motions. Zhou Wenshan watched his father's technique closely, a thoughtful look on his face. He felt that if it were his turn, he could probably manage it too. The roe deer's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all tossed to the ground. None of it was worth keeping. Dahe and Dahuang immediately pounced on the discarded organs, tearing into them with wagging tails. Zhou Wenshan pulled out a water flask. Dad, let's wash your hands first. He poured water over Zhou Yuanchao's bloodstained hands, scrubbing them clean, and even used some laundry powder they'd brought along. The roe deer weighed about 60 or 70 jin live, and after removing the innards, it lost roughly 10 jin. That left maybe 50 jin or so. Selling this roe deer bones and all to the supply and marketing cooperative or a state-run restaurant would fetch about 50 cents per jin. That meant this single roe deer could sell for over 20 yuan. Zhou Wenshan beamed with joy. Dad, you're amazing. One shot right on target. Zhou Yuanchao chuckled. At this distance, if I'd missed, all my years as militia captain would have been for nothing. Within less than half a day of trekking up the mountain, they had already bagged a foolish roe deer, a catch that would make anyone's mouth water with envy. Zhou Wenshan took out the few pounds of lion's mane mushrooms from his basket and placed the roe deer inside instead. The mushrooms were wrapped in a cloth bag and hung on the outside of the basket, kept separate from the bloodstained deer to avoid being crushed. Dad, should we hunt for more? Zhou Wenshan was still raring to go, hoping to come across a wild boar or two. Aren't there any wild boars here? Zhou Yuanchao glanced at Zhou Wenshan. There are wild boars, but hunting is a game of luck. On a good day you might bag 2 boars, on a bad one you might not even see a single boar's hair for half a month. Just like those who come up the mountain to pick ginseng. Sometimes they search for 3 to 5 months without finding a single aged root, while others get lucky and stumble upon an old ginseng the moment they set foot on the mountain. Zhou Wenshan muttered, Dad, who knows, maybe we'll find an old ginseng too. Zhou Yuanchao chuckled. Then go ahead and look. I've been up this mountain countless times and haven't even caught a glimpse of a ginseng of any age. Once Dahe and Dahuang had finished devouring the entrails on the ground, Zhou Yuanchao said, let's move on to another spot. The smell of blood here is too strong, or it might attract a leopard or something. Zhou Wenshan acknowledged with a grunt, hoisted the basket onto his back, and called for Dahe and Dahuang to follow Zhou Yuanchao. Zhou Yuanchao led the way, saying as he walked, if it gets too heavy, just say the word, and he'll carry it for a while. Zhou Wenshan shifted the basket on his back. Dozens of pounds of roe deer inside, yet it felt as light as a feather to him. Dad, don't worry. Even if you bag another 2 or 300-pound wild boar, I can carry it down the mountain for you. Zhou Yuanchao laughed. Since when did you learn to brag like that? Zhou Wenshan didn't argue. Even he himself found it hard to believe the strength he possessed, let alone others. Dad, you'll see soon enough. As Zhou Wenshan spoke, he glanced ahead. The moment he did, his pupils constricted sharply. He swung the large cleaver in his hand forward and yelled, Dad, get down. Hearing his son shout from behind, Zhou Yuanchao instinctively ducked. A swish of blade cut through the air beside him, sending a chill down his spine. Thud, thud. 2 pieces of something dropped at his feet. Zhou Yuanchao looked down and saw the severed halves of a venomous snake. Cut in 2, the snake was not yet dead, its body writhing on the ground. Its brown scales and triangular head were a chilling sight. Zhou Yuanchao slowly straightened up, looked at Zhou Wenshan, and broke into a smile. Good lad, impressive reflexes. Zhou Wenshan grinned with pride. A moment ago he had spotted a venomous snake poised to strike at his father's head from above, and without a second thought he had drawn his blade and slashed at it. No joke. Most snakes in these mountains were venomous, and a single bite could be disastrous. Even with their snakebite remedies, there was no absolute guarantee of safety. Zhou Yuanshao glanced at the writhing snake on the ground. It was a common viper in these parts, highly poisonous. Zhou Yuanshao took out his knife, pinned down the snake's head, severed it, and tossed it aside. Then he slit open the snake's belly, removed the gallbladder, and placed it into a small bottle he produced. He planned to steep the gallbladder in liquor back home. It was said to be good for rheumatism and arthritis. He then packed away the snake as well. The meat was a rare delicacy, and if sold live, this snake could fetch several yuan. But since it was already dead, he decided to take it home and cook it himself. After cleaning up the snake, Zhou Yuanshao checked the time. Wenshan, let's find a spot and have lunch first. It was already past noon, and they needed to eat. Working on an empty stomach in the afternoon wouldn't do. Zhou Yuanshao led Zhou Wenshan in a different direction for about 10 minutes. They arrived at the base of a cliff where a gentle stream cascaded down from above. The water looked pristine and clear. Beside it lay a large flat rock, perfect for setting down their gear and sitting. Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up. What a hidden gem of a place. Listening to the babbling of the stream was a pleasure in itself. They washed their hands in the spring, and Dahe and Dahuang also waded in, lapping up the water thirstily. Though called a stream, it was barely a foot wide, a shallow ditch with a sandy bottom, so clear you could see straight through it. They ate steamed buns made from mixed flour without even pickled vegetables to go with them, yet both were quite content. Even if they headed down the mountain now, they had already made a decent haul. Of course, bagging more game would be even better. After all, he had to hand over 300 pounds of game to the village every year to earn full work points. The two ate quickly. Within 10 minutes, they had each devoured 2 large buns and washed them down with water from their canteen. After packing up, they were ready to explore the mountain further and see if they could hunt down anything else. Just then Dahe and Dahuang suddenly started barking loudly. Woof, 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 woof. They charged towards a patch of woods. A plump pheasant burst from the undergrowth, flapping its wings and taking to the air. Cluck, 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 cluck. Zhou Yuanshao didn't even have time to raise his shotgun, and once the pheasant landed in a tree, Dahe and Dahuang were helpless against it. In a flash, Zhou Wenshan grabbed a small stone from the ground, took quick aim at the pheasant, and hurled it with all his might. Thud! The colorful pheasant tumbled down from midair. A direct hit. Zhou Wenshan clapped his hands and exclaimed excitedly, Dahe, Dahuang, go fetch it. Zhou Yuanshao stared at Zhou Wenshan in utter disbelief. The pheasant was a good 20 meters away, and his son had brought it down with a casually thrown pebble. Whether it was luck or skill, it was clear the boy had a remarkable gift. For an ordinary person, a stone thrown 20 meters would have lost all its force. Zhou Yuanshao thought to himself that Wenshan must have incredible arm strength. Dahe fetched the pheasant and delivered it to his hands. These well-trained hunting dogs wouldn't dare touch anything not given to them, even if they were starving. Besides, Dahe and Dahuang had just eaten, so their bellies were still full. Zhou Wenshan took the pheasant and examined it. It weighed a good 4 or 5 pounds. Even bigger than the hen they had butchered at home a few days ago. He held up the pheasant proudly for Zhou Yuanshao to see. Dad, I caught this one all by myself. Zhou Yuanshao laughed as well. You little rascal, you just got lucky, that's all. Having struck down a pheasant, Zhou Wenshan felt both delighted and surprised, for this was the first prey he had ever caught with his own hands. He never imagined that a casually thrown stone could bring down the bird. Zhou Yuanshao also regarded him with newfound respect, for even he himself could not have knocked down a pheasant from such a distance with a mere stone. Zhou Wenshan, however, was thinking on a grander scale. If a casual throw could be this effective, what might he achieve with deliberate practice? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He scoured the ground for a few pebbles the size of his thumb and stashed them in his pocket. Zhou Yuanshao noticed his actions, his eyelids twitching slightly, but he said nothing. In another hour, whether we catch anything more or not, we head down the mountain. Zhou Wenshan hung the pheasant outside his backpack, his spirits high. Dad, no need to rush down. Let's hunt a bit more before we go. Zhou Yuanshao shook his head. Don't be greedy. This is already a decent haul. Greed leads to loss. 1 hour. In 1 hour, regardless of the outcome, we head down. Zhou Wenshan had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll listen to you. It seemed their luck had run its course, for in that final hour they found nothing more. They encountered a hazel grouse, a bird barely larger than a pigeon, but renowned for its exquisite flavor. As the saying goes, dragon meat in the heavens, donkey meat on the earth. The dragon meat of the skies refers to the hazel grouse of the Changbai Mountains. However, before Zhou Yuanshao could even ready his shotgun, the grouse, startled, had already flown away. In his haste, Zhou Wenshan flung a few pebbles, managing only to knock loose a single feather from the fleeing bird. What a shame. Zhou Wenshan watched the escaping grouse with deep regret. That bird, though small, was the most valuable catch of all, worth at least 10 yuan or more. He had also longed to taste the famous grouse's flavor. But it had gotten away. Zhou Wenshan thought to himself with fierce resolve, run then, but you won't escape next time. The time had come. Zhou Yuanshao led Zhou Wenshan down the mountain. Come on, Wenshan, it's about time we headed back. Can you still carry that load? Zhou Wenshan had been carrying several dozen pounds of goods along the mountain path for most of the day without a single complaint, which had already earned him a measure of respect from Zhou Yuanchao. As for Zhou Wenshan, he replied without a flush or a pant, "Dad, this is nothing. I could carry twice this much and not feel tired." Zhou Yuanchao felt a swell of pride. "All right, since you're not tired, you keep carrying it. When you get worn out, it'll take over." Yet all the way down to the foot of the mountain, Zhou Yuanchao never once heard Zhou Wenshan utter a word of fatigue. From the look of him, he indeed still had energy to spare. Zhou Yuanchao delivered the 2 hunting dogs Dahe and Da Huang to Lu Nang's place, while Zhou Wenshan carried the goods straight home. Upon arriving, dinner had not yet been prepared as it was still early. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Zhou Wenshan called out loudly, "Mom! Mom, I'm back. Xiao Wan, I'm home." Hearing Zhou Wenshan's shouts, Lu Cuihua and Chen Wan hurried out of the house. Seeing only Zhou Wenshan, Lu Cuihua asked anxiously, "Wenshan, where's your father?" "Oh, Dad. He went to Uncle Liu's to return the 2 hunting dogs." "Mom, look at what we caught up in the mountains today." Lu Cuihua felt a wave of relief, knowing Zhou Yuanchao was safe. It had been their first day hunting, and she had been on edge all day. It was only now seeing them safely down the mountain that she could finally relax. Chen Wan walked over to him and said softly, "Wenshan, you must be tired. Come wash your hands and have some water." Zhou Wenshan looked at Chen Wan with a gentle smile. "Wife, I'm not tired." Meanwhile, Lu Cuihua spotted the silly roe deer in the backpack. "Oh my, you caught a roe deer. And a pheasant too. Not bad at all, that should fetch a pretty penny." Zhou Wenshan grinned. "Mom, how about we have something nice for dinner? Let's stew the pheasant. We also picked some hedgehog mushrooms and we can stew them together. It'll be delicious." Lu Cuihua clicked her tongue. "You've got a big mouth. You want to eat the pheasant and the mushrooms. Do you know how much that would cost? All you ever think about is eating." Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Minghui came out, and upon seeing the haul laughed. "Not bad for a first trip. A few more like this, and Dad will have made back the money for the shotgun." Zhou Wenshan's face fell. Right. Dad had spent dozens of yuan on that shotgun, and the bullets cost money too. Plus they had to hand over 300 jin of meat to the village every year. A sense of urgency welled up within him. When he tallied it all up, today's catch really wasn't much after all. After all, they wouldn't be able to hunt every day. Chen Wan came out of the house, carrying a bowl of brown sugar water. "Wenshan, come have a drink." Seeing Chen Wan looking much better than before, Zhou Wenshan's mood lifted. He took the bowl, and indeed feeling thirsty, downed it in a few quick gulps. So sweet. His sister-in-law Zhang Minghui watched their interaction with quiet amusement, hiding a smile. Soon after, Zhou Yuanchao, the head of the household, returned home. Lu Cuihua handed him a bowl of brown sugar water and asked, "Dear, what should we do with all this? Take it to town to sell, or hand it over to the village?" Zhou Yuanchao downed the water in a few gulps, thought for a moment, and said, "Forget it. Since this is the first haul from the mountains, let's keep it all for the family to eat. We'll consider selling or giving to the village next time." Lu Cuihua said, "All right, I'll stew the pheasant today then, with some hedgehog mushrooms." Wenshan mentioned he wanted that earlier. Just moments ago, when Zhou Wenshan had suggested eating the stewed pheasant, Lu Cuihua hadn't agreed at all. But now that Zhou Yuanchao had said it, she didn't object in the slightest. What a double standard. That evening they dined on pheasant stewed with hedgehog mushrooms. The pheasant was plump, weighing 4 or 5 jin, and yielded 3 or 4 jin of meat after being dressed. They cut it into pieces, cleaned it thoroughly, and heated some oil in the pot. They sautéed scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant, added a few dried chili peppers, then tossed in the chicken pieces and stir-fried them over high heat. Soon a tantalizing aroma filled the air. They added soy sauce, salt, and water. After simmering for over half an hour, they added the cleaned and sliced hedgehog mushrooms, letting it bubble away for another half hour. A large basin of fragrant pheasant and mushroom stew was ready. Even before anyone had taken a bite, their mouths were already watering profusely. "That smells amazing." Zhou Wenshan, drawn by the aroma, dashed into the kitchen and reached out to grab a piece of chicken. Smack! Lu Cuihua slapped his hand away. "No manners. Your parents haven't even eaten yet, and you're grabbing with your hands." Zhou Wenshan smiled sheepishly. "It's all Mom's fault for cooking so well. I just couldn't help myself." Lu Cuihua chuckled. "Look at you, so sweet-tongued now. Getting married has certainly changed you." Zhou Wenshan watched as Lu Cuihua took a large bowl and ladled out about a quarter of the stew, meat and broth, setting it aside before pouring the rest into a basin. He couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what's that bowl of meat for?" Lu Cuihua shot him a look. "Silly boy, you just got married. Don't you think you should help out Xiao Wan's family? Take this bowl of meat over with Chen Wan. Her family has many mouths to feed. This will be a nice addition to their meal. You have a heavy responsibility ahead of you, son. Once you separate from the family in a few years, Xiao Wan's family will be solely your concern." Zhou Wenshan truly hadn't expected his mother to leave a large bowl of chicken and monkey head mushroom for his father-in-law. Although the thought had crossed his mind, he hadn't voiced it, worried it might cause friction with his parents' elder brother and sister-in-law, as the family had yet to be formally divided. By rights, anything he took out should be shared with his parents' brother and sister-in-law. That was why he kept silent. His family was good to him after all. Whether it was his father Zhou Yuanshao, his mother Lu Tsuohua, his elder brother Zhou Wenhai, or even his sister-in-law, they all gave him a warm familial feeling. In this era where most families struggled to fill their stomachs, food was quite literally their lifeline. Meat in particular was a rare delicacy that might not grace the table even once every 10 days or half a month. It was common for families to quarrel and fall out over a mere piece of meat. So even though Zhou Wenshan knew Chen Wan's family needed these things more, he couldn't bring himself to ask his parents for some meat to send over. Unexpectedly, although he was too embarrassed to speak up, his mother Lu Tsuohua had already thought of it for him. At this moment, Zhou Wenshan felt a bit sheepish. "Mom, is this really okay? I'm afraid elder brother and sister-in-law might have objections." Lu Tsuohua shot him a look. "Don't think so narrowly of your elder brother and sister-in-law. This was actually your elder brother's idea. He said that now that you're married and your wife's family has fallen on hard times, you ought to help out. Otherwise your wife will always be worrying and you'll be caught in the middle. He told me to set aside some meat for your wife's family. If your brother hadn't spoken up, we as parents wouldn't have found it easy to mention either. After all, helping you is only natural, but we can't always favor you. Otherwise we're afraid it might sow discord between you brothers. Now you understand, right?" Zhou Wenshan was stunned upon hearing this, a wave of warmth surging through his heart. This was meat after all. Even their own family didn't eat meat every few days, and eggs were a treat only enjoyed every so often. Yet his elder brother had voluntarily proposed this. His brother was thinking of him in every way. Having such an elder brother, he was truly content. What an incredible brother he had. If only one could have a dozen of them. Lu Tsuohua continued. "Also, your father has cut off a leg from the roe deer. It's on the ground over there. Take that along as well. Since we're now in-laws, we should help if we can." Zhou Wenshan was at a loss for words. "Mom will take it over with Xiaowan right now. We'll eat when we get back. You all go ahead and eat, don't wait for us." "Alright, off you go then. We'll keep your food warm." Zhou Wenshan packed the large bowl of chicken into a basket, covering it with a cloth. He then picked up the roe deer leg, which wasn't too heavy, weighing around 6 or 7 jin. Walking into the courtyard, he saw Zhou Wenhai there. Zhou Wenshan, carrying the items, smiled at his brother and said, "Brother, thanks." Zhou Wenhai waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, hurry up and come back for dinner." Zhou Wenshan said gratefully, "Got it, brother. He'll be right back." Then he called out towards his room, "Xiaowan, come out quickly, we're going out for a bit." Chen Wan was in the room, mending Zhou Wenshan's clothes, which had been torn in several places by branches during his trip up the mountain. Hearing his call, she replied, "All right, coming." Coming out, she saw Zhou Wenshan holding a basket in his left hand and a bag in his right, smiling at her. A faint blush crept onto Chen Wan's face as her mind involuntarily drifted to the events of the previous night. "What's wrong?" Zhou Wenshan said, "Take this bag and come with me." "Oh." Chen Wan didn't ask why, simply took the bag and followed behind him. On the way, curiosity got the better of her, and she opened the bag to peek inside. "Ah, is this a roe deer leg?" Zhou Wenshan smiled at her. "Yes, and not just the leg. I've also got a big bowl of chicken here. Care to guess where we're headed?" Chen Wan looked at the familiar road, a thought dawning on her. She asked in surprise, "Is this for my parents' house?" Zhou Wenshan, seeing the changing expression on her face, teased, "What, didn't expect that? My parents and brother and sister-in-law offered to share some with my father-in-law. Otherwise I wouldn't have found it easy to bring it up." A rosy hue spread across Chen Wan's cheeks. "Wenshan, your parents and brother and sister-in-law are truly wonderful." Zhou Wenshan grinned proudly, pleased with the reaction. "You know it. Be good to them from now on." Chen Wan nodded firmly. "I will." Her steps became even more resolute as they continued on. Soon they arrived at the cowshed where Chen Wan's family lived. They were just outside preparing their evening meal. Zhang Shuya was the first to spot Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan approaching with their offerings. She said with confusion, "What are Wenshan and Xiaowan doing here at this hour?" Shen Bowen turned his head and indeed saw his daughter and son-in-law walking towards them. The three children also bounced with joy upon seeing them. "It's auntie and uncle." Shen Bowen set aside his meal and stood up. As they drew near, he asked, "Wenshan, Xiaowan, what brings you here now?" Chen Wan beamed. "Dad, Mom, we came to add a dish to your dinner tonight." Zhou Wenshan took the prepared bowl of chicken from the basket and placed it on the table. The three children couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this chicken smells so good. Is it for us, auntie and uncle?" Zhou Wenshan smiled and ruffled their heads. "Yes, uncle brought it especially for you to eat." Chen Wan looked at her parents' elder brother and sister-in-law. Their faces were lit with delighted smiles. A bowl of chicken was a rare treat for them. While the adults could forego it, the children risked malnutrition without occasional meat. Chen Wan explained cheerfully, "Wenshan and his father went hunting up the mountain today and caught a roe deer and a pheasant. They specially set aside a roe deer leg and this bowl of chicken to add to your dinner tonight." Chen Bowen's expression was complex. This bowl of chicken and the roe deer leg were like a lifeline to them in their current situation. He had assumed that after Zhou Wenshan married Chen Wan, he would distance himself, perhaps even discouraging her from visiting them. They had already mentally prepared themselves for that over the past few days. Less contact was acceptable as long as Xiaowan was living well. Given their circumstances, Zhou Wenshan had already taken a huge risk by marrying her. Reducing contact was only to be expected. They'd even considered the possibility that he might ask her to publicly sever ties with them in the newspaper. They had braced themselves for the worst. Zhang Shuya had even secretly shed tears at night. But just as they had steeled themselves for that fate, their daughter and son-in-law suddenly showed up at their door bearing meat. Weren't they supposed to be keeping their distance? After delivering the goods, Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan prepared to leave despite the earnest attempts of Chen Bowen and his wife to make them stay. Dad, Mom, we're heading back now. The family is waiting for us to eat. With that, he tousled the heads of the 3 children. Uncle and Auntie are going now. When we have free time, Uncle will come to visit you all again. On the road home, Zhou Wenshan couldn't help but say to Chen Wan, Xiao Wan, let's have 2 daughters as beautiful and sensible as your nieces in the future. Chen Wan was walking along joyfully. Having sent some things to her family filled her with more sweetness than if she had eaten them herself. It showed the importance her husband's family placed on her, and she hoped that in the future her own family would fare better in the village. Just days ago she had thought her family couldn't hold on any longer. At the moment of despair, a twist of fate led her to marry Zhou Wenshan. And after this marriage, such great changes had come to her family, giving them hope amidst their desperation. Chen Wan felt a deep, inexplicable gratitude and affection towards this new husband who had become her man in just a few days. Though they had only known each other briefly, their bond had deepened rapidly since the marriage. But her family still held immense weight in her heart. Now that Zhou Wenshan and his parents were so supportive of her kin, his standing in her heart was rising dramatically. Suddenly hearing Zhou Wenshan bring up the topic of children, Chen Wan was startled, then quickly reacted, her face flushing crimson. She playfully thumped him in mock annoyance. Talking about having children on the street, have you no shame? What if someone overhears us? Seeing Chen Wan's charmingly shy demeanor, Zhou Wenshan found it amusing. What's wrong with that? I'm talking to my own wife, what business is it of theirs? Chen Wan stomped her foot and ran towards home, her face still red. I'm not talking to you, you rascal. Zhou Wenshan chuckled and quickly followed. They arrived home one after the other, and the entire family was still waiting for them to start dinner. Seeing them return, Zhou Yuanchao stubbed out his cigarette. All right, they're back. Let's eat now. Zhou Wenshan hadn't expected everyone to wait for their return. Dad, why didn't you all start eating without us? Chen Wan also felt a bit embarrassed for delaying the meal because of her family. Dad, Mom, I'm truly sorry for holding everyone up. Before Zhou Yuanchao could speak, Lu Tsuehua pulled her into the house. Silly girl, since you've married into this family, you're one of us. Why speak as if we're strangers? Well, let it slide this time, but don't say such things again. Chen Wan nodded, touched. I understand, Mom. At the dinner table, Zhou Yuanchao suddenly smiled, as if remembering something. Speaking of which, Wenshan caught this pheasant all by himself. Lu Tsuehua was stunned, clearly skeptical. Chen Wan widened her eyes and looked at Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenhai let out a strange cry. This was caught by little Wenshan. Seeing his father bring it up, Zhou Wenshan swelled with pride, recounting the scene. At the time, this pheasant was about to fly away and Dad's shotgun wasn't even ready. In a hurry, I picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the rising bird. Guess what happened? With a crack, I brought that pheasant down. You should have seen it. Dad was completely stunned. Lu Tsuehua pursed her lips. You're just bragging. Your father has seen it all. How could you possibly shock him? Zhou Wenshan fell silent. After all, in front of Lu Tsuehua, he could never say a word against Zhou Yuanchao. In her eyes, Zhou Yuanchao was the greatest man in the world, and their 2 sons were merely incidental additions. Zhou Wenshan smiled and picked up his chopsticks to grab a chicken leg. Lu Tsuehua thought he would give it to his wife, thinking to herself, once married, he forgets his mother. Instead, Zhou Wenshan cheerfully placed the chicken leg into her bowl. You've worked hard, Mom. Have a big chicken leg. There was only one leg in the bowl, the other must have been sent to Chen Wan's family. Lu Tsuehua felt a little embarrassed. Just eat your own. Why give it to me? With that, she picked out the chicken leg, intending to place it in Zhou Yuanchao's bowl. As for Chen Wan, she had Zhou Wenshan to look after her. Seeing his wife's movements, Zhou Yuanchao knew exactly what she was going to do. He moved his bowl away. Wenshan gave that to you. Just eat it. Everyone watched the 2 of them inadvertently showing their affection. Except for Chen Wan, everyone else was quite used to it. Lu Tsuehua always wanted to reserve the best things for Zhou Yuanchao, with her 2 sons coming second. It must be said the pheasant stewed with monkey head mushroom was absolutely delicious. Even better than the home-raised hen they had at Zhou Wenshan's wedding a few days prior. A large basin of chicken, both meat and broth, was devoured completely. Zhou Wenshan said with satisfaction. If only we could eat pheasant like this every day. Today I even spotted a hazel grouse on the mountain, but unfortunately it got away. Wouldn't that have been even tastier? Zhou Yuanchao nodded. The hazel grouse is indeed much more delicious. That's why they say heavenly dragon meat, earthly donkey meat. In the old days, that bird was a tribute item sent to the imperial palace. Zhou Wenshan heard this and declared, Dad, next time I'll catch a hazel grouse for everyone to try. That bird is not easy to catch. It's very clever. Otherwise, why do you think one sells for almost 10 yuan? Zhou Wenshan did the math. 1 for 10 yuan, 8 for 80 yuan. The betrothal gift for marrying Chen Wan was only 88 yuan, and now the average betrothal gift in their rural area was only 60 to 80 yuan. So catching a few hazel grouse would be enough to marry a wife. Zhou Wenshan glanced at Chen Wan and chuckled to himself. Chen Wan ate hazel grouse. This meal was extremely satisfying. It had been a long time since he had had such delicious food. Both the pheasant and the monkey head mushroom were not cheap items. After all, the monkey head mushroom was also one of the most famous mountain delicacies. After the meal, Chen Wan and her sister-in-law helped Lu Cuihua clear the dishes. No one slacked off. Zhou Wenshan rested for a bit, then went to the yard and picked up a few stones of similar size, intending to test the power and accuracy of his stone throwing. Zhou Wenhai watched his actions and couldn't help but laugh. Wenshan, you're really thinking of hunting with stones. Zhou Wenshan looked at his brother's dismissive expression and didn't argue. Big brother, don't underestimate my special skill. Once I've practiced enough, maybe you'll even catch more game than Dad with his shotgun. Hearing Zhou Wenshan's words, Zhou Wenhai clearly did not believe him. If one could hunt with stones, then what was the use of a shotgun? As for that pheasant, listening to Wenshan's exaggerated account, it might just be a coincidence. So Zhou Wenhai didn't really take Zhou Wenshan's words seriously. After all, this was too absurd. No matter how powerful your little stone is, can it compare to a shotgun? Not only Zhou Wenhai harbored doubts, but even Zhou Yuanchao was not optimistic. After all, this was too absurd. They had never heard of anyone hunting with stones. Zhou Wenshan paid no heed to their thoughts. He wanted to test his own idea. He set up a red brick at the doorway, standing about 15 meters away. He planned to practice with this brick first. Holding a stone in his hand, he took a deep breath and hurled the stone with force toward the brick. Smack! The red brick did not move. Snicker! It was his elder brother Zhou Wenhai who couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Zhou Wenshan's face darkened, and Zhou Yuanchao's lips curled slightly. He had missed the brick, hitting the ground about 20 centimeters away. Zhou Yuanchao stepped forward a few paces, wanting to see how far off his youngest son's aim was. Your aim is a bit off, you need more practice. Zhou Yuanchao did not intend to dampen his son's enthusiasm, just to tease him a little. Then he looked more carefully. Hiss! He drew in a sharp breath. Although Zhou Wenshan's aim was quite off, the force was truly considerable. The stone struck the ground, and the hard surface actually had a small pit about 3 to 4 centimeters deep. It should be noted that although the ground in the courtyard was earthen after years of trampling, its hardness was almost comparable to a red brick. Normally, even digging a small pit with a shovel was quite laborious, yet the stone Zhou Wenshan had just thrown had actually managed to create a small pit in such hard ground, which truly surprised Zhou Yuanchao. This was almost comparable to the power of an ordinary shotgun, showing that the force of Zhou Wenshan's throw was beyond ordinary imagination. With such force, if his aim were a bit more accurate, it could truly be considered a divine skill. Think about it. Stones are everywhere, and without the need to reload, it's like carrying a weapon at all times. Even hunting in the mountains would be much more convenient. With this force, even a stupid roe deer might not be able to withstand it. After a glance, Zhou Yuanchao came over and patted Zhou Wenshan on the shoulder. Practice hard. With this skill, you might never have to worry about food and drink in the future. Zhou Wenshan, hearing this, scratched his head in confusion. What did Dad mean by that? He stepped forward a few paces, looked at the small pit, and couldn't help but be slightly amazed by the power of his own throw. Then a surge of ecstasy filled his heart. With this ability, the things he could do in the future would multiply. Combined with his great strength, at the very least, becoming an excellent hunter was definitely within reach. Moreover, given his circumstances, if he became a good hunter, his income might far exceed that of salaried workers with jobs. In this way, many problems could be solved. Zhou Wenshan's heart burned with passion, and he practiced even more vigorously. He used a shovel to gather a pile of pebbles at the doorstep, placed them at his feet, and slowly began to train his aim. This was about his future happiness, and he had this innate talent. It would be a pity not to make good use of it. After Chen Wan and Lu Cuihua finished washing the dishes and utensils, they came to the courtyard and saw this scene. Zhou Wenshan was huffing and puffing, swinging his arm and throwing stones, while Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenhai stood watching. Lu Cuihua asked curiously, "What are you doing? So big and still playing like a child throwing stones." Zhou Wenshan, "Mom, I'm practicing throwing stones. When I'm good enough, I can help Dad hunt in the mountains. Dad told me to practice hard." After practicing for over half an hour, it was true. There was progress. At the beginning, hitting the red brick with 3 out of 10 throws was already good. After half an hour, he could hit the red brick at least 5 out of 10 times. That night, when they slept, Chen Wan was passionate and took the initiative, allowing Zhou Wenshan to experience a different kind of charm. The next day, they did not go hunting. Zhou Wenshan stayed home to continue practicing stone throwing. When Chen Wan had nothing to do, she would sit nearby, watching, mending clothes in her hands. Though she wasn't very skilled, she had clearly improved. After all, before being sent down, she had never done such work. Hunting in the mountains was usually done once every 2 or 3 days, not every day. Going too frequently would be too taxing on the body. After all, hunting in the mountains was no easy task. It was hardly less strenuous than working in the fields for work points, and it was much more dangerous. Zhou Yuanshao's idea was to go hunting every other day, so Zhou Wenshan decided to practice his stone-throwing technique at home on the days he didn't go up the mountain. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. Once his stone-throwing accuracy improved, perhaps his harvest would increase. If he encountered that flying dragon bird again, he might be able to bring it down with his stone-throwing skill. Zhou Wenshan seemed to have a natural talent in this regard. He could hit the red brick 8 out of 10 times. The force of his throws was especially great. When it hit the red brick, the brick would break in two 9 times out of 10. Later he simply stopped using red bricks since they were bought with money. He then moved a large stone, drew an eye on it as a target. Bang bang bang. The sound rang out all day long. But the progress was quite obvious. Zhou Wenshan felt that if he went up the mountain again and encountered that flying dragon, he would definitely be able to bring it down. The next day, just after dawn, Zhou Wenshan was woken up by Lu Tsuhua. After breakfast and packing up, he followed Zhou Yuanshao to Uncle Lu Nang's place to pick up Dahe and Dawang. Having been to the mountains once before, Zhou Wenshan was no longer a greenhorn on his first trip. Once on the mountain, Zhou Wenshan prepared a cloth bag that he carried with him containing 20 or 30 small stones prepared in advance. These small stones were similar in size and weight, carefully selected by Zhou Wenshan to suit his feel. Using them as hidden weapons, he felt his aim would be more accurate. Suddenly Dawang and Dahe started barking wildly and ran forward frantically. They had found prey. Both Zhou Yuanshao and Zhou Wenshan felt a surge of joy. Follow quickly. After saying this, Zhou Yuanshao jogged after them. Zhou Wenshan reached into his bag, took out 2 small stones, and quickly followed behind. Within 2 minutes, Zhou Wenshan heard the click of the shotgun in Zhou Yuanshao's hands as a round was chambered. From up ahead came the low, guttural growls of Dahe and Dawang, as if they were squaring off against some animal. It must be a big one. Zhou Wenshan's heart stirred with excitement. He hadn't expected such good luck today, encountering prey so soon after ascending the mountain. After just 2 steps, Zhou Wenshan saw Dahe and Dawang barking ferociously at a pair of wild boars, one large, one small, just ahead. Wild boars of all things. Zhou Wenshan's heart leaped with joy at the sight. It was his first time seeing live wild boars, and as a hunter they were among the most prized quarry he could hope to encounter. They had plenty of meat, and even the organs could be prepared in numerous ways, and tasted quite good. The 2 boars before them were likely a mother leading her piglet out to forage, only to be stumbled upon by the group. Zhou Yuanshao had his shotgun ready, waiting for the perfect moment to fire. The 2 hounds were already darting back and forth around the boars. Zhou Wenshan stepped forward and whispered in Zhou Yuanshao's ear, "Dad, can we take down both boars?" Zhou Yuanshao's lips barely moved as he replied quietly, "Getting the big one would be good enough. The small one is uncertain. We only have 1 gun." Zhou Wenshan understood and nodded. "Dad, let me try for the small one." Zhou Yuanshao paused, recalling that Zhou Wenshan had spent all of yesterday practicing his stone-throwing skills at home. He still wasn't optimistic given that the boars were living, moving targets with thick hides and tough flesh. But he didn't object. Let him try if he wanted. In Zhou Yuanshao's view, that stone-throwing skill might be fine for rabbits and pheasants, but against a wild boar it might not amount to much. Still, he didn't want to dampen his son's enthusiasm. Besides, Wenshan had performed admirably on these last 2 hunting trips, carrying the gear without complaint. That had genuinely earned him a new level of respect from Zhou Yuanshao. Zhou Wenshan gently set down his backpack. Wearing that thing would hinder his performance. The boars weren't far off, only about 20 meters away. At that range, Zhou Wenshan was fairly confident he could land a hit on such a large target. The wild boar grew increasingly agitated. It had spotted the 2 two-legged creatures appearing in the distance and felt a sense of unease. In its memory, these two-legged beings were synonymous with cunning and danger. Zhou Wenshan squinted, his gaze locked onto the small boar ahead. The larger boar weighed over 200 jin, while the smaller one was at most 50 or 60 jin. It was perfect for him to practice on. Zhou Yuanshao, seizing the moment, gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a spray of blood burst from the large boar's body. A hit. Struck by the bullet, the big boar let out a pained shriek as agony seared through it. Its eyes turned red, and ignoring the 2 hounds circling it locked onto Zhou Yuanshao and charged at him with hooves pounding the ground. Zhou Yuanshao remained calm. He still had another round in the chamber. The small boars, startled by the gunshot, bolted in panic, scrambling in every direction. And the path it took happened to lead straight toward Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up. It was practically delivering itself to him. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, he had no business hunting at all. As the small boar closed the distance, darting within 10 meters in the blink of an eye, Zhou Wenshan thought to himself, now. The 2 small stones in his hand shot forth with all his might, streaking through the air like bullets leaving a barrel. Just as the stones left his hand, bang! Zhou Yuanshao's shotgun roared again. Zhou Wenshan didn't have time to check on the small boar. He whipped his head around to see what was happening with Zhou Yuanshao. A wild boar in a frenzy was no laughing matter. He turned and saw. Thank goodness. His father had come through. Just 5 or 6 meters away, the big boar lay on the ground, blood gushing from a hole in its neck. His father was unharmed. Zhou Wenshan quickly turned back to check on his own quarry. He had only heard the small boar let out a pitiful squeal and hadn't yet seen the aftermath. There it was crumpled on the ground, letting out mournful screams. It struggled to rise, but only 3 of its legs could move. One had been shattered by the stone. Of the 2 stones Zhou Wenshan had thrown, one had struck the small boar's body, knocking it down, and the other had hit its leg, breaking it. Dahe and Dahuang barked loudly, and before the boar could take 2 steps, one clamped onto its neck and the other onto its leg, bringing it down for good. All this happened in the span of a few short seconds. Both boars had been taken down. Zhou Yuanxiao had also seen what was happening and was stunned. He never imagined Wenshan would actually bring down the small boar with stones. The small boar might not have looked imposing, but it wasn't easy to bring down. It showed just how much force Wenshan's stones carried. But that was a thought for later. There was still plenty of work to do. Zhou Yuanxiao pulled a butcher knife and a boning knife from the backpack and drove the blade into the neck of the still-breathing boar. Blood immediately sprayed out. 2 precise cuts, and within moments both boars had been drained of blood. This was a necessary step when taking down large prey in the mountains. If you waited until you got back down to bleed them, the meat would turn sour and be unsellable. It was a shame, though. If they were down the mountain, the blood could be used for food. Up here, it would just go to waste. After making the cuts, Zhou Yuanxiao looked at Zhou Wenshan with a beaming smile. Good lad. I never thought you'd actually bring down that boar with stones. Well done. Zhou Wenshan felt a swell of pride at his father's praise. After all, though he was a transmigrator, he carried all the memories of his predecessor, and his feelings for Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Zuhua were as real as could be. Before he had crossed over, he had been an orphan, never knowing what a family felt like. And by any measure, Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Zuhua were qualified parents, especially in a world where the patriarch's word was often law. Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Zuhua were remarkably democratic, better than most parents of later generations, in fact. Otherwise did Zhou Wenshan think he could marry Chen Wan. If Head dared to say it out loud, they'd have broken his legs. So hearing his father's praise and recognition, Zhou Wenshan was thoroughly pleased with himself. Dad, don't worry. With me coming up the mountain to hunt with you from now on, I guarantee there'll be meat on the table every meal. Zhou Yuanxiao didn't argue. All right then, your mother and I will just wait to enjoy the good life. When the blood had mostly drained, both boars were completely still. Zhou Yuanxiao picked up the butcher knife ready to gut and dressed the 2 wild boars. Zhou Yuanxiao was gutting the wild boar with a butcher knife, while Zhou Wenshan watched curiously nearby. Neither the pre-transmigration Zhou Wenshan nor his predecessor had ever witnessed a pig being butchered. Aspiring to become a skilled hunter, Zhou Wenshan considered this an essential skill to master. As for whether he would attend university in the future, that was a given. He certainly would. But it was only 1975 now, with over 2 years remaining before the college entrance examinations resumed. With his current memory and learning capabilities, half a year of preparation would be more than sufficient. Moreover, the mountains were teeming with treasures. Who knew when he might stumble upon a century-old ginseng or a millennium lingji mushroom? Wouldn't that be a fortune? Zhou Yuanxiao sliced open the large boar's belly with a single stroke, and the steaming entrails, intestines, stomach, heart, liver, and lungs spilled out, making Dahe and Dahuang drool with anticipation, their tails wagging like spinning propellers. Zhou Yuanxiao tossed the intestines toward the 2 hounds. Dahe, Dahuang, eat up. The dogs eagerly pounced on the fresh pig intestines, devouring them with contented whimpers. Zhou Wenshan considered asking his father to save some intestines for their own meal, but decided against it. Wild boar intestines might taste different from domestic pork anyway, and they were troublesome to prepare. Few people bothered with such offal these days, finding it unclean. He set aside the heart, liver, and kidneys, while the lungs were tossed to the hounds as a reward. Had it not been for Dahe and Dahuang, they might never have spotted those 2 boars. The dogs were truly the heroes of the day. Zhou Yuanxiao worked with deft efficiency. Butchering seemed simple enough, just a matter of slitting open the belly. There were no facilities on the mountain to remove the bristles. That would have to wait until they descended. As Zhou Yuanxiao moved to gut the smaller boar, Zhou Wenshan reached out a hand. Dad, let me try this one. Zhou Yuanxiao paused, then instinctively handed over the knife. Butchering is messy work. You want to learn? Zhou Wenshan grinned. I can't leave everything to you, Dad. What if I go hunting alone someday? No harm in learning. True enough. There'll come a time when you're on your own. Here, let me show you. Make the incision at the navel about 3 inches deep. Keep your hand steady. Yes, just like that. Finally, under Zhou Yuanxiao's guidance, Zhou Wenshan finished dressing the small boar, though it took longer than his father had spent on the larger one. Afterward, they rinsed their hands with water from their canteens, but even after 2 washes with laundry soap, the smell of blood lingered. With 2 boars secured, their hunting trip was essentially complete. Even after removing the innards, the combined weight of meat and bone exceeded 200 jin. It had been less than 2 hours since they set out. If they hurried back, they could still make it home for lunch. The heart, liver, kidneys, and stomach were wrapped in a burlap sack and placed in the basket. That alone would provide several days of meals. With everything packed, they prepared to carry the boars down the mountain. 2 boars weren't worth the trouble of rafting them down the river. Zhou Yuanchao said, "They'll take the big one, you carry the small one." He reached for the large boar, but Zhou Wenshan stepped forward first. "Dad, let me carry the big one. You take the small." Zhou Yuanchao looked at him in surprise. "Can you manage that?" Zhou Wenshan hoisted the 200 boar onto his shoulder with a single effortless motion, leaving Zhou Yuanchao dumbfounded. Even he couldn't do that. How had this brat managed it? It required tremendous strength. Clearly Wenshan was far stronger than he appeared. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuanchao picked up the small boar and followed Zhou Wenshan down the mountain. Weighing only about 50 jin, it was easy to carry. Ahead of him, Zhou Wenshan bore the massive 200 boar, a basket of offal strapped to his back, yet he moved with effortless ease. Ascending was tough, but descending was no easier. Especially burdened with boars, their pace couldn't be rushed. By the time they reached home, it was nearly noon. As they carried the boars through the village, many onlookers gazed at their haul with envy. "Yuanchao, you've only been up the mountain a short while, and already bagged 2 boars. Impressive. Your family will be eating well tonight. Isn't that Wenshan? Carrying a boar that big. What strength. Brother Yuanchao, what are you planning to do with these boars? Will you share some with the village?" It was clear everyone was craving meat. Zhou Yuanchao smiled. "After lunch, they'll give half a side of the meat to the village. Each household gets at least a jin." The crowd cheered. "Brother Yuanchao, you're a true stand-up man." Back home, Zhou Wenshan pushed open the courtyard gate and called out Mom Xiaowan. Lu Cuihua rushed out of the kitchen, followed by Zhang Minghui and Chen Wan, who had been preparing lunch. "What's wrong? Why are you back so soon? Has something happened?" Lu Cuihua asked anxiously before she even emerged. Then she saw the massive boar on Zhou Wenshan's shoulder, with Zhou Yuanchao following behind, carrying the smaller one. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "You've only been gone a short while and already ran into wild boars." Chen Wan and her sister-in-law's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhou Wenshan, still shouldering the boar, said to Lu Cuihua, "Mom, find something to lay on the ground." Lu Cuihua snapped back to reality. "All right, they'll get it." She fetched an old wooden board and placed it on the ground. "Put the boars down now. Must be tiring carrying them." They set the boars on the board, and Zhou Wenshan unloaded the basket of offal. "Mom, there's the heart and liver too. We can stir-fry those." Zhou Yuanchao took out a portion of liver and sliced a strip of meat from the big boar, about a jin in weight. He'll return the hounds to Lu Neng and bring him some meat as well. Today's catch wouldn't have been possible without those dogs. Lu Cuihua naturally raised no objection. Once Zhou Yuanchao left to return the dogs, Chen Wan and Zhang Minghui set to work processing the meat. With 2 boars in the house, lunch had to be something special. They stir-fried liver with scallions. The scallions in the yard were thriving, so they just pulled a couple fresh from the ground. They simmered a heart soup and cut another half jin of meat from the big boar along the earlier incision. A dish of stir-fried pork with chili peppers. They had originally planned cabbage and pickled vegetables for lunch, but now everything was replaced with meat dishes. Before long, Zhou Wenhai returned from the fields. The farm work was light, and he could manage the labor alone. Seeing the 2 boars at home, a look of pleasant surprise crossed his face. "Wenshan, did you and Dad catch these up the mountain?" "Wenshan, did you and Dad catch these up the mountain?" Seeing his elder brother's surprised expression, Zhou Wenshan smiled slightly. "Brother, we got lucky today. We'd only just gone up the mountain when we ran into these 2 wild boars." Zhou Wenhai was just wondering what to have for lunch. There was no need to wonder. Between pickled vegetables and cornmeal buns, meat was the obvious choice. Before long, Zhou Yuanchao returned after taking the 2 dogs Dahe and Dahuang back home. After some discussion, they decided to keep the smaller wild boar for themselves. Since both the small and large boars would fetch the same price if sold, it made more sense to keep the tender one for their own table. After all, the meat of the young boar was far more tender than that of the older one. They set aside half of the large boar, roughly 100 catties, to hand over to the village, while the other half was to be sold at the station restaurant in town. These hunters all had their own channels for selling game, usually taking it to the town's station restaurant or supply and marketing cooperative, where prices were about the same. Of course, for those dissatisfied with the station restaurant's prices, there was always the black market, which paid at least 50% more. But the risks were substantial. If caught, one would face the charge of profiteering and even spend some time in jail. There was no need for that. Neither Zhou Yuanchao nor Zhou Wenshan had any intention of dealing with the black market. They weren't in urgent need of money. There would be plenty of opportunities to earn big later. At noon, the meal was sumptuous. Pig heart soup, pig liver stir-fried with scallions and peppers with meat. The whole family ate until their mouths glistened with oil. Along with cornmeal buns and mixed flour steamed bread, they nearly ate themselves into a stupor. After the meal, Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenshan first butchered the young boar, then instructed their mother Lu Cuihua to salt the meat. Otherwise, given the current weather, the pork would spoil within days. Next, they removed the head from the large boar and split the carcass in 2. Weighing 1/2, it came to about 110 catties. Zhou Yuanchao loaded 1/2 onto their handcart. Wenhai delivered this half to the village headquarters. Zhou Wenhai acknowledged and pushed the cart out. Zhou Yuanxiao set up his bicycle, wrapped the remaining half of the pork in a sack, and secured it to the rear rack. I'm off to sell this meat. You all wait for me at home. With that he rode off toward town. Zhou Wenshan went back inside, took a cold shower, and changed his clothes. The outfit had been wearing had torn in 2 new places and was stained with blood. It would need to be washed and patched before he could wear it again. After his shower, Chen Wan came in to collect his clothes for washing. Seeing him still not fully dressed, wearing only his shorts, her face flushed crimson. Zhou Wenshan chuckled at the sight. It's not like you haven't seen every inch of me before. Why the shyness now? Chen Wan hadn't expected him to say such flirtatious things in broad daylight, and grew flustered. He might not be ashamed, but she still had her dignity. If their mother and sister-in-law in the yard overheard, they'd never stop teasing her. She hurried over and covered his mouth. You stop talking nonsense. Have some decency in the middle of the day. Zhou Wenshan looked at her adorable expression. She was every bit as beautiful as the campus belle from his university days before his transmigration, and then some. Unable to resist, he cupped her cheeks in both hands and planted 2 quick kisses on her lips. Chen Wan's face instantly turned bright red, so flushed it seemed ready to drip blood, as if a fire were burning within her. Recovering her senses, she stomped hard on his foot, her face burning hot. You shameless pervert. She turned and stormed off to do the laundry, deciding she wouldn't speak to that rascal Zhou Wenshan for the rest of the day. Zhou Wenshan watched her leave, feeling quite satisfied. With nothing else to do, he decided to rest for a while. He lay down on the bed for an afternoon nap. The bed still carried Chen Wan's scent. It was rather pleasant. Before long, Zhou Wenshan drifted off to sleep. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Yuanxiao returned from town on his bicycle. He had bought some daily necessities. The family was running low on, plus a caddy of brown sugar. Zhou Wenshan went over and asked, Dad, how much did the pork sell for? Zhou Yuanxiao parked his bicycle. 3 mao 5 fen per caddy. At 110 caddies, that's 38 yuan and 5 mao. Zhou Yuanxiao pulled a wad of bills from his pocket and handed it to Lu Tsuehua. After buying some supplies, there's 36 yuan left. You keep it. Lu Tsuehua beamed with joy, wiped her hands on her clothes, and took the money. They'll put it away right now. The family's savings had always been kept by Lu Tsuehua. She was meticulous. She couldn't read, but she knew money and was good with numbers. The last time they'd married off Zhou Wenshan, the bride price was 88 yuan, and with other expenses they'd spent over 100 yuan in total. The family had very little left. This had been a constant source of anxiety for Lu Tsuehua. What would they do if the money ran out? Now that money was finally coming back and her heart settled. Having been poor for so long, she couldn't sleep soundly at night without some cash in hand. Zhou Wenshan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the pork to sell for so little. Dad, the Station restaurant only pays 3 mao 5 per caddy, but we pay over 7 mao a caddy when we buy meat. Zhou Yuanxiao rolled up his sleeves, drew some hot water, and washed his hands with laundry powder. That's with bones and everything not even cleaned up. Of course it's cheap. That's the price when selling to the state-run places, and the supply and marketing cooperative is the same. The black market would fetch a higher price, but there's no need to take that risk. Zhou Wenshan nodded. That made sense. Cheap was fine. It wasn't as if they had no other options. There was no need to mess with the black market. Besides, they could just hunt more game in the future. Small gains added up. Zhou Wenshan had rested for 2 hours at noon, and was now full of energy. He picked up a pile of pebbles, and resumed practicing his stone-throwing technique with a series of sharp thuds. Zhou Yuanxiao watched, but said nothing. In fact, he was quite supportive. It was an aimless practice. On the last 2 trips up the mountain, Zhou Wenshan had used these small stones to bring down a pheasant, and then a wild boar. Zhou Wenshan could feel his throws growing more powerful, traveling farther, and hitting with greater accuracy, like the hidden weapons described in martial arts novels. Perhaps before long, he'd be able to go hunting on his own with just a pocket full of stones. At that thought, he practiced with even greater fervor. Thud, thud, thud. The basin-sized rock before him was beginning to show faint cracks under the relentless impact of his stones. He kept at it until Chen Wan called him for dinner, and only then did he put down his stones, wash his hands, and sit down to eat. All afternoon no one had disturbed his practice because Zhou Yuanxiao had told everyone that the young boar had been brought down by Zhou Wenshan's stones. Lu Tsuehua, his elder brother and sister-in-law, and Chen Wan could no longer dismiss Zhou Wenshan's pebble throwing as a childish game. After all, if it could take down a wild boar, what would it do to a person? During the meal, Zhou Wenshan inquired, Dad, are we going up the mountain again tomorrow? Zhou Yuanxiao glanced at him and shook his head. No, well, rest tomorrow and go the day after. Zhou Wenshan picked up a piece of kidney, frowning. It was far more pungent than the pork kidneys he knew. After a single bite, he set it aside. Only Zhou Yuanxiao and Zhou Wenhai kept reaching for the kidney, as if it were a delicacy. Zhou Wenshan said, Dad, I want to go up the mountain alone tomorrow. Is that okay? Zhou Yuanxiao paused mid-reach. I don't think so. Lu Tsuehua stared at him. You think you're your father? You've only been up a few times, and you want to go alone. Wild boars are one thing, but tigers and leopards are no joke. Zhou Wenshan lowered his head and fell silent. After scolding him, Lu Tsuehua turned to Chen Wan. Xiao, when you live well here. Don't worry too much about your family. Your father has it under control. In a few days pick a night when no one's around, and take some things over. And take one of the pork legs too. Hearing Lu Kuihua's words, Chen Wan's eyes welled with tears. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. It was now 1975, and though the persecution of the 5 black categories had eased compared to earlier years, when they were often paraded and criticized, the stigma lingered. Occasional visits were fine, but daily trips would invite gossip. Most people avoided them to steer clear of trouble. So Chen Wan never expected Lu Zuehua to say such things. She was shielding her family. That night Chen Wan was unusually affectionate, and Zhou Wenshan found himself thoroughly pleased. Afterward Zhou Wenshan held her close. What if you get pregnant? Chen Wan squinted, humming softly, then he'll have the baby. The next day Zhou Wenshan stayed home to practice his stone-throwing technique. At noon, a sharp crack echoed. The boulder as large as a wash basin split in two. Zhou Yuanxiao, who had been watching from the side, was genuinely stunned. He knew Wenshan's stones were powerful, but never imagined they could shatter a rock like this. Even with a shotgun at a dozen meters, it would take 20 or 30 shots to crack that stone. Zhou Wenshan had anticipated it. His aim had improved, hitting the exile's target 9 times out of 10. His strength was growing and his touch was sharpening. He could sense the moment he released a stone whether it would deviate. The sound grew deeper, losing its initial crispness, and sometimes the pebbles themselves would shatter. They approached the broken rock, finding not only the 2 halves, but also numerous cracks inside. Zhou Yuanxiao stared for a long time, then patted Zhou Wenshan's shoulder. Wenshan, from now on, when we hunt you'll handle the gutting and bleeding. Zhou Wenshan was taken aback, then nodded firmly. Dad, I understand. He knew Zhou Yuanxiao was gradually teaching him the ways of hunting. The next day on the mountain they encountered few prey, only a silly roe deer and a rabbit. Zhou Wenshan performed the bleeding and gutting himself, nearly getting splattered with blood. Though the take was less than previous days, it was still decent. A roe deer could fetch 20 or 30 yuan. After selling the deer in town, Zhou Yuanxiao returned and guided Zhou Wenshan in skinning the rabbit. The roe deer sold for 26 yuan. This month alone, after just a few hunting trips, they had earned 60 yuan. They also kept a small wild boar for themselves. They couldn't go too often or others would grow envious. Zhou Yuanxiao planned to wait 3 to 5 days before going up again. Zhou Wenshan didn't go to the fields to earn work points. He had told his father he wanted to hunt with him. Zhou Yuanxiao pondered all night and didn't object. He could see that Wenshan had a genuine interest in the mountain and the strength to match. He could carry a wild boar weighing over 200 jin without breaking a sweat. Add to that his stone-throwing skill, and he was a born hunter. He took time to register Wenshan at the police station and apply for a gun license. Money was tight, so they wouldn't buy a new gun. They could share the one they had. But Zhou Wenshan wasn't particularly interested in the shotgun. He felt his hidden weapon skill had great potential. Now that he didn't go to the fields, he practiced his throwing whenever he wasn't hunting. His body grew stronger by the day, and with good food, he gradually developed muscles, no longer the scrawny frame of before. Even Chen Wan now liked to snuggle up to him at night. One evening after dinner, Lu Zuehua called Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan over. Under their puzzled gazes, she brought out a pork leg. Wenshan, Xiao Wan, this is from the wild boar a few days ago. I've cured it. Take it to your in-laws along with these 10 jin of cornmeal. Chen Wan hadn't been home in nearly a week and had been thinking of visiting at night, but didn't know how to bring it up. When Lu Zuehua spoke first, she was overjoyed. Seeing the prepared gifts, her heart swelled with gratitude. Before she could say anything, Zhou Wenshan grinned and picked up the items. Thanks, Mom. They'll bring down a big boar from the mountain next time. Xiao Wan, let's go. No need to be polite. If you really want to thank her, give her a chubby grandson someday. Mom will be thrilled. Chen Wan's face flushed crimson. You're impossible, Zhou Wenshan. How dare you say that in front of Mom? But Lu Kuihua's eyes lit up. Good. You two work hard, and you'll be holding a grandchild before long. Though embarrassed and a little annoyed, Chen Wan felt happy as they walked outside. The road was dark and empty. No one would be out visiting at this hour. Chen Wan reached out her hand. Give me the cornmeal. Zhou Wenshan glanced at her and didn't refuse. Zhou Wenshan held the pork leg in his right hand, while Chen Wan carried the cornmeal in her left. In the pitch-black night, Chen Wan's right hand brushed against his, and he took it firmly. She clasped back, and they walked hand in hand toward the cowsheet. Shielded by the cover of night, no one noticed them. Bold and intimate, the pair made their way swiftly to the cowsheet. It was pitch dark inside with no lamp lit. Chen Bowen and the others had long since gone to sleep. Chen Wan stepped forward and lightly knocked on the cowsheet door. A dull thud echoed from the crude wooden door. Who's there? Chen Bowen's wary voice came from within. Dad, it's me, Wainer. Why are you here so late? Did you come alone? A rustling sound came from inside, the hurried noise of them scrambling to dress. Should you get up? It's Wainer. Chen Wan spoke softly from outside. Dad, Mom, no rush. I came with Wenshan to see you both. In a short while the cowsheet door opened, and so did the neighboring one, revealing Chen Wan's elder brother and his wife. After Chen Wan had left, her 2 brothers and their wives no longer had to sleep apart. Xiao Wan, Auntie, Uncle. It was still early, even though the lamps were out they hadn't yet fallen asleep, merely saving on candle wax. Zhou Wenshan stepped forward and greeted them respectively. Dad, Mom, my mother sent us to bring some things over. We'll head back soon. Chen Wan said, deeply moved. You kids, we have enough to eat here. Why bring things? You should keep them for yourselves. Zhang Shia stepped forward and took Chen Wan's hand, examining her under the moonlight with satisfaction. You've gained a bit of weight, and your complexion is better. It seems Wenshan treats you well. Chen Wan fidgeted shyly. Mom, my in-laws have all been very good to me. Today my mother-in-law asked me to bring you these things, and see if you're lacking anything here. As she spoke, she handed over a bag of cornmeal. This is 10 jin of cornmeal my mother-in-law sent over. Zhou Wenshan also smiled, and offered the pork leg he was carrying. Mom, and this wild boar leg too. The young wild boar wasn't large, although the hind leg was meaty. It only weighed about 7 or 8 jin. Still, it was meat after all, salt-cured meat that wouldn't spoil easily even in summer if kept in a cool place lasting for several days. And just when they had nearly finished the roe deer meat from last time, here was wild boar meat again. This in-law family was too kind. However, Chen Wan and Zhang Shuya still urged them. Wenshan Xiaowen, you should come here less often from now on. It was understandable when you visited during your wedding a few days ago. But now that you're married, you should stay away. If someone with ill intentions sees you, it won't be good for you. They couldn't bear to implicate their daughter and son-in-law's family just for some food. Chen Wan, thinking of how she had escaped her own suffering while her family remained trapped here, and hearing her parents urge her to stay away, felt a pang of sorrow. Mom, why can't I come to see you? Can't we come secretly at night instead of during the day, eh? Zhou Wenshan understood their concerns and patted Chen Wan's shoulder. It's all right, I'm here. There was no way to linger. They needed their rest, as they still had to work in the fields tomorrow. After hugging the 3 little ones, Zhou Wenshan took Chen Wan's hand and headed back. Halfway home, Zhou Wenshan's ears caught a strange noise from the woods nearby, startling him in the dead of night. But he quickly realized, there must be someone in the woods. Zhou Wenshan raised his index finger to his lips. Show. Chen Wan understood and immediately halted, even her breathing growing softer. He whispered in her ear, there's someone in the small woods nearby. He'll go check what's going on. After Chen Wan nodded in understanding, Zhou Wenshan crept quietly toward the source of the sound. In the woods, it seemed 2 people were locked in an intimate embrace, the sounds of their passion continuous. Zhou Wenshan felt his own blood run hot, and was about to drag Chen Wan home to put his thoughts into practice when the people in the woods began to speak. Saixia, trust me. My thing with that Zhao Xiuhua is just a fling just to appease her. You know my body, I can't do farm work. If I relied only on my own labor for work points, I'd starve to death. This free labor that's offered on a platter is too good to pass up. If she wants to help me work, let her. It's not like you'll marry her in the end. Zhou Wenshan's heart stirred. Zhao Xiuhua. Could this be the reason she broke off her engagement? That educated youth Li Ming. Did Zhao Xiuhua know that this Li Ming was sneaking around with someone else in the woods at night? Zhou Wenshan mused. If Zhao Xiuhua were to witness this scene, it would certainly be amusing. The Li Ming she pined for was merely using her, treating her as free labor that came to his door. And for his sake, she had even called off her engagement, indirectly causing his predecessor's death. How foolish must she be to fall for such a smooth talker? But this was none of his business anymore. The woman called Saixia said, Li Ming, you'd better not be lying to me. I've given you my body. If you dare to deceive me, I'll take you down with me. If I can't have a good life, neither will you. Hearing the woman's words, Zhou Wenshan thought to himself, this wench is quite fiery, but dealing with someone like Li Ming, it's quite fitting. Sure enough, upon hearing her voice, Li Ming's movements paused, but his lust-addled mind cast all caution aside. Don't worry, my heart belongs to you, not her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One piece of clothing after another was tossed aside, landing not far from Zhou Wenshan. An idea struck him. What a perfect opportunity. This Li Ming was no good anyway. Not far off, Li Ming's scrawny frame was revealed. What was so special about him that Zhao Xiuhua would fall for him? Still, this made things easier for him. But the grudges of his predecessor couldn't be forgotten, and right now he could stir up a little trouble for this Li Ming. When an opportunity arises, not seizing it wouldn't be Zhou Wenshan's style. Strange sounds drifted from ahead. They probably wouldn't notice him here. Zhou Wenshan quietly picked up the clothes and tossed them into the river nearby, watching them float away. Just then the commotion in the woods came to an end. A woman's complaining voice came through. What if I get pregnant? Li Ming replied in a lazy tone. I want. I've been keeping track of the days. Zhou Wenshan, listening from outside, was taken aback. The man certainly knew how to handle women. While this was none of his concern anymore. The 2 lovers in the woods would soon be looking for their clothes, and he couldn't let them discover him. Zhou Wenshan chuckled inwardly. I'm so clever, I consider this a little interest collected on my debt. He took Chen Wan's hand and hurried home. Before long, back in the woods, Li Ming and Wang Caixia finally moved to get dressed, only to find their clothes were gone. Our clothes are gone. Who stole them? Li Ming's face turned pale. Don't tell me. There's a ghost. A cold wind blew, rustling the leaves. Woo. Don't scare me. What are we going to do? If anyone sees us like this, I can't go on living. Li Ming, think of something. We have to find our clothes. Maybe they were thrown far away. The two searched frantically around the area, but found nothing. The clothes had already been tossed into the river by Zhou Wenshan and swept away. There was no finding them now. After a bout of panic and terror, they could think of no better solution. Slap, slap. The woman named Caixia in her fury struck Li Ming twice across the face. Li Ming, you go find me some clothes to wear, or else I'll report you for assault. Li Ming, having been slapped twice, dared not utter a word. He knew he was in the wrong. After all, he was the one who had lured the woman out tonight. Spotting a courtyard not far off, Li Ming thought for a moment. Caixia, wait here for me. He'll go find you something to wear. Wang Caixia crossed her arms over her chest, her voice trembling with tears. Then hurry up. If anyone were to see her in this state, she'd rather be dead. Li Ming sauntered over to the courtyard gate. Peering in by the moonlight, he saw a clothesline in the yard hung with a few freshly washed garments. Li Ming's eyes lit up. Heaven is helping me. The wall wasn't high, and Li Ming scaled it with ease. He swiftly snatched a few pieces of clothing from the line, ready to bolt out the door. But the noise he made jumping into the yard had already roused the people inside the house. Who's out there? A furious shout came from within, followed by the click of a light switching on. Li Ming's heart raced. He had planned to put the clothes on first before making his escape, but now there was no time. Clutching the garments, he fled naked out the gate. Within 2 minutes, a commotion erupted behind him. Thief! Thief! Someone broke into the yard and stole clothes. Clank, clang, clank, clang. The sound of a beating basin rang out, echoing far into the night, and the whole village stirred to life. Where's the thief? Many people were still awake at this hour and rushed out at the sound. With nothing else to do on a quiet night, everyone was eager to witness the excitement. He ran towards the little woods over there. Pale as can be, Barriest, not a stitch on. Really? You saw him? Saw him. Skinny little arms and legs as scrawny as my dog's pup. Ran like the wind, gone in a flash. Come on, let's check the woods. Let's all go together and see who this lunatic is, stealing clothes in the dead of night and naked at that. What kind of hobby is that? A crowd of idle villagers surged towards the woods in a throng. Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan hadn't even reached home when they heard the distant clanging of basins and shouts of "Catch the thief." They exchanged a glance, and Chen Wan whispered, "What's happening over there?" Zhou Wenshan pondered for a moment, guessing the situation with near certainty. He let out a snicker. Probably someone got caught stealing. Chen Wan blinked her big eyes at him, feeling in her gut that he was definitely involved somehow. Neither Zhou Wenshan nor Chen Wan had any intention of joining the spectacle. They had better things to do, like getting home to start a family. Lu Cuihua also stepped out of the house, curiously gazing into the distance. "Wenshan, what's all the noise outside?" Zhou Wenshan couldn't suppress a chuckle. Maybe someone lost something. Lu Cuihua looked at him. "Why do I get the feeling you're enjoying this, eh?" Zhou Wenshan quickly shook his head. "Mom, I'm not. You must be seeing things." Li Ming ran with all his might, sprinting to the woods in one breath. He had never run so fast in his entire life. Not even a dog could outpace him. Deep in the woods, Li Ming's hands trembled as he handed 2 pieces of clothing to the woman. Quick, put these on. We have to get out of here now. They saw me when I grabbed the clothes. If we don't leave, it'll be too late." The woman's face went ashen. Hearing the distant noise, she fumbled into the clothes and bolted without even waiting for Li Ming to finish pulling up his pants. "Li Ming, we run separately." Li Ming struggled into the pants. Damn it, too small. They were a child's trousers. He didn't have time to dwell on it, and took off in another direction in his ridiculously tight pants. This was a matter of life and death. If caught stealing, a person could easily be beaten to death. Li Ming unleashed unprecedented potential, his feet pounding the ground faster than a rabbit. By the time the crowd reached the woods, Li Ming was long gone. The group gathered around the edge of the trees. "Where is he?" "He's long gone. Whoever it was, there a piece of trash stealing clothes in the middle of the night." "Did anyone get a look at him?" "No. He was short and skinny, and he was facing forward, ass backwards. Who could see his face?" "Huh. But that ass was sure pale. Come on, let's go to the village chief. If there's a thief in the village, he needs to find them. Otherwise, clothes go missing tonight, grain tomorrow. There'll be chaos every day. We won't even be able to leave our homes without someone staying behind to watch." "You're right. Let's go see the chief now." The crowd, having failed to catch the thief, trudged en masse to the village chief's house. With such an incident in the village, the chief had to deal with it properly. Zhou Wenshan paid no mind to whether the thief was caught. It'd be good if they were, but it didn't matter if they weren't. He suspected it was most likely Li Ming. Since their clothes were gone, they couldn't very well walk back naked, not even at night. Li Ming would have needed clothes to return to the educated youth dorm. He only needed to ask the household that reported the theft what was missing. If clothes were gone, it was definitely Li Ming and his companion. No one else would be stealing clothes at this hour. Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan skipped the excitement and went straight inside. Lu Cuihua stepped out to watch for a while, but when she saw the crowd heading to the chief's house, she pursed her lips and came back in. The village's excitement didn't die down until midnight. A clothes thief had appeared in the village, running naked with a bare white rear and at incredible speed, spotted by many. The next day Zhou Wenshan heard that a household's clothes had been stolen. There was no need to think twice. It had to be that bastard Li Ming who stole them. It was a pity he wasn't caught red-handed, or it would have been quite a spectacle. For a while this incident became the talk of the village. Li Ming had sprinted all the way back to the educated youth point last night, nearly arousing suspicion from his roommate, due to his disheveled state, his heart pounding in his throat. Fortunately the room was dark, and he managed to brush it off with a flimsy excuse. He changed his clothes under the cover of darkness, stashing the stolen garments at the very bottom of his bundle, planning to discreetly discard them at dawn. Lying in bed, Li Ming cursed, inwardly wondering which despicable soul had swiped their clothes, leaving them in such a sorry state. He also fretted about Saixia. Had she managed to escape? Tormented by these thoughts, he didn't sleep a wink. Before daybreak, readied and weary, he retrieved the stolen clothes and surreptitiously tossed them in a remote spot. Zhou Wenshan didn't dwell on the matter further, it merely added a bit of spice to the village's otherwise dull existence. However, he never expected that Zhao Xiuhua, who had abandoned his predecessor, would end up with such a worthless educated youth. After mulling it over for a moment, he cast the thought aside. He was now a married man, and his wife was infinitely superior to Zhao Xiuhua. Though their current social standing was awkward, it wouldn't be long before those branded as stinking intellectuals and black elements would be rehabilitated. When that day came, his wife's family would rise in status, leaving Zhao Xiuhua in the dust. The only question was how much weight he held in Chen Wan's heart. After much deliberation, Zhou Wenshan concluded he needed to work harder to persuade his wife in bed, ideally fathering a chubby boy soon. For one, if she had a child now, she'd be deeply attached and unlikely to leave. Secondly, the college entrance exam would resume in a couple of years. Having a child then would interfere with her studies. Waiting until after university would make her too old. Yes, having a child now was the best option. He'd put in extra effort tonight. If Chen Wan knew what was going through Zhou Wenshan's mind, she'd surely kick him out of bed and refuse to let him touch her. Was she, Chen Wan, the type to be ungrateful and heartless? Even if her family were exonerated and her parents and siblings returned to the city, she would unhesitatingly stay and build a life with Zhou Wenshan. During the meal, Lu Zihua brought up the amusing theft from the previous night, chuckling, who knows which wicked soul did it, stealing clothes of all things. And to do it stark naked. There's got to be something wrong with them. What kind of person would do such a thing? Zhou Wenshan remarked casually, it definitely wasn't a villager. We wouldn't stoop to that. Maybe it was one of those educated youths from outside. Lu Zihua pondered, now that you mention it, that's possible. I heard that spot isn't far from the educated youth point. Chen Wan shot Zhou Wenshan a subtle glare from the side. After returning home last night during a break in their activities, Zhou Wenshan had recounted the entire incident in the grove to her. Such an amusing tale lost half its charm if not shared, and besides, Chen Wan would never breathe a word of it. After finishing his meal, Zhou Yuanchao said to Zhou Wenshan, we're going hunting in the mountains tomorrow. Zhou Wenshan's spirits lifted. Got it, Dad. Tomorrow, watch me. For the past 2 days, had been practicing his stone projectile technique at home, feeling marked improvement compared to a few days prior. While he practiced, Chen Wan worked nearby, watching him with sparkling eyes, her admiration for him growing. It could be said that a capable man naturally attracts admiration. By now, Chen Wan had fully accepted Zhou Wenshan, as she probably couldn't find a single fault with him even if she tried. The only issue was his prowess in bed. It was almost too much for her to handle. Blushing at the thought, she marveled that such a young man knew so many tricks, some of which she'd never even heard of. So many positions some she'd never even heard of. Just thinking about it made her blush. That night, Zhou Wenshan embraced Chen Wan once more, leaving her utterly exhausted. At dawn, Zhou Yuanchao borrowed Dahe and Dahuang Lu Neng's dogs. Due to his health, Lu Neng couldn't hunt for at least a month, so the dogs were available for use. But this wasn't a long-term solution. Once Lu Neng recovered, Zhou Yuanchao would feel awkward asking again. He was already planning to buy a pair of wolfhounds to raise. Without dogs, hunting in the mountains involved too many uncertainties and made him uneasy. Danger and prey might go undetected. Humans simply couldn't match the olfactory senses of professionally trained hounds. Therefore, every professional hunter had their trusted companion, a hunting dog. However, it was best to raise the dog from a puppy for better familiarity, but that required time. He'd just have to take it one step at a time. As usual, Zhou Wenshan carried a bamboo basket on his back, a cloth pouch full of stones at his waist, and led Dahe and Dahuang on leashes. Zhou Yuanchao walked ahead with his hunting rifle. Villagers who saw Zhou Yuanchao greeted him with a smile. Yuanchao heading up the mountain. Yeah, just checking things out, hoping to bag some game to improve our meals. A villager teased, go get us a couple of sick deer. Zhou Yuanchao replied modestly with a smile, that depends on luck. We might not even spot one up there. At the foot of the mountain, Zhou Wenshan unleashed Dahe and Dahuang, giving them free rein. He wasn't worried about them running off. They were seasoned hounds who knew how to coordinate during a hunt. The two hounds roamed around the pair, alerting them to any unusual sounds. If nothing was amiss, they typically remained silent. Zhou Wenshan gripped a machete in his right hand, scanning his surroundings vigilantly. The mountain was lush and verdant with trees in full growth and wild grass reaching up to their knees. They had tucked their trousers into their boots to prevent insects from crawling up. Despite having been up the mountain 2 or 3 times before, Zhou Wenshan still felt a sense of anticipation. The mountain was rich in resources including wild ginseng. If he were lucky enough to find one, it would fetch a good price. And if he discovered a century-old ginseng, he could easily become a 10th Sandiyuan household overnight. However, this was merely Zhou Wenshan's wishful thinking. How could that old ginseng be so easily discovered? Most hunters who went up the mountain would spend their entire lives without ever laying eyes on a few old ginseng plants. After walking for about an hour on the mountain, they still hadn't found any prey. The two weren't anxious, as this was the norm. It wasn't possible to encounter wild boars or roe deer every time they went up the mountain. To be a qualified hunter on this mountain, one couldn't afford to be impatient. Even if they spent the whole day on the mountain without catching anything, they had to maintain a calm and steady mindset. Otherwise, losing the alertness required of a hunter could easily lead to trouble. The surrounding forest was filled with the constant chirping of birds, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Though he couldn't identify the birds, the sound was soothing to Zhou Wenshan. The mountain air was also fresh and clean. At least before his transmigration, he had rarely experienced such pristine, unspoiled air. The two found a small stream and decided to rest for a while before continuing. Their 2 hunting dogs lay panting at their feet with their tongues out. Zhou Wenshan looked at the large chopper in his hand. He had sharpened it meticulously on a whetstone at home until it gleamed so brightly that it could reflect a person's image. He had no doubt that with a single swing, he could sever even a wild boar's neck. After resting for over 10 minutes, Zhou Wenshan finished his cigarette and tossed the butt into the stream. Wenshan, let's get ready to move. Today we're going deeper into the mountain. Zhou Wenshan, shouldering his backpack, replied happily, all right. Going deeper meant richer resources and a greater chance of encountering prey. Of course, it also meant more danger. They might run into Siberian tigers, leopards, or even bears that roamed these mountains. If they encountered a black bear, it would be manageable, but if they came across one of the mountain's apex predators, the brown bear, they would need to be extremely cautious. Even with a hunting rifle in hand, taking down a brown bear was not guaranteed. Half an hour later, Zhou Wenshan stopped under a pine tree, staring down at something on the ground. He picked up a branch and began poking at it. Zhou Wenshan stepped forward curiously and saw it was a pile of animal droppings. Zhou Wenshan took a step back. Dad, what are you doing? Zhou Wenshan tossed the branch aside. What do you know? This is wild boar dung. It's fresh, left no more than half an hour ago. What does that tell you? Zhou Wenshan's spirits lifted. It means there are wild boars nearby. Zhou Wenshan nodded, glancing at several other piles of fresh boar dung around. Exactly, and it might even be a whole herd. Zhou Wenshan tightened his grip on his chopper and said excitedly, so if we find this herd, we can hunt some boars, right? Zhou Wenshan pointed at the ground. Set aside the boars for now. Go pick those matsutake mushrooms over there. Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up. Matsutake. He looked in the direction his father indicated and saw a cluster of round ball-shaped mushrooms growing under another tree. It was indeed the famous matsutake. These matsutake mushrooms were considered one of the mountain's specialties, their nutritional and economic value rivaling that of monkey head mushrooms. Zhou Wenshan had only eaten matsutake a few times in his life. However, tonight he was determined to savor these mushrooms properly. Hopefully they could also hunt a hazel grouse or a pheasant. Just like last time, stewing them together with the matsutake would make for an absolutely delicious meal. Zhou Wenshan put down his backpack, took out a small trowel, and carefully dug out the mushrooms one by one from the roots. This small patch consisted of about 20 matsutake mushrooms, each roughly 10 centimeters long. These mushrooms were enough for their family to enjoy 2 or 3 meals. In no time, Zhou Wenshan had dug them all out. He lined the bottom of his backpack with some fresh grass and gently placed the mushrooms inside, as they were easily bruised. Thinking about this, Zhou Wenshan couldn't help but envy other transmigrators who always had spiritual springs or spatial storage rings. He, on the other hand, had received nothing but a strong pair of arms. If he had a spatial dimension, he could just toss these things in, and they'd never spoil. How convenient that would be. After finishing, Zhou Wenshan looked at Dahe and Dahuang, who were getting restless, and patted their heads. Dahe, Dahuang, let's go. Lead us to those wild boars. The 2 excellent hunting dogs let out low barks and dashed forward, occasionally glancing back to make sure the 2 men were following. Zhou Wenshan, gripping his chopper, closely followed Dahe and Dahuang, his mind sharp and alert. They were likely to encounter the boar herd soon, and he was determined to take down at least 2 boars this time. Zhou Wenshan, unable to keep up, lagged behind and called out in a low voice, Wenshan, don't startle the herd. Wait until I catch up. Without turning his head, Zhou Wenshan replied, got it. Less than 10 minutes later, the 2 hunting dogs suddenly stopped in their tracks, letting out low growls at something ahead and assuming an attack stance. They had found it. Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to look, then drew in a sharp breath. About 30 meters ahead, a herd of black wild boars was foraging for food. Nearby there was a muddy pit where a large boar lay sleeping, occasionally letting out a grunt. This boar was much larger than the one they had hunted last time. It had to weigh at least 300 jin. That was considered a fairly large size for a wild boar. Beside it were 2 other adult boars, one of which was heavily pregnant. There were also 7 or 8 half-grown boars, each weighing around 100 jin, grazing on the grass and leaves. In addition, there were over a dozen piglets that had been born not long ago, frolicking and playfully fighting with each other. Zhou Wenshan swallowed hard, tightened his grip on the chopper, and glanced back. Zhou Yuanchao was right behind him, almost there. Seeing Zhou Wenshan and the 2 dogs stop and crouch down ahead, Zhou Yuanchao knew they had found the herd. He slowed his steps and readied his hunting rifle. The hunt was about to begin. Zhou Wenshan switched the chopper to his left hand and pulled out the stone projectiles with his right. He was ready to hunt the boars alongside Zhou Yuanchao. Of course, they wouldn't be greedy enough to try to take down the entire herd. 2 boars would be enough. Zhou Yuanchao assessed the situation. Don't shoot the big boar or the 2 sows. We'll leave them to breed. Let's see if we can take down 2 of the half-grown ones. Zhou Wenshan nodded. All right, whatever you say. Each of them picked their target. Zhou Wenshan took out 2 stones. He wasn't sure if his stone projectiles could bring down a fully grown boar, but he had to try. Bang! Zhou Yuanchao fired his rifle. Zhou Wenshan was quick to react. The moment he heard the gunshot, he hurled his stones with full force at the target he had selected. Zhou Yuanchao's shotgun blast struck a wild boar's head, sending a spray of blood into the air. The beast didn't even let out a squeal before collapsing to the ground with a thud, its 4 hooves twitching briefly before going still. Almost simultaneously, the stone projectile from Zhou Wenshan's hand shot forth, like an arrow striking another wild boar. With a strange squeal, that boar tumbled to the ground, wailing in agony. Wenshan was thrilled. His days of practicing his stone-throwing technique had certainly paid off. This boar was on a completely different level from the small one head encountered days ago. This one was nearly a fully grown adult. Its defensive hide was far more formidable than the young boar's, and the 2 small stones had struck its hind legs, shattering them completely. Seeing this, Zhou Yuanchao's lips curled into a faint smile, and he murmured almost inaudibly, "Well done, Wenshan." The boar herd, thrown into chaos by the attack, scattered in panic. Even the massive boar resting in the mud pit leapt to its feet, glaring at them with fierce hostility. At the sound of the gunshot, Dahe and Dahuang sprang into action, harassing the herd and trying to bite down on a fleeing young boar. Dahe, Dahuang, come back. Wenshan called the hounds back, just in time. Boars were not to be trifled with. If one turned in fury against the dogs, a single charge could cost them their lives. On this mountain, the hunting dogs were better suited for support or for chasing down less dangerous prey, like rabbits, roe deer, or cicadeer. Yuanchao had intended to take down another boar, but the imposing stance of the giant beast made him abandon the idea. He aimed his shotgun at the massive boar, his heart tightening with tension. This creature was twice the size of the ones they'd already felled, and his gun held only a single shot. Wenshan, gripping a large cleaver in his left hand, stepped up beside him. "Dad, him here. Don't worry." He showed no fear of the beast that even tigers would think twice about confronting. Yuanchao chided him in a low voice. "You reckless boy, you don't know your limits. A boar this size is no easy opponent." Yet with Wenshan by his side, he felt a strange sense of relief. He knew that the greatest danger was a boar going berserk. When enraged, it would fearlessly challenge even a tiger, making it the most perilous of foes. And the boar before them was clearly on the verge of that frenzy. It scraped its hooves on the ground, eyes bloodshot, fixed on Yuanchao, snorting with heavy breaths. Sweat beaded on Yuanchao's forehead from the strain. Wenshan, get back. His only thought was to keep the boar from charging at Wenshan. One impact could ruin his life forever. Wenshan paused for a moment, then moved 2 meters to the side. Just then the boar charged. In mere seconds it closed the distance to within 10 meters. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The great boar let out a pained cry, blood streaming from its head. But instead of being driven back, it was enraged further. It accelerated its charge toward Yuanchao. There was no time to reload the shotgun. In the blink of an eye, the boar was upon him. Dahuang and Dahe tore into the beast with all their might, but they could barely inflict any real damage. This is it. I'm done for today. The thought had just crossed Yuanchao's mind when a flash of cold steel arced from the side. It was Wenshan gripping the cleaver with both hands, bringing it down in a vicious swing at the boar's neck. The charging beast halted abruptly. With a dull thud, its massive head dropped to the ground. The giant boar had been decapitated by a single strike from Wenshan's cleaver. A torrent of thick blood erupted from the severed throat, nearly splashing onto Zhou Yuanchao. He stood there stunned. He had braced himself to be maimed or killed by the crazed beast, only for his youngest son to have cleaved its head clean off in that critical moment. Yuanchao's eyes were filled with the relief of a narrow escape, and he could scarcely believe what he was seeing. He looked from the boar's still gushing blood like a fountain to the massive snarling head with its tusks, and his heart pounded violently. How had Wenshan managed to chop that head off with just a cleaver? He knew that the boar's neck bone was among the hardest bones in its body. Even with a heavy axe and all his strength, he doubted he could have severed it. and to have done it in a single clean stroke. Yuan Shao was slow to process it. After a long moment, he finally came to his senses, looked at Wenshan, and a smile spread across his face. Wenshan, beaming with pride, raised the cleaver toward his father in a triumphant gesture. The cleaver, after severing the boar's head, was practically ruined. Large chips were missing from its edge and faint cracks were visible near the center of the blade. One more solid strike, and it would likely snap in two. Catching his breath, Yuan Shao walked over to a rock and sat down. His hands trembled as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep drag, exhaling a large, slow smoke ring. Only then did he truly feel alive again. He raised his hand to Wenshan, giving him a thumbs up. Wenshan, incredible. Wenshan walked over, holding the cleaver by the blade, and sat down beside his father. Dad, how was that strike? Yuan Shao, still recalling the lightning-fast blow, asked. How did you do it? Wenshan looked at the cleaver, shook his head, and said, I just swung with all my might. But this blade is done for. Yuan Shao slowly exhaled another smoke ring, took the cleaver from him, and examined it, running his fingers over the notches stained with boar blood. If it's broken, well, get a new one. He'll buy you a better one this time. It was then he realized just how formidable Wenshan's strength was. He definitely needed to get him a proper blade. Come on, Wenshan, let's go bleed and gut these boars. Together they bled and cleaned all 3 boars. As before, they kept the hearts, livers, and kidneys and tossed the rest of the innards to Da Huang and Da He. The 2 hounds had certainly earned their reward for helping them find the herd. After bleeding, gutting, and removing the innards, the 3 boars, 1 large and 2 small, still weighed over 500 pounds. Yuan Shao looked at them with a hint of worry. Hauling such a heavy load down the mountain was going to be a challenge. The terrain was steep and treacherous in many places. Even if they tried to drag them on a sled, they'd first have to get the carcasses down to a flatter, more navigable path. Wenshan looked at the 3 boars. Dad, I'll carry the big one, and a small one, and you take the other small one. Sound good? Yuan Shao turned to look at him. That big one is at least 300 pounds, and the small ones are over 100 each. Can you really manage that? In his mind, he was already contemplating abandoning one of the boars. It pained him to waste the meat, but they had to get the boars down first, and with only the 2 of them, it would be a Herculean task. However, Yuan Shao had yet to realize the true extent of Wenshan's strength. Even if there were 2 more boars, Wenshan could have carried them all down himself. Hearing Zhou Yuan Shao's question, Zhou Wenshan patted his chest and assured him with a solemn expression, Dad, rest assured, I wouldn't boast about what I can't do. I guarantee I can carry it, even all 3 wild boars. His father was the person he trusted most, so showing a bit of his strength in front of him was no big deal. Besides, having strength wasn't something to be ashamed of. In the countryside, there were plenty of men with great physical strength. However, his strength was a bit too extraordinary. Hearing Zhou Wenshan's assurance, Zhou Yuanshao decided to trust him for the time being, as his son had never made empty claims before him. He took a rope from the basket and tightly bound the large boar together with a half-grown one. He then cut a few branches to make a simple wooden frame, securing the 2 boars onto it. When the time came, Zhou Wenshan would carry the frame on his back. After it was done, Zhou Yuanshao said to Zhou Wenshan, Wenshan, think this will work. Give it a try. He wouldn't be completely convinced until he saw his son actually lift it. Zhou Wenshan walked in front of the frame, squatted down, gripped the back of the frame with both hands, and with a slight push of his legs hoisted both boars and the frame onto his back. Carrying the 2 boars didn't feel strenuous to Zhou Wenshan at all. Having lifted a stone weighing over 1,000 caddies, the combined weight of these 2 boars, just over 400 caddies, was barely a fraction of that. Seeing Zhou Wenshan actually lift it, Zhou Yuanshao's face lit up with joy. Wenshan, how is it? Heavy. Take a few steps. Being able to lift it didn't necessarily mean he could walk with it. Hearing this, Zhou Wenshan swiftly paced back and forth a few times. Dad, no problem, it's light as a feather. Zhou Yuanshao's lips twitched slightly. This kid, he's really something. With the boars on the wooden frame, Zhou Wenshan couldn't easily carry the basket, so Zhou Yuanshao had to take it. Zhou Wenshan set the frame down first and helped his father organize the items on the ground carefully, taking out the matsutake mushrooms from the basket so they wouldn't get crushed. They packed the pig hearts and other organs into a small sack, placed it at the bottom of the basket, and then put the matsutake mushrooms on top to protect them. Once Zhou Yuanshao had the basket securely on his back, Zhou Wenshan helped hoist the 100-caddy boar onto his father's shoulder, then shouldered his own wooden frame and slowly followed him down the mountain. This trip was quite a haul. With over 500 caddies of wild boar, they could give a portion to the village, keep some for themselves, and sell about 300 caddies for 100 yuan or so. It was reassuring to know their family wouldn't be short on meat for a long time. He could also secretly set aside some to help his father-in-law. Chen Wan would surely be pleased, and then wouldn't she let him do as he pleased? The thought filled him with delight. The path down the mountain was treacherous. As the saying goes, going up is easy, but coming down is hard, especially burdened with such heavy loads. Zhou Yuanshao, being over 40, no longer had the strength of his youth. Carrying over 100 caddies of boar down the mountain path was exhausting. After just over 10 minutes, he was panting heavily. Let's rest for a bit. Sweat beaded on Zhou Yuanshao's forehead. Seeing this, Zhou Wenshan felt a pang of concern. Dad, let me carry that boar too. It's no weight at all for me. Indeed, Zhou Yuanshao noticed that his son wasn't flushed or out of breath, not a single drop of sweat on his brow. He looked as relaxed as if he were strolling through the mountains for leisure. Zhou Yuanshao hesitated, then shook his head. No, those 2 boars you're carrying are much heavier than mine. Without a word, Zhou Wenshan set down his wooden frame, picked up the boar his father had placed on the ground, and hoisted it onto the frame. The 3 boars stacked together stood over a meter tall. Zhou Wenshan shouldered the frame once more, still with effortless ease. He flashed a smile at his father. Dad, I told you I could carry them. You didn't have to argue with me. Zhou Yuanshao looked at his son carrying the 3 boars, his emotions a mix of complexity and deep pride. Wenshan had grown up, and he knew how to care for his old man. Haha, fine. I never imagined you had such strength. You rascal, why didn't you ever mention it? Zhou Wenshan replied. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Zhou Yuanshao thought for a moment. Try to keep this strength of yours hidden from others. When we get closer to the foot of the mountain, I'll go back and get the cart. We'll use it to haul the boars home. Zhou Wenshan thought that was a good idea. It was best to keep these matters concealed. There was no benefit in others finding out. He agreed readily. Whatever you say, Dad. With Zhou Wenshan carrying all the boars, and Zhou Yuanshao only bearing the basket, the journey became much easier, though the basket with the pig organs still weighed a good 20 or 30 caddies. On the way down, Zhou Yuanshao frequently asked if Zhou Wenshan needed a rest, but his son would always reply effortlessly that he didn't. He truly felt no fatigue, though they did stop once at a mountain spring to wash the bloodstains from themselves and take a brief respite. At that point, they were roughly halfway down the mountain, and in less than an hour they would reach the road at the bottom. After resting for 10 minutes, they set off again, this time walking without a break until they reached the mountain's base. When they arrived at a spot not far from the main road, Zhou Yuanshao said, Wenshan, wait here. They'll go home and get the cart. They'll be back soon. Zhou Wenshan nodded. All right, Dad. Go ahead, no need to rush. Okay. Zhou Yuanshao, carrying the hunting rifle and the basket, hurried back home. Zhou Wenshan set the wooden frame aside and sat on a large rock to rest. Although his strength was immense, allowing him to easily lift the frame with the 3 boars, the wooden frame still left 2 red marks on his shoulders. However, these marks faded at a visible speed as soon as he set the frame down. Zhou Wenshan stared at the disappearing marks, deep in thought. Was this another benefit of being transported to this world? Self-healing. 20 minutes later, he saw Zhou Yuanshao approaching, accompanied by his elder brother Zhou Wenhai, who was pushing a cart. Zhou Wenhai came over and clapped Zhou Wenshan on the shoulder, his face beaming with excitement. Good lad, Dad told me everything. I truly underestimated you before. Impressive. Zhou Wenshan smiled at his brother. Brother, it's what I should do. Come on, let's load the boars onto the cart. Tonight, we'll have our fill of meat. Together they untied the 3 boars from the wooden frame. When he saw the severed boar head, Zhou Wenhai drew in a sharp breath. Such a huge boar head. Wenshan cut this off with a single stroke of his knife. The ferocious boar's head was nearly twice the size of the one they had hunted previously, its sharp tusks capable of piercing 2 massive holes through a human body without a doubt. Zhou Wenhai felt a chill run down his spine, just looking at this now harmless head, wondering what would have happened if it had charged into someone. He shook his head, not daring to dwell on the thought of what might have become of his father or younger brother if the boar had struck them. The outcome would certainly not have been pleasant. Fortunately, they had managed to sever the boar's head in time. Otherwise, his father and brother might not be standing here intact. Gazing at the 3 wild boars on the ground, Zhou Wenhai and Zhou Yuanshao worked together to hoist the largest one onto the cart. One grabbed the front hoof, the other seized the 2 hind legs. 1, 2, 3, lift. The massive boar rose slightly, then crashed back down. The 2 exchanged glances, a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Zhou Wenhai muttered under his breath, Goodness, this boar is incredibly heavy. Zhou Yuanshao smacked his lips. It must weigh at least 300 jin. And that's without counting the head, which alone is at least 30 jin, and the innards have been removed too. Otherwise it would be over 400 jin. Zhou Yuanshao estimated inwardly that such a large boar was exceptional for these mountains. It was rare to see a boar grow to such a size. Calling it the Boar King wouldn't be an exaggeration. Seeing that his father and eldest brother couldn't lift the beast, Zhou Wenshan wasn't surprised, since this boar, even without its head, outweighed the 2 smaller ones combined. He stepped forward. Dad, big brother, step aside. I've got this. Zhou Wenhai glanced at him and moved aside. Although Zhou Yuanshao had already told him that Wenshan possessed great strength and could carry several hundred jin alone, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes, as Wenshan had never before displayed such prowess. Zhou Wenshan grabbed a front hoof with one hand and a hind leg with the other. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly lifted the boar, which weighed at least 300 jin, and placed it onto the waiting cart. No matter how much one believes, nothing compares to witnessing it firsthand. Seeing Zhou Wenshan easily lift the boar that the 2 of them couldn't budge and place it on the cart, Zhou Wenhai's jaw dropped in astonishment, wide enough to swallow a duck egg whole. It took him a long moment to snap out of his shock. He looked at Zhou Wenshan with a complex expression, then walked over and lightly punched his chest. Wenshan, I never would have guessed you were hiding this much strength. From now on, when you and Dad go hunting, you'll have your work cut out for you. Zhou Wenshan readily agreed. That's only right, don't worry, I won't let Dad overwork himself in the mountains. With that, he hoisted the 200 gene boars from the ground and tossed them onto the cart, which was now piled high. The cart let out a creaking groan as if straining under the burden. He placed the massive boar's head on top, and with one person pulling and two pushing, they made their way home. Along the way, they encountered several villagers who, curious at the sight of the 3 boars piled high on the cart, came over to see the commotion. After all, their route passed through the village, and the boars on the cart couldn't escape the notice of the villagers. Oh, brother Yuanchao, you've hunted 3 more boars from the mountain. Your luck is unmatched. That big one has a lot of meat on it. Uncle Yuanchao is truly skilled. He never returns empty-handed from the mountains. At this rate, you'll be eating meat every day. Watching this makes me want to go hunting myself. You? With your skills, you'd just be a meal for the tigers and leopards on that mountain. Zhou Yuanchao turned a deaf ear to the chatter, and Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai also kept their heads down and continued on their way. Brother Yuanchao, will you be distributing meat today, eh? Zhou Yuanchao looked up, saw it was a familiar villager, and smiled. Yes, he'll send a boar to the village office this afternoon. Back home, Lu Cuihua and Chen Wan were already waiting in the courtyard with plastic sheeting spread on the ground. Seeing them return, Chen Wan didn't even glance at the boars on the cart. Instead, she carefully inspected Zhou Wenshan, only relaxing when she saw he was unharmed. After all, hunting in the mountains was far more dangerous than earning work points in the fields. The 3 boars were first dumped onto the plastic sheeting. Zhou Yuanchao assessed them. We'll sell the big one, give one to the village, and keep the last one for ourselves. Lu Kuihua's eyes widened. Keep one for ourselves. Can we even eat all of that? Zhou Yuanchao took a drag from his cigarette and chuckled. We'll salt it and eat it slowly. Zhou Wenshan raised his hand in agreement. Mom, let's listen to Dad. From now on, our family can have meat every day. Lu Cuihua gave him a sideways glance. All you think about is eating meat. It's not like you've been lacking in that department these past few days. Zhou Wenshan grinned. Mom, meat builds strength. Since our family can afford it now, we should eat more. That way big brother will have the energy to work in the fields right. Otherwise, without proper nutrition, he'll wear himself out. Besides, you and Dad should eat more too. Make up for all the years you went without. A smile tugged at the corner of Lu Kuihua's mouth, and she said no more. Zhou Yuanchao brought out the family scale and weighed the boars. The large one tipped the scales at a hefty 346 gene, while the 2 smaller ones weighed in at 140 gene and 150 gene respectively. Zhou Yuanchao loaded the 140 gene boar onto the cart. Wenhai, take this to the village office and hand it over. Remember to register it, then come back for your meal. Zhou Wenhai cheerfully acknowledged and pushed the cart out. Lu Cuihua and Chen Wan started preparing lunch together. With the successful hunt of 3 boars, Lu Cuihua generously cut over a gene of meat and planned to stir-fry some pork liver as well. That would be more than enough and would make plenty of people envious. While the meal was being prepared, Zhou Yuanchao returned Da He and Da Wang to Lu Nang's place, bringing along a pig's heart and a piece of liver as a token of gratitude. After all, they couldn't use someone else's hunting dogs for nothing. The midday meal was enjoyed by all, with everyone eating to their heart's content. Since Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenshan had started hunting in the mountains, the family's meat supply had rarely run dry. Reflecting on this, it felt quite good. However, with great rewards came great dangers. Take today, for instance. If Zhou Wenshan hadn't been there, and Zhou Yuanchao had gone up the mountain alone, who knows what might have happened when he encountered that frenzied boar. He might have even lost his life on that mountain. Thus, high rewards were accompanied by high risks. Many people knew the mountains held wild boars, roe deer, and sika deer, but they were reluctant to let their own men and children go hunting. Because there were also tigers, leopards, bears, and wolves, highly dangerous beasts. Every year people went into the mountains to hunt and never came back down. So those villagers who watched Zhou Yuanchao bring down boars could only feel envy, not jealousy, because it was a feat earned with his life on the line. If they were jealous, they could go hunting themselves. After the meal, Zhou Yuanchao said, Wenshan, get cleaned up and come with me to town to sell this boar. Zhou Wenshan wiped his mouth. I'll go change right now. Back in their room, Chen Wan followed him in. The clothes Zhou Wenshan was wearing had torn in a few more places and were stained with blood. It looked like they would need more patches. However, these clothes were specifically for hunting, so a bit of wear and tear didn't matter much. Any new clothes would end up in a similar state after a single trip to the mountains. Chen Wan brought out a clean set of clothes for him to change into. She planned to wash the old ones in the afternoon and patch them up once they were dry. Her needlework had become quite proficient by now. After he changed, Zhou Wenshan, unable to resist, looked at Chen Wan's graceful figure and stepped forward to embrace her from behind. A contented hum escaped his lips. Chen Wan flustered, her face turning crimson. She pinched the flesh at his waist. You lecher. It's broad daylight, aren't you afraid Mom and Dad will see? Zhou Wenshan chuckled. Even if they did, they'd pretend not to see. Besides, what's wrong with me hugging my own wife? Zhou Wenshan held Chen Wan for a while. He had to admit that her figure was no joke. Wide hips, a slender waist, and a full chest. Simply holding her was a pleasure in itself. She was not inferior to those internet celebrities who would flaunt their bodies on social media decades later, and unlike them, Chen Wan's assets were entirely real. After a moment, Zhou Wenshan heard Zhou Yuanshao's voice outside, and knew it was almost time to leave. He released his arms from around Chen Wan, cupped her cheeks, and planted 2 kisses on her lips before letting out a hearty laugh, and heading out the door. Inside the room, Chen Wan's face flushed crimson. She stamped her foot, sat down on the bed, and dared not step outside for the time being. Once outside, he first hoisted the headless wild boar onto the cart, placing the massive head beside it to be sold together. After all, there was no use for that many boar heads, and the pig they kept at home had its own head as well. Zhou Yuanshao first butchered the wild boar they were keeping for themselves, removing the head, the limbs, and then using an axe to split the carcass into 2 sides of meat. This way, Lu Cuihua could slowly cut the pig into strips of meat and cure them. Zhou Yuanshao borrowed a donkey from the village to pull the cart to town to sell the pork, since the boar was far too large to transport by bicycle. With the donkey pulling the cart, they could even ride along. Having already made a trip up the mountain in the morning, Zhou Yuanshao was feeling a bit weary, even if Zhou Wenshan wasn't. Riding on the donkey cart was the perfect chance to rest on the way to town. On the road, Zhou Yuanshao said, "Wenshan, the wild boar we sell mostly goes to the town's station restaurant. Today I'll introduce you to the person in charge there. If I ever can't make it, you can come on your own. There are 2 places in town that buy this kind of game, the station restaurant and the supply and marketing cooperative. Though the prices are a bit lower, there's no risk since both are state-owned. There's also a black market in town that offers higher prices, but it's not worth the risk of selling there for just a couple of extra cents. That black market is a gamble." Zhou Wenshan nodded in deep agreement. He didn't have any hidden space to store things, and if he sold to the black market and the police happened to crack down on speculation, he'd have no choice but to flee. It was far safer to sell to the state-run outfit. Besides, with his future abilities, was he really worried about not being able to hunt down more prey? An hour later, the donkey cart ambled to a stop outside the town's station restaurant. "Wait here for a moment. They'll go inside to find someone," Zhou Yuanshao said to Zhou Wenshan before hopping off the cart and heading into the restaurant. Soon a middle-aged man wearing glasses followed Zhou Yuanshao out. Zhou Wenshan knew this must be the person in charge of purchasing for the restaurant. He stood up and gave him a polite smile. He'd likely be dealing with this man often in the future, so it was best to make a good impression. The middle-aged man walked over to the cart and looked at it, exclaiming, "Whoa, Yuanshao, where do you get such a huge wild boar? This must be over 300 jin." Zhou Yuanshao offered him a cigarette and said with a smile, "Waited at home, 346 jin, not counting the head. With the head, it's at least 380 or 390 jin." He then gestured to Zhou Wenshan. "This is my second son, Zhou Wenshan. He'll be going up the mountain with me to hunt from now on. If I ever can't make it to town to sell, he'll be the one coming. Manager Lu, please look after him." Manager Lu chuckled and replied, "Since you've asked, I've got no problem with it. A wild boar this big is a rare sight. All right, unload it, and let's get it weighed." 2 restaurant employees were already approaching with a scale. Seeing such a massive boar, they couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How on earth was one of this size brought down? Still, that wasn't their concern. The 2 employees struggled to tie up the boar and tried to lift it with a wooden pole, but even with both of them, they couldn't get it off the ground. The 2 exchanged an awkward glance at Manager Lu, then turned to Zhou Yuanshao and Zhou Wenshan. "This pig's a bit heavy. Could you 2 give us a hand?" Zhou Wenshan walked over. "I've got it. You 2 just lift one side." They looked at him. Tall and lean, he didn't seem like the type who could hoist this boar. Zhou Yuanshao nodded at the 2 men. "My son's got the strength. Just do what he says." Half convinced, the 2 moved to one side, and along with Zhou Wenshan lifted the boar. Seeing how Zhou Wenshan made it look even easier than the 2 of them combined, they were thoroughly impressed. Manager Lu said to Zhou Yuanshao, "Your son's got some serious strength." Zhou Yuanshao just smiled, thinking to himself, this is nothing. Even if it were twice as heavy, his son could carry it alone. The weighing was done quickly. With the head, it came to 385 jin. At 0.35 yuan per jin, that totaled 134 yuan and 75 fun. Manager Lu rounded it up to a clean 135 yuan. It was about right, considering it still had the bones and the hair hadn't even been removed. Selling a wild boar for 135 yuan, that was more than the monthly wages of an average worker for at least 3 months. Joy spread across the faces of both Zhou Yuanshao and Zhou Wenshan. That was a substantial sum. Last year they hadn't earned that much in an entire year. Manager Lu said courteously to Zhou Yuanshao, "Yuanshao, whenever you bag something good up in the mountains, bring it straight to me. They'll give you the best price." Zhou Yuanshao tucked the money away, saying, "Don't worry. As long as the price is right, you'll always be my first stop." After selling the boar, Zhou Wenshan thought for a moment and said, "Dad, let's go buy another machete. The one at home is on its last legs." Zhou Yuanshao replied while guiding the donkey cart, "Don't rush. I know what I'm doing. We're going to get your machete right now. He drove the cart to the edge of town, stopping outside a courtyard. Just as Zhou Wenshan was wondering why they were here, the rhythmic clang of hammering echoed from within. It dawned on Zhou Wenshan. Dad, is this a blacksmith's forge? Zhou Yuanchao nodded. There's an old blacksmith here who specializes in making blades. The cleavers he forges are all supplied to the town's supply and marketing cooperative. He's got real skill, and I happen to know him. So let's see if he's got a good blade. If not, well, check the cooperative. Zhou Yuanchao grabbed the nearly broken machete from the cart and headed inside. Filled with anticipation, Zhou Wenshan followed him into the courtyard where the forge was set up. Inside, besides the blacksmith, who looked to be in his 50s, there were two younger men, likely his apprentices or kin. Brother Chen. The old blacksmith looked up and chuckled. Yuanchao. What brings you here, boy? Zhou Yuanchao handed him a cigarette. I've got a favor to ask, Brother Chen. Chen the blacksmith took the cigarette, picked up a pair of tongs, and lit it against the red-hot metal clamped within. What's the matter? If I can help, I will. Zhou Yuanchao handed over the machete. This one's busted. I'm looking to replace it with a good one. Got anything here? Blacksmith Chen took the machete from Zhou Yuanchao's hand, examining the chipped edge and the cracks along the blade. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. He looked at Zhou Yuanchao and asked, puzzled, Brother Yuanchao, the material of this blade seems decent enough. How did it end up in this state? Facing Blacksmith Chen's question, Zhou Yuanchao didn't hide anything. He had a good relationship with the blacksmith and besides had need his help later to craft a suitable machete for Zhou Wenshan. Went hunting up the mountain this morning and ran into a wild boar. He then pointed at Zhou Wenshan, smiling with a hint of pride. This son of mine, he's got great strength. When that boar was about to charge me, he chopped its head clean off with this very blade. Zhou Yuanchao gestured to the machete. And this is how the blade ended up looking like this. Blacksmith Chen was genuinely astonished. A single blow to sever a boar's head was a rare feat, something had never even heard of. A boar's neck is far sturdier than a man's. He sized up Zhou Wenshan. Wouldn't have guessed it. You look like a fragile student, but you've got that kind of strength. Zhou Yuanchao took a drag on his cigarette. That's why I came to you, brother. I'm looking for a machete that suits him, something sturdy if possible. Blacksmith Chen thought for a moment, then said, I might actually have one. It's rather heavy, but if your son's strength is real, it should fit him well. Wait here, I'll dig it out for you. With that, Blacksmith Chen turned and went into a room that looked like a storage shed. After a clattering sound, he emerged carrying a blade similar to a machete. It was clear this weapon had been stored away for a long time, buried at the bottom of a chest. Just from the way Blacksmith Chen carried it, one could tell it was weighty. Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up with anticipation. It was only 1975, still over 2 years before the college entrance exams resumed. He'd likely spend most of that time in the mountains, and a good blade would be as crucial as a fine rifle for a soldier heading to battle. Blacksmith Chen placed the blade on a table, producing a dull thud. Looking at it, he said calmly, This knife is decades old. My father forged it back in the day, intending to use it on the Japanese invaders. He used plenty of quality materials and put in a great deal of effort. But just days after it was finished, the war ended, and it was never needed. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten it existed. See if it fits your hand. Zhou Wenshan's eyes gleamed as he looked at the blade. The knife exuded a sense of solidity. Despite years in storage, it had hardly rusted, a testament to its mysterious material. The blade was half a meter long with a handle over 20 centimeters, easily wielded with 2 hands. The spine of the blade was about twice as thick as a standard machete, making it considerably heavier. A blade this heavy would be impossible for most to even lift, let alone swing. Zhou Wenshan was instantly smitten. Looking at the weapon, Blacksmith Chen remarked with nostalgia, My father was a strong man in his youth, but even he found this blade a bit too much to handle. He then looked at Zhou Wenshan. Give it a try? See if you can manage it. If not, I'll take a couple of days to forge a new one for you. It was only after hearing Zhou Yuanchao's story that Chen remembered this old blade and brought it out for a trip down memory lane. He didn't hold much hope that Zhou Wenshan could actually wield it. Even he, a lifelong blacksmith with arm strength far beyond ordinary men able to lift 200 or 300 pounds, couldn't swing this blade with ease. Zhou Wenshan stepped forward, grasped the handle with his right hand, and lifted the blade with a slight effort, holding it horizontally before his eyes. The blade was about 10 centimeters wide at its broadest, tapering to 5 centimeters, with a thickened spine perfect for chopping meat or bone without issue. He gave it a few experimental swings. It weighed at least 20 jin, yet felt far more balanced than his old machete. A smile broke across Zhou Wenshan's face. This blade was made for him. Blacksmith Chen watched in amazement as the young man wielded the heavy weapon as if it were weightless. He had assumed that when Zhou Yuanchao said his son was strong, he just meant a bit stronger than average. But this display of strength was on a completely different level. Zhou Yuanchao asked from the side, Wenshan, is the blade suitable? Zhou Wenshan nodded happily. Dad, this knife is perfect. Hearing this, Zhou Yuanchao turned to Blacksmith Chen. Brother Chen, what about the price? Chen was also pleased. He waved his hand. As long as it works for you, that's all that matters. Otherwise, it's just gathering dust in the shed. All right, thank you, brother. How much for the knife? No need for money. Just save me 50 gene of meat next time you bag a boar. This blade is made of top-grade materials. If it were anyone else I wouldn't part with it, even for 50 yuan. Zhou Wenshan laughed heartily. Done. No problem, whatever you say, brother. Chen smiled too. This blade has waited all these years to be of use. It honors my father's hard work forging it. Alright, leave the blade here. I'll sharpen the edge this afternoon. Come by tomorrow to pick it up. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow. A knife for 50 gene of meat, roughly 20 yuan in cash, while a regular machete cost only 5 or 6 yuan. It seemed pricey, but Zhou Wenshan felt it was worth every penny. The quality gap between blades was immense. Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenshan, satisfied with their acquisition, drove their donkey cart to the supply and marketing cooperative. They bought 2 gene of brown sugar, 3 cans of fruit, and a gene of egg cake, spending a total of 5 yuan. Carrying the items, Zhou Wenshan said with a smile, Dad, what brought this on? We hardly ever get to eat canned fruit or egg cake. Zhou Wenshan glanced at him. Now that we have money, why not buy something nice to eat? What's the point of earning money if not to spend it? Before we were strapped for cash, saving up for your brothers and your weddings. Now that you're both settled, and we've made some money today, with your strength and skill, earning more in the future won't be hard. So let's buy some treats to celebrate. Your mother rarely splurges on such things and has never had many good meals in her life. We'll have 1 can each for you and your brother, and 1 for me and your mother. Zhou Wenshan felt a pang of shame and his face reddened. Dad, don't worry. Our family will only get better from here. One day I'll make sure you and Mom eat well every day. Zhou Wenshan laughed heartily. In the past, he wouldn't have believed such words from Zhou Wenshan, but now he truly believed his son could do it. All right then, your mother and I will be waiting to enjoy the good life. Returning home with the donkey cart, Lu Cuihua and Chen Wan had already finished curing the pork. The meat was placed in a large basin coated with a layer of salt on the outside. After letting it sit for a few days before hanging it up, the meat would not spoil. The eldest brother and his wife had already gone to the fields. Lu Cuihua and Chen Wan stayed behind to process the wild boar meat. Zhou Wenshan first returned the borrowed donkey. Zhou Wenshan placed the purchased items in the main room and said, Mom, Dad bought you canned fruit and egg cakes. Lu Cuihua smiled, but her words were dismissive. Why buy all this? It's so expensive. Zhou Wenshan chuckled. Dad cares about you and wanted to get you something nice to eat. Lu Cuihua beamed with joy. Did your father really say that? Dad said that you two have rarely enjoyed good things in your lives. You sacrificed eating and dressing well to marry us off and build our families. Now that our circumstances are improving and we have money, we can buy whatever we want to eat. Lu Cuihua was taken aback, her eyes moistening slightly. She pretended to be indifferent. Isn't that just what's expected? Everyone in our generation lived this way. How many people got to feast on meat and fish every day? Zhou Wenshan looked at her seriously. Mom, don't worry. Our family's life will only get better from now on. You'll be able to buy whatever you want to eat. I can now go up the mountain with Dad to earn money. With me and eldest brother around, you can take it easy from now on. A wave of emotion stirred within Lu Cuihua. Her 2 sons had grown up and become considerate, knowing to care for their mother. She turned her head away, gently wiping her eyes, her heart filled with the bliss of happiness. She said softly, All right, mother, we'll just wait to enjoy the good days ahead. Zhou Wenshan returned after returning the borrowed donkey. He pulled out the money from selling the wild boar and handed it to Lu Cuihua with a smile. So while we sold the boar for 135 yuan, I spent 5 yuan on brown sugar, so there's 130 yuan left. Keep it safe. Lu Cuihua snapped back to reality and said in surprise, 130 yuan. That much? Zhou Wenshan chimed in. This boar weighed almost 400 gene, Mom. You should have seen the shock on the restaurant people's faces. None of them had ever seen such a big one. Zhou Wenshan sat down on a nearby chair. Today I also bought a fine knife for Wenshan. We'll pick it up tomorrow. The knife wasn't paid for with money. We traded 50 gene of pork for it. Lu Cuihua paused, confused. Is the knife that expensive? It took 50 gene of pork to trade. Zhou Wenshan remained silent, letting his father explain. Zhou Wenshan said, Wenshan is strong, and ordinary knives don't last. They break with the slightest exertion. This time it's a high-quality blade, hence the price. Luckily we know the seller well, or we couldn't have gotten it even for 100 gene of pork. If you feel sorry for the meat, just have Wenshan hunt a few more boars another day. He's got the skill for it now. Hearing his explanation, Lu Cuihua nodded. All right then. He'll set aside 50 gene of pork later. You can take it along when you pick up the knife tomorrow. Then she called Chen Wan over. Xiao Wan, there are 3 cans of fruit on the table. Take 1 for yourself along with 2 pieces of egg cake. She then pressed 10 yuan into Zhou Wenshan's hand. Heiress, your monthly allowance of 10 yuan for you and your brother. Remember to spend it wisely. Zhou Wenshan took the money, a smile spreading across his face. Thanks, Mom. What's there to thank? You earned it together. This allowance only comes when the monthly income exceeds 50 yuan. If it doesn't, then no allowance. Zhou Wenshan nodded. Got it, Mom. He wasn't worried about that at all. His future earnings would only increase. He had never received a 10 yuan allowance before. Even a few mao would have been a luxury, given that an egg cost only a few fun. It was only because the family had some money now and a future source of income that his mother was being so generous. Most importantly, now that they were both married, it wasn't right for them to have no money in their hands. Back in their room, Zhou Wenshan placed the 10 yuan into Chen Wan's hand. Why, from now on you'll manage our finances. Chen Wan's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Aren't you afraid he'll squander it? Zhou Wenshan laughed. Spend it freely. Just don't spend it on another man. It's fine if you buy things for your family. Chen Wan was deeply moved. She stepped forward and hugged his waist. Wenshan, you're so good to me. Zhou Wenshan breathed in the fragrance of her hair, feeling her alluring figure, and his body began to stir with desire. Chen Wan felt his change and blushed quickly, pulling away from his embrace. Zhou Wenshan sighed inwardly. This young body was truly too susceptible to temptation. It seemed he'd have to put in some extra work tonight. After dinner, as darkness fell, Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan had just returned to their room when they heard Lu Tsuhua calling from outside. Mom, what's wrong? Zhou Wenshan quickly opened the door. Lu Tsuhua handed him a bag. Wenshan, Heiress, a pig liver and a pork stomach. I've cleaned them and salted them so they'll keep for a few days. We can't eat all of this and it won't last. Take it to Zhou Wan's family. Also pull up a few scallions from the garden to go with it. Pig liver stir-fried with scallions is delicious. It's dark out, so be quick and come straight back. Okay, Mom, I'm on my way. Zhou Wenshan picked up the bag and turned back to see Chen Wan looking at him with a beaming smile, her eyes full of gratitude. Zhou Wenshan grinned. What are you standing there for? Go pull some scallions from the garden. Oh, right, I'm going. Chen Wan trotted off to the garden to pull a few scallions and then returned to his side. Let's go. Zhou Wenshan thought for a moment. It's pitch black outside. Maybe I should go alone. You wait here. They'll be back soon. Chen Wan bit her lip. No, I want to come with you. Zhou Wenshan replied helplessly. All right, then hold my hand tightly. The moon hid slyly behind the clouds, leaving only the stars twinkling in the night sky. Zhou Wenshan held Chen Wan's now somewhat rough hand and walked slowly towards the cowshed. When they arrived, Chen Wan called out softly, Dad, Mom. From inside, Zhang Shuya's voice came. Bowen, get up, Zhou Wan is here. A flurry of activity erupted in the cowshed, and before long Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya had dressed and emerged. They had toiled in the fields all day, utterly exhausted, and had retired early that night. Hearing Chen Wan calling from outside, they muttered to themselves, wondering why she had come again when they had told her not to visit so often. Zhang Shuya stepped out and, seeing her daughter and son-in-law standing at the door, asked, Zhou Wan, Wenshan, what brings you? Chen Wan felt a surge of pride. Though it was through her husband's family, she could finally lend a hand to her own. Taking the bag of pig liver and heart from Zhou Wenshan, she said, Mom, Wenshan and my father-in-law hunted 3 wild boars today. Mother-in-law asked me to bring you some things. Heiress, the heart, liver, and stomach. You can stir-fry them. Zhang Shuya was deeply moved. Her in-laws had always been kind to them. She said to Chen Wan and Zhou Wenshan, Wenshan, Zhou Wan, don't send so many things next time. Keep them for yourselves, or it might draw unwanted attention. Zhou Wenshan stepped forward. Dad, Mom, we got 3 boars today. We can't finish all the liver and such at home. Mom asked me, and Zhou want to bring some over to help you out. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. He then pulled a jar of canned fruit from his pocket. Mom, this fruit can is for the little ones. Let them have it tomorrow. Chen Wan turned to him in surprise. When did you bring that? She had thought of bringing the can herself, but had decided against it. The fruit can was just a snack, not a necessity. Her mother-in-law had already given them pig, heart, liver, and stomach. Things that could be cooked as dishes and nourish the body, which was generous enough. Taking the can as well would seem excessive, as if she were trying to take every good thing to her natal family. Upon reflection, she realized her own thoughts were unreasonable, so she hadn't mentioned the can. Wenshan had been tired from hunting with her father-in-law, so she thought the can should be for him. That was her plan. But she never expected that without her mentioning it, Zhou Wenshan would secretly bring the fruit can along. Back then, canned fruit was a rare commodity. 1 can could cost more than a pound of meat. However, Zhou Wenshan didn't really care for it. Before his transmigration, though he was a lowly wage earner, he could still enjoy canned fruits and sweets whenever he wanted. So now he felt indifferent to such basic flavored fruit cans. They were neither here nor there. Using it to do a favor was a good idea. Sure enough, when Chen Wan saw the can in his hand, her gaze softened, her eyes brimming with affection as if they could melt. Zhou Wenshan looked at Chen Wan. I thought the kids might like this, so I brought it over. Chen Bowen, standing nearby, felt a bit embarrassed. Since Chen Wan's marriage, their family had finally been able to breathe. The 88 yuan bride price had been a huge help, allowing them to buy grain and eat several proper meals, even some meat. At least the past few days had been much better. Those things were like a lifeline for them, giving them a chance to catch their breath. Zhang Shuya looked at the kin Zhou Wenshan offered and quickly declined. Wenshan, I'll keep the pig heart and liver, but you take the kin back for yourselves. Creak. The wooden doors of the adjacent cowshed swung open and 3 children emerged. Chen Wan's niece and nephews. Chen Siyuan from eldest brother Chen Jijun's family was 6 years old. Chen Xin, the youngest, was 4. Chen Siming from second brother Chen Ziguo's family was 5. All at the age of play, they had been sent down with their parents for re-education. These 3 children had endured much hardship alongside the adults. Seeing Chen Wan and Zhou Wenshan, the children ran over happily. Auntie! Auntie is here. Uncle is here too. Chen Wan crouched down to play with them for a while. Zhou Wenshan walked over and took out the fruit can. See you and Simon seeing, look what uncle brought you. The children's eyes lit up. Wow, canned fruit. Chen Xin stared at the can, sucking her finger. Uncle Xin wants to eat. Seeing the three adorable kids, Zhou Wenshan's heart melted. He said softly, Xin wants to eat. Shall uncle open it for you? Okay. With a gentle twist the lid came off. Zhang Xia, seeing the can was already open, knew she couldn't send it back, so she said nothing more. She went back inside to get a pair of chopsticks. Here Wenshan shared among them. Zhou Wenshan took the chopsticks and asked the three children, who gets the first bite? Chen Siyuan and Chen Siming pointed at Chen Xin. Little sister goes first. Chen Xian's eyes darted, then she tugged at Chen Wan's hand and said in her childish voice, Auntie goes first. Chen Siyuan and Chen Siming caught on. Yes, Auntie goes first. Such well-behaved children. Chen Wan was touched and hugged little Xin. Auntie isn't eating. Annie has already eaten. Chen Xin asked doubtfully, really? Chen Wan nodded emphatically and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Of course it's true, so Xin, go ahead and eat. Zhou Wenshan used the chopsticks to pick up a piece of yellow peach. Xin, open wide. Chen Xin took a big bite, her eyes narrowing with delight. So sweet, so yummy. Chen Siyuan and Chen Siming watched drooling. Zhou Wenshan fed Xin, then Siming and Siyuan until the entire can was finished, even the juice was drained dry. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Zhou Wenshan. Thank you, uncle. Uncle is the best. Zhou Wenshan stood up and ruffled their little heads, smiling. All right, now that you've eaten, go to bed early, got it? Be good, and next time uncle will bring you more treats. The 3 children chimed in unison, got it? Chen Jijun and Chen Jigua also looked at him gratefully. Wenshan, we owe you a lot. Zhou Wenshan replied. We're all family, no need to be formal. After a few more words, Chen Wan and Zhou Wenshan took their leave. Back in the room, Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya looked at the items in their hands. Zhang Shuya sighed softly. Wenshan is such a good lad. Xiao Wan was right to marry him. She looks well now, so she must be doing all right over there. Chen Bowen sat on the edge of the bed and said, the fact that her mother-in-law let them sneak things over at night shows she's a reasonable person. Otherwise she could have just ignored us. I wonder if we'll ever get rehabilitated. If we do, we must make it up to Xiao Wan with a proper dowry. After returning home and washing up, Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan climbed into bed. Before Zhou Wenshan could even make a move, Chen Wan pounced on him with fiery passion. Zhou Wenshan's mouth was sealed by Chen Wan's luscious red lips. Wife you. Don't talk him. The next morning after breakfast, Zhou Yuanchao prepared to head to town to retrieve that machete. Lu Tsuehua had prepared a large cut of pork with the hind leg attached, weighing over 50 jin. Zhou Yuanchao was to deliver this pork to blacksmith Chun as payment for the blade. There was no going to the mountains today, so Zhou Wenshan stayed home to practice his stone projectile skill. Yesterday on the mountain, this special technique had proven its worth, bringing down a wild boar. He had the strength, but now he needed to refine his accuracy. If he could one day bring down a hazel grouse, or even a nimble sparrow with these pebbles, his skill would be perfected. Imagine discovering a delicious hazel grouse in the mountains, and before Zhou Yuanchao could even raise his gun, the bird sensed danger and spread its wings to flee, only to be knocked from the sky by a single stone. Wouldn't that be satisfying? Because his stones required no preparation, he could pick one up and launch it instantly. Compared to a hunting rifle, which required shouldering, aligning eyesight and target, and then firing, it was far quicker. Chen Wan sat not far away, mending his clothes from yesterday, stained with boar blood. She occasionally looked up at Zhou Wenshan, a smile playing on her lips. In Chen Wan's eyes, Zhou Wenshan was becoming more and more perfect. Apart from his demands in the bedroom being a bit hard to keep up with, there was nothing else to fault. As he practiced, the sound of a bicycle bell rang from outside. Zhou Wenshan looked up and hurried over. Dad, did you get the knife? He was still fixated on that blade. Zhou Yuanchao took the knife from the bike and handed it to him. Here it is. Take a look. A look of joy spread across Zhou Wenshan's face. You even got a sheath for it. Not bad. The sheath, made of an unknown black material, wasn't ornate, but it was practical. He drew the blade from its sheath, and a cold glint flashed. Clearly, after being sharpened, the knife had been transformed, now razor sharp. Zhou Wenshan examined it with delight. The handle was tightly wrapped in fine hemp rope to prevent slipping from sweaty palms. He swung it a couple of times. It felt even better than yesterday. A fine blade. Zhou Yuanchao watched his son's pleased expression and said with a smile, since you have a good tool in hand, you'll need to bag more game on our trips. Zhou Wenshan raised the knife, filled with sudden boldness. Don't worry, Dad. As long as this knife is sharp enough, I won't even fear a tiger. Chen Wan chimed in from the side. You and your bragging. If you meet a tiger, you run, and no taking risks. Zhou Wenshan nodded. Got it, wife. Zhou Yuanchao was speechless. This kid has no ambition. The next day, Zhou Wenshan went up the mountain with his new knife and Zhou Yuanchao. Zhou Yuanchao had originally planned to rest another day, but Zhou Wenshan said, Dad, you don't have to carry anything up or down the mountain. He'll handle it all. Let's go for another round and let my new knife taste blood. Zhou Wenshan was eager to test the blade's edge. Zhou Yuanchao thought for a moment and agreed. Yesterday Wenshan had carried all 3 boars down the mountain, so he hadn't been overly tired and didn't need such a long rest. Since Wenshan wanted to go, they'd go. Every trip Wenshan had joined had yielded a catch, though whether it was luck or something else, they never returned empty-handed. At dawn, Zhou Yuanchao first went to Lu Nang's house to borrow the hunting dogs, prepared the midday rations and water, gathered his hunting gear, and headed up the mountain. The sun had just risen, and the dew on the trees and grass soon soaked the bottoms of their trousers. Neither paid it any mind, they were used to it. After being released from their leashes, Dahe and Dahuang bounded around them joyfully. After several hunting trips together, they had become well acquainted. The outer reaches of the mountain held no large game, at most small prey like pheasants or rabbits, and those were scarce. Most had been caught in the traps set by villagers who came up to pick mushrooms. Hunters like them had to venture deep into the forest where it was more dangerous, and ordinary villagers dared not enter. After walking for about another hour through the hills, they reached the spot where the wild boars had been found the day before. The bloodstains were still faintly visible, and countless ants and flies buzzed over the blood-soaked ground. The two frowned and skirted around the area. Zhou Wenshan already had his machete in hand, occasionally using it to chop away dry obstructing branches. It was undeniable that this new blade was far sharper than the old one, cutting through branches with ease, nearly as if it could cleave iron. After another 10-odd minutes, they still hadn't spotted any prey. Zhou Wenshan frowned. Could today be off to a bad start? Just as he turned to speak to Zhou Yuanchao, the 2 hunting dogs beside him began to bark and dashed forward. Zhou Wenshan's face lit up. He turned his head and said, "Dad, Dahe and Dahuang have found something. They'll go check it out." Zhou Yuanchao called out from behind, "Be careful. Stay safe." Zhou Wenshan waved his left hand back. "I know." Gripping the machete tightly in his right hand and scanning his surroundings warily, he sprinted towards where Dahe and Dahuang had disappeared. The enhancement of his physique wasn't just in the strength of his arms, but throughout his entire being. His thighs were solid and powerful, and his speed had increased significantly. Now, without worrying about whether Zhou Yuanchao could keep up, Zhou Wenshan's pace through the mountain was nearly as fast as the 2 hunting dogs. With a light step on a protruding rock, his body would leap forward, moving through the jungle like an agile leopard. Within 2 minutes, he heard the barking of Dahuang and Dahe. Zhou Wenshan quickened his pace and arrived to find the 2 dogs' fangs bared surrounding a trembling rabbit at the base of a cliff. Zhou Wenshan fell into thought. This rabbit was so white and looked quite adorable. Maybe he shouldn't kill it. Perhaps he could catch it and take it home as a pet for the 3 little ones. The rabbit before Zhou Wenshan was covered in pristine white fur with glistening red eyes. It looked utterly adorable. For a moment, Zhou Wenshan couldn't bear to kill it for meat. Dahuang, Dahe, don't move. Zhou Wenshan halted the 2 restless hunting dogs with a sharp command. Dahe and Dahuang froze at the sound of Zhou Wenshan's voice, their tails beginning to wag, yet their fierce gazes remained locked on the white rabbit. The terrified rabbit trembled and curled into a tight ball. Zhou Wenshan strode over, seized it by its ears, and lifted it into the air. Seeing that he had captured the rabbit, Dahe and Dahuang relaxed their predatory stances, wagging their tails eagerly at him as if seeking praise. Zhou Wenshan patted both dogs on their heads and said, "Good work. Once we catch other prey, I'll reward you both with something delicious." After speaking, he surveyed his surroundings. Not far away lay a babbling brook. In truth, such streams were plentiful in these mountains. It was precisely these modest waterways that gradually nurtured the rich flora and fauna of the vast Changbai Mountains. Some of these streams were barely a foot wide, while the larger ones spanned only 2 or 3 feet, their shallow waters flowing ceaselessly throughout the year. Ferns flourished nearby, and towering ancient trees stood all around. The vicinity of the streams teemed with more wildlife than elsewhere, drawing many animals to drink here. Suddenly, Zhou Wenshan's pupils contracted sharply. Several clusters of crimson berries peeked out from a fern thicket resembling agates adorning the green leaves. Ginseng. This was ginseng. The shock of this unexpected discovery sent his adrenaline surging wildly. His heart pounded violently in his chest. We're going to be rich. This thought consumed Zhou Wenshan's mind. Wenshan. He looked up to see his father hurrying toward him from over 10 meters away. Zhou Yuanchao noticed the little white rabbit in his hands and remarked with curiosity, "A white rabbit, is it? Quite pretty indeed. That pelt must be fine. Kill the rabbit and put it in the basket. Let's go check other places." Zhou Wenshan shook his head. Before leaving, he absolutely had to dig up that ginseng first. "Dad, no rush. I don't plan to kill this rabbit. Look how beautiful it is. My father-in-law's family has 3 kids. It would make a lovely pet companion for them." Zhou Yuanchao knew that Chen Wan's family had 3 children, all very well behaved, and he held a favorable impression of them. Children raised in wealthy households truly were different. He glanced at the rabbit in his son's hands. It was indeed quite handsome. A mere rabbit was of no concern to him. "Well, then you'd better tie it up securely so it doesn't escape later." "Forget it, I'll tie it for you." Zhou Yuanchao found several sturdy vines nearby and bound the rabbit in Zhou Wenshan's hands tightly, ensuring it couldn't possibly run away. Alright, let's go. Having secured the rabbit, Zhou Yuanshao prepared to lead Zhou Wenshan elsewhere. Zhou Wenshan stood rooted to the spot and said calmly, "Dad, we can't leave just yet." Zhou Yuanshao turned back. "What's wrong? Want to rest here for a bit?" Zhou Wenshan pointed toward the location of the ginseng. "Dad, look at that over there." Zhou Yuanshao cast him a glance and muttered, "What is it? So mysterious." Despite his words, he moved his feet and walked in the direction Zhou Wenshan indicated. After just a few steps, the crimson berries came into Zhou Yuanshao's view. Zhou Yuanshao's heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes as an incredible thought flashed through his mind. He quickened his pace, pushed aside the ferns, and gasped sharply. Staring at the source of those crimson berries, he remained silent for a long while, his mind reeling with intense shock. Zhou Wenshan approached quietly. "Dad, this should be ginseng, right?" His emotions had calmed considerably. This plant before them was almost certainly ginseng. Hearing his son's words, Zhou Yuanshao snapped back to reality, unable to tear his eyes away from the ginseng. As he spoke excitedly, "Wenshan, we've stumbled upon an old wild ginseng today." Zhou Yuanshao carefully crouched down, scrutinizing the hidden old ginseng. If not for the crimson berries betraying its location, who knows how many more years it might have remained concealed before being discovered. Zhou Yuanshao examined the ginseng. It bore 5 compound leaves, thick and glossy with a deep green hue, and boasted over 20 crimson berries. This was certainly not something a mere few-year-old ginseng could have. He drew a sharp breath, his hands trembling slightly. Judging by its appearance, this ginseng was likely no less than 20 years old. If it truly was a 20-year-old ginseng, it would fetch at least 200 yuan, enough to build several brand new tiled houses. For farmers like them, earning work points in the fields, saving up 200 yuan would take who knows how many years. Their family, working hard all year, could only scrape together a little over 100 yuan annually at best. And with any additional expenses, the remainder would be even less. No wonder Zhou Yuanshao was so stirred. With this ginseng, their family would at least never lack for money. Zhou Yuanshao beckoned to Zhou Wenshan. "Wenshan, quick, hand me the small shovel from the basket. Today I'm going to dig up this ginseng." Zhou Wenshan took out the small shovel. "Dad, just tell me how to dig, and I'll do it. I've got the strength." Zhou Yuanshao shook his head. "This time you watch how I do it. It's not just about strength." He pulled a small red string from his pocket and tied it around the ginseng's base. Zhou Wenshan didn't know its purpose, but he respected this tradition. After tying the red string, Zhou Yuanshao took the small shovel from Zhou Wenshan. This shovel wasn't made of iron, but of copper, specially crafted for digging ginseng. Zhou Yuanshao first carefully cleared the vegetation around the ginseng without damaging any of its leaves. Then, starting about 30 centimeters away from the ginseng, he began digging bit by bit with the shovel. First, he gently pried away the decaying leaves above, as delicately as if collecting bird eggs, slow and steady. As he dug, he explained to Zhou Wenshan, "When you start digging, you must be gentle. You can't break a single root hair of the ginseng, or it will ruin its quality." He lowered his voice each lift of the copper shovel, bringing up a small amount of soil. When he had dug about 2 finger widths, deep, silvery white ginseng roots began to emerge from the earth, spreading in all directions. Zhou Yuanshao carefully followed the roots, gently brushing away the rich soil bit by bit, gradually uncovering the root system completely. It took nearly 10 minutes just to unearth a single root strand, and sweat began to bead on Zhou Yuanshao's forehead. Zhou Wenshan watched from the side as Zhou Yuanshao dug for ginseng, realizing his own brute strength was useless here. This task required finesse. Digging ginseng was truly a test of one's patience. Seeing a single root hair emerge slick with sweat, Zhou Wenshan knew this was far more complicated than it seemed. That root hair alone stretched nearly half a meter long. No wonder it was so troublesome to unearth. "Dad, let me take a turn. We can switch off." Zhou Yuanshao pondered for a moment, then handed him the spade. "Keep a steady grip, don't touch the root hairs, follow their direction as you dig, and slowly work them all out. Don't break any." Zhou Wenshan took the spade. "Don't worry, my hands are steady." Under his father's guidance, he began digging bit by bit, quickly uncovering another root hair. He grew cautious, carefully clearing the soil around it with the spade until it too was fully exposed. 1 root, 2 roots, 3. An hour passed, and the ginseng was only half excavated. Zhou Wenshan, his focus razor sharp, felt fatigue creeping in. Digging ginseng was no simple feat. It was more exhausting than hauling 3 wild boars down the mountain. Zhou Yuanshao took the spade back. "Rest a while. He'll dig." Another half hour went by before he finally unearthed all the root hairs, then gently cleared the soil from the ginseng's main body with his hands. At last the ginseng was fully extracted. Seeing it, the exhaustion of the past hour vanished. Zhou Yuanshao's eyes burned with excitement as he carefully counted the stem scars on the root's head, 31 in total. Each scar represented a year of growth. The ginseng had 3 distinct branches and 5 compound leaves, a classic 3-branch 5-leaf form that only wild ginseng over 30 years old would grow so perfectly. Zhou Yuanshao was thrilled. Had thought it was only a 20-year-old plant, but it turned out to be over 30. He quickly pulled a cloth from his chest, laid moss on it, gently placed the ginseng on top, covered it with another layer of moss and birch bark, and carefully wrapped it all up. After finishing, Zhou Yuanshao's hands trembled as he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, a flush of excitement spreading across his face. Wenshan, we've hit the jackpot today. This ginseng is 30 years old. Guess how much it'll sell for? Zhou Wenshan thought for a moment. 3,000 yuan. Zhou Yuanshao smiled, glanced around, and whispered, at least 5,000. Zhou Wenshan was genuinely stunned. This was the 1970s. The purchasing power of a single yuan was extraordinary, far exceeding even 100 yuan in the era had come from. 5,000 yuan would be equivalent to 500,000, even a million in his old world. It can really sell for 5,000? Zhou Wenshan asked doubtfully. Zhou Yuanshao took a few more puffs, then tossed the butt to the ground and stomped it out. It can. I know a place in the county town that buys ginseng. A 20-year-old one goes for 2,000, so a 30-year-old one will fetch 5,000. Zhou Yuanshao could barely contain his excitement. I thought it was only 20 years old, but it turned out to be 30. That's a huge difference in price. Zhou Wenshan was equally thrilled. Dad, when should we go sell it? Tomorrow. We'll head to the county town tomorrow. With the ginseng dug up, they noticed the sun was high. It was noon. Their stomachs growled in unison, so they found a flat rock nearby, sat down to eat, and planned their next move on full stomachs. Zhou Wenshan finished his dry rations, took a sip of water, and looked at the little white rabbit tied up nearby, a fondness growing in his heart. If not for this rabbit, they'd never have found the ginseng. They would have walked right past it. He plucked some tender leaves the rabbit would like, and brought them to its mouth. The little rabbit sniffed, glanced at him, then began nibbling slowly. Soon Zhou Yuanshao finished his meal too, and saw his son still feeding the rabbit. He smiled, not rushing him. This rabbit helped us find that ginseng, so it's earned its keep. We won't kill it. Zhou Wenshan stroked the rabbit. We'll get a cage and give it to the 3 kids to raise. Zhou Yuanshao said, just use the bamboo cage at home. It's the right size. Dad, should we head back down the mountain now, or keep hunting? Zhou Yuanshao had lost the urge to hunt today. He thought for a moment. Let's circle around for an hour. Whether we catch anything or not, we head down after. All right, whatever you say, Dad. He gently placed the wrapped ginseng into the basket on his back. Just as they were about to set off, the sound of flapping wings came from not far away, and the dogs Dahuang and Dahe started barking. Zhou Wenshan's heart stirred. He pulled 2 small stones from his pocket. A small bird burst up from the grass nearby. Zhou Wenshan squinted. A hazel grouse. Finally spotted one. His eyes narrowed, and he hurled a stone at the bird mid-flight. Last time you got away. Let's see if you're that lucky again. The stone flew like an arrow, striking the grouse's neck in an instant. Thud! The bird plummeted from the sky. Zhou Yuanshao's hand had only just reached for his shotgun. By the time he'd drawn it, the grouse would have been long gone. Dahe and Dahuang darted over, barking, and retrieved the grouse, proudly dropping it into Zhou Wenshan's hands. He held it up and grinned at his father. Dad, look, dinner's sorted. Let's do this grouse. I've never tasted it before. Zhou Yuanshao was momentarily stunned, then beamed. Good lad. Whatever you say. Let's do it tonight and see what it's like. Come on, let's head down. With the grouse bagged, he decided to call it a day and descend the mountain. Zhou Wenshan didn't object. He couldn't shake the unease until that ginseng was sold, so heading down early seemed wise. On the way, they gathered some hazel mushrooms. Combined with the leftover matsutake from last time, they'd be perfect for stewing with the grouse. Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. He wondered just how exquisite that so-called dragon meat would taste. The thought alone made his mouth water. Enough was enough. Today's gains were already substantial. So substantial that they felt a thrill of disbelief. The ginseng worth 5,000 yuan was a fortune beyond their wildest dreams. Now seeing Zhou Wenshan casually hunt down a pheasant grouse with his practiced stone-throwing skill, which proved far more effective than his shotgun in this setting, was a sight to behold. Making a snap decision, Zhou Yuanshao declared, Wenshan, let's head straight down the mountain and go home. Zhou Wenshan had no objections. Although it was a pity that his new blade hadn't been blooded, the 5,000 yuan ginseng in his pack was far more enticing. Give me the grouse and the rabbit and you lead the way, Zhou Yuanshao said. He took the grouse and rabbit, slinging the bird over his back and carrying the rabbit in his hand. Zhou Wenshan walked ahead with the pack, while Zhou Yuanshao followed, his eyes frequently darting to the pack, fearing any mishap might befall the precious wild ginseng. Upon descending the mountain, they encountered some villagers. Seeing Zhou Yuanshao and his companion returning empty-handed, disappointment flickered in their eyes. No prey meant no meat to share in the village. Brother Yuanshao, why are you coming down empty-handed today? Put in more effort. Bag a few wild boars from the mountain. Yeah, Brother Yuanshao, you're slacking today. A single bird and a rabbit won't last more than a couple of meals. Go for something bigger. Faced with the villagers teasing, Zhou Yuanshao didn't bother to argue. After all, there was no malice in their words, just light-hearted ribbing. Zhou Yuanshao chuckled. Felt a bit unwell on the mountain today, so I came down early. The game up there isn't going anywhere, we can go back anytime. Back home, Chen Wan was tidying the courtyard. Since Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Yuanchao had taken up hunting, she rarely went to the fields anymore. Mainly because her mother-in-law Lu Tsuhua had insisted she stay, fearing the villagers would give her disapproving looks. So she stayed home to organize things and prepare meals. The field work was left to the eldest brother, his wife, and Lu Tsuhua, who earned their work points. Anyway, with Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenshan's successful hunts bringing in more than field work, Chen Wan's absence from the fields wasn't a loss. Staying home to cook and keep house was just fine. Seeing Zhou Wenshan return, Chen Wan dropped her broom and hurried over, reaching to help him take off his pack. Zhou Wenshan grinned, letting her help set the pack down. Wife, we didn't catch much today. Chen Wan not, yet noticing the rabbit in Zhou Yuanchao's hands, thought they had truly come back empty-handed. She comforted him sincerely. So what if you didn't catch anything? Who can expect to make a kill every time they go up the mountain? The animals up there aren't raised by us. Zhou Yuanchao, who had just stepped in behind them, overheard her words and silently nodded in approval. This daughter-in-law was well chosen, sensible and reasonable, far better than Zhao Xiuhua, the one who had previously broken off the engagement. He chimed in with a smile. It wasn't a total loss after all. He then handed the bound white rabbit to Chen Wan. This is the rabbit your Wenshan caught. He couldn't bear to kill it. Chen Wan took the rabbit, exclaiming in surprise, what a beautiful white rabbit. Indeed, it was rare for a rabbit living in the wild to be so clean. Seeing Chen Wan's fondness for the rabbit, Zhou Wenshan smiled. I saw how pretty it was and decided not to kill it. I thought it could be a pet for Si-in and the kids. They must be lonely here. Chen Wan's eyes lit up. Right, such a cute rabbit. It would be a shame to kill it for meat. Zhou Wenshan added, besides, we're not short on rabbit meat now. He took out the bamboo cage they had placed the rabbit inside, and it fit perfectly. Chen Wan playfully fetched a cabbage leaf to feed it. The little white rabbit sniffed, then unafraid began to nibble. Hee hee, how fun. Seeing her delight, Zhou Wenshan laughed. If you like it, you can keep it for yourself. He'll catch another one for Si-in and the kids next time. Chen Wan shook her head. Better give it to Si-in. They're still young, and this little rabbit will bring them joy. I have you, and that's enough. Zhou Wenshan chuckled. All right, then I'll take it over to Si-in tonight. Zhou Yuanchao had already taken the ginseng out of the pack. He examined it carefully before storing it away in the house. The matter of the ginseng was to be discussed with the family that evening. In the afternoon, when Lu Tsuehua and Zhou Wenhai returned from the fields, Chen Wan had dinner ready. Zhou Wenshan had helped her prepare it, and the evening meal was lavish. He had personally plucked, cleaned, and gutted the pheasant grouse. He stewed the grouse in an earthenware pot with just ginger, salt, and a splash of white wine. After simmering for over half an hour, he added cleaned and sliced hazel mushrooms and matsutake, letting it stew for another half hour. Finally, he garnished it with a sprinkle of chopped scallions. The result was a pot of fragrant grouse and mushroom soup, its savory aroma filling the air even before it was served. The combination of the grouse meat with the hazel mushrooms and matsutake was a match made in heaven, needing no extra seasoning to be tantalizingly aromatic. There was also a piece of pork liver at home which they stir-fried, and a slice of wild boar meat cooked with chili peppers. 2 dishes and a soup, all hearty, satisfying fare. Chen Wan, eyeing the pot of grouse soup, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Wenshan, why does this grouse smell so good? I never tasted it, even when I lived in the city. Zhou Wenshan smiled and lightly tapped her straight nose. Don't blame yourself, city folk. Would never had it before either. This grouse can fly and isn't easy to catch. I only got it this time because I was quick. Otherwise it would have flown away. Chen Wan gave him a sidelong glance and said with amusement, I know you're skilled, all right. Zhou Wenshan glanced outside, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, don't you know how skilled I am at night? Chen Wan's face flushed red at his implication, her ears burning. She gave him a playful shove. Don't talk nonsense in broad daylight. Once the dishes were set on the table, everyone's mouths watered at the sight. The aroma was irresistible, wafting straight to the heart. Especially Lu Tsuehua, the eldest brother, and his wife. After working in the fields for half a day, their stomachs were growling with hunger. Seeing such delicious food, they felt they could eat 2 more cornmeal buns than usual. Once everyone was seated, Zhou Wenshan stood up, picking out the 2 grouse legs, and placing one on Zhou Yuanchao's bowl, and the other on Lu Kuihua's. Dad, Mom, you've worked hard. You too have the legs. Then he picked up a wing and gave it to his elder brother's wife, Zhao Minghui, and another to Chen Wan. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard too. Have a wing. Wife, you've also worked hard cooking. Zhou Wenhai looked at his own bowl. Wenshan, what about me? Zhou Wenshan gave his elder brother a resigned look and placed a piece of neck meat in his bowl. Brother, you're not a child anymore. You should learn to pick food for yourself. A snicker escaped Zhao Minghui and Chen Wan, while Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Tsuehua also wore amused smiles. Zhou Wenhai shook his head. Well, Wenshan, now you're even daring to tease your elder brother. The dinner table buzzed with laughter and joy. It was everyone's first taste of the dragon bird meat, and their eyes lit up the moment it touched their tongues. Truly, it lived up to its reputation. Even with such simple preparation, it was an unparalleled delicacy. They devoured every last bite, soup and all, and even the coarse cornmeal buns disappeared faster than usual, with everyone eating one more than they normally would. After the meal, Zhou Wenshan patted his belly with satisfaction. This dragon bird is delicious. Next time I go up the mountain, I'll bag a few more. Zhou Wenhai shot him a skeptical glance. You think you can just hunt a dragon bird whenever you please? Uncle Lu Nung has been hunting on that mountain for years. He's hauled plenty of wild boars down, but I doubt he's caught more than a handful of these birds in all that time. Hearing his elder brother's doubt, Zhou Wenshan smirked with confidence. Big brother, you underestimate me. What others can't catch doesn't mean I can't. If I so much as spot one of those dragon birds, taking it down will be a piece of cake. Zhou Yuanchao nodded approvingly from the side. Wenshan's right. The one we had today was brought down by him without breaking a sweat. From now on, he's going to be our family's main hunter up on that mountain. With his immense strength and a deadly accuracy with his throwing weapons that rivaled a shotgun, Zhou Wenshan could haul any amount of game down the mountain with ease. He was a born hunter through and through. Zhou Yuanchao could already foresee that before long Wenshan would be the primary provider of their hunting expeditions. Even with his own shotgun in hand, he doubted he could match Wenshan's efficiency. Moreover, Wenshan had recently acquired a razor-sharp new blade. He could strike from a distance and hold his own in close combat. Seeing the astonishment in Zhou Wenhai's and his sister-in-law's eyes, a swell of pride rose in Zhou Wenshan's chest. Zhou Wenhai gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder. Good lad. You're truly a son of the Zhou family. Marriage has changed you. You're a real man now. Zhou Wenshan's face darkened. Was his brother complimenting him? It sounded a bit odd. After the meal, once Lu Tsuehua and her two daughters-in-law had finished washing the dishes, Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Minghui were about to head back to their room to rest. They had been working in the fields all day and were tired, planning to turn in early. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuanchao called them back. Wenhai, eldest daughter-in-law, hold on a moment before you go. Zhou Wenhai paused and sat back down on the stool. Dad, what's the matter? Zhou Wenshan also pulled Chen Wan back down to sit, knowing that his father was about to bring up the ginseng. His father had always been like this. Whenever something important came up, he would gather the whole family to discuss it together. He had always trusted his family implicitly, whether it was the eldest daughter-in-law Zhang Minghui or Chen Wan, who had only recently married into the family. He never kept them in the dark. It was a very democratic style of patriarchy, and Zhou Wenshan could hardly fault him for it. In the household, only his sister-in-law and his wife, Chen Wan, had married in. Zhang Minghui had been classmates with Zhou Wenhai since childhood, who everyone knew her temperament well. Besides, she had no remaining family of her own. This was her home now. Having been married for over a year, she had completely integrated into the family. So there was no reason to deliberately keep secrets from her. Chen Wan, on the other hand, was the newest addition to the family. But if they were to discuss the ginseng behind her back, it would sit poorly with him, and he feared it might create a rift in her heart. So Zhou Yuanchao didn't hide anything. He trusted that everyone understood the importance of discretion and wouldn't go blabbing about it. Even Chen Wan, having endured false accusations and exile, would likely be even more cautious than the rest of them. Besides, she had no one to gossip with anyway. Mother Lu Tsuehua also dried her hands and took a seat, sensing that something important was about to be discussed. Zhou Yuanchao smiled at everyone. We had a stroke of luck today. While we were up the mountain, Wenshan discovered a ginseng plant, and we dug it up and brought it back. Ginseng. Ginseng. The elder brother and sister-in-law exclaimed in unison, a flash of delight crossing their faces. Lu Tsuehua was startled, then whispered uncertainly, Dad, is it a wild ginseng from our mountain? Chen Wan was also surprised, but having seen the world before, she knew that no matter how valuable the ginseng was, her former family could have afforded it easily. Zhou Yuanchao nodded and carefully retrieved the ginseng from a spot behind him. He placed it on the table and gently unwrapped it, revealing the 30-year-old root to everyone's eyes. The ginseng had just been dug up, its leaves still a vibrant, lush green, brimming with vitality. Lu Tsuehua leaned in for a closer look. My, this ginseng is quite big. Looks just like a little carrot. Zhou Wenhai also took a look. Dad, how old is this ginseng? Zhou Yuanchao said slowly, this one is 30 years old. Everyone was taken aback. They all knew that older ginseng was more valuable. A 30-year-old root must be worth a pretty penny. Lu Tsuehua voiced the question on everyone's mind. Husband, how much is this worth? Zhou Yuanchao held up 5 fingers. 500 yuan. Lu Tsuehua guessed, having no real concept of ginseng's value. 500 seemed like a fortune to her. After all, Zhou Wenshan's wedding had cost just over 100. Zhou Yuanchao chuckled. We wouldn't sell it for 500. This ginseng is worth 5,000 yuan. Lu Tsuehua felt dizzy from the shock, her voice rising sharply. How much? 5,000. In her mind, she had never even dreamed of having 5,000 yuan in the house. It was a sum that felt impossibly distant. So when Zhou Yuanchao said the ginseng was worth 5,000 yuan, it truly stunned her. And she wasn't the only one. Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Minghui's jaws dropped as well. Lu Qihua's voice trembled. It's really worth 5,000 yuan. Zhou Yuanchao had calmed his nerves by now, but he was still excited. At the very least. He instinctively reached for a cigarette but remembered they were still inside with his daughters-in-law present, so he restrained himself. Tomorrow Wenshan and I will take the ginseng to the county to sell it. I'm worried it might spoil if we keep it at home. Better to sell it early and have the cash in hand. Lu Tsuehua paced in a small circle, nodding repeatedly. Yes, we can't keep it at home. What if it gets lost or goes bad? You two sell it tomorrow and put the money in savings. Zhou Wenhai chimed in from the side. Dad, should I come along tomorrow? Zhou Yuanxiao thought for a moment. All right, you come too. After all, it was a Favethazandiyuan transaction. Having an extra person would be safer. And although Wenhai wasn't nearly as strong as Wenshan, he was still among the best compared to the average man. Besides, with such a significant matter, Wenhai ought to be involved. Otherwise, when the family eventually split up, he might feel awkward about taking a share of the ginseng money. And so it was settled. The three men of the house agreed to rise early the next morning and head to the county to sell the ginseng. After selling it, they could also do some shopping in the county. Zhou Wenshan had plans. Buy some cloth to make new clothes and get a pair of shoes for his dear Wan. Since Chen Wan had married into the family, she hadn't had many new clothes. Of course, that was partly because the family had been busy lately and money was tight. But now that they had some money, he could get her a whole new outfit. Actually, he thought all three women in the family should get a new set of clothes. It seemed mom and sister-in-law didn't have many nice clothes either. He'd wait until after the ginseng was sold to bring it up. He was sure Dad would agree. After Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan returned to their room, their night of intimacy needed no elaboration. They had harvested a 30-year-old ginseng today, which would fetch a considerable sum of money tomorrow. A veritable fortune in this era. Zhou Wenshan was somewhat stirred up tonight, his vigor noticeably enhanced. He thoroughly wore Chen Wan out with his amorous advances until she finally grabbed his ear to make him stop. Exhausted, Chen Wan drifted off to sleep, murmuring, "Zhou Wenshan, you're an absolute beast." Zhou Wenshan, feeling immensely satisfied, ignored Chen Wan's protests and pulled her slender waist close, breathing in the fragrance of her hair as he soon fell into a deep slumber. Before dawn broke, the crowing of a rooster echoed from outside, followed by a gentle knock at the door. "Wenshan, get up, time to set off," came Zhou Yuanxiao's voice from outside. Zhou Wenshan replied softly, "I'm getting up now." He glanced at Chen Wan, who was still fast asleep undisturbed, clearly worn out from the previous night. A flicker of pride stirred within Zhou Wenshan at the thought his stamina was indeed impressive. Had Chen Wan known his thoughts, she would have undoubtedly given him a good thrashing. What kind of man went at it like a beast for 2 hours without rest, cycling through one position after another? If she hadn't found it quite enjoyable herself, she would have kicked him out of bed long ago. Last night, she had curiously asked him where had learned so many tricks. Zhou Wenshan had whispered smugly in her ear, "Your man was born knowing them." He dressed quietly, careful not to wake Chen Wan, as she had been too tired last night, so he let her sleep and regain her strength. He gently kissed her cheek, and she frowned slightly, murmuring adorably, "Zhou Wenshan, you big scoundrel." Zhou Wenshan smiled softly, pushed open the door, and stepped out, carefully closing it behind him. The sky was still dark, the moon hanging overhead, while stars twinkled incessantly. Even without daylight, the moonlight and starlight were enough to illuminate the path clearly. His father and eldest brother were washing their faces in the courtyard. He joined them, splashing cold water on his face haphazardly, instantly jolting himself fully awake. The three of them prepared to cycle to the county town. They had one bicycle at home, and Zhou Yuanxiao had borrowed another the previous evening. Their home was over 20 kilometers from Qingan County town. On a bicycle, it would take the average person more than an hour to reach it. The roads twisted and turned, riddled with potholes, making the journey quite rough. There was still plenty of time, so they could ride at a leisurely pace and arrive in time for breakfast in the county. Most rural folk who went to the county town brought their own dry rations and water, unwilling to squander money on meals there. But today Zhou Yuanxiao wanted to treat his two sons to a meal at a restaurant in town. Zhou Wenhai and Zhou Wenshan had never eaten at a restaurant in the city as far as they could remember. Zhou Yuanxiao had brought along money and ration tickets, intending to dine in town and see how the state-run restaurant's fare differed from home cooking. The two brothers shared one bicycle, while Zhou Yuanxiao rode the other. As they were about to leave, Zhou Wenshan asked softly, "Dad, did you bring the ginseng?" Zhou Yuanxiao quickly patted the small wooden box tucked against his chest. "It's with me." He had found the box the night before, and the ginseng fit inside perfectly. Zhou Wenshan wheeled over their family bicycle. "Brother, hop on, I'll give you a ride," Zhou Wenhai said. "And the older brother, let me take you instead. You're not heavy, it won't tire me." Zhou Wenshan glanced at him. "All right, you take me first. When you get tired, I'll take over." Zhou Wenhai looked sturdier than Zhou Wenshan, weighing over 150 gene, a good 20+ gene heavier. Zhou Wenshan, by contrast, resembled a frail bookish scholar, slight and gentle-looking, as if easy to push around. But anyone who truly judged him by appearances would be in for a rude awakening. Beneath his slender frame lay a raw brute strength capable of contending with a brown bear, one of the mountain's fiercest rulers. With the power to wield over 1,000 gene with ease, when he truly unleashed his might, it was no laughing matter. Zhou Wenshan sometimes suspected that if he ever exerted his full force, he could shatter a wild boar's skull with a single punch. That was why he had no qualms about this trip to the county to sell the ginseng. He had even prepared a small cloth pouch filled with stones tucked away for emergencies. In a critical moment, as long as his opponent didn't have a gun, no one could lay a hand on him. Traveling under the moon and stars, the two bicycles rode along the rural road, making their unhurried way toward Qingan County. After an hour, Zhou Wenhai grew tired. Wenshan, switch. You take over for a while. Zhou Wenshan took the bicycle with a grin. Knew you couldn't match my strength, yet you still insisted on showing off. He mounted the bike, carrying Zhou Wenhai with effortless ease, and with a slight push of his foot caught up to Zhou Yuanchao. Once in the county, Zhou Wenshan found himself quite familiar with the area. He had attended high school here. Along the roadside stood a communal canteen where people were having breakfast. It was bustling with quite a crowd inside. Zhou Yuanchao glanced inside and saw they were selling steamed buns, stuffed buns, fried dough sticks, and porridge. Wenshan, Wenhai, let's have breakfast here. The brothers had no objections. Fried rice with eggs was already a treat, let alone steamed buns, and such, which were all fine grains. Dad, you decide. We're fine with anything. They locked the bicycles outside, and Zhou Yuanchao led the two inside. Wenshan, you sit here and keep an eye on the bikes. Your brother and I will go get the food. Zhou Wenshan agreed. Dad, go ahead. Don't worry about anything else. He found a seat near the door where he could see the two bicycles parked outside. Before long, Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenhai arrived carrying the breakfast they'd bought. Each of them had a bowl of millet porridge and egg and 2 large meat buns. There was also a small plate of pickled vegetables. It looked quite lavish. Their breakfast at home was nowhere near this abundant. Eggs were an occasional treat, but buns were rarer still, since making them required wheat flour of fine grain they could only enjoy a few times a year. Gazing at the spread, Zhou Wenhai's mouth watered, yet he lamented, this little breakfast cost 1 yuan and 20 cents. That's nearly enough to buy 2 jin of meat. Zhou Wenshan shot him a wink and a grin. What are you worrying about? Dad's not short on cash. Zhou Yuanchao patted the wooden box against his chest and laughed heartily. Just eat. If it's not enough, well, buy more. When they finished, they didn't order seconds. Not because they were full, but because their appetites could easily handle another round. They simply didn't need to be stuffed. Being no longer hungry was sufficient. After breakfast, Zhou Yuanchao led them to a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the county. Zhou Wenshan asked curiously, Dad, someone here buys ginseng? Zhou Yuanchao nodded. There are a few people here who've been buying precious medicinal herbs from the mountains for years. I found out about them by chance last year. They mainly deal in aged ginseng and lingji. This stuff of ours is exactly what they're after. Zhou Wenshan looked at the unassuming courtyard before him, never imagining that ginseng buyers operated from such a place. A flicker of caution rose in his heart. Dad, is it safe here? Zhou Yuanchao assured him, it's safe. The man in charge is an elderly practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I've come here once with someone before. There's no mistake. Since his father had been here before, there should be no problem. His father was quite reliable in handling matters. Zhou Wenshan's tense heart settled halfway, yet he remained vigilant, for the public security in these times was far from what it would be in the future. It was fortunate they had no money on them, for if anyone discovered they carried any, it would invite trouble. Even if they were robbed on the road without witnesses, the chances of the case being solved were slim. After all, this era was unlike decades later when cameras covered every street and alley, ensuring no crime went unpunished. Inside the small courtyard, 3 men sat around a table drinking tea. The eldest, a man in his 60s with graying hair and a flowing beard, occupied the seat of honor, exuding the air of a reclusive sage. 2 sturdy men in their 30s sat on opposite sides of the table, showing great respect to the old man. A man with a scar across his face spoke up. Elder Shui, this is already the 3rd time this month that someone selling herbs to us has been robbed. Someone must be targeting us. Another man set down his teacup and added, Elder Shui, we need to take this seriously. Several of our regular clients are already afraid to come here to sell their herbs. If we let this slide, no one will dare to do business with us anymore. Elder Shui remained composed, taking a slow sip of his tea. Don't worry. I have a good idea who's behind this. It's likely a fellow nicknamed Black Dragon from the eastern part of town, trying to muscle in on our business with these underhanded tactics to poach our regulars. I'm already handling it. It should be resolved within a few days. The 2 men were taken aback. That Black Dragon fellow. He wants a piece of our herb trade. We heard he has dozens of idle thugs under his command. Elder Shui, should we step in and warn him off? Elder Shui shook his head. No need. Stay out of these affairs if you can. Your families are settled here. We can guard against petty men, but let's endure for a few more days. The 2 men nodded in agreement. Very well, follow your lead, Elder Shui. Elder Shui had once been a renowned physician in the capital Yanjing. Years ago, due to turbulent times, he had left the city to settle in this remote county of Qingan. The county lay near the Changbai Mountains, which were rich in precious herbs, especially the famed wild ginseng. After settling here, he discreetly began purchasing these valuable herbs and shipping them to fellow physicians in places like Yanjing who had wealth, but lacked such resources. In this way he aided his peers while also turning a tidy profit for himself. Of course he had his connections in Qinghong County, otherwise he wouldn't dare engage in this covert herb trading. Thanks to his exceptional medical skills, he had become a favored guest of several county leaders. As long as he was careful and never caught red-handed, no one troubled him. The two sturdy men in the courtyard were hired by Elder Shui to help manage the herb business. He paid them 60 yuan a month, each a handsome sum far exceeding ordinary wages. Moreover, Elder Shui had once saved their lives, so he trusted them completely. Elder Shui said calmly, "Ask the three who were robbed how much they lost. He'll compensate them appropriately." Just as the scarred man was about to respond, a knock sounded at the door. Rap, rap, rap. The three exchanged glances, and the scarred man rose. "Elder Shui'll go see who it is. Might be someone here to sell herbs." Elder Shui waved his hand. "Go and see. If it's someone with wild ginseng, that would be perfect." A friend in Yanjing was in urgent need of wild ginseng, and had called just yesterday to ask for his help in finding some. But such ginseng was rare, and he could only hope for luck. Zhou Yuanshao took out the box containing the wild ginseng from his coat, and handed it to Zhou Wenshan before stepping forward to knock. "Wenshan, if anything seems off, you and your elder brother take the ginseng and leave at once." Zhou Wenshan tucked the box into his chest, and stood behind his father with his brother, his eyes fixed intently on the gate. "Dad, I know what to do. Don't worry." Creak. The door swung open, revealing the scarred, sturdy man. Eyeing the three of them, he asked, "Who are you?" Zhou Yuanshao stepped forward. "Brother, I came here once last year with a friend, and learned that Elder Shui buys herbs. My sons and I were hunting in the mountains yesterday, and happened upon a wild ginseng root. We've brought it to see if Elder Shui would be interested." Zhou Wenshan glanced at the scarred man. Despite his fierce appearance, Zhou Wenshan paid him no mind. His own strength gave him confidence. At this close range, even if the man were armed, he had nothing to fear. Hearing they had wild ginseng, the scarred man's tone softened. He opened the door wider and urged, "Come in, come in. Elder Shui is inside." The three entered the courtyard. Zhou Wenshan looked around, noting its tasteful arrangement. At the center sat a tea table with two men drinking tea. One of them, older with graying hair and beard, was likely Elder Shui. His guess proved correct. The scarred man hurried over and whispered to the old man, "Elder Shui, these three have wild ginseng to sell." Zhou Wenshan saw the old man's eyes light up with keen interest as he looked their way. "Wild ginseng. Where is it? Let me have a look." "Li Biao, bring 3 stools for our guests." After they were seated, Elder Shui poured them each a cup of tea, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "May I ask where the ginseng is? Did you bring it with you?" Zhou Wenshan took the box from his chest and handed it to his father. Zhou Yuanshao received it, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Elder Shui. "Elder Shui, here it is. We dug it fresh from the mountain yesterday. From what we can tell, it's at least 30 years old." Zhou Wenshan carefully observed Elder Shui and the two sturdy men. They carried no visible weapons, and no one else was in the courtyard. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. If these three were all there was, they posed no threat to him. Even if the three harbored ill intentions, there was no need to worry. Not only were his father and elder brother present, but he alone could handle them with ease. Elder Shui, however, was startled by Zhou Yuanshao's words. His hand trembled, spilling a bit of tea from his cup. A 30-year-old wild ginseng. It was exactly what he needed. Such a find was truly rare. He had been in Qinghong County for 2 or 3 years now. He had purchased many 10-year-old ginsengs, and even 2 20-year-old ones, but a 30-year-old specimen had never come his way. If the box truly held a 30-year-old ginseng, then his old friend in Yanjing would have what he so desperately needed. Old Master Shui slowly opened the box that Zhou Yuanshao handed to him. He squinted, peering carefully inside, and his pupils abruptly constricted. This wild ginseng was indeed remarkable. Its stalk was noticeably thicker than that of a 20-year-old plant, with 3 branches and 5 leaves matching the characteristics of a 30-year-old wild ginseng. Seeing that old Master Shui was examining the ginseng closely, Zhou Wenshan picked up his teacup and took a sip. It tasted rather good, far superior to the machine-processed tea leaves that would cost a few hundred yuan per caddy decades later. However, tea production was scarce now, and the prices were steep. For ordinary households, it was still quite unaffordable. Watching Zhou Wenshan drink his tea, Zhou Wenhai also raised his cup and took a few sips. Zhou Yuanshao, however, had no mood for water. With 5,000 yuan nearly in hand, he felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, his eyes fixed intently on old Master Shui. As Zhou Wenshan finished his cup of tea, old Master Shui also looked up. His gaze swept over Zhou Yuanshao, then briefly over Zhou Wenhai and Zhou Wenshan. Stroking his beard with a faint smile, he felt a sense of wonder. Just yesterday he had been troubled over where to find an aged wild ginseng, and today someone had delivered one to his doorstep. What remarkable luck! Seeing Zhou Yuanshao staring at him nervously, old Master Shui gave a slight nod and smiled. "Not bad, this is a 30-year-old wild ginseng. You've struck lucky." Zhou Yuanshao let out a sigh of relief and asked cautiously, "Old Master Shui, then what about the price?" Old Master Shui pondered for a moment. "For this 30-year-old ginseng, I'll offer you 5,500 yuan. How about that?" A surge of joy rose in Zhou Yuanshao's heart. This was 500 yuan more than the price he had inquired about before. Last year he had come with a friend to sell ginseng. That had been a ginseng of about 10 years which sold for 200 yuan. At that time Zhou Yuanshao had casually asked about the prices for 20-year and 30-year ginseng. He had simply been curious as he had no plans then to go hunting in the mountains. He never imagined the price difference between ginseng of different ages would be so vast. It had startled him back then. If he could find a 20-year-old ginseng, wouldn't he be rich? And now unexpectedly Wenshan, and he had discovered a 30-year-old ginseng while on the mountain. This old Master Shui was truly an honest man. He didn't drive the price down, but instead offered 500 yuan more than what was quoted last year. Zhou Yuanshao picked up his teacup and took a sip, trying to suppress his excitement. Old Master Shui, let's go with your price. Zhou Yuanshao agreed readily. The price old Master Shui offered was quite fair, already exceeding his expectations, so he wouldn't be greedy and ask for more. Old Master Shui chuckled, handing the box with the ginseng back to him. Hold on to this for now. He'll go get the money and well settle the deal. Cash for goods. Zhou Wenshan silently nodded in approval. This old Master Shui was quite proper. He didn't just take the ginseng back into the house first. Instead, he chose to fetch the money, which put them, the herb sellers, much more at ease. In a short while, old Master Shui emerged from the house, holding a stack of banknotes, all 10 yuan great unity bills. Old Master Shui pushed the money toward Zhou Yuanshao. Heiress, 5,500 yuan. Count it. After saying this, he leisurely began sipping his tea, not even touching the ginseng box that lay in front of Zhou Yuanshao. Zhou Yuanshao, feeling a flutter of excitement, took the money and handed a portion to Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai. You two help count as well. A few minutes later the counting was done, and there was no mistake. It was exactly 5,500 yuan. In business, counting money face-to-face wasn't a bad thing if it could prevent future disputes. Zhou Yuanshao said, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Old Master Shui, the money is correct. It's 5,500. Old Master Shui chuckled, and only then did he pick up the ginseng box from in front of Zhou Yuanshao, opening it to glance at the ginseng once more. If the money is correct, then this ginseng is mine, and our transaction is complete. Zhou Yuanshao nodded in agreement. Old Master Shui, then we'll be heading back now. Please wait a moment. Just as Zhou Yuanshao handed the money to Zhou Wenshan to put away, and stood up ready to leave with Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai, old Master Shui spoke up again. The three of them turned to look at him. Could it be that he was going back on the deal? Zhou Wenshan instinctively tightened his grip on the pocket holding the money. The transaction was already settled, this money was theirs now, and there was no way they'd be giving it back. However, old Master Shui slowly stood up and looked at the three of them. Once you leave, you must be careful. I've been targeted by a gang recently. This month alone, 3 people who bought things from me have been robbed after leaving. But I'm already dealing with it. It should be resolved in a few days. Zhou Yuanshao's heart tightened. Such a thing was happening. They were carrying a large sum of money, and this was their biggest worry. Old Master Shui added, if you're concerned, I can have my 2 friends here escort you to a safe place. Zhou Yuanshao looked at old Master Shui. Why are you telling us this? Old Master Shui chuckled. One must act with integrity and righteousness, whether in life or in business. If you were robbed right after leaving my place, wouldn't you suspect me? So for the sake of my own reputation, I must try to prevent such incidents. Otherwise, who would dare sell me their mountain treasures in the future? Zhou Yuanshao nodded. Old Master Shui's words made sense. He was about to agree, as having 2 more escorts would indeed be safer for them. But Zhou Wenshan stepped forward. Old Master Shui, do those men have guns? Old Master Shui was taken aback for a moment, then said, they're just some city ruffians and thugs, they don't have guns. Zhou Wenshan felt relieved. If they had no guns, he wouldn't fear however many thugs there were. For long range, he had his pebble-throwing skill. For close combat, he possessed immense strength, 1,000 gene force that no one could match up close. So as long as there were no guns, he wasn't afraid of these ruffians at all. Then we won't trouble those 2 brothers. The 3 of us can handle it. Zhou Yuanshao was startled for a moment, then recalled that his youngest son was no ordinary person. With him around, there was no need to fear these men. That's why he had subconsciously given the money to Zhou Wenshan. It would be safest in Wenshan's hands. With that thought, Zhou Yuanshao chimed in. Yes, we can handle it. No need to trouble you and your 2 friends, Old Master Shui. Old Master Shui looked at the 3 of them and said no more. All right then. Be careful once you leave, and try to head toward crowded areas quickly. They'll have these men dealt with in a few days. If you find anything good next time, feel free to come to me. Zhou Yuanshao nodded to Old Master Shui. All right, well, definitely come to you first with anything good in the future. Old Master Shui will be off now. Zhou Wenshan and his elder brother followed behind Zhou Yuanshao, pushing their 2 bicycles out of the courtyard. All 3 were elated. After all, this 5,500 yuan was a sum they wouldn't have dared to dream of before, and now it was theirs, tucked safely in Zhou Wenshan's bag. If they weren't out in public, Zhou Wenhai would have been tempted to pull out the money and count it over and over again. After riding a short distance away from the place, Zhou Wenshan spoke up. Dad, now that we have money, let's go buy some fabric and such for Mom's sister-in-law. and my wife to make new clothes. I see that mom and sister-in-law have been wearing their clothes for quite a long time, and Zhou Wan also needs new clothes. We should also buy a wristwatch so we can tell time when we go up the mountain, and a radio, so you and mom can listen to broadcasts at home. And a sewing machine. Zhou Wenshan nodded along approvingly at first, but as he listened on he began to feel something was off. Wenshan, are you just burning money? Hearing what Zhou Wenshan wanted to buy, Zhou Wenshan's face darkened involuntarily. His eyes scanned the ground searching for a suitable stick, and only gave up when he found none. He couldn't help but retort, are you trying to move the entire mall into our home? Just the items Zhou Wenshan had mentioned would cost more than 500 yuan. Zhou Wanhai, listening from the side, chuckled, Dad, Wenshan hasn't finished listing everything. There's plenty more he didn't mention. Zhou Wenshan turned to him. It's been a long time since I've given you a beating. Are your skin itching again? Zhou Wanhai shrank his head back, grinning sheepishly, and fell silent. He hadn't been hit by his father since getting married, a record he intended to keep. A wise man adapts to circumstances. He needed to stay low-key and avoid provoking his father's wrath. If his father wanted to hit someone, Wenshan could handle it alone. Zhou Wenshan wasn't worried about his father's anger. He knew Zhou Wenshan was a reasonable man. Once things were explained clearly, his father would agree. However, this wasn't the right place to discuss it. Since old Master Shui had mentioned a robbery earlier, the three of them needed to be cautious. Dad, let's talk about this later. Let's head to the county center first. This isn't the place for a conversation. Zhou Wenshan, recalling old Master Shui's warning, grunted in acknowledgement and pedaled his bicycle faster. Before they had pedaled far, Zhou Wenshan spotted 7 or 8 young thugs in their 20s ahead, staggering towards them. They were clearly ruffians, each clutching clubs, cigarettes dangling from their lips, noses upturned with an air of arrogance, idly blocking the intersection and eyeing them with malicious intent. Zhou Wenshan's heart sank, realizing their luck was poor. They had encountered the robbers just a short distance from old Master Shui's home. They were only about 500 meters away, meaning they had likely been watched all along. Nearby passers-by gave them a wide berth, clearly aware these men were trouble. The opposing side had 7 or 8 members armed with clubs, while the 3 of them were unarmed. Fortunately, the thugs only carried clubs, not machetes, or worse. Even without Wenshan's hidden weapon skills, they weren't entirely defenseless. All 3 of them were tall, each over 1.8 meters. Except for Wenshan, who appeared slightly leaner, Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wanhai were sturdy men, each capable of handling 1 or 2 of these thugs single-handedly. And Zhou Wenshan was even more formidable. Knowing these men were targeting them, and with the distance closing fast, turning back was futile. Zhou Wenshan also noticed figures with clubs appearing behind them on the road. It seemed an ambush had been carefully planned. Since escape was impossible, they stopped their bicycles and leaned them against a nearby wall. Zhou Wenshan remained calm, turning to Wenshan. Wenshan, can you handle these men? Zhou Wenshan touched the stones in his pocket and said firmly, leave them to me. If they dare to make a move, they'll regret it. Zhou Wenshan knew his son's capabilities and nodded, feeling reassured. Zhou Wanhai, however, was unaware of his younger brother's true skills. He had no idea how powerful Wenshan's stone-throwing technique was, the same one he used against wild boars and flying dragons in the mountains. Seeing the 7 or 8 club-wielding thugs ahead, and recalling old Master Shui's warning, he knew trouble was brewing. They had just earned money from selling goods. He couldn't let these men take it away. The thought of losing what they had gained was unbearable. Scanning for a suitable weapon and finding none, Zhou Wanhai picked up half a red brick from the roadside, his eyes blazing with ferocity. He declared fiercely, Dad, just give the word, and my brother and I will follow your lead. Though Zhou Wanhai usually seemed docile, that was now. Before his marriage, he was no stranger to brawls and had often felt the sting of Zhou Wenshan's whip. Zhou Wenshan recalled years ago when he used to stand aside, secretly amused as he watched his elder brother get whipped by their father for fighting. Zhou Wenshan glanced at him, then at the brick in his hand, and said nothing, only instructing, follow my lead later. Zhou Wanhai nodded, and Zhou Wenshan's right hand moved towards the pocket filled with stones. As they readied themselves, Zhou Wenshan eyed the thugs, now only 5 or 6 meters away. He stepped forward, about to speak, when a long-haired youth who seemed to be the leader stepped out and spoke with a hostile tone. Well, looks like you gentlemen have come into some money today. We brothers are a bit short on cash. How about lending us some to spend? The men behind him slowly swung their clubs, their fierce gazes fixed on the 3 of them, trying to intimidate them. Zhou Wenshan slowly pulled out a 10 yuan note from his pocket. Brothers meeting is fate. How about we treat you all to a meal? Offering 10 yuan was already a generous amount. Having grown up wandering the streets begging with Lu Tsuihua, Zhou Wenshan knew a thing or two about street talk. The long-haired man looked at the 10 yuan in Zhou Wenshan's hand with disdain. For the past few days they had been targeting strangers leaving that courtyard and had robbed hundreds of yuan. The victims dared not report the thefts as they couldn't explain the source of their money. This emboldened them further. 10 yuan might seem like a decent amount, enough for a good meal for the group, but they were far from satisfied. The long-haired man resting a wooden club on his shoulder sneered, 10 yuan to send us off. Are you trying to fob us off like beggars? Zhou Yuanchao's face darkened, realizing this wouldn't end peacefully. Then what do you want? What do we want? The long-haired youth laughed harshly. Leave all your money behind, or we'll beat you until your limbs are broken and take it ourselves. The long-haired youth glared at them fiercely. The choice is yours. Seeing the long-haired youth across from him speak, thus, Zhou Yuanchao knew things could not be settled amicably, and his expression turned stern. Aren't you afraid of the police? Huh? The men opposite burst into laughter. The long-haired youth pointed at Zhou Yuanchao. Do you dare to call the police? Zhou Yuanchao nodded, understanding the situation. Indeed, they harbored concerns. But these petty thugs across from them were even more afraid. After all, highway robbery at this time was a serious crime, and they were acting as a gang, making them a prime target for the police. Zhou Wenhai tightened his grip on the half-brick in his hand. This fight was unavoidable. He resolved that as soon as the brawl began he would strike first and disable the long-haired youth without a second thought. Zhou Yuanchao's face also turned cold. He spoke slowly. Young man, leave some leeway in your actions. Don't burn all your bridges. The thugs across from them laughed loudly. Boss, look, he's threatening us. There are only 3 of you, and we have over 10. Look behind you. Our people are there too. You can't escape. What can you possibly use to fight us? Unless you have guns. Then we'll turn and leave. The long-haired youth laughed arrogantly, not taking the 3 of them seriously. Zhou Yuanchao and his companions were obviously from the countryside, not a category of people they needed to fear. As thugs who had long ruled the county town, they had enough discernment for that. Otherwise, if they accidentally provoked someone they shouldn't, they would be in deep trouble. But what they never expected was that although their guess about Zhou Yuanchao's identity was correct, they were indeed farmers from the countryside. They had no idea that Zhou Wenshan was a far more formidable existence than a mountain tiger. This time, they had truly bitten off more than they could chew. Zhou Wenshan turned his head. The 3 or 4 youths behind had already approached to a short distance. The road was narrow. In the eyes of the thugs led by the long-haired youth, the 3 men had no escape. Under the blows of their clubs, they would have no choice but to hand over their money. Otherwise, they would end up with broken limbs and still lose their valuables. After hearing the long-haired youth's words, Zhou Yuanchao exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai. It was time to fight. Zhou Wenshan nodded slightly, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. He had hunted wild boars and pheasants in the mountains, but never a human being. These petty thugs before him made for an excellent test subject. However, he would have to control his strength. He couldn't injure them too severely, for they were human lives, unlike the wild boars in the mountains. He quietly took a handful of pebbles from his pocket. If the thugs attacked, he would strike first. He couldn't let his father and older brother get hurt. Otherwise, his mother and sister-in-law would be heartbroken when they returned home. Zhou Yuanchao looked at the long-haired youth opposite, then at the thugs closing in from behind. Seeing that Zhou Wenshan was ready, he steeled himself. Since these thugs refused to let them go, then let there be a fight. In his younger days, Zhou Yuanchao had led Lu Tsuohua on the road to beg, and he had seen all kinds of people and situations. Though these thugs appeared vicious, they did not intimidate him. Seeing that Zhou Yuanchao refused to hand over the money, the long-haired youth grew furious, feeling his dignity affronted. He waved his hand. Brothers, go. Break their legs. At the long-haired youth's command, the 7 or 8 thugs in front, along with the 3 or 4 behind, charged at them, swinging their clubs. Zhou Wenshan's eyes sharpened. The pebbles he had prepared flew rapidly toward the attackers. His target, their wrists, the hands holding the clubs. The stones moved so fast they left afterimages. Zhou Wenhai was about to charge forward with his brick, and Zhou Yuanchao had also readied himself for the fight. Ah, damn it. How it hurts so much. My hand is broken. Just as Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenhai were about to engage, the clubs of the thugs in front clattered to the ground. Having dealt with the front, Zhou Wenshan abruptly turned his head. The 3 or 4 thugs behind had just raised their clubs and were about to strike the 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 thugs lost their weapons, wailing in agony. Zhou Wenhai was so startled that the half-brick in his hand nearly slipped and fell to the ground. Holy shit, did my little brother do that? Zhou Yuanchao was no better off, his face a mask of shock. Though he had long known his son's skill with stone projectiles was formidable, he never imagined it could be so devastating in actual combat. A phrase involuntarily surfaced in Zhou Yuanchao's mind: little Zhou's flying stone never missing its mark. Zhou Wenshan's stone struck only the hands wielding the clubs, rendering the thugs largely harmless. The reason he didn't aim for their legs was so they could still hobble away on their own later. If a bunch of hoodlums were left lying in the street, the police would inevitably get involved, and tracing the matter would spell trouble. After all, this was still a society governed by law. Zhou Wenshan and his companions dared not seriously injure them in broad daylight. The 4 thugs at the rear, unaware of what had transpired, suddenly heard their comrades' cries of agony and the clatter of clubs dropping to the ground. They focused their eyes, drew in a sharp breath, and felt their scalps tingle. Their 7 or 8 brothers had been completely wiped out. These 4 thugs' clubs raised were already nearly upon the trio, and turning to flee was too late. Even if they were dim-witted, they now realized they had kicked a hornet's nest. But the arrow was already on the string. They had no choice but to shoot. If they backed down, how would their comrades view them later? Gritting their teeth, they thought death is just death. It must be said these fellows had a certain twisted sense of loyalty. Zhou Wenshan was in a heightened state of alert, his nerves taut. As the thugs swung their clubs at them, the movements seemed to slow down in his eyes. He suppressed the urge to unleash his full power with the stones. Even the dense bones of a wild boar couldn't withstand a full-strength shot from him, let alone the fragile bones of these men. Zhou Wenshan quickly fired 4 stones at the 4 thugs, each hitting the arm, holding the club with pinpoint accuracy. At such close range with his intense concentration, it was almost too easy. Even the flying dragon birds in the mountains could be brought down with a single stone, let alone these thugs who moved slowly and presented much larger targets in his eyes. These 4 thugs suffered the same fate as the earlier ones. A sharp pain in their wrists, and the clubs they held clattered to the ground. Zhou Yuanxiao and Zhou Wenhai snapped back to reality. Each quickly picked up a club and began raining blows on the thugs, striking them indiscriminately. With a flurry of clubs and kicks, the two beat the thugs until they were cowering like beaten dogs. Learn to behave. You dare to rob people on the road. At such a young age, idling about and doing evil instead of good. You'll end up eating lead in prison. Zhou Yuanxiao spat out the words venomously, his hands never stopping, ensuring every thug got his share of the club. At this moment, Zhou Yuanxiao was nothing like the steady, respectable father at home. He seemed more like a gangster, ruthless when the situation called for it. Zhou Wenhai was no slouch either. He kicked the thug over, his jaw clenched tight, his hands moving no slower than Zhou Yuanxiao's. He had been terrified moments ago. Getting beaten up was one thing, but having the money stolen would have been far worse than any beating. After all, that was over 5,000 yuan, not 50. Even if it were 50 yuan, Zhou Wenhai would rather take a beating than hand over the money. 50 yuan was no small sum in those days. Robbery, and you pick on us. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know that the god of wealth has 3 eyes. Zhou Wenhai said, raising his club to strike the thugs. My nickname Downhill Tiger wasn't earned for nothing. I've been out of the game for years, and yet you dare to provoke me. The thugs stumbled and crawled, nearly crying for their parents. On top of their injured hands, the pain made sweat pour down their foreheads. And these 3 men wouldn't let up? It was truly miserable. These thugs, accustomed to bullying others in the county town with their numbers, usually acted as if they feared nothing. Even when caught by the police, they'd only be locked up for a couple of days for brawling. Many of them were regulars in the station. This was the first time they'd encountered such a tough nut, and the humiliation was immense. Looking at Zhou Yuanxiao and the others, fear was written on every thug's face. They were scared, truly scared. In their eyes, Zhou Yuanxiao, Zhou Wenhai, and Zhou Wenshan were like tigers descending a mountain. Even now, none of the thugs knew what had struck them. Zhou Wenshan's stone throwing was so swift and subtle that the thugs only felt a sharp pain in their wrists before the clubs slipped from their grasp. After Zhou Yuanxiao and Zhou Wenhai had vented their fury, the tension in their hearts finally eased. Get lost now. Zhou Yuanxiao tossed his club to the ground. Enough was enough. They couldn't really cripple or kill them. Seeing them stop, the thugs breathed a sigh of relief, struggled to their feet, helped each other, and shuffled away with heads bowed, muttering, "Let's go. Let's go, this is too embarrassing. Damn, my hand might be broken." After getting rid of the thugs, they couldn't stay on the scene. Who knew if someone had reported the brawl to the police? Better to leave quickly. Zhou Yuanxiao pushed his bicycle. Let's get out of here. Zhou Wenshan mounted his bicycle with Zhou Wenhai on the back and followed Zhou Yuanxiao away from the spot. Sitting on the rear seat, Zhou Wenhai recalled what had just happened. His younger brother, in a moment of crisis, had effortlessly resolved the threat with a few pebbles. The image was so cool, like a chivalrous hero from a martial arts novel, filling him with envy. Wenshan, the stone-throwing skill you practice at home, is this amazing? Teach me when we get back. Zhou Wenshan smiled without answering and instead asked, Big brother, when did you get the nickname Downhill Tiger? I've never heard of it. Hey big brother, when did you retire from the game? As soon as the words were out, Zhou Yuanxiao turned his head while riding his bicycle and stared at Zhou Wenhai, his eyes full of meaning. Zhou Wenhai shuddered, shrinking his neck. What nickname? I was just making that up. Zhou Wenshan smiled and said nothing. It seemed his elder brother wasn't really as honest as he appeared. But what did it matter? As long as he treated his family well, that was enough. Besides, Zhou Wenhai never bullied others like those thugs did. Zhou Yuanxiao, Zhou Wenhai, and Zhou Wenshan rode their bicycles directly to the county department store. A gleam of anticipation lit up Zhou Wenshan's eyes. Finally, it was time for shopping. Shortly after Zhou Wenshan and his companions departed, 2 sturdy men arrived at the scene of the fight. These were the very 2 men they had seen earlier in Elder Shui's courtyard. Gazing at the chaotic aftermath strewn across the ground, shock and awe filled their hearts. Earlier, Elder Shui had instructed them to discreetly escort Zhou Yuanxiao and his group, knowing they carried a substantial sum of money. He emphasized the importance of ensuring their safety, as it was a matter of his establishment's reputation. The scar-faced man and his companion trailed the trio from a distance. When they spotted the hooligans attempting to rob them, they were about to intervene, but what they witnessed next left them utterly astounded. From their perspective, Zhou Yuanshao and his companions used some inexplicable means to instantly disarm the thugs, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. What followed was a one-sided beating, with the hooligans completely unable to defend themselves. Only after Zhou Wenshan and the others had left did the scar-faced man and his partner snap back to reality. They exchanged a glance, approached the scene to investigate, but found nothing suspicious. They could never have dreamed that the unassuming pebbles from the roadside were what Zhou Wenshan had used to repel the thugs. Finding no clues, they hurried back to report to Elder Shui. At the entrance of the department store, Zhou Yuanshao and his sons found a spot to park their bicycles. Zhou Wenshan asked with excitement, "Dad, are we going to buy things in here? I heard you need ration tickets to buy a radio, a watch, or cloth. Do we have any?" The incident with the hooligans had already slipped from his mind. Zhou Yuanshao and Zhou Wenhai also paid the incident no mind. After all, those thugs, though beaten quite severely with some possibly even suffering broken wrists, would surely not dare to report them to the police. So they proceeded with their plans, unaffected by the encounter with the local ruffians. The three of them huddled in a corner discussing what they wanted to buy from the department store. Zhou Wenshan carried a hefty sum of 550 yuan in a hidden pouch on his person. In this store there was hardly anything they couldn't afford. However, even with money, many items could not be purchased without the corresponding ration tickets. During this era, buying meat required meat coupons, grain required grain coupons, cloth required cloth coupons, and this was even more true for items like watches and radios. Zhou Yuanshao glanced at Zhou Wenshan, noticing he was getting a bit cheeky lately. What should he do? He felt the urge to discipline him again. However, he was married now, an adult. He supposed he shouldn't resort to hitting him anymore. Otherwise, he would lose face in front of Chen Wan. Zhou Yuanshao said in a deep voice, "Not everything requires a ticket. For instance, if you want to buy cloth, the kind called dacron doesn't need a ticket, though it's pricier than regular cloth." The famous dacron. That was acceptable. Zhou Wenshan asked with keen interest, "What about watches and radios? What if we want to buy them, but don't have tickets?" Zhou Yuanshao glanced sideways and lowered his voice. "There's a way. As long as you have money, you can buy the tickets." Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up. "Dad, you mean ticket scalpers, right?" Zhou Yuanshao looked at him in surprise, wondering where he had learned about such a profession. Nevertheless, he nodded and confirmed, "Yes, ticket scalpers. They gather various ration tickets through unknown channels and then sell them at a markup to those who need them. Dad, let's first decide what we want to buy today, and then we can go to the scalpers to get the tickets." Then he began counting on his fingers. "Dad, look here. It's not too much to buy some cloth for Mom's sister-in-law and my wife to each have a new set of clothes and a pair of shoes, right?" Zhou Yuanshao nodded. "We can buy the cloth for the clothes. Your mom can make the shoes when we get home." Zhou Wenshan agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you, Dad. What about a watch? We definitely need a watch, right? Think about it. When we go hunting up the mountain, we currently rely on the sun to tell the time. But on cloudy days when the sun is hidden, we can't tell the time at all. What if we lose track of time and come down the mountain too late? So I say we should buy a watch. Not for me, but for you. You're about to become a grandfather, and it just wouldn't be right for you not to own a watch." Zhou Yuanshao was taken aback. He was going to be a grandfather. Why hadn't anyone told him? A surge of immense joy welled up inside him. He turned to Zhou Wenhai. "Number one, is your wife pregnant?" Zhou Wenhai was also stunned. No, I don't know." Zhou Yuanshao was puzzled, then turned to Zhou Wenshan, his eyes full of confusion. "Is your wife pregnant then?" Zhou Wenshan quickly waved his hands. "No, impossible, don't guess. I've only been married a few days. But hey, it's bound to happen sooner or later." Zhou Yuanshao's face darkened. "Don't talk nonsense if it's not true. You got my hopes up for nothing." After a moment he added, "But what you said does make some sense. We'll see if the ticket scalpers have any watch tickets later." Zhou Wenshan rubbed his hands together, speaking with fervor. "Dad, we should also buy a radio. As modern farmers, we need to keep up with national affairs. We can listen to the news on the radio and even enjoy some opera. It would be great. Mom can listen to it to pass the time when she's bored at home. Dad, we have to keep up with the times. Besides," Zhou Yuanshao nodded. "All right, we'll ask about tickets later." He was feeling generous. The watch and radio together would cost over 200 yuan. But they had money now, and Elder Shui had given them an extra 500 yuan for the old ginseng earlier. That was a pleasant surprise, so spending a bit more was fine. "Dad, what about a sewing machine? We don't have one at home. We always have to borrow one from the neighbors. It's so inconvenient." Zhou Yuanshao waved his hand. "We'll talk about that later. Even if we buy it now, we can't carry it back." Zhou Wenshan thought about it and realized the sewing machine was indeed too bulky to carry. "Dad, and also I want to buy some things for Chen Wan." Zhou Yuanshao impatiently cut him off. "You and your elder brother each take 50 yuan. If you want to buy something for your own wives, figure it out yourselves." Zhou Wenshan beamed. "Thanks, Dad." He then counted out 10 great unity notes from his bag, took out 5, and handed them to Zhou Wenhai with a wink. "Brother, this is yours." Zhou Wenhai was genuinely impressed by his younger brother's smooth talk. He took the 50 yuan, excitement shining in his eyes, already thinking about what he would buy inside. Zhou Wenshan then counted out another 40 great unity notes from his bag for their purchases, leaving the remaining 50 yuan safely tucked away. Dad, Heiress, 400 yuan for the tickets and the purchases in the department store. You should be the one to pay. After all, you're the head of the household. This is your moment to shine, and I want to compete with you. They'll keep the rest of the 500 yuan untouched and give it to Mom to manage when we get home. Zhou Wenshan had everything arranged so clearly that Zhou Yuanxiao and Zhou Wenhai were left utterly astonished. Zhou Yuanxiao took the 400 yuan handed to him and chuckled. Well done, well arranged. Looks like you'll be a fine manager in the future. Zhou Wenshan grinned. No way, Mom should still be in charge. But Dad, could you talk to Mom about raising our monthly allowance a bit? Zhou Yuanxiao's face darkened. You and your elder brother already get 10 yuan a month. That's not enough. After speaking, he pocketed the money and walked toward a man in a worn dark blue mouse suit and a liberation cap standing nearby. Zhou Wenhai chuckled, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder. Wenshan, 10 yuan a month is plenty. See, Dad scolding you again. Zhou Wenshan shrugged. Elder brother, trust me, Mom will definitely give us more money each month later. With that, he pulled Zhou Wenhai along. Come on, let's follow Dad. The two brothers trailed behind Zhou Yuanxiao, curiously watching him strike up a conversation with the man in the worn mouse suit. So this unremarkable-looking man was a ticket scalper. How did Dad know about him? Zhou Yuanxiao walked over and gave the man a subtle signal. The man understood, nodded, and led the way into a secluded alley. Being in his line of work, he was adept at reading people. The signal told him a customer had arrived. Zhou Yuanxiao followed him. Zhou Wenshan thought the whole scene looked like a clandestine spy meeting, exchanging secret codes. They followed their father, and the scalper glanced at the two youths, then at Zhou Yuanxiao. Who are these two young men to you? The scalper was quite cautious. Zhou Yuanxiao looked back. They're my two sons. The scalper warned, keep them away or the deal's off. He was wary of being robbed by ill-intentioned people, so he was extremely careful. Fine, no problem, I'll have them wait outside. Zhou Yuanxiao turned to Zhou Wenshan. You two stay out here and keep watch. Zhou Wenshan agreed. Okay, elder brother, and I will wait for you here. The scalper led Zhou Yuanxiao over 30 meters into the alley before stopping. What tickets do you need? Zhou Yuanxiao offered a cigarette. Brother, do you have watch and radio coupons? He paused, then added, and a sewing machine coupon. Although he couldn't take a sewing machine home today, he could come back for it later. It was best to have the coupon ready. The scalper lit the cigarette, took a drag, his eyes darting around as he spoke hurriedly. Watch and sewing machine coupons are 55 yuan each, radio coupons are 18. Interested? Zhou Yuanxiao frowned. Brother, that's a bit steep. How about 115 yuan total? He had effectively haggled down 13 yuan. The scalper took a few deep drags. Fine deal. Consider it a favor to a new friend. Zhou Yuanxiao's offer was near his bottom line, still leaving him a profit of around 20 yuan. In this trade, transactions had to be quick to avoid trouble. Seeing the scalper agree, Zhou Yuanxiao didn't hesitate. He counted out 11 10 yuan notes and one 5 yuan note from his pocket. The scalper produced the 3 coupons. Heiress, 115 yuan. Count it. Here are the coupons you wanted. Check them carefully. After both confirmed everything was correct, the transaction was complete. Zhou Yuanxiao patted the scalper on the shoulder. They'll come to you next time I need tickets. Give me a better price then. The scalper tucked the money into his coat pocket, letting out a sigh of relief. Had made his first sale of the day. Sure thing, brother. They'll recognize you next time. They'll definitely give you a good deal. This scalper didn't sell tickets every day. They mainly dealt in industrial coupons like those for watches and sewing machines. Sometimes it took days to make a single sale. Not everyone came to buy. Had heard that in some big cities people were even dealing in TV coupons. Unfortunately, their small county's department store didn't even sell a single television, so such coupons were useless there. Even if they did, hardly anyone could afford one. They cost 400 to 500 yuan each. Zhou Yuanxiao carefully put away the 3 coupons and hurried out. Come on, let's head to the department store. Zhou Wenshan followed. Dad, did you get all the coupons? Zhou Yuanxiao nodded. Yes, radio, watch, and sewing machine coupons. Zhou Wenshan grinned. Dad's amazing. He gets everything done in one go. Let's go buy your watch first. A hint of a smile appeared in Zhou Yuanxiao's eyes. Wenshan had become much more articulate since getting married. It was true what people said. A child becomes sensible after marriage. Look how sweet his words were now. He always thought of his parents first. Zhou Yuanxiao shook his head. This watch isn't for me. You two brothers can wear it when you go out on business or take turns. He was already 40. Why would he need a watch? These were coveted by the young. Had heard that in some places a watch was a necessary part of a betrothal gift now. So had buy one for them for when they needed it outside. Zhou Wenshan didn't argue. Whatever you say, Dad. Zhou Wenhai listened quietly as he always obeyed their father. The 3 entered the department store, a 2-story building with each floor spanning 300 to 400 square meters. The first floor sold everyday goods like oil, salt, sauces, and candies with a bicycle counter tucked in a corner. The second floor mainly sold fabrics, ready-made clothes, and shoes. The watch and radio counters occupied nearly a third of the second floor. They went straight to the watch counter on the second floor. There were no customers there as watches were a rare purchase. Sometimes not a single one was sold in a day. The saleswoman, a plump woman in her 30s, was chatting with another salesperson while cracking sunflower seeds. She glanced at them, then ignored them, and continued her chat. Zhou Wenshan finally witnessed the arrogance of a salesperson, one of the 8 prestigious positions of the era. Zhou Yuanshao frowned about to speak, but Zhou Wenshan spoke first to avoid any unpleasantness. Sister, could you help us, sister? Zhou Wenshan tapped the counter gently. The saleswoman turned, and seeing a handsome young man like Zhou Wenshan calling her sister, her expression softened. She walked over, still eating her seeds, and leaned on the counter, looking for a watch. Zhou Wenshan smiled. Yes, would like to buy one. Could you introduce some options for us? The saleswoman cracked a couple of seeds and spat out the shells. Had it been anyone else, she would have snapped back. The watches are right there. What's there to introduce? Buy it if you want, leave it if you don't. But this young man was handsome and sweet-tongued, so she'd oblige him. The shop assistant placed the sunflower seeds into a paper bag, patted her hands together, and cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai. Both brothers had rather pleasing appearances. She cleared her throat lightly and began introducing the watches displayed on the counter, finally, assuming the demeanor of a proper salesperson. We have both imported and domestic watches here. The imported Plum brand watches are quite expensive, costing 400 to 500 yuan each. As for domestic ones, we have the Shanghai and Beijing brands, which are considerably cheaper at 120 to 150 yuan apiece. These are the most popular models among our customers. After finishing, the shop assistant looked at Zhou Wenshan and asked, "Young man, which type of watch are you interested in?" Zhou Wenshan turned to look at his father Zhou Yuanshao, who said to him, "You two can make the decision." Zhou Wenshan then glanced at Zhou Wenhai, who spread his hands and said, "It's up to you." All right then, Zhou Wenshan thought, seeing that neither of them cared to be involved. He decided on his own reasoning that it was just a watch, so he might as well pick one. "Miss, will take this Shanghai brand watch." He pointed to one with a silver white dial, while another option featured a gold dial. "This one costs 120 yuan. Are you sure you want this one?" Zhou Wenshan nodded and confirmed, "Yes, this one will do." Since the only difference between the silver white and gold dial watches was the color, and the price gap was 30 yuan, he naturally opted for the silver white one. The shop assistant prepared the invoice for them. Since this was a valuable item, they had to pay at the dedicated cashier counter along with the watch voucher. Zhou Wenshan took the receipt and handed it to Zhou Yuanshao, saying with a grin, "Dad, you'll need to handle the payment." Zhou Yuanshao took the receipt and went to the designated payment counter, where he paid 12 10-yuan notes and a watch voucher. The cashier stamped a red seal on his receipt. He then returned the stamped receipt to the shop assistant, who verified it, and the watch was officially purchased. Zhou Wenshan took out the watch and said, "Dad, hold out your hand. Let's put the watch on you first." Zhou Yuanshao extended his hand with a smile, though he said, "You should wear it yourself." "Why have me wear it?" Zhou Wenshan looked serious and replied, "That won't do. You're the head of the family. You should wear the watch first." Zhou Yuanshao's face lit up with joy, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he found Zhou Wenshan increasingly agreeable. They then went to another counter and bought a Red Lantern brand radio that could pick up 6 channels. While testing it on the spot, they found a channel playing traditional opera, and Zhou Yuanshao was so captivated he nearly lost himself in the melody. Zhou Wenshan nudged him and said, "Dad, let's go buy some fabric now for clothes for Mom's sister-in-law and my wife." Zhou Yuanshao snapped back to reality and said, "All right, let's go do that." He reluctantly turned off the radio and handed it to Zhou Wenhai, saying, "Wenhai, you hold onto the radio. Let's all go pick out the fabric together." Zhou Wenhai looked at Zhou Wenshan and muttered to himself, why didn't he ask Wenshan to carry it? At the fabric counter, Zhou Wenshan felt the Dacron fabric and found it quite nice, with several colors to choose from. Moreover, it could be bought without fabric coupons. He had heard of the fame of Dacron, but neither before his transmigration nor in his current identity's past life had he ever worn clothes made of this material. "Dad'll pick the fabric color for my wife. You can choose for Mom, and Big Brother can pick for his wife." Zhou Yuanshao nodded in agreement. "Fine." In the end, Zhou Wenshan chose light blue Dacron fabric for Chen Wan. Zhou Wenhai picked a tangerine orange one for his wife. And Zhou Yuanshao selected a navy blue fabric for his wife. The Dacron fabric cost 0.98 yuan per chi. For a full outfit, both Chen Wan and the sister-in-law needed about 10 chi. However, his mother Lu Tsuhua needed a bit more, so they bought 11 chi for her, as she was taller and stouter than the 2 younger women. After making the selections, they gave the required measurements, and the shop assistant quickly measured and cut the fabric. The total cost for all the fabric came to 30 yuan and 38 fun. They packed the fabric into the bags they had brought, and Zhou Yuanshao looked at the 2 brothers and asked, "Are you 2 done shopping? If you're not buying anything else, let's find a place to eat, and then head home." Zhou Wenshan raised his hand and said, "Dad, wait a moment. I need to buy a few more things for my wife." With that, he dashed off to another part of the store. Having been married for only a short time, they were still in the honeymoon phase, and their affection seemed to grow stronger each day. Zhou Wenshan had already won Chen Wan's body, but he also yearned to win her heart. Since this was his first time out with money in his pocket, of course, he had to buy some gifts to take back home. He was sure Chen Wan would be deeply moved and devoted to him afterward. He first went to the shoe counter, having noticed sandals for sale when he passed by earlier. With summer approaching, he planned to buy a nice pair of sandals for Chen Wan. Those fair, delicate size, 37 feet, would surely look lovely in them. It was a pity that stockings weren't available, yet otherwise He currently had 50 yuan on him, which could buy quite a lot of things. As he was deciding which pair of shoes would suit Chen Wan best, his elder brother Zhou Wenshan came running over. Zhou Wenshan asked in surprise, "Brother, what are you doing here?" "I'm seeing what you're buying, and I want to get something for your sister-in-law too." Zhou Wenshan was speechless. "All right, suit yourself. But do you know your wife's shoe size?" Zhou Wenshan shook his head. "No." Zhou Wenshan rolled his eyes. "If you don't know her shoe size, then what are you going to buy? Just get her a couple of hair clips instead." Zhou Wenshan quickly selected a pair of sandals with a slight pinkish tint, which would surely look perfect on Chen Wan's fair feet. After a moment's thought, he also bought a pair of blue sandals in a different style for his mother, which would pair nicely with the navy blue outfit, made from the fabric his father had chosen. This would be a pleasant surprise for his mother as well. Otherwise, both daughters-in-law would have gifts besides the fabric, and she might feel left out. Look how thoughtful he was as a son. He just hoped his mother would scold him a little less in the future. Zhou Wenshan looked at the shoes he had bought for his wife and mother, feeling quite pleased with himself. Neither his father nor his elder brother had thought of this, and he wasn't about to remind them. The 2 pairs of shoes cost 12 yuan, but he didn't feel the least bit sorry. Money was meant to be spent after all. As someone who had transmigrated, he didn't hold the mindset of hoarding money and never spending it. Fortunately, his father and mother weren't like that either. He then bought 2 pretty hair clips for Chen Wan. He thought she would look good in any color, but to avoid being too flashy, he chose one blue and one deep red, and also bought a cyan one for his mother. The hair clips cost 0.8 yuan, each totaling 2.4 yuan. He also bought a jean of white rabbit candies to keep at home for Chen Wan to enjoy slowly and to take along when visiting his in-laws for the 3 adorable nieces and nephews. Finally, he bought 2 jars of canned fruit. Last time Chen Wan hadn't eaten any and had given them all to the children. This time he was determined to have her taste them and had have some himself too. After finishing his purchases, his cloth bag was stuffed to the brim. Seeing that his elder brother had already bought something for his wife, he carried his things over and said, "Dad, big brother, let's go." Zhou Wenshan had only bought 2 hairpins for his wife. He also wanted to buy her a pair of sandals, but he had never bothered to ask what size shoes she wore. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. Why had he never paid attention to such things? He resolved to ask his wife when he got home and make another trip to the county town or the supply and marketing cooperative in a few days to buy her a pair. The selection at the township cooperative wouldn't be as good as here though. He'd have to come back to the county. How did Wenshan's mind work? How did he even know his wife's exact shoe size? He needed to learn from his brother. Just then Zhou Wenshan walked over carrying their purchases. "Dad, big brother, I've got everything. Let's head out." Zhou Yuanshao glanced at the bulging bag, but didn't ask what was inside. The money was theirs to spend as they saw fit. As long as they weren't gambling or going astray, let them be. If either of them squandered it, their wives would surely set them straight. Besides, Zhou Yuanshao was confident that Wenshan wouldn't recklessly waste money these days. Little did Zhou Yuanshao know Wenshan's bag also contained gifts for their mother Lu Tsuhua. Zhou Yuanshao stood up. "Wenhai, carry the radio. Let's all go get a meal." "All right." Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai followed behind their father, cycling toward the nearby Tycoon restaurant. Not only had Zhou Wenhai, a middle school graduate, never dined at a restaurant, but even Zhou Wenshan, who had attended high school in the county, had never eaten at one. In the past, the family wasn't well off. Supporting him through high school had been difficult enough, leaving no spare money for such luxuries. Going hungry was a common plight. Many of his classmates survived on just 2 cornmeal buns a day, gulping down water at noon to stave off hunger. Compared to them, he could afford 3 buns a day plus some pickled vegetables, and occasionally splurge a few cents for a modest treat at the cafeteria. So even after 2 years of high school in the county, he never had the money or means to eat at this Tycoon restaurant. In fact, hardly anyone in their entire village had ever dined here. That's why, as Zhou Yuanshao led them in, Zhou Wenshan was filled with curiosity. Finally, he could experience the distinctive charm of a 1970s Tycoon eatery. They soon arrived at the restaurant's entrance and parked their bicycles outside. It was noon, so the place was relatively crowded with only 2 vacant tables remaining. It seemed the county had its share of well-off folks who could afford to eat out now and then. After all, an ordinary worker's monthly wage was at least 20 or 30 yuan, sometimes 40 or 50. A meal cost maybe 1 or 2 yuan, so an occasional indulgence wasn't out of reach. The 3 of them settled at an empty table. Zhou Yuanshao carried grain and meat ration coupons. "Wenshan, keep an eye on the things. Wenhai, come with me to order." Zhou Wenshan, still carrying the hefty sum of 500 yuan, decided it was safer to stay put. The ordering area was crowded, and he couldn't risk someone pickpocketing him. That would be a devastating loss. This Tycoon restaurant resembled a fast food joint of decades later. The kitchen prepared a few meat dishes, several vegetable sides, and a couple of soups, all ladled into large basins. Customers would look at the available dishes, pay the cashier with money and ration tickets, then present the receipt to pick up their food. Zhou Wenshan sat on a stool watching the diners around him. Their faces radiated a kind of confidence, an inexplicable assurance, perhaps born of faith and conviction. That kind of confidence was rarely seen in ordinary people decades later. Even sitting here, he found himself inexplicably infected by it. Soon Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenhai returned carrying their ordered dishes. The restaurant had braised pork that day, so Zhou Yuanchao ordered a portion along with a plate of muksu pork and a dish of dis and xian, all authentic northeastern specialties, plus an egg drop soup and 3 bowls of rice. The total came to 3.6 yuan, along with 2 liang of meat ration tickets and 6 liang of grain tickets. On an ordinary day, Zhou Yuanchao would never have splurged like this, but after today's profitable sales, the expense felt justified. Setting aside the 3.6 yuan, how many rural folk even possessed the meat and grain ration tickets required? Had only managed to get those by trading half a gene of meat with someone yesterday. As the dishes were set on the table, a tantalizing aroma wafted up. The food looked genuinely appetizing, vibrant in color and rich in fragrance. The braised pork was perfectly marbled, glistening with a deep savory glaze. In this era, only truly skilled cooks could become head chefs at state-run restaurants. A smile spread across Zhou Yuanchao's face. In all his years, had only dined here a handful of times. The last time he recalled was just before when Hai was born. Had saved up for months and brought Lu Tsuihua here for a meat-filled meal. He remembered how Lu Tsuihua had cried on the way home. The meat was delicious, but it had wiped out months of savings, and it broke her heart. After that, they never set foot in a restaurant again. Even as the family's fortunes gradually improved and they could finally eat their fill, no one ever suggested going out to eat. That meal's cost had left a lasting impression on them. But now they were better off, and Zhou Yuanchao planned to bring the whole family here for a feast someday. Zhou Wenshan eyed the dishes on the table. Wow, Dad, you even got braised pork. It looks absolutely delicious. Zhou Yuanchao chuckled, glancing at the watch on his wrist and unconsciously checking the time. Go on, try it. If it tastes good, well, pack another portion to take home for your mother and the others. Zhou Wenshan took his bowl and chopsticks, and before eating, he placed a piece of meat into his father's bowl. A filial son knew to honor his elders. That was the way to make his father proud. Dad, you eat too. Well, definitely bring some good food back for Mom and sister-in-law. We can't just feast on our own. Zhou Wenshan nodded in agreement, then picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. It was fragrant, rich, yet not greasy, and it melted on the tongue. Delicious. Truly delicious. Zhou Wenhai, seeing the others dig in, quickly picked up his chopsticks as well. Zhou Yuanchao watched his 2 sons with a warm smile and began to eat too. Though Wenhai and Wenshan had received their fair share of discipline as children, they had both become sensible and responsible since getting married. Wenhai might not join the hunting trips up the mountain, but when it came to working the fields and earning work points, he never lagged behind and had become a dependable and steady man. Wenshan, meanwhile, had become a skilled hunter. With his abilities, it wouldn't be long before he could venture into the mountains alone. As long as he didn't encounter a tiger or a brown bear, he should be safe. The days ahead would only get better. At that thought, Zhou Yuanchao felt a deep sense of comfort and pride. After the meal, all 3 felt thoroughly satisfied, having cleaned every plate and bowl on the table. Even Zhou Wenshan, who had frequently dined out before his transmigration, couldn't help but express genuine admiration for this delicious fare untainted by any high-tech additives. Dad, let's bring some braised pork for Mom and the others. This is truly delicious. Zhou Wenhai, growing clever, began to learn how to show consideration. Bring 2 portions, Zhou Wenshan said. Each portion only has about 10 pieces of meat. If we bring just 1 back, it won't be enough for everyone. Mom and sister-in-law will surely insist we eat more. Better to buy 2 portions so everyone gets a fair share. Zhou Yuanchao nodded. Then, well, buy 2 portions. Let me go see if they still have some. He took out the aluminum lunchbox had brought from home and went to pack the braised pork. This lunchbox had once been used by Zhou Wenshan to carry pickled vegetables to high school in the county town. Zhou Wenhai looked at Zhou Wenshan and scratched his head, feeling that there was always a higher mountain beyond the peak. Before long, Zhou Yuanchao returned with 2 portions of braised pork, filling the lunchbox to the brim. The meat was substantial and generously sized, and he secured the lid tightly with twine to prevent any spillage. Let's head home. All right, brother. Load up the goods, and I'll ride you on my bike. Zhou Wenshan's purchases were strapped to the back of Zhou Yuanchao's bicycle. The braised pork hung from the handlebars, and Zhou Wenhai sat on the back of Zhou Wenshan's bike, clutching the radio. The 3 of them rode off home on 2 bicycles. They had arrived empty-handed, carrying only a ginseng root, but now they were returning laden with treasures. They had a substantial sum of money, a new radio, a wristwatch, and various gifts. Their spirits were high on the journey back. Zhou Yuanchao hummed a tune Zhou Wenshan didn't recognize, occasionally lifting his right wrist to check the time. Zhou Wenshan observed closely. Within 3 minutes, his father had checked the time 5 or 6 times. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Wenshan spoke up. Dad, what time is it now? Zhou Yuanchao raised his wrist and looked carefully. Oh, it's 153 now. We should be home in about an hour and a half. Zhou Wenshan stifled a laugh. Seeing few people on the road, he asked, Dad, what do you plan to do with the money from the ginseng? Zhou Yuanxiao fell silent for a moment. The allocation of these funds required careful planning. Moreover, it was primarily thanks to Wenshan that they had found the ginseng, so his son's thoughts on the matter were of utmost importance. He did not want money to cause discord between his two sons. If that were to happen, he would rather they had never found the ginseng at all. Throughout history, wealth had stirred hearts, leading countless brothers to turn against each other and fathers and sons to become enemies. He had no desire to become another such example. Zhou Yuanxiao pedaled his bicycle, quickening his pace slightly. Wenshan, what do you think we should do? Zhou Wenshan, now sharp-witted, immediately sensed a strange tone in his father's voice. His mind raced through several possibilities, but he couldn't quite grasp the underlying meaning of his father's words. He chuckled twice. Dad, you're the head of the family now. Isn't it your call to decide how to allocate it? Zhou Yuanxiao glanced back at him. You were the one who found the ginseng first. Zhou Wenshan understood instantly, realization dawning. So this was what his father was worried about. Dad, we haven't divided the family yet. We go hunting in the mountains while mom, brother, and sister-in-law work the fields to earn work points. Everyone contributes to all our gains. Even if we were to divide things clearly, that would only happen after we split the household. Zhou Wenshan made his stance perfectly clear to prevent his father from worrying about this issue in the future. After all, he would be going to the mountains often and the harvests would be plentiful. If this matter remained unresolved, harboring doubts would only cause trouble. Indeed, after hearing this, Zhou Yuanxiao's expression lightened considerably. Wenshan's level of understanding bore a striking resemblance to his own. Now he no longer had to worry about a rift forming between the two brothers. Otherwise, he and Suihua would be caught in an uncomfortable position. Zhou Wenhai, seated on the back of the bicycle, whispered, Well done, little brother. You truly are my brother. Zhou Wenshan smiled smugly. Of course. Since his transmigration, he had merged with his predecessor's memories. One could say he was his predecessor. Although this era was indeed harsh, with understanding parents like Zhou Yuanxiao, and Lu Tsuhua, a brother and sister-in-law, like Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Minghui, and now having married Chen Wan, he felt he had gained both familial love and romantic affection. Even if life were harder, it was all worth it. Zhou Yuanxiao pondered. This 5,000 yuan was a veritable fortune, capable of accomplishing much in the countryside. Building 3-tiled rooms would cost only about 700 or 800 yuan. Lost in thought, Zhou Yuanxiao slowly spoke. Heiress, my idea, and you two brothers can offer your opinions. The land beside our courtyard is vacant. Now that you're both married, I plan to apply to the village for those plots to serve as your homesteads. Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up. Building a house. That was a great idea. Now that you're both married, whichever wife gets pregnant first, we'll build a house for that family first. What do you two think? Zhou Wenhai's face flushed with excitement. Sounds good, well, follow your lead, Dad. Zhou Wenshan's eyes twinkled mischievously. It seemed he'd need to put in extra effort tonight. Dad, that works. We'll see whether sister-in-law or my wife gets pregnant first. Brother, you need to work hard tonight. Heh. Ouch. Zhou Wenhai had pinched him from behind for speaking so recklessly. Seeing both his sons being sensible, Zhou Yuanxiao felt lighter at heart. Let's speed up and get home early. An hour later, they arrived back in the village, and some of the village aunties spotted the radio Zhou Wenhai was holding. Oh, Yuanxiao, where did you buy that radio from? Zhou Yuanxiao replied with a smile, from the department store in the county town. I've had a radio coupon for ages, but never had the money. Since we sold that wild boar a few days ago, I hurried to buy it. If I'd lost that coupon, my Suihua would have given me an earful. Suihua would scold you. I don't believe that. She defends you against anyone. You're her precious treasure, ha. Zhou Yuanxiao wasn't offended, smiling and exchanging a few pleasantries before cycling home. Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai arrived home to find Chen Wan in the kitchen preparing dinner. Lu Tsuihua and the sister-in-law were out, likely still working in the fields to earn work points. Hearing the commotion outside, Chen Wan hurried out of the kitchen. Seeing Zhou Wenshan and the others return, her face lit up with joy. Dad, brother Wenshan, you're back? Come sit inside and rest. He'll get you some water. The three of them had set out for the county town before dawn, toiling for the better part of the day and cycling back and forth for over 4 hours. They encountered some hooligans in the county town, but fortunately, Zhou Wenshan's martial prowess saw them through without harm or loss. The trio sat around the table in the main hall, taking a brief respite. Zhou Wenshan's energy remained abundant, but his father and elder brother felt somewhat weary. They brought in the purchased goods, placing the radio on the table. Zhou Yuanxiao, unable to contain his eagerness, switched it on. Soon the strains of opera emanated from the radio. Through the sea of forests, across the snowy plains, my spirit soars to the heavens. The sonorous tune filled the room. Zhou Yuanxiao's eyes narrowed as he gently swayed his head, humming along, while tapping out the rhythm on the tabletop, savoring a melody he had heard countless times without ever tiring of it. Zhou Yuanxiao's evident delight made Zhou Wenshan feel the radio was a truly worthwhile purchase. Chen Wan approached with a kettle and 3 bowls, pouring water for them. Father, eldest brother, have some water. She filled the last bowl and placed it before Zhou Wenshan. And you have a drink too. Zhou Wenshan looked at Chen Wan smiling as he took a sip. So sweet. Chen Wan had added a touch of sugar to each bowl both for flavor and to replenish their strength. She glanced at the radio on the table, then at the bulging bag, curious about its contents, certain they had been bought in the county town. Her face lit up with joy. She leaned close to Zhou Wenshan's ear and whispered, "Did you sell the ginseng?" Zhou Wenshan nodded subtly. It's sold. They'll go make dinner." Chen Wan turned and walked briskly toward the kitchen. As a part of this family, now seeing the household prosper brought her genuine happiness. Zhou Yuanshao watched Chen Wan leave and quietly said to the two men, "Don't breathe a word about the robbery in the county town to anyone." Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai nodded in unison. "Father, we understand. We won't say a thing." They decided it was best to keep it from Lu Tsuehua and the others lest they worry needlessly. Since they had come through unscathed, they saw no reason to dwell on the past. Zhou Wenshan gulped down the rest of his water. "Father will go help with the cooking." With that, he headed to the kitchen after Chen Wan. Zhou Wenhai smirked, observing his brother, and whispered to Zhou Yuanshao, "Father Wenshan and his wife are quite the affectionate pair, aren't they?" Zhou Yuanshao shot him a cold, amused glance. "Last year when you and your wife were newlyweds, you were just the same, like a starving dog let loose on meat. Now you're making snide remarks about Wenshan." Zhou Wenhai chuckled sheepishly and fell silent, having been put in his place by his father's jest. Zhou Wenshan entered the kitchen to find Chen Wan preparing to chop vegetables. "Wife, what's for dinner?" Chen Wan looked up. "Stir-fried cabbage and pepper with pork." "Why are you here?" "I've come to lend a hand." "No need, you go rest. I can manage on my own." Zhou Wenshan ignored her protest, stepped forward, and rolled up his sleeves. "You tend the fire. He'll chop and cook." Chen Wan's hand poised with the cleaver paused. She turned surprise in her eyes. "You can cook." Zhou Wenshan grinned confidently. "Don't underestimate me, wife. My skills are quite impressive." She handed him the cleaver with a mixture of doubt and curiosity. "All right, let's see what you've got." He took it with assurance. "Just follow my lead." Before his transmigration as a single man who disliked eating out, he had spent much time watching cooking videos on his phone. So his culinary abilities were actually quite decent. Chen Wan eyed him skeptically, as men who cooked were a rarity in this era. Even her own parents, who were considered a model couple before her rustication, had her mother doing all the cooking while her father rarely set foot in the kitchen. Zhou Wenshan pressed the washed cabbage onto the cutting board with one hand, cleaver in the other. Chop, 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 he sliced through it with ease. He then cut half a gene of wild boar meat hanging from the beam into slices and cleaned and chopped a few peppers. Chen Wan watched his deft movements, so much more practiced than her own that she quite forgot to light the fire. Zhou Wenshan chuckled inwardly, choosing not to remind her. "Silly wife, let me show you just how capable your husband is. This is only the beginning." After finishing the prep, he noticed Chen Wan still standing there dazed. With an amused smile, he reached out and flicked her forehead. "What, you don't even want to light the fire now?" "Oh, right, I'm on it." Chen Wan's face flushed crimson as she scrambled to start the fire. Once the wok was heated, Zhou Wenshan skillfully scooped some soybean oil from the clay jar and began stir-frying the cabbage. Both the cabbage and the pepper pork were simple, homely dishes, presenting no challenge at all. Soon both dishes were ready. Chen Wan examined his handiwork, finding it even more appetizing than her own. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "I never imagined you could actually cook." Zhou Wenshan smiled. "I have many skills you've yet to discover. Oh, I also brought back 2 portions of braised pork from town. We can heat those up as well." Chen Wan's eyes lit up. Braised pork. It had been so long. Zhou Wenshan fetched the aluminum lunchbox and handed it to her. "It's a bit cold, but it'll be fine once we heat it with the cornbread." He then gave her a mysterious smile. "I also got you a gift. Can you guess what it is?" Without waiting for her answer, he turned and left the kitchen. Chen Wan hadn't expected him to bring her something from his trip, and curiosity gnawed at her. But rack her brains as she might, she couldn't fathom what it could be. Finally, she stamped her foot in playful frustration. "You, Zhou Wenshan. If you dare touch me tonight, just you wait." Not long after the cornbread and braised pork were reheated, Lu Tsuehua and Zhang Minghui returned from the fields. Seeing them back safe and sound, the weariness on their faces vanished. Lu Tsuehua hurried inside, and spotting Zhou Yuanshao fiddling with the radio, exclaimed in delight, "Yuanshao, is this our very own radio?" Lu Tsuehua always called him Yuanshao when she was happy. Zhou Yuanshao beamed at her. "Yes, Tsuehua, this is our own radio. From now on you can listen to opera at home too." Zhang Minghui also crowded in, her face alight with joy. A radio was a rare treasure in the village, owned by only a few households. Now they could enjoy opera every day. Zhou Wenshan, however, was unimpressed. To him, it was just a trifle for passing the time. Chen Wan's family had one long before her rustication, so it held no novelty for her either. Carrying the dishes to the table, Zhou Wenshan called out, "Mother, father, eldest brother, sister-in-law, dinner's ready." He grinned to himself, thinking about handing out the gifts to his wife and mother after the meal. He wondered how his father and brother would react. Hearing Zhou Wenshan call them to dinner, Zhou Yuanshao turned off the radio. "Come on, let's eat first. We can listen after we're done." At the dining table, Lu Tsuhua saw the braised pork in the aluminum lunchbox and asked in surprise, "Did you bring this back from the restaurant in the county town?" Zhou Yuanshao replied, "Yes, we had lunch at the state-run restaurant in the county. The braised pork was so delicious that Wenhai and Wenshan both wanted to bring some back for you, so we bought 2 extra portions." Heh. Lu Qihua's heart trembled, and she rubbed her eyes but said, "Oh, why spend money on this? The meat is so expensive." Zhou Wenshan looked at his mother. "Mom, as long as you like it, we're willing to buy it no matter the cost. Besides, it's not like we can't afford it now." Lu Tsuehua gave him a stern look, but couldn't hide her smile. "You're always so smooth with your words." Zhou Yuanshao picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and placed it in her bowl. "Taste it. Is it still good? Next time the whole family will go to the county restaurant for a proper feast." Zhou Wenshan followed suit and placed a piece in Chen Wan's bowl. Not wanting to be outdone, Zhou Wenhai added a piece to Zhang Minghui's bowl. "Is the braised pork still good?" "Delicious. So tasty. Yes, it's very good." Lu Tsuehua took a bite and found it exquisite, a flavor she hadn't savored in years. She was so moved that tears nearly welled up in her eyes. In the past, they might have had a bit of meat occasionally once a month, but making braised pork required white sugar and large chunks of pork belly. They couldn't bear to spend on such ingredients. Having 2 tails of meat was a luxury back then, and making braised pork would yield just a few pieces, not even half a plate. Nor would they waste white sugar on such a dish. That was too much of a luxury. Now that Zhou Yuanshao and Zhou Wenshan had been hunting in the mountains, the family had been eating more meat these past few days, but they still hadn't made braised pork. After all, the pork belly needed to come from a domesticated fat pig. Wild boar meat just didn't taste the same. Besides, they didn't know how to make braised pork. They had no idea of the recipe. But Zhou Wenshan knew. Looking at Lu Tsuehua, he said, "Mom, whenever you crave braised pork in the future, just tell me. He'll make it for you, and it won't be any worse than this." "You know how to make braised pork?" Everyone looked at him with astonishment. Even Chen Wan found it hard to believe. After all, mastering braised pork without someone to teach you was no easy feat. But before Zhou Wenshan had traveled back in time, the information available in that era was beyond what people could imagine now. Learning to cook braised pork was simple. You could open some social media app, search for the recipe, and find at least dozens of detailed video tutorials. Zhou Wenshan knew at least 3 or 4 methods, and since it had been one of his favorites, he made it quite well. But he couldn't explain it that way now. He cleared his throat. "When I was in high school in the county, I learned it from a head chef in the kitchen. It was his signature dish." "Oh, so that's how it is." Everyone believed him, since they had no way to verify it, and Zhou Wenhai hadn't even attended high school. Lu Qihua's eyes crinkled with joy. "Good, I never expected my Wenshan to know how to make braised pork. Next time you'll make it for your mother. Here you have some meat too." Chen Wan looked at Zhou Wenshan with a dazed expression. Though she was already married to him, it had only been a few days, and she still didn't know him all that well. But the more she learned about him, the more she felt that this man who seemed like a boy next door was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He had an irresistible brute strength that didn't match his still lean figure, and his speech and mannerisms were vastly different from the typical rural folk. Only in front of his parents did he act like a normal child. She also sensed an intense confidence radiating from his demeanor and eyes, which made her all the more curious. Of the 2 portions of braised pork, most ended up in the stomachs of Lu Tsuehua, the eldest sister-in-law, and Chen Wan. The 3 men, Zhou Yuanshao and the others, only had 2 or 3 pieces each. When Lu Tsuehua tried to force more on them, they said they'd already eaten plenty at the restaurant and insisted the women enjoy it. After the meal, everyone's lips were glistening with oil and smiles adorned their faces. Zhou Yuanshao cleared his throat. "Once you've cleaned up, come sit in the main room for a while." Everyone knew this was likely about the sale of the ginseng. Lu Tsuehua spoke up. "All right, well, head over once we're done." Chen Wan and Zhang Minghui remained silent, hastening their speed at clearing the dishes. About 5 minutes later, the kitchen was spotless. All 6 family members gathered in the main room. Zhou Yuanshao turned off the radio head, just switched on, his heart racing with excitement. He reached for a cigarette, then thought better of it, and put it back. "Forget it'll hold off, and smoke outside later." Ahem. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and spoke in a low voice barely above a whisper. This involved a hefty sum of 50 yuan, and he couldn't risk being overheard. "Today we went to the county to sell the ginseng, and both Wenshan and Wenhai came along." Zhou Yuanshao's face broke into a grin. "It turned out even better than we thought yesterday. We sold it for 5500 yuan. Lu Tsuehua clapped a hand over her mouth, staring at him in delight. "Yuanshao, is that true?" Zhou Wenshan pulled 5 full stacks of Detuanjia notes from his pocket and placed them on the table. "Mom, Heiress, 5000 yuan. This is my filial offering to you." After saying this, he gave a mischievous grin. Zhou Yuanshao chuckled and glanced at him. This kid was getting more playful, but he liked it. Hearing about 500 yuan was one thing, but seeing the cash right in front of them was far more staggering. Lu Qihua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Minghui gasped and covered her mouth, and only Chen Wan remained relatively calm, as her family had been well off before. 5 yuan, while substantial wasn't much to them. Lu Tsuehua patted her chest. Oh my, I need a moment. How can we ever spend all this money, ha? Suddenly she slapped her thigh. Wait, what about the other 500 yuan? Zhou Yuanchao patted the radio on the table, took off his wristwatch, laid out the fabric head bought for the three women, and pulled out over 60 yuan from his pocket. We bought the radio, the watch, and this fabric. I gave 50 yuan each to Wenshan and Wenhai, and after the meals I've got a bit over 60 left. Zhou Yuanchao said with a beaming smile, laying out the expenses clearly. Lu Tsuehua picked up the watch from the table and slipped it back onto Zhou Yuanchao's wrist. This watch looks best on your wrist, Yuanchao. Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenhai. Good heavens, that was some top-tier public affection. Lu Tsuehua looked at Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai about to say something when Zhou Wenshan raised his hand. Mom, I got you a gift. Zhou Yuanchao. Zhou Wenhai. Upon hearing Zhou Wenshan's words, Lu Tsuehua was taken aback, the words on the tip of her tongue dying in her throat. The matter of Zhou Yuanchao giving the two brothers 50 yuan was set aside for the moment. Her two children had grown up without ever giving her a gift. Of course, that was also because they never had money before. Growing up, Zhou Wenhai and Zhou Wenshan never had any allowance to speak of, 3 or 5 cents at best, with a dime or two being a fortune. Except for the time Zhou Wenshan went to the county high school, when he occasionally had 2 or 3 yuan, but that was only enough for his meals. A gift? Lu Tsuehua looked at Zhou Wenshan in confusion, the word feeling strange and distant to her. Zhou Wenshan pulled things out of his bag. Dad gave us a bit of pocket money, so I thought I'd buy you something, Mom. You've worked so hard all these years, working the fields, managing the household. It hasn't been easy. Now that I have a little money in hand, the first thing I wanted to do was get you a gift to show my filial respect. He then took out the blue sandals and the green hair clip, handing them to Lu Tsuehua with a smile. Mom, I bought you a pair of sandals and a hair clip. Try them on, see if they fit and look good. Zhou Wenshan presented the shoes and clip to Lu Tsuehua like precious treasures. Lu Qihua's face was a picture of disbelief. These are for me. Zhou Wenshan nodded. Of course they're for you, Mom. Try them on. Lu Tsuehua slowly took the shoes and clipped, her eyes nearly welling up with tears. The questions Shed wanted to ask were already forgotten. Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenhai covered their faces. What a blunder. Lu Tsuehua was filled with emotion, a smile she could barely contain on her face. All right, if my son bought them for me, they're bound to fit. Zhou Wenshan walked over, intending to clip the hair clip on his mother's head to showcase his filial piety. Zhou Yuanchao snapped back to reality, his face darkening as he stood up. He pushed Zhou Wenshan aside and snatched the clip. Go sit down and behave. He then personally clipped it onto Lu Qihua's hair and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, looks good. Zhang Minghui and Chen Wan couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Zhou Wenshan noticed Zhou Wenhai secretly chuckling on the side and thought to himself, big brother, just you wait. You're next. He then took out the shoes and clip head bought for Chen Wan from his bag and said to her, wife, I brought something for you too. Chen Wan's eyes lit up. Ah, you got me something too. Zhou Wenshan smiled at her. You're my wife, of course I'd think of you. Come on, try them on. Chen Wan took them, but didn't put them on. Instead, she whispered in his ear, he'll try them on tonight when we're back in the room. Zhou Wenshan felt a warmth in his heart. That works. Zhang Minghui looked at Zhou Wenhai, her expectation unspoken. Zhou Wenhai was dumbfounded. He scratched the back of his head. Well, honey, I wanted to buy you something too, but I didn't know your shoe size. So I came back to ask you. In a couple of days, I'll head back to the county department store and get them for you. Zhang Minghui pinched him lightly on the waist. Then how does Wenshan know Xiao Wan's shoe size and Mom's? I can see you don't really pay attention to me. Just wait and see what I do to you tonight. Zhou Wenhai's face fell. This was a miscalculation. He shot a glare at Zhou Wenshan. All this was the second brother's doing. Zhou Wenshan looked back at him with a secret smirk, wondering what his sister-in-law had in store for his big brother that night. Lu Tsuehua looked at the sandals on her feet and touched the hair clip in her hair, her face beaming with undisguised joy. She thought about wearing the sandals out for a stroll tomorrow, just to show them off a little. Zhou Yuanchao meanwhile cast a displeased look at Zhou Wenshan. That boy, he'd have to find an excuse to straighten him out one of these days. He couldn't even think to remind his own father to buy something. Zhou Wenshan had no idea what his father was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. He knew his father wouldn't really hold a grudge against him. Life, whether it flows calmly like still water or bustles with lively noise, is just a way of living. Zhou Wenshan was quite enjoying his current life after all. Though the material conditions were far worse than before, head crossed over, the warmth of this family was exactly what he, an orphan in his past life, had always yearned for. As for splitting up the family, why split it up? If it was to happen, it wouldn't be now. His elder brother and sister-in-law weren't the extreme types you'd find in the novels he used to read. His sister-in-law had known him since he was young and treated him like her own younger brother. Back when he was in school, she'd even secretly slip him an egg to help nourish his brain. So at this point, Zhou Wenshan had no intention of splitting the family. If it ever came to that, it would be later when they all had children and living together became inconvenient. Besides, in this era, very few families split up so early. With his abilities and his foresight into the country's trends for the coming decades, he was sure his life would be more than decent. But his elder brother couldn't lag too far behind. Otherwise, given his brother's proud nature, he'd feel ashamed to face him, and it would put their parents in a difficult position. Zhou Wenshan couldn't bear to see his wonderful parents troubled. So the matter of splitting the family could wait a couple more years. Once he got into university, the family would naturally drift apart, even without saying a word. For now, he'd just enjoy the warmth of having his parents around. Even if they were always telling him what not to do, he knew that as long as it was something important, they would always support him. Wasn't marrying Chen Wan proof of that? Any other family wouldn't have agreed. Lu Tsuehua tried on the shoes, and then took them off. Such fine shoes, she'd save them for later. Humph, let others be jealous of her. Zhou Yuanchao sat back down at the table. Tsuehua put this money away first. Oh, all right. Lu Tsuehua cheerfully set the 5 stacks of banknotes aside. With this much money, life would be much better from now on. Zhou Yuanchao spoke with a smile on his face. Now that the family has some money, let's discuss how to use this 5,000 yuan. On the way back, I had a brief discussion with Wenshan and Wenhai. The land next to our yard is empty. We can apply for it as homestead land for you two brothers. At that moment, Zhou Wenshan winked at Chen Wan, who was still puzzled. Zhou Yuanchao tapped his finger lightly on the table. But building a house has to be done step by step. Wenhai and Wenshan, whichever of your wives gets pregnant first, well, build the house for that family first. After saying this, he swept his gaze across the room with a hint of amusement. So you two figure it out yourselves. Zhang Minghui's heart stirred. Father wanted a grandchild. She needed to answer that call. After all, they'd been married for nearly a year now. It was about time to have a child. Chen Wan's cheeks flushed. She glanced at Zhou Wenshan. In the days since their marriage, he had always treated her well. Having his child, she was more than willing. After the brief family meeting concluded, everyone retired to their own rooms. Lu Tsuehua was still immersed in the joy of the 5,000 yuan fortune and the gift Zhou Wenshan had given her, and she never again mentioned the matter of the 50 yuan. Perhaps she had deliberately forgotten it. Back in her room, Lu Tsuehua clutched the stack of 5,000 yuan in large bills and counted them repeatedly, the smile never leaving her face before reluctantly hiding them away. Lifting the mattress on the bed, she revealed a red brick on the heated Kong. Moving the brick aside, she uncovered a small hollow beneath containing an iron box, her secret place for keeping money. Most of the family savings were stored there, and previously it had been nearly empty, amounting to less than 200 yuan in total. But now with the 5,000 yuan added, it almost filled the entire small hiding spot to the brim. Lu Tsuehua had never dreamed she would possess so much money. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she patted the hidden stash, then turned to Zhou Yuanchao and wrapped her arms around his waist. Yuanchao, am I dreaming? Zhou Yuanchao gently stroked her head. Even as a grown woman, she would still act coy and childlike when alone with him. He smiled and said, it's real, not a dream. From now on, our family has money. The good days are still ahead. You just wait to enjoy them. Lu Tsuehua nodded. After a moment of silence, she added, I think it was a great choice for Wenshan to marry Xiao Wan. That girl, apart from her family background, is flawless in every way. She's beautiful, and Wenshan has improved so much since the marriage. Xiao Wan brings fortune to her husband. She's a lucky charm for Wenshan. Zhou Yuanchao nodded in agreement. That's true. If Wenshan hadn't gone up the mountain with me, we wouldn't have caught so much game, and it was Wenshan who found the ginseng yesterday too. It's getting late. Let's turn off the lights and sleep. Back in their own room, Zhou Wenhai felt embarrassed for not having bought his wife a pair of sandals. His mother and sister-in-law both had new ones, but his own wife didn't. Actually, Zhou Wenshan hadn't known his sister-in-law's shoe size, or he would have reminded his brother. Zhang Minghui wasn't angry about not getting sandals. She had only been slightly disappointed earlier. Seeing Zhou Wenhai's troubled expression, she, having known him since elementary school as his childhood sweetheart, could easily guess what was on his mind. Amused, Zhang Minghui tapped him on the head. Go wash up and get to bed. Zhou Wenhai pulled out the remaining 40+ yuan and 2 hair clips from his pocket and handed them to her. Wife, this is the leftover money and 2 hair clips I bought for you. Zhang Minghui took them joyfully. So you did buy me something. Why didn't you show them earlier? Zhou Wenhai muttered. Because I didn't get you shoes. She gave him a playful glare. This silly man. The hair clips are great. I really like them. With that, she tried on both clips one after another. Wenhai, do I look good? Zhou Wenhai gazed at her. Beautiful, beautiful. Then what are you waiting for? Go wash up. Oh, all right. Zhang Minghui put away the money and clips, and soon Zhou Wenhai returned from washing. Zhang Minghui also washed up and then went to bed. In the darkness, Zhou Wenhai's voice came through. Hiss. Wife, what are you doing? Dad wants a grandson, doesn't he? Let's give him one. Half an hour later, Zhou Wenhai lay sprawled on his back, panting heavily. After resting a moment, Zhang Minghui wrapped her arms around him again. Zhou Wenhai groaned. Wife, can we wait until tomorrow? I'm a bit tired today. She replied, you just lie there. You won't have to do a thing. In Zhou Wenshan, in Chen Wan's room, Zhou Wenshan nodded to her. Wife, put on the sandals, and let me see. Chen Wan glanced at him. His gaze seemed to devour her. She shyly nodded. Okay. Her fair, delicate feet paired with the pinkish sandals were an irresistible temptation to Zhou Wenshan. He swallowed hard and pounced on her. Wife, let's have a child too. Chen Wan said hurriedly. Wait, let me take off my clothes and shoes. Zhou Wenshan said, keep the shoes on. Half an hour passed, then another half hour. Chen Wan was drenched in sweat and pleaded, I can't go on. Seeing her condition, Zhou Wenshan finally relented with a pang of pity, wrapping his arms around her delicate shoulders. Wife, don't worry. I'm here for everything. You don't have to worry too much about your parents. They'll figure something out. Nothing will go wrong. The parents Zhou Wenshan referred to were, of course, Chen Wan's biological parents confined in the cowsheet. Chen Wan's body stiffened and her eyes reddened instantly. Slowly turning around, she leaned against his chest. I'll listen to you. Her greatest worry was the situation of her parents' brother's sister-in-law and little nephew in the cowsheet. Though things had improved for her family since she married Zhou Wenshan. Besides the bride price, he had been sending them supplies these past days, so at least they no longer went hungry. This wasn't a long-term solution. They couldn't keep relying on Wenshan's family, especially since there were 9 people over there, including the children. And it wasn't just about food. Even buying medicine when sick brought discrimination, and if they were bullied or beaten, no one would intervene. Now that she had married Zhou Wenshan, she had escaped that pit of fire, but her parents, brothers, and sister-in-law had no idea how much longer they would have to endure or when they might be rehabilitated. Since marrying into the family, although Chen Wan never voiced it, she secretly hoped Zhou Wenshan's family would help her own parents. On previous occasions when Lu Tsuhua had them deliver supplies at night, Chen Wan was deeply moved and resolved to live well with Zhou Wenshan. Today, when Zhou Wenshan formally assured her he would take care of her parents, her heart melted completely. Hope surged within her, and the radiance in her eyes grew even more dazzling. Her earlier fatigue vanished. Leaning against his chest for a moment, she swung herself up to straddle him. With sparkling eyes, she said again, I want to bear you a child. Zhou Wenshan rose early in the morning feeling refreshed and full of vigor. When Chen Wan struggled to get up to make breakfast, he gently pressed her back down. Honey, you were tired last night. Rest a little longer. He'll make breakfast. Looking at Chen Wan's weary face, he felt a pang of guilt. He had gotten a bit carried away with her the night before. Chen Wan tried to say something, but she was too exhausted to even open her eyes. She could only nod weakly before sinking back into a deep sleep. She deeply regretted provoking Zhou Wenshan the previous night. That insatiable beast never seemed to tire. She had already overestimated his stamina, but now it seemed she had still underestimated it. She had truly been asking for trouble last night. After washing up, Zhou Wenshan headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The family took turns cooking, and today was their turn. He decided to stir-fry some cabbage. He sliced a bit of wild boar meat, thinly chopped half a head of cabbage, and heated the large wok. He added some soybean oil tossed in 2 slices of ginger, then the wild boar meat, and stir-fried for a minute until fragrant. He added the cabbage, soy sauce, and salt. 2 minutes later, a delicious plate of cabbage was ready. He cleaned the pot and put water on to boil the firewood blazing in the stove. Zhou Wenshan took a ladle, filled it halfway with cold water, and mixed in half a bowl of cornmeal to create a slurry. Once the water boiled, he poured in the cornmeal mixture, stirred it well, and let it cook for about 10 minutes. The corn porridge was done. He then placed a steaming basket over the corn porridge to heat up some cornbread. Zhou Wenshan checked the kitchen and saw there were still a few eggs left from the last trade, just enough for 1 per person. He steamed them all. His mother probably wouldn't complain now. In the past, when the family was poor, every bite had to be carefully rationed. Now they had meat and money. Calling them nouveau riche wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even though the money couldn't be revealed, yet improving their meals was certainly possible. After more than 10 minutes, all the food was ready. Zhou Wenshan extinguished the fire in the stove and removed the firewood, preparing to call everyone up for breakfast. As he stepped out of the kitchen, he saw his elder sister-in-law Zhang Minghui emerge from her room looking radiant. Zhou Wenshan greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law, breakfast is ready. Has big brother gotten up? Tell him to come eat. Zhang Minghui glanced at him. Your brother isn't up yet. He'll go call him in a moment. She then asked with a smile, did you and Xiao Wan make breakfast together? Newlyweds are so affectionate. Zhou Wenshan scratched his head sheepishly. No, I made it myself. My wife is still asleep. They'll go wake her up in a bit. Zhang Minghui remarked, puzzled. That's strange. Xiao Wan isn't one to sleep in. She suddenly stopped as if a thought struck her and her face flushed. I'm going to wash my face. Zhou Wenshan walked over to his parents' window. Dad, Mom, breakfast is ready. Come eat. A drowsy voice came from inside as if she hadn't fully woken up. All right. Zhou Wenshan noted that his mother was always an early riser. Why was she so tired today? A sudden shocking thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Could his parents be trying to give him a younger brother or sister? He sucked in a cold breath. It wasn't impossible. His father was just over 40 in the prime of his life, and his mother was only 38. In his previous lives, many people were just becoming first-time parents at this age, and plenty were still trying to conceive at 40. Zhou Wenshan's mind conjured up a scene by the end of the year his mother, sister-in-law, and Xiao Wan would all be showing pregnant bellies. By this time next year there would be 3 babies in the house, one of them being his own brother or sister. He shook his head vigorously. Whatever, if it happens, it happens. It's not like they can't afford it now. He turned and walked back to his room, seeing Chen Wan awake in bed. Zhou Wenshan found it amusing, walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently pinched her cheek. After a few days of hearty eating at home, Chen Wan's face had visibly filled out, and there was more to pinch. Even Zhou Wenshan himself had gained a few pounds. Still not getting up. Zhou Wenshan pinched her cute little nose again. Chen Wan looked at him, her eyes slowly focusing. She grabbed his arm, brought it to her mouth, and gave it a gentle, playful bite, mumbling, "You big brute, I'll bite you to death for bullying me." Zhou Wenshan looked at her, annoyed yet reluctant to actually bite down, and chuckled. He bent down and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Don't blame me. Weren't you the one who teased me last night? Though it was quite thrilling with the sandals on. Let's do it again tonight." Chen Wan, embarrassed, pulled the blanket over her head and mumbled, "Zhou Wenshan, you big brute. I'm never wearing those sandals again." Zhou Wenshan couldn't hold back a low laugh. He pulled the blanket down from her head, afraid she'd turn into a quail. "All right, get up. Breakfast is ready." Chen Wan, flustered, slapped him a couple of times. "You go out first, then I'll get up." Zhou Wenshan stopped teasing her, knowing she'd start crying if he continued. He walked into the yard and saw his brother, father, and mother all coming out, yawning. Today, why did everyone look so tired? Could they have been too excited from seeing all that money last night? A moment later, Chen Wan also came out of the room looking shy and went to brush her teeth and wash her face. At the breakfast table, Zhou Wenshan handed everyone an egg with a smile. 1 egg for each person for some extra nutrition. Lu Tsuehua looked at the egg instinctively, about to say something, but then remembered the 5,000 yuan from last night. Eat, it's not much money anyway. She wondered to herself if they could afford to have an egg for everyone every morning from now on. Well, she'd figure something out in the next few days. Now that they had money, they didn't have to live on chaff and vegetables like before. Zhou Wenshan was the first to peel an egg and put it in Chen Wan's bowl. "Honey, eat your egg." Zhou Wenhai, holding a peeled egg and about to put it in his own bowl, saw his brother's gesture. His hand paused in midair, then changed direction and placed the egg into Zhang Minghui's bowl, saying with a smile, "Honey, this is for you. Eat up." Lu Tsuehua also peeled an egg and put it in Zhou Yuanshao's bowl, and he peeled one for her in return. Today, for some unknown reason, the entire breakfast table was filled with the cloying scent of love. Chen Wan and Zhang Minghui followed suit, peeling eggs for Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai respectively. After breakfast, Zhou Yuanshao said, "Let's not go hunting today. They'll go apply for the land for the 2 houses. Wenshan, you can help with the farm work. That'll save your mother and your brother and sister-in-law some effort." Zhou Wenshan nodded. "Okay, Dad, I understand." Zhou Yuanshao finished his breakfast and went out to apply for the homestead land for Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai. Since the decision was made, he might as well start the preparatory work. He was a man of decisive character, never one to dawdle or hesitate. His mother Lu Tsuehua and his eldest brother and sister-in-law also headed to the fields after breakfast. Zhou Wenshan said to Lu Tsuehua, "Mom, you all go ahead to the fields. Xiaowan and I will tidy up here and join you shortly." Lu Tsuehua waved her hand dismissively. "No rush, take your time. There's no urgency." It had been a few days since the rice transplanting, and now they needed to go into the paddies for manual weeding. Squatting in the fields all day long was exhausting work. Zhou Wenshan helped Chen Wan wash the dishes and chopsticks. "Wifey, rest for a while at home. I'm heading out to the fields." Chen Wan swiftly put the tableware away. "Wait for me, I'm coming too." Zhou Wenshan said with concern, "You're so tired. Why not take a day off at home?" Chen Wan shot him a glare. "I'm this tired, all because of you." Zhou Wenshan just chuckled sheepishly. He heard her, but he wasn't about to change his ways. Chen Wan wiped her hands. "Let's go. I haven't been to the fields in days. Let's check on things together. I can't just stay cooped up at home all the time." Zhou Wenshan pondered for a moment and realized she had a point. They had never held a wedding ceremony or announced their marriage to anyone. Most of the villagers still didn't know he was married. However, such things couldn't be hidden forever. Everyone would find out sooner or later. "All right, let's go work in the fields together." Chen Wan wasn't one to be fussy or pretentious. She changed into a set of old, worn-out clothes and followed Zhou Wenshan out the door. After all, why wear good clothes when you're going to work in the mud? Chen Wan walked openly and naturally behind Zhou Wenshan as they strolled down the path. They encountered a few aunties from the village who were also heading to the fields. Seeing the unfamiliar girl following Zhou Wenshan, they asked curiously, "Wenshan, who is this young lady?" Zhou Wenshan glanced back at Chen Wan, and seeing that she wasn't bothered, he felt relieved. "Auntie, this is my new wife. We've got to get going now, we're off to the fields." The auntie's jaws dropped in surprise. "Hey, Zhou Wenshan got married. I never heard about this. Did you all know?" "I had no idea either. When did they get married?" "Zhao Xiuhua, the captain's daughter, just broke off her engagement with him a few days ago, and now this kid Wenshan is gone and gotten married without a peep. He sure works fast. I wonder which family this girl is from. She's quite pretty, even prettier than those female educated youths in the village. Even if he got married, he should have at least told us. When we get off work, I'm going to ask Tsuehua about this. It's not right for Wenshan to get married without giving us a heads up. Yeah, let's go together and find out what's going on. I wonder if Zhou Xiuhua knows that Zhou Wenshan is married now. Oh, she's the one who broke off the engagement with Wenshan. She's hooked up with that educated youth Li Ming. Why would she care whether Zhou Wenshan gets married or not? Speaking of that Li Ming, hey, don't you think his build looks a bit similar to that thief who stole clothes a few days ago? No way, why would he steal clothes? Is he bored out of his mind, or just looking for a thrill? Who knows? I've heard these young folks from the city have some peculiar hobbies. Maybe he's into that kind of thing. Huh, but don't go spreading that around. If others hear it, they'll think we're gossiping. Enough said, enough said. Later let's go find Lu Suihua together. If she doesn't give us a proper explanation, we won't let her off the hook. Haha, what explanation do you want? If you angered Suihua, she might just slap you right into the ground. The auntie blushed with embarrassment. I'm not going to pick a fight with her. I just want to ask if we're still sisters or not. How could she not tell us her son was getting married? The aunties chatted as they walked off into the distance. Behind them a figure emerged from the shadows, staring blankly at the retreating backs of Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan. It was Zhou Xiuhua. She was on her way to help Li Ming in the fields assigned to the educated youths when she inadvertently caught sight of Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan walking side by side. Hearing the aunties gossiping about Zhou Wenshan's marriage just now hit her like a magnitude 13 earthquake, shaking her to her core. She didn't know why, but she felt as if she had lost something precious, leaving a hollow emptiness in her heart. Didn't she already have Li Ming? Why did she feel this way upon hearing about Zhou Wenshan's marriage? Watching their receding figures, tears streamed down Zhao Zuo's face unbidden, and a tearing pain gripped her heart. She stamped her foot, turned around, and ran back home, abandoning her plan to help Li Ming in the fields. She had to go back and ask her mother if she knew about Zhou Wenshan's marriage, and that he had married the daughter of that disgraced capitalist family. How could he do this? He could marry anyone, but he chose the daughter of a capitalist, one of the 5 black categories. At this moment, Zhou Xiuhua didn't even stop to think about what Zhou Wenshan's marriage had to do with her. Perhaps she did think about it, but she dared not dwell on it. The man who had always been in her heart had been ruthlessly cast aside by her, yet she hadn't truly let go. Some things once done can never be undone. What is lost can never be reclaimed. Zhou Xiuhua ran back home, sobbing uncontrollably. She ignored the villagers she passed along the way. When they saw her crying and asked what was wrong, she wouldn't say a word. The villagers were left utterly bewildered. What's wrong with the captain's daughter? Why is she crying so bitterly? Who upset her this time? It must be that educated youth Li. These young educated folks may be young, but they're full of schemes. Probably. I don't know what the captain's daughter was thinking. She had Zhou Wenshan who grew up with her, but she insisted on breaking off the engagement and getting involved with that Li whose background is unknown. I heard he gave Wenshan a lot of grief. I also heard that Zhou Yuanshao resigned as the militia captain because of this matter. Well, enough of that. Let's get going and head to the fields. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan arrived at their family's plot, where his mother Lu Suihua and his eldest brother and sister-in-law were already hard at work. Mom, we're here. Zhou Wenshan called out to Lu Suihua. Lu Suihua straightened her back and turned around. Xiao Wan, why did you come along too? Chen Wan smiled and replied, Mom, there's not much to do at home. He'll work for a while and then head back. Zhou Wenshan looked around. Mom, where is Zaiwan's family working? Lu Suihua pointed into the distance. Over there. Don't worry, we've been keeping an eye on them. Following Lu Kuihua's gesture, Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan saw Chen Bo and Zhang Shuya and Chen Wan's elder brother and his wife crouching in the fields over 100 meters away, tending to the crops. Siming Siyuan and Siyin were obediently seated in the shade at the edge of the field. They were weeding a task where many weeds looked identical to rice seedlings. Children couldn't tell them apart, and even adults sometimes made mistakes, so the little ones were kept out of the fields. Chen Bowen and the others had apparently received some instruction, which allowed them to distinguish between the two. With his sharp eyesight, Zhou Wenshan spotted Chen Bowen, turning his head to glance at them from a distance, giving a slight nod. Relieved, he gently tugged Chen Wan's hand. Your parents and brother are fine, they're doing well. We can go check on them properly this evening. We can bring the little white rabbit over then. Chen Wan felt reassured seeing they were safe. She also looked at her 3 nieces and nephews sitting in a row, and seeing they were all right and in good spirits, her heart was put at ease. Zhou Wenshan pulled Chen Wan along. Wife, come here. Let me teach you how to tell rice from weeds. See, this is rice, and this is a weed. They look identical, right? Let me show you the difference. Chen Wan was quick-witted, and after his brief lesson could mostly distinguish them. I think I've got it, let me try it. So Zhou Wenshan weeded alongside Chen Wan, keeping a watchful eye on her to ensure she didn't mistakenly pull up rice seedlings. Only after seeing her work slowly but accurately did he relax. After all, mistakenly pulling up rice seedlings would result in docked work points. Zhou Wenshan worked with a cheerful heart, thinking that by the end of the day most of the village would know he was married. This would make certain things much more convenient for him in the future. Once they learned of Chen Wan's identity, the villagers probably wouldn't give his in-laws such a hard time. After all, his father Zhou Yuanshao was well liked in the village. Moreover, the political climate had shifted over the past couple of years. The relentless criticism sessions of the past had subsided. As long as they worked hard and stayed out of trouble, they'd be fine. While they worked, Chen Wan sitting on the other side spotted them immediately. Children have sharp eyes. He looked up and saw Chen Wan, and quickly told Simon and Seeing. All three little ones saw Chen Wan and Zhou Wenshan. They jumped up excitedly and called out to Chen Bowen, "Grandpa, we saw Annie and Uncle. Can we go play with them?" Before Chen Bowen could respond, Zhang Shuya spoke gently. "Siyu and Simon Seeing, listen to Grandma. Stay seated here quietly. Your auntie and uncle are busy and don't have time to play right now. Once they're done, they'll come to see you." The three little ones sat back down, disappointment etched on their faces. They hadn't seen their aunt in days. In their young minds, they couldn't quite grasp their current situation. They only knew their warm beds were gone, their nice house was gone, and the friends they used to play with were nowhere to be found. The delicious snacks they used to enjoy were also a thing of the past, and they often went hungry. The strangers around them looked at them with fierce eyes as if they were bad children. But they weren't bad, they were good kids. Regardless, as long as their parents, grandparents, and family were with them, they had nothing to fear. Over the past month, the three children had noticeably grown more mature and obedient, which filled Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya with both comfort and heartache. Seeing Siyuan and the others sit down obediently, Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya sighed silently. Their daughter and son-in-law were working just a short distance away, yet they couldn't even go over to greet them. It was truly ironic. Still, this was the best possible outcome. The betrothal gifts from their in-laws, along with the cornmeal, roe deer meat, and pork heart, and liver delivered later, were a godsend. It was like a lifeline. In recent days, they'd been able to eat a bit more and no longer felt so weak. They even gave each of the children a boiled egg every morning. Chen Jijun had even taken some money and secretly traded for an old hen that no longer laid eggs, planning to slaughter and stew it to boost the family's nutrition. Over at the educated youth plot, Li Ming was loafing around. He couldn't tell the difference between the rice seedlings and the weeds at all. When the villagers had explained earlier, he hadn't paid attention or bothered to look closely. As an educated youth who had only arrived last year, his attitude was getting on the nerves of the more seasoned ones. But no one said anything because he was dating the production team leader's daughter. Usually at least half of Li Ming's work was done by Zhao Xiahua. Today was probably no exception. Li Ming squatted there pretending to weed and kept glancing back, wondering why Zhao Xiahua hadn't arrived yet. She should have been there by now. What's going on today? Why hasn't she come over yet? Doesn't she want to help me weed? Li Ming felt a growing sense of irritation. He resolved to give Zhao Xiahua a piece of his mind when she showed up to let her know he had a temper too. A fellow educated youth named Zhang Wei working nearby chuckled at him. What's wrong? Still waiting for Zhao Xiahua. Looks like she's not coming at this rate. Li Ming's face darkened. She'll be here. Just you wait. They'll make her beg to do my work. Zhang Wei snorted, patting him on the shoulder. All right, Li Ming, you're something else. Li Ming had been feeling tense for days. The incident in the woods had nearly scared him out of his wits. Though he hadn't been caught in the act, it had left a deep shadow on his mind. Now, if anyone looked at him for more than 3 seconds, he'd start to panic, wondering if his secret was out. He was suspicious of everyone. Elsewhere, Zhao Xiahua ran home crying. Her mother was sweeping the yard, and seeing her daughter in tears, sighed and asked, "What is it now? Did you have a fight with that Li Ming?" Zhao Xiahua sobbed, her nose running. "Mom, did you know? Zhou Wenshan is married. And he married the daughter of that capitalist who was sent down to our village." Her mother paused mid-sweep and said calmly, "Who told you that?" It was clear she knew about Zhou Wenshan's marriage, but had simply not told Zhao Xiahua. Zhao Xiahua stomped her foot, tears streaming down her face. "I saw it with my own eyes. He went to the fields with that capitalist's daughter. And he told someone they've already registered their marriage." Her mother stopped what she was doing. "So what if they registered? What's that got to do with you? What are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? You were the one crying and screaming to break off the engagement with Wenshan. What does his marriage have to do with you? Why are you crying? Go find your Li Ming. I'm embarrassed to be seen with you." She threw down her broom in disappointment and went back inside the house. She couldn't understand why her daughter had become so infatuated, threatening suicide to break off the engagement with Zhou Wenshan and hook up with that Li Ming. As for Li Ming, she didn't have a good feeling about him. How many of these educated youths sent down to the countryside weren't scheming to find a way back to the city? When Li Ming finally goes back, her foolish daughter would have plenty more to cry about. Zhao Xiahua felt even more frustrated, seeing that her mother Chen Wan neither understood nor supported her, completely forgetting about going to the fields to help Li Ming. She ran to her room in grievance and wept. Listening to her daughter's cries, Chen Wan sighed inwardly. "Cry on. You'll get used to it after a while. How could she have given birth to such a foolish daughter?" Out in the fields, Li Ming waited and waited, but saw no sign of Zhao Xiahua. Others had already begun working skillfully, while he stood there with no progress. Helpless, he had to start working on his own. Looking at the lush green plants in the field, Li Ming hesitated for a moment, then bent down to examine carefully. This one should be a weed, right? With a slight tug, he pulled the plant out and tossed it aside. "This work isn't so hard. Without you, Zhao Xiahua, I can still do it." Li Ming kept pulling plants from the field with both hands, looking quite agile from a distance. The village workpoint recorder walked over from afar, nodded approvingly at Li Ming, thinking that he was not slow at work after all. But when he came closer and took a look, his face darkened instantly. He bellowed angrily, "Li Ming! Li Jiqing!" Li Ming was engrossed in weeding when the loud shout startled him. He quickly stood up, his first thought being, could it be that the theft of clothes that night has been discovered? Turning around, he saw it was the village workpoint recorder. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "What's the matter?" Recorder Zhao walked over with a furious expression, pointing at the plants. Li Ming had pulled out flames of anger in his eyes. "Li Ming, Li Jiqing, is this how you work? You pulled out the rice seedlings and left the weeds." "What?" Li Ming heard the recorder's words and turned to look. "Are you saying all the ones I pulled are rice seedlings?" Recorder Zhao said angrily, his face flushed red. "Do you think I don't know what rice seedlings look like? Is this how you work in the fields? You're causing more harm than good, holding us back, holding the whole village back. Stop working. I'm deducting 10 work points. I'll report this to the brigade leader. Just wait for your reassignment." After saying this, Recorder Zhao turned and stormed off, leaving Li Ming standing there dumbfounded, staring at the rice seedlings he had just pulled out. At this moment, instead of reflecting on his failure to learn the difference between weeds and seedlings, he inwardly blamed Zhao Xiuhua for not coming to help him weed. Having earned no work points that day and even being deducted 10, Li Ming's face looked as if he had lost his parents. The exchange between the two attracted the attention of nearby educated youths and villagers. The educated youths also felt a loss of face. After all, he was one of their own. The villagers began whispering among themselves, saying that Li Ming was nothing but a troublemaker. As bystanders, they saw clearly and knew that Li Ming probably harbored a bellyful of wickedness, fooling the simple-minded Zhao Xiuhua into working for him every day. The educated youth team leader Lu Deshang walked over from the side. He bent down, picked up a seedling that Li Ming had pulled out, and examined it carefully. He sighed inwardly. Recorder Zhao had not wronged him. Every single one he pulled out was a rice seedling. "Li Ming, why don't you go back first? This weeding job is beyond you. Wait for the village to assign you some other work." Li Ming's face turned cold. He shook his sleeves, ignored everyone, and turned around to head back to the educated youth point. Lu Deshang watched Li Ming and sighed to himself, "This damn guy is a parasite among the educated youths." Day after day, he never thought about working hard to build the country and the countryside. He only knew how to slack off and cause trouble. If only such a person could be removed from the educated youth team. Li Ming walked angrily from the fields toward the educated youth point. The more he thought, the more furious he became. If Zhao Xiuhua had come to help him weed today, none of this would have happened. On the way, he saw 3 children sitting or squatting at the edge of the field, watching the adults work while playing and laughing. A thought struck Li Ming. Aren't these the brats of that capitalist family sent down to the village? These capitalists, none of them are good. They deserve a good lesson. The dark side of Li Ming's heart emerged. He walked to a spot not far from the 3 children, picked up a small stone, and a cold, sinister smile appeared on his face. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the stone at them. Chen Siyuan, being the oldest, had grown wary when he saw the man with a hostile expression approach. Seeing Li Ming's stone flying toward them, Chen Siyuan reacted without hesitation, shielding his younger siblings in his arms and shouting, "Grandpa! Grandma!" A loud cry came from afar, "How dare you!" But it was too late. Ouch! The stone hit Chen Siyuan's back of the head. He felt a sharp pain and a warm fluid trickling down. He reached back and touched it, all blood. Wah! Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, Grandma. Simon and Sean also started crying. Mommy, Daddy, Brother Siyuan is bleeding. Shin Bowen heard the children's cries and looked up. His body swayed and he nearly collapsed. Zhang Xia also felt dizzy and saw darkness before her eyes. Chen Jigua and Chen Jijun were so enraged that their eyes seemed to split. They dropped their work and sprinted toward the 3 children. Chen Wan's 2 sisters-in-law also followed, their faces full of anxiety. When Chen Siyuan shouted for his grandparents, Zhou Wenshan had already looked up and seen the situation. Despite his loud shout, he couldn't stop Li Ming's action. Without a second thought, he dashed toward them. Zhou Wenshan's heart was anxious, not knowing how the children were, whether they were injured. Chen Wan swayed, then bit her lip and ran over as well. Lu Tsuehua looked up and saw something was wrong. "Wenhai, go help your brother quickly." Zhou Wenhai didn't say a word and followed Zhou Wenshan running over. Lu Tsuehua and Zhang Minghui also hurried over afterwards. The in-law side was in trouble. They couldn't stand by and do nothing. Zhou Wenshan, frantic with worry, ran as fast as his legs could carry him. The distance of over 100 meters was covered in about 10 seconds, almost faster than an Olympic champion of later times. As for Li Ming, after throwing the stone, he belatedly realized what he had done and felt a pang of fear. Seeing Chen Jijun and Chen Jigua charging toward him, he turned to run. But then Zhou Wenshan arrived first. Seeing Li Ming, the instigator, he was filled with fury and slapped Li Ming across the face. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. The force of the blow sent Li Ming flying into the air, turning a somersault. 2. While still airborne, 3 teeth shot out of his mouth. Li Ming crashed to the ground, tumbling twice before coming to a stop. His face swelled rapidly, his mind spun in a dizzy haze, and a dull ringing filled his ears. Zhou Wenshan's strength was immense. Even though he had deliberately held back, it was a miracle that Li Ming hadn't been knocked unconscious by that slap. Li Ming instinctively reached up and wiped his mouth. It came away covered in blood. His hand trembling, he muttered indistinctly, "My tooth." After delivering the slap, Zhou Wenshan couldn't be bothered with him. Now wasn't the time to deal with him. The priority was checking whether the child was hurt. As for that rotten seed Li Ming, he couldn't escape. He'd deal with him later. Zhou Wenshan hurried over and scooped up Chen Siyuan, who was barely standing, but already swaying unsteadily. He said urgently, "Siyuan, where are you hurt? Tell your uncle." Before Chen Siyuan could speak, Chen Siming and Chen Xin beside him cried out, "Uncle Siyuan's head is bleeding." Zhou Wenshan's heart clenched. Injured on the head. He looked at Siyuan's head and drew in a sharp breath. A sizable gash had opened on the back of the boy's skull, blood gushing out relentlessly, staining the hair at the back of his head a deep crimson. "Uncle." Chen Siyuan's pale little face glanced at Zhou Wenshan before he collapsed into his arms, whispering weakly, "Uncle, my head is so dizzy. Am I going to die?" Zhou Wenshan's eyes stung with heat as he quickly reassured him, "It's all right, Siyuan. Uncle will take you to the hospital right now." An injury to the head could be minor or severe. Though he had some nursing knowledge, he had no tools here and couldn't even begin to assess the wound properly. At that moment, Chen Bowen and his family arrived. Zhou Wenhai came running over too, followed by Chen Wan and Lu Tsuehua. The moment Zhang Shuya saw the bleeding wound on Chen Siyuan's head, her body swayed, and she fainted dead away. Mom, Shuya." Chen Jigua and his wife quickly caught her. Chen Jijun, a grown man, had red-rimmed eyes as he rushed to Zhou Wenshan's side and carefully took Chen Siyuan from his arms. "Siyuan, how are you, Siyuan?" Chen Bowen was weeping, his entire frame trembling. How could this happen? How could anyone be so cruel as to harm an innocent child? The villagers and educated youths working nearby noticed the commotion and rushed over. Zhou Wenshan, ignoring everything else, saw Lu Tsuehua approaching and a bicycle parked by the roadside ahead. He called out urgently, "Mom, do you have any money on you?" Lu Tsuehua quickly fumbled in her pocket. She did have some. It was the 60 yuan left over from Zhou Yuanchao yesterday. She had meant to give 10 to him as pocket money and keep the rest for household expenses, but had forgotten to leave it at home and had it on her. It couldn't have come at a better time. She pulled it all out without counting. "Heiress, 60 yuan. Take it all." Zhou Wenshan took it and stuffed it into his pocket. "Does anyone have clean washed clothes they haven't worn?" he asked urgently, looking around. Siyuan's head wound wouldn't stop bleeding. He needed to bandage it simply. The sweat-soaked clothes they were wearing wouldn't do. Too risky for infection. Though washed old clothes weren't ideal, either there was no better option. "I do. I washed this shirt yesterday, was going to change into it today." It was Uncle Lu Neng. He handed over a cotton linen shirt. Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up as he took it and gave it a quick once-over. "Good. No lingering smell of sweat. Uncle Lu, I'm using this. He'll return you a new one later." "No need for that. Just use it." Zhou Wenshan didn't have time for pleasantries. He gripped the shirt with both hands and tore. Rip. The shirt split apart. He tore again. Rip. In a few quick motions, the shirt was reduced to strips of cloth. He folded the strips and applied a simple bandage to the wound on the back of Chen Siyuan's head, slowing the flow of blood. Chen Wan watched him silently, tears streaming down her face, her eyes pleading. Time was critical. Zhou Wenshan didn't bother with formalities and said to Chen Jijun, "Big brother, you hold Siyuan and come with me to the town clinic." He turned to Chen Wan and said, "Trust me, Siyuan will be fine." He then pointed at Li Ming, still collapsed on the ground, and said to Lu Tsuehua, "Mom, have big brother keep an eye on this man. He's the one who hurt Siyuan. They'll report him to the police when we get to town." Then he shouted, "Whose bicycle is that on the road ahead? I need to borrow it." "Thank you." Someone replied, "It's mine. Take it." Zhou Wenshan ran toward the bicycle, calling out, "Follow me quickly." Chen Jijun, completely at a loss, obeyed, without question, clutching Chen Siyuan tightly as he ran after him. Chen Bowen's voice trembled from behind. "Wenshan, I'm counting on you." Zhou Wenshan waved a hand dismissively without turning back. He mounted the bicycle, swinging his long leg over, and got ready. "Big brother, get on quickly. Hold the child tight and grip the bike. They'll ride fast." Chen Jijun climbed on immediately and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm ready, Wenshan. Let's go." Zhou Wenshan pushed down hard on the pedal, and the bicycle shot forward, picking up speed. They had to reach the town clinic as soon as possible. A head wound was no ordinary injury. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it became. After Zhou Wenshan and the others left, Lu Tsuehua and the rest turned to look at the man sprawled on the ground. They wanted to know who could be so vicious as to harm such a young child. "Isn't this Li Ming, the educated youth from our village? How did his face swell up like a pig's head, eh? Li Ming, the one dating the village head's daughter. Who'd have thought he could be so wicked? Didn't you see? When Wenshan came over, that slap nearly sent him flying. Look at how swollen his face is. Wenshan did that. Good on him. That's what he deserves. What kind of person bullies a kid and hits him so hard? Who knew Wenshan had such strength in his hand? One slap, and he's like that. Lu Tsuehua said nothing. She stepped forward and kicked Li Ming, who was still lying on the ground dazed and unable to recover. She hated Li Ming with a burning passion. Just a few days ago he had seduced Zhao Xiuhua into breaking off the engagement with her son Wenshan, humiliating him. And now he had come to harm her in-law's child. That boy was so adorable. When they had gone to propose the marriage he had even called her grandma. Li Ming lay on the ground, his world spinning. He felt as if had been beaten senseless, his face burning and almost numb. He reached up and touched his face. How it felt like someone had placed a steam bun on it. Lu Tsuehua, after that solid kick, felt somewhat relieved. Seeing Li Ming in such a state, she didn't strike him again. She instructed Zhou Wenshan, keep an eye on him. Your brother said he's going to report this to the police. Don't let him escape. Zhou Wenshan nodded, glaring at Li Ming with fierce hatred. If he weren't afraid of hurting him too badly, he would have gone up and beaten him himself. Bullying his sister-in-law's child? Absolutely not. At that moment, everyone noticed a figure running toward them from the distance and murmured, "The village head is here. Let's see what he has to say." Lu Tsuehua looked up and saw that it was none other than Brigade Captain Zhao Zhengwo running over. They had known each other for decades. If not for the man lying on the ground, their families might have become in-laws. They were as familiar as could be. Seeing Zhao Zhengwo approach, Lu Tsuehua's face hardened, and she had no intention of greeting him warmly. Ever since he came to break off the engagement a few days ago, she had refused to acknowledge him. Though Zhao Zhengwo was not a bad man, and it was likely his daughter Zhao Xiuhua, who had lost her mind forcing his hand, Lu Tsuehua could not get past this grievance. A daughter's misdeeds are the father's fault. In this matter, he bore responsibility as a parent. Zhao Zhengwo ran over breathlessly from a distance, unaware of what had happened. Someone had told him something might be amiss, so he rushed over. Upon arriving, Zhao Zhengwo asked, "What's going on here? Why aren't you working? What are you gathered around for?" Then he noticed a man lying on the ground. Li Ming's face was so swollen it was barely recognizable, with blood frothing at his mouth, a truly ghastly sight. At first Zhao Zhengwo didn't recognize who it was. Startled, he turned to the crowd, his expression grim. Who is this? How did his face end up like this? Who hit him? To beat someone so badly? Lu Tsuehua had to speak up. She stepped forward and said, "My son Wenshan did it. This man deserved it. Brigade Captain, you won't cover for him, will you?" Zhao Zhengwo was taken aback. He knew Lu Tsuehua was not an unreasonable woman, so if she said so, there must be a story behind it. He thought quickly and replied, "Sister-in-law Zhou, what are you saying? Since something happened here, as the brigade captain, I must get to the bottom of it. There's no question of covering up." Lu Tsuehua pointed at Li Ming on the ground. "Does the brigade captain recognize this man?" Zhao Zhengwo looked at Li Ming again, puzzled. There was something familiar about him. A villager nearby chuckled and said, "Brigade Captain, this is Li Ming. Don't you recognize him?" "This is Li Ming." Zhao Zhengwo was stunned. How had Li Ming been beaten so badly? He looked almost like a pig's head. Then he remembered. Sister-in-law Zhou had said it was Zhou Wenshan who did it. Zhao Zhengwo turned to Lu Tsuehua, frowning. "Sister-in-law Zhou Wenshan must have had a reason to hit him. Please tell me what happened. Otherwise, what if they report it to the police?" Lu Tsuehua said defiantly, "Let them report it. He doesn't need to. My son Wenshan has already gone to town to report it to the police himself." Zhao Zhengwo was taken aback. So Li Ming was the one in the wrong, and Wenshan had gone to report it. He felt a secret glee. If this troublemaker Li Ming could be rooted out through this incident, wouldn't his daughter see the light and come back? He was about to inquire further when Chen Bowen stepped forward, eyes red with anger. Chen Bowen said indignantly, "Brigade Captain, today my 3 grandchildren were playing quietly here, not bothering anyone. We were all watching. Then this man passed by, and for no reason, he went mad and threw a stone at my grandson's head, splitting it open. Wenshan came over and gave him a slap. Now Wenshan has taken my grandson to the hospital." The villagers chimed in, "Brigade Captain, that child's head bled a lot. The injury might be serious, and it's on the head. I saw him throw the stone too. The kids were far away from him, so they couldn't have provoked him." Zhou Wenshan said he's taking the child to the town clinic and will also report to the police. "This Li Ming is too wicked. We can't keep him in the village. Exactly, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. We never had so much trouble before. I bet the theft of clothes a few days ago is also connected to him." The guess inadvertently hit the truth. Zhao Zhengwo finally understood the whole story. Though the villagers usually kept their distance from Chen Bowen's family, most had no intention of bullying them. After all, the feverish frenzy of the past years had gradually subsided. In recent years, many had been exonerated, proving that not all of those sent down were bad people. As long as they worked hard to reform through labor here, it was fine. The old practices of parading through the streets and holding struggle sessions had not been heard of in the entire Qingyang town for the past year. Once Zhao Zhengwo understood the situation, his gaze toward Li Ming grew even more hostile. This was the scoundrel who had nearly ruined his daughter. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. They hadn't married yet. If they had tied the knot only to discover what a scumbag Li Ming was, it would have been a leap into a fiery pit with no chance to regret. What a pity, though. Wenshan was such a fine young man. Zhao Jingwo sighed inwardly. Because of this scoundrel, his relationship with old brother Zhou had soured. And Wenshan had dared to marry that capitalist's daughter. What courage! He knew about it, of course. After all, what major or minor village affair didn't pass under his nose as brigade captain? But he hadn't stopped it, nor did he have the face to, since he had broken off the engagement. And this was the trash his daughter had chosen. The more Zhao Jingwo thought, the darker his face became. He felt he had been taken for a fool. Two of you keep an eye on Li Ming until the police come. The rest of you get back to work. With that, he hurried off. He had to go back, quickly expose Li Ming's true nature to Zhao Xiuhua, and give her a stern scolding. This was the man she had insisted on marrying, throwing away her engagement to Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenshan rode his bicycle, with Chun Jijun speeding along. It took them only about half an hour to reach the town clinic. He rode straight through the gate, parked the bike, casually took Chen Siyuan from the anxious Chen Jijun, and said, "Big brother, just follow me." The clinic was a two-story building. On the ground floor, a room with its door open bore a sign reading, "Emergency Room." Zhou Wenshan rushed in, carrying Chen Siyuan, shouting, "Doctor, help." In the emergency room sat a doctor in his 50s attending to a patient. Seeing Zhou Wenshan rush and carrying a child, he quickly scribbled a few words on a prescription and said to his patient, "Take this to the counter, pay, and get your medicine. Take it twice a day after meals. 3 days should be enough." After dismissing the patient, the doctor stood up and briskly led them to the back of the room, partitioned off by a cloth curtain. A diagnostic bed lay behind it. The doctor said, "Lay him on the bed, let me have a look." "Is it a head injury?" Zhou Wenshan replied, "The back of his head hit with a stone. I tied a makeshift bandage around it to stop the bleeding." He then gently laid Chen Siyuan on his side to keep the wound from touching the bed. By now Chen Siyuan's consciousness was fading, but he fought to stay awake. After settling him down, Zhou Wenshan quickly untied the cotton cloth from his forehead for the doctor to examine. The doctor glanced at him. "You wrapped this." "It's quite well done," Zhou Wenshan said. "Yes, I used a clean piece of cloth to wrap it, otherwise he would have lost more blood." The doctor hummed in acknowledgement, saying nothing more as he bent down to inspect the wound. Once the cloth was removed, the wound was still oozing blood, the surrounding skin already swollen and red. Zhou Wenshan felt Chen Siyuan's forehead. Thankfully, no fever. He called softly, "Siyuan, Siyuan." Chen Siyuan slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Zhou Wenshan, he called out weakly, "Uncle." Chun Jijun, seeing his son awake and speaking quickly, stepped closer. "Siyuan, Siyuan, how are you?" Before Chen Siyuan could answer, the doctor held up one finger in front of him. "Son, how many fingers is this?" Chun Siyuan obediently answered, "1." The doctor then held up 2 fingers. "And this, 3. Move both arms. Wiggle your fingers. Now your legs, can you move them?" "Yes, but they feel weak." Chen Siyuan complied with all the instructions. Watching from the side, Zhou Wenshan breathed a sigh of relief. This was a basic assessment without advanced equipment. So far, Siyuan's condition seemed stable, his mind clear and his body responsive. Zhou Wenshan pulled Chen Jijun aside. "Brother, don't worry. Siyuan will be fine. Let's wait for the doctor's verdict." Hearing this and seeing the doctor's calm demeanor, Chen Jijun also felt a weight lift off his shoulders. With the doctor treating Siyuan, even though he knew some basic first aid, he knew better than to interfere. It was best to leave it to the professionals. Stepping in would only cause more chaos. "It's all right, son. We'll just stitch it up, and you'll be fine in a few days." Meanwhile, the nurse had prepared saline tweezers and sterilized cotton. The doctor first shaved the hair around the wound, then flushed it with saline to prevent infection. The pain made little Siyuan cry out. "Ouch, it hurts so much." The doctor's hands were steady, his voice calm. "It's okay, just for a moment. Once we give you the anesthetic, it won't hurt anymore." After cleaning the wound and administering the anesthetic, the doctor waited a few minutes until Siyuan felt no pain, then began to suture the wound. The wound was about 3 to 4 centimeters long and nearly half a centimeter deep, almost exposing the bone beneath. It was clear that the stone Li Ming had used was quite sharp. Zhou Wenshan watched, his anger flaring. This Li Ming would have to be dealt with. It took 15 minutes and a full 10 stitches. Afterwards, Chen Siyuan fell into a deep sleep. After all, he was just a child, and having lost so much blood, it was remarkable he had remained so composed. After suturing, the doctor applied iodine for disinfection, covered the wound with sterile gauze, and wrapped a bandage around his forehead twice. The treatment was essentially complete. After finishing, the doctor began to write a prescription. Zhou Wenshan asked, "Doctor, our child is so young and lost a lot of blood. Should he get in 4 of glucose?" The doctor paused, looking up at him. It was rare for a villager in this era to know about glucose saline. Moreover, glucose saline was still a scarce resource, typically reserved for the severely injured, not for minor wounds. The doctor thought for a moment, and seeing how much blood the boy had indeed lost, decided to prescribe a bottle of glucose. In those days, such supplies at the clinic were limited. Every bottle used was one less in stock, so they were prescribed sparingly. The doctor tallied the surgery cost, the medicine, and the glucose for, and handed the bill to Zhou Wenshan. "Pay the fee first, and pick up the medicine." Zhou Wenshan took the bill. "Brother, you stay with the boy. He'll go pay and get the medicine." Chen Jijun said gratefully, Wenshan, thank you for the trouble. He'll pay you back. Zhou Wenshan waved his hand dismissively. We're family. Don't say that. Besides, Siyuan is my nephew. At the payment counter, he submitted the bill. The total for the suturing, anti-inflammatory drugs, and glucose saline came to 5 yuan and 6 mao. He took the prescription to the pharmacy, collected the medicine, and was told the glucose saline had already been sent up. Returning, he saw the 4 already set up for Siyuan. He handed the receipt to the doctor. Then he said to Chen Jijun, Brother, you stay here with Siyuan. I'm going to the police station to report this. This can't just be left alone. He pulled out 10 yuan and gave it to Chen Jijun. Keep this for now in case of any emergencies. Chen Jijun was moved. Wenshan, go. He'll watch over Siyuan here. Zhou Wenshan got on his bicycle and rode out of the clinic towards the police station. Qingyang town was small, and the clinic wasn't far from the station. Within 2 or 3 minutes he arrived. He parked his bicycle and walked into the station, heading straight for a large office where 5 or 6 officers were present. He knocked and entered. Comrade's ID like to report a crime. In a smaller room, 2 officers began taking his statement. After detailing the incident, Zhou Wenshan said with a heavy heart, Comrades, this kind of rotten apple must be brought to justice. To harm such a young child, he must have a heart of stone. The child is still at the clinic getting in for. The wound needed over 10 stitches and the bone was visible. After recounting the incident, Zhou Wenshan said indignantly, Comrades of the Public Security Bureau, I suggest that someone like this should be apprehended immediately, given a severe sentence, and sent for reform, so that he can turn over a new leaf and become a better person. Moved by his tone, the 2 officers replied, Comrade, rest assured. If what you say is true, he will certainly face justice. We will not tolerate the existence of such villains who recklessly endanger the lives and safety of the people. Please wait a moment. We'll dispatch officers to investigate the situation right away. A flicker of joy appeared on Zhou Wenshan's face. That's wonderful, thank you, comrades. No need to thank us, it's our duty. Zhou Wenshan then asked with slight embarrassment, comrades, when I stopped him from committing the crime I slapped him. That shouldn't be a problem, should it? The 2 officers waved their hands dismissively. That's nothing. Just a slap, it's fine. A trivial matter. Zhou Wenshan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that slap was quite something. I wonder if the swelling on Li Ming's face has gone down any. Soon after, the 2 officers prepared their gear and rode out on a sidecar motorcycle. Comrade Zhou, let's first go to the health center to check on the victim and get a better understanding of the situation. Zhou Wenshan pushed his bicycle, mounted it, and rode off. All right, let's head over. They arrived at the health center around the same time as the officers. After parking his bicycle, Zhou Wenshan led the 2 officers directly to the emergency room, where Siyuan was receiving 4 fluids. At that moment, only half of the glucose solution had been administered and Siyuan had already drifted off to sleep. Seeing Zhou Wenshan arrive with the 2 officers, Chen Jijun, who had been sitting beside Siyuan, quickly stood up. Zhou Wenshan gave him a subtle wink, and Chen Jijun, understanding the cue, stepped aside. Leading the officers to Chen Siyuan's bedside, Zhou Wenshan gestured with his hands and spoke in a hushed tone, Comrades, look here. This vital spot at the back of the head. He was hit with a stone, leaving a wound this big, and he bled so much. Who knows if there will be any lasting effects. This is the head, not some other part of the body. This has to be considered a serious injury, right? He's even on 4 glucose now. Zhou Wenshan showed the officers the back of Siyuan's head where a gauze pad covered the wound. He then pointed to the bloodstains on Siyuan's clothes. Comrades, look at all this blood. This whole area is soaked through. And I've got some on me too. He also pointed to Chen Jijun's arm and chest. He's got blood on him as well. A child of 5 or 6 years old losing this much blood. How could he possibly be okay? The emergency room doctor, listening to Zhou Wenshan's account to the officers, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The 2 officers examined the bloodstains on Siyuan's clothes, and then those on Zhou Wenshan and Chen Jijun, jotting down notes in their books. They then turned to the doctor, whom they recognized from the local police station. Dr. Ma, we're here to learn about the young victim's condition. Could you fill us in? Dr. Ma, now aware that the child had been injured by someone, chose his words carefully. The wound on the back of the victim's head is about 5 centimeters long and half a centimeter deep, with the bone faintly visible. The wound has been stitched with 10 sutures. Due to significant blood loss, he will need bed rest to recover, and the possibility of aftereffects cannot be ruled out. He paused briefly before adding, for a child, such an injury is indeed quite severe. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The 2 officers recorded Dr. Ma's statements, as well as these would serve as evidence in the prosecution of the perpetrator. 10 minutes later, the 2 officers had gathered a thorough understanding of the situation. They said to Zhou Wenshan, All right, comrade Zhou, we've got a clear picture of what's happened here. Well, now head to Zingfutan to investigate further. By the way, the educated youth who committed the assault hasn't fled, has he? Zhou Wenshan patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, comrades. When I decided to report this, I already had my elder brother keep an eye on him. He shouldn't have run off. Just ask around in Zingfutan. My brother's name is Zhou Wenhai. The 2 officers nodded to him. All right, we're off to Zingfutan. You stay put. If anything else comes up, we might need your cooperation for further investigation. Zhou Wenshan replied readily. No problem, I won't wander off. If I'm not at the health center, I'll be back in Zingfuden. You can find me anytime. The two officers left the health center, and the sidecar motorcycle sputtered its way towards Zingfuden. Once they were gone, Chen Jijun spoke with a worried expression. Wenshan, you didn't mention our status earlier. We're sent down personnel. Will the police really stand up for us? Zhou Wenshan was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Brother, you're overthinking it. It doesn't matter that you're sent down and just here for labor reform. Even if you were convicts in prison, the police would still be obliged to intervene if you were harmed without cause. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Dr. Ma chimed in from the side. Comrade Zhou is right. Sent down personnel are people too, and the police have a duty to protect them. Zhou Wenshan's interest was piqued. He had noticed earlier that Dr. Ma's medical skills were remarkably advanced, far beyond what one would expect from a doctor at a township health center. Zhou Wenshan first expressed his gratitude to Dr. Ma. We're truly indebted to you, Dr. Ma. Without your help, who knows what would have happened to my nephew. Thank you so much. He'll write a letter of appreciation to the health center for saving my nephew's life. Dr. Ma quickly shook his head. No need, no need. It's all in a day's work. Zhou Wenshan insisted. It's the least we can do. Dr. Ma, your medical skills are exceptional, and your accent suggests you're not from around here. Are you a doctor brought in from outside? Dr. Ma smiled wryly and shook his head. Not at all. He gestured toward Chen Jijun. I'm just like this comrade here, also sent down to this place. I just happen to know some medicine, so they let me treat people here at the health center. Consider it making the best use of my abilities. It suddenly dawned on Zhou Wenshan why Dr. Ma's skills seemed out of place for a township health center. Before being sent down, he must have been a renowned physician at a big city hospital. Zhou Wenshan offered some words of comfort. Don't worry, Dr. Ma. You won't go hungry or cold here. Just hang in there. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be exonerated and reinstated. Dr. Ma smiled. I hope so. I'm content here though. At least my conditions are better than most who were sent down. He then gave them instructions for Siyuan's care at home. He should stay in bed as much as possible, eat well, to build up his strength, and return for a follow-up checkup in 3 days. Zhou Wenshan and Chen Jijun nodded, committing Dr. Ma's advice to memory. Meanwhile, the two officers rode their sidecar motorcycle to Zingfuden. They stopped to ask an elderly woman they encountered. Excuse us, ma'am, could you tell us if there was an incident today involving an educated youth injuring someone in the village? The woman slapped her thigh. Yes, that educated youth has already been detained. Is that why you're here? This Annie was also one of the witnesses who had seen Li Ming hitting someone earlier. When Li Ming had struck the child Chen Siyuan with a stone, she had witnessed it as well. She never expected that Zhou Wenshan would actually follow through on his threat to report the matter to the police, and indeed he did. Seeing a real police officer arrive on a sidecar motorcycle, the Annie grew excited. She had originally planned to go home and prepare dinner, but now she had lost all interest in that. Food could be eaten at any time. Going hungry for a couple of hours wouldn't kill anyone. But missing the front row seat to this spectacle might leave her regretting it so much that she couldn't sleep for 3 nights. Once an opportunity to witness gossip was right before her eyes, but she didn't cherish it. No, this time she absolutely had to seize the chance. Her curiosity piqued, the auntie spoke up. Officers, I know where the man is. Come, I'll take you there. Is it in here? She eyed the sidecar beside the motorcycle, swung her leg over, and sat herself down so quickly that the two officers didn't even have time to react. Oh my, this is my first time riding a motorcycle. I've hit the jackpot today. Go on, drive forward, I'll point the way. The two officers twitched their lips. What a remarkably enthusiastic auntie. Well, no harm done, having a guide would make things easier for them. With a puttering sound, the sidecar motorcycle headed in the direction the auntie indicated. Their destination was the village's brigade headquarters. After having Li Ming brought to the brigade headquarters, Zhao Jiangwo returned home and found Chen Wan sulking. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you now? Who's provoked you this time?" His wife Chen Wan wore a grim expression and jerked her chin toward the house. Who else could it be? It's that precious daughter of yours. She came running back from outside, learned about Zhou Wenshan's marriage, and now she's in her room crying. Who knows what's going through her head? She was the one who threw a tantrum to break off the engagement, and now she's the one crying because he's married. Even saying it out loud makes me feel ashamed. Zhao Jiangwo listened to Chen Wan's words, then thought about Li Ming's earlier incident. He sighed, took out a cigarette, and lit it, feeling no urge to rush inside. He decided to take a moment to compose himself, let his emotions settle before going in to discipline his daughter. Maybe he could knock some sense into her. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Chen Wan and spoke softly. Just now Wenshan beat up Li Ming. Chen Wan was startled. Why? That Li Ming is no good. He just cracked a child's head open with a rock. Wenshan has already taken the kid to the town's health clinic and said he's going to report it to the police. Chen Wan was stunned. Li Ming really did something that damned despicable. Zhao Jiangwo nodded. Really? Plenty of people saw it with their own eyes. Much like Zhao Jiangwo's reaction, Chen Wan was initially shocked, but then a flicker of joy rose in her heart. So Li Ming is done for, isn't he? Will he be arrested? Hard to say. At the very least we can use this as an excuse to get rid of him. This village can't withstand the trouble someone like him brings. Chen Wan was already thinking ahead to the next step. Well, once this Li Ming business is settled, let's quickly find Xiuhua another family to marry into. Our family can't handle her antics either. Zhao Jiangwo stubbed out his cigarette on the ground and stamped on it hard. Alright, that's what we'll do. With that he pushed open the door and went inside, knocking on Zhao Zihua's door. Xiuhua, open up. Moments later Zihua's incredulous shrieks and sobs echoed from within. I don't believe it. Li Ming would never do something like that. I'm going to ask him myself. Inside Zhao Jiangwo's face was grim. You don't believe it. Half the village saw it. Wenshan has already gone to town to report it to the police. When they get here to handle it, you'll see for yourself. Now you stay put in this house, and don't you dare go anywhere, understand? Zhao Jiangwo had made up his mind. He couldn't let her keep making mistakes. He came out, shut the door firmly, and said to Chen Wan, get the lock. Lock the door. Chen Wan remained silent, fetched the lock from the windowsill, and clicked it shut. Looking at the locked door, Chen Wan asked, should I open it when it's time for dinner, so she can eat? Zhao Jiangwo said flatly, no need. She can eat at night. Skipping one meal won't kill her. I think she's just been too well fed lately. Let her go hungry for a bit. It might clear her head. Fine. Ignoring Zihua's wails from inside the room, Zhao Jiangwo turned and headed out. He still needed to go to the brigade headquarters where Li Ming had been taken. Wenshan had gone to town to report the incident to the police, and knowing Wenshan's temperament, he would definitely follow through. After all, the child was seriously injured. A head have to wait there. Who knew when the police would arrive? A headache. There were bound to be more troubles in the village today, and all of it was Li Ming's fault. That man could not stay in the village any longer. Even if the police didn't take him away, he would find a way to get Li Ming out of here. There was no place for someone like him in Xingfu village. After Zhou Wenshan took Chen Jijun and Siyuan to the town's health clinic, the villagers who had gathered around dispersed. It was mealtime, and they needed to hurry off to eat before heading back to earn their work points. Zhou Wenhai, along with another village militiaman, half-carried, half-dragged Li Ming, who still couldn't stand on his own, to the brigade headquarters. Lu Deshang, the sent-down youth team leader, looked at Li Ming and sighed. He hadn't expected that just moments after telling him to go back and stay put, Li Ming would stir up such a huge mess. Seeing Li Ming beaten to such a state, Lu Deshang couldn't help but feel he deserved it. If you bully others, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Lu Deshang addressed the other sent-down youths. What are you all staring at? Those who need to eat, go eat. Those who've eaten, get back to work. What's there to see? Among the female sent-down youths, one face turned pale with dismay as she watched Li Ming being dragged away. Another girl tugged at her sleeve. Saixia, stop looking. Let's go eat. Li Ming is finished. Who knows what they'll do with him? Why did he have to go and hit a kid? Sai, no one can save him this time. Wang Saixia snapped back to reality and forced a smile. Oh, alright. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lu Tsuhua sighed and said to Chen Bowen, In-law Wenshan has already taken the child to the clinic. I'm sure he'll be fine. Don't worry too much. Chen Bowen wiped his face with his hand. Mother-in-law, we truly have Wenshan to thank for this. Lu Tsuehua waved her hand dismissively. It was the least Wenshan could do. Why don't you all rest after lunch and wait for Wenshan's news? Chen Bowen sighed. Given their position, there was nothing else they could do here. I suppose that's all we can do. Zhang Shuya had regained consciousness. Chen Jigua and his wife were supporting her as she leaned against a tree by the roadside. She didn't want to move at all, tears silently streaming down her face. Chen Wan, meanwhile, was supporting her sister-in-law, the mother of Chen Siyuan, against another tree. Seeing her well-behaved nephew Siyuan injured pained her deeply. After all, he was her own nephew, and she had spent considerable time looking after him. Fighting back her own sorrow, she comforted her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, please don't be so upset. If Siyuan comes back and sees you like this, he'll be sad all over again. With Wenshan by his side, you can rest assured. Nothing will go wrong. And as for the person who hurt Siyuan, Wenshan won't let him off easily. Her sister-in-law Su Ting wiped her swollen red eyes upon hearing this, and patted Chen Wan's hand. You're right, sister. Siyuan will be fine. Wenshan is a good man. You should live well with him in the future. That afternoon, the Chun Bowen family had no heart for work, wanting only to know the latest on Chen Siyuan. They simply sat in the fields and rested. Today's work points they decided they would forego. At 4 o'clock, a sidecar motorcycle drove in from the village entrance. A loud voice from the vehicle called out, Officers, turn right up ahead, and you'll reach our brigade headquarters. That's where they're holding Li Ming. Lu Tsuehua, Chen Wan, and her sister-in-law Zhang Minghui were working in the fields. They looked up and saw the police had arrived. Chen Wan said urgently, Mom, the police are here. They must know how Siyuan is doing. Let me go ask. Lu Tsuehua replied, You wait here. They'll go ask. With that, she raised her characteristically loud voice and called out to the sidecar motorcycle, Comrades from the police, wait a moment. The two police officers who were just following an older woman's directions to the brigade headquarters of Xingfu village heard the call and immediately applied the brakes. And you are? The older woman in the vehicle recognized Lu Tsuehua and introduced her to the officers. She's Zhou Wenshan's mother, the one who filed the report at your station. Lu Tsuehua trotted over and saw a familiar face in the sidecar. She exclaimed in surprise, "Li Danny. I thought I recognized your voice. How come you're riding with the police?" Li Danny grinned proudly. "I was just heading home to cook when I ran into the officers looking for Li Ming. I offered to show them the way. You know this motorcycle ride is quite something. The bouncing really gets your joints moving." Lu Tsuehua ignored her, thinking Li Danny was acting like she'd never seen the world, getting all puffed up over a simple motorcycle ride. She'd have a good laugh about it later. Turning to the officers, she asked with a smile, "Comrades, did Zhou Wenshan file the report with you? Did you stop by the health clinic on your way here? How is the child doing now?" The officer replied politely, "Comrade Zhou did file the report. We passed by the clinic on our way here. The child was receiving 4 fluids at the time. The child's injuries are serious, but there's no danger to his life. You can rest assured. They should be on their way back by now." Lu Tsuehua felt a wave of relief. Good. Thank you, comrades. We won't keep you from your duties." The officers revved the engine, and the sidecar motorcycle sped off towards the brigade headquarters. Lu Tsuehua went back and told Chen Wan first, "Zhou Wan, the child is fine, don't worry." Then she hurried over to Chen Bowen's family. "In-laws, it's all right. The child is safe. He should be back any moment now. No need to worry." Zhang Shuya and Su Ting's eyes lit up instantly, and strength seemed to return to their bodies. They pushed themselves up from the ground. "Really?" Lu Tsuehua nodded. "Really? The police said so. They saw him at the clinic before coming here. He was still getting 4 fluids, but he should be back soon." Zhang Shuya and Su Ting wept tears of joy. Si Yuan is safe? Thank goodness. Chun Siming and Chen Xin, upon hearing that their brother Si Yuan was safe, broke into bright smiles on their sad little faces. Hooray! Si Yuan is safe. Chen Bowen and Chen Jigua and their wives also rushed over, and upon hearing the news they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Chen Bowen waved his hand. "All right, back to work. We can get more done today if we keep at it." With the child safe, they could finally focus on their work again, eager to make up for the lost progress. After delivering the news to her in-laws, Lu Tsuehua returned to her assigned plot of land. Their day's work was not yet finished. After waiting for a while, Lu Tsuehua suddenly stood up. No, she had to go to the brigade headquarters too. What if that bad seed Li Ming falsely accused Wenshan of hitting him? After all, his face was quite swollen. She put down her tools, deciding she'd done enough for now. "Ming Hui Xiao, when you two finish up here, and then head home. I need to go to the brigade office." With that, she hurried off. She didn't know where brother Yuan Zhao was, but even if he wasn't there, she wouldn't let anyone bully her family. At the brigade headquarters, 4 or 5 people were seated, including the brigade leader Zhao Zhengwo. Zhou Wenhai and another militiaman were watching over Li Ming. Zhou Yuanzhao was also there. After finishing his business today, he had heard about how this educated youth Li Ming had hit his in-law's child, and how Wenshan had subsequently beaten Li Ming and had then gone to the town to report the incident. Zhou Yuanzhao had a hunch and came straight to the brigade headquarters. He wanted to keep an eye on Li Ming himself, because this Li Ming was currently the boyfriend of Zhao Zhengwo's daughter Zhao Shihua. She was the reason for Wenshan's broken engagement. He was afraid that Zhao Zhengwo, under pressure from Zhao Shihua, might collude with Li Ming to find a way to evade responsibility. So he had to witness everything with his own eyes. Zhao Zhengwo felt a bit awkward seeing Zhou Yuanzhao. He walked over and offered him a cigarette. Zhou Yuanzhao didn't take it. He pulled out his own, lit it, and took a drag. "I have my own." He blew out a smoke ring and said slowly, "Brigade leader, you're not planning to help Li Ming get off the hook just because he's seeing your daughter, are you?" Zhao Zhengwo gave an awkward laugh. "Brother Zhou, when did Li Ming ever become my daughter's boyfriend? Neither her mother nor I have ever acknowledged such a thing. Don't worry, we'll handle this by the book." Zhou Yuanzhao just looked at him without saying a word, his expression clearly showing, "I don't believe you." Zhao Zhengwo sighed inwardly. What a mess this has turned out to be. Li Ming had regained consciousness by now. Zhou Wenhai and another village militiaman had propped him up against the wall. Several hours had passed, and while the swelling on his face hadn't completely subsided, the bleeding from his mouth had stopped. However, having lost 3 teeth, his speech was noticeably affected. His mind was clearer now, and reflecting on his earlier actions, he felt a pang of regret. What had he been thinking? How could he have done something so stupid? Even if he wanted to bully those kids, he should have waited until no one was around and done it discreetly. Now had been caught red-handed. Hearing that Zhou Wenshan had already gone to the police station to file a report, Li Ming's entire body began to tremble with fear. If the police really got involved, things would become very troublesome. At the very least, it would be a charge of intentional injury. Being sent to a labor farm would be a light sentence. That place was far more brutal than here. Had heard that people dying from exhaustion was a common occurrence. No, he had to find a way to save himself. After thinking it over, he lashed onto a point that might work in his favor. Using his lisping voice, he said, "Brigade leader, I want to report to the police too. That Zhou Wenshan deliberately retaliated and beat me into this state. He knocked out 3 of my teeth." After saying this, Li Ming actually felt a sense of righteousness, and his eyes welled up with tears of grievance. Zhao Zhengwo glanced at Zhou Yuanzhao, who remained unmoved. and then said coldly to Li Ming, "Educated youth Li, you can save that speech for the police officers when they get here." The sound of a motorcycle engine approached from the distance. Zhou Wenshan and the others looked outside to see 2 police officers arriving at the brigade headquarters on a sidecar motorcycle. Li Danny pointed from the sidecar towards the office, indicating Li Ming, whose face was as swollen as a pig's. "Comrades, that's Li Ming." 2 public security officers rode a sidecar motorcycle, bringing Li Danny from the village with them, and parked right beside the entrance of the brigade headquarters. Li Danny, quick-eyed and nimble, pointed out Li Ming to the 2 officers. The gruesome state of Li Ming's face startled the 2 officers. "Good heavens, what happened to you? Did you run into a black bear on the mountain and get swiped by its paw?" As for Zhou Wenshan reporting that he had slapped Li Ming, the 2 officers never even considered him. The injuries on Li Ming's face simply didn't look like they could have come from a single slap. Even if these 2 trained officers had wound up their arms and swung with all their might, with Li Ming willingly turning his cheek to meet the blow, they still couldn't have produced such an effect. One side of Li Ming's face was swollen high, mottled with blue and purple. The area around his eye was puffy too, leaving one eye squinted into a slit. His lips were swollen like sausages, and a trail of blood streaked from the corner of his mouth, the wound from where his teeth had been knocked out. Before the 2 officers could approach to ask what had happened, Zhao Jiangwo stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand. "Hello, officers. I'm Zhao Jiangwo, the brigade captain of our happy village. You must be here about Li Ming, right?" As the village's brigade captain, he commanded a measure of respect from the 2 officers. They shook hands with Zhao Jiangwo, and one of them spoke up. "Yes, I'm Officer Ma, and this is my colleague Officer Liu. We received a report today that a sent-down youth named Li Ming deliberately injured a child here, so we've come to investigate." Zhou Wenshan also stepped forward. "Officer Ma, Officer Liu was the one who filed the report, a man named Zhou Wenshan. I'm his father, Zhou Wenshan. The Li Ming who did the beating is right here." "Has Zhou Wenshan returned yet?" Officer Ma glanced at Zhou Wenshan. "Comrade Zhou Wenshan is still at the health center with the injured child getting treatment. He should be back soon." Zhou Wenshan asked another question. "Is the child all right?" "A few stitches, and he should be able to go home today." Zhou Wenshan breathed a sigh of relief. At least the child was fine. His in-laws' 3 children were clever and well-behaved, and he had grown fond of them. It infuriated him that Li Ming had hurt one of them today. If Li Ming hadn't already been beaten to such a state by Wenshan's slap, he would have wanted to land a few punches himself. Just then Lu Tsohua came rushing over in a panic, worried that Li Ming might file a counter-complaint against Zhou Wenshan for hitting him. After all, the injuries on Li Ming's face were undeniable. But when she saw Zhou Wenshan standing there, her heart settled, and her urgency faded. Spotting Li Danny standing off to the side, she walked over and stood beside her to watch the proceedings. After the 2 officers had exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Jiangwo, he instructed one of the village militiamen to fetch Lu Deshang, the sent-down youth team leader. Since Li Ming was a sent-down youth, Lu Deshang needed to be informed of the situation, and his presence would be ideal. Before long, Lu Deshang came running over upon hearing the news. He didn't need to do much, just bear witness to what happened with Li Ming. This way the sent-down youths at their station wouldn't feel the villagers were targeting them, and it would help avoid conflicts. Tensions between villagers and sent-down youths had always simmered beneath the surface. When the time was right, Officer Ma and Officer Liu approached Li Ming. "You're Li Ming, right? A report was filed today accusing you of deliberately injuring someone, breaking a child's head. Is that true?" Li Ming struggled to his feet, his face contorted with pain and fear. "Officers, I want to file a report too. This face, Zhou Wenshan did this. He knocked out several of my teeth. He's committed assault against me." The 2 officers' lips twitched at the sight of his face, and they were about to speak when a loud, righteous voice rang out from outside. "Yes, I hit you, and I admit it. But why did I hit you?" "Because you deserved it." Everyone turned to look as Zhou Wenshan rode his bicycle into the brigade headquarters. After the 2 officers had left the hospital not long after Siyuan's glucosaline drip had finished, Zhou Wenshan had then gone to the town supply and marketing cooperative, where he bought 3 cans of fruit, 1 each for Siyuan, Simon, and Seeing. The 3 kids must have been terrified today, so a treat would help soothe them. After that, he said goodbye to Dr. Ma and hurried back with Chun Jijun and Siyuan. They would only need to return to the health center in 3 days for a dressing change. Once back in the village, he dropped Chun Jijun off near the cowshed and headed straight for the brigade headquarters. If the officers hadn't left yet, that's where they'd be. Sure enough, the moment he rode up to the headquarters, he heard Li Ming lodging his complaint against him to the 2 officers. How could he let that stand? He took a moment to compose himself, his expression shifting to one of righteous indignation. "I hit you because you deserved it." Ignoring the stares from the crowd, Zhou Wenshan secretly shot his mother Lu Tsuhua a reassuring glance. He walked straight up to the 2 officers without a hint of guilt. Nodding to them, he said, "Hello, officers." Then, fixing Li Ming with a look of moral authority, he declared, "Comrade Li Ming, I slapped you, and I admit it. I don't need you to report it. I already mentioned it to the officers when I filed my own report. I hit you with a clear conscience, and if I had to do it again, I would. Because I was stopping you from committing another crime. I was worried you'd go further down the path of evil. I was trying to save your mind and your life. You should be thanking me. Zhou Wenshan's words grew even sharper. But instead of being grateful you're here, slandering me in front of these two officers. It shows you haven't recognized your own mistakes. Do you think your criminal act of deliberately injuring someone was right? Are you going to stand against the people? To side with darkness and oppose the light? Zhao Jiangwo. Li Danny. Zhou Wenhai stood there dumbfounded. Had just been worrying about what would happen if Li Ming accused Wenshan of hitting him. And this was the result. With just a few words and no effort at all, Wenshan had flipped the narrative. No weight had climbed to the moral high ground. Zhou Wenhai thought to himself, what if Wenshan ever used this tactic on him? Had need to review this moment multiple times. The two officers' lips twitched as well. They couldn't find any fault in Zhou Wenshan's words. With that kind of eloquence, he could easily serve as a political instructor at their station. They just hadn't expected that this tall, lean man could deliver a slap that left someone in such a state. They'd assumed it was just an ordinary slap. But that wasn't the issue anymore. They'd already learned the details of what happened from the others present. With so many witnesses and physical evidence, there was no denying it. Li Danny nudged Lu Tsuehua with her elbow. Hey Tsuehua, since when did your second son get such a silver tongue? He's so smooth with his words, I'd have to bow in defeat. Lu Tsuehua puffed out her chest, beaming with pride. Well, look whose son he is. Our second boy gets his gift of gab from me and his brains from my Yuan Shao. Sharp and clever, that one. Humph, whatever you say. Zhao Jiangwo shuffled over to Zhou Yuanshao's side and said with an embarrassed smile, Yuanshao, since when did Wenshan become so silver-tongued? Zhou Yuanshao cast him a sidelong glance, pulled out a cigarette, and as Zhao Jiangwo instinctively reached out to take it, Zhou Yuanshao put it directly between his own lips. Zhao Jiangwo's hand froze midair for a moment before he casually pulled out his own cigarette and lit it. Zhou Yuanshao felt a swell of pride. The moment Wenshan had spoken those words, he knew today's matter was settled. He blew out a smoke ring, his leg tapping with satisfaction, and said with a nonchalant air he got a bit of a shock a few days back. Zhao Jiangwo hung his head and let out a couple of awkward chuckles before falling silent. If only Wenshan were my son-in-law. I was so close, just one wrong decision. They'll deal with my daughter when I get home, and she can skip dinner tonight. When Li Ming heard Zhou Wenshan's crafty rebuttal, he was momentarily rendered speechless, staring at him with eyes wide with fury. You. His body swayed, and he toppled backward, fainting from sheer rage. Zhou Wenshan, startled, leaped back and looked at the two police officers with an innocent expression. Officers, you saw it all. He fainted on his own. It's not my fault. The two officers shook their heads in exasperation. Li Ming had passed out from his own anger. What could they say? Officer Ma said, don't worry, we saw everything. This has nothing to do with you. We've basically finished our investigation. We'll take him away shortly and see how the case is handled. Just as Zhao Jiangwo was about to speak, Zhou Wenshan quickly declared, I have full confidence that our officers will uphold the law, impartially seek justice for the victims, and uphold fairness. Such a stubborn wrongdoer who refuses to reform must learn the majesty of the law and pay the price for his crimes. Zhao Jiangwo's mouth twitched. All right, well, follow the officer's decision. Li Ming, who had fainted, was revived by the show-off, Li Danny pinching his philtrum. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw handcuffs already clamped around his wrists. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead as he cried out, Officers, I know I've done wrong. I won't dare do it again. He'll never bully anyone anymore. Zhou Wenshan, please let me go. He'll return Zhao Xiaohua to you. I only tricked her into helping me with work. I never truly liked her, and I never touched her. Outside the village office, Chen Wan whispered to Zhao Xiaohua, hear that now? Are you finally convinced? Come on, let's go home. Zhao Zuo's heart turned to ash. Everything had been a lie. Chen Wan grabbed her and forcibly dragged her home to reflect on things. Inside the office, Zhao Jiangwo's face was dark as coal. Officers, for such a rotten apple in our community, we hope you can give him a severe sentence. In the end, Li Ming's repeated pleas fell on deaf ears. He was hauled away in handcuffs and shoved into the sidecar of a police motorcycle, which sputtered off into the distance. Needless to say, once Li Ming was taken away this time, he would never return to Zingfuten. Zhao Jiangwo watched the officers disappear, then turned to the team leader of the educated youth, Lu Deshang. Captain Lu, pack up Li Ming's belongings and send them to the police station. Then go to the educated youth office and explain the situation. Even if Li Ming gets out, don't send him back to our Zingfuten. Lu Deshang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, village chief. He'll have someone pack his things tonight and deliver them tomorrow. As they watched Li Ming being taken away, both Zhou Yuanshao and Zhao Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. It was all because of that restless Li Ming that their relationship had become so strained. Now that he was finally gone, leaving the office, Zhou Yuanshao patted Zhou Wenshan on the shoulder and said with approval, Wenshan, you did well today. Zhou Wenshan grinned. All thanks to Dad and Mom's good upbringing. Lu Tsuehua, walking alongside Li Danny, felt a quiet sense of pride. Wenshan was increasingly bringing honor to her. Zhou Wenhai trailed behind, sighing inwardly. I can't compete, I just can't compete. After returning home from work with her sister-in-law, Zhang Minghui, Chen Wan remained restless with worry. The police had come, and Wenshan had beaten Li Ming pretty badly. She feared he might get into trouble. As she was lost in anxious thought, she heard Lu Qihua's loud voice and footsteps approaching from outside. The tone of her speech suggested she was in a good mood. Chen Wan breathed a slight sigh of relief and hurried out of the room. Seeing everyone back, including Zhou Wenshan, her eyes curved into crescents as she said with a bright smile, "Dad, Mom, you're all back." Lu Tsuehua was in excellent spirits. "We're back. We'll cook something nice for dinner tonight." Zhou Wenshan stepped forward and said to Chen Wan, "Don't worry, it's all settled. Siyuan's wound got a few stitches. I've already sent brother Jijun and the others home. We'll go back for a dressing change in 3 days." Chen Wan's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Wenshan, we really owe you this time." Zhou Wenshan winked at her. "So are you going to thank me, Huh?" Chen Wan was momentarily caught off guard. How? How should I thank you?" Glancing around to see that his parents and elder brother had already gone inside, Zhou Wenshan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "He'll tell you tonight." Chen Wan's cheeks instantly flared into a fiery blush. Suppressing her shyness, she murmured, "Whatever you say." Zhou Wenshan immediately beamed with smug satisfaction. Chen Wan couldn't help but reach out and pinch his waist hard. "Stop grinning. Ouch. Honey, that hurts." Zhou Wenshan's performance today had brought great pride to both Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Tsuehua. Lu Tsuehua was so happy that she cut half a caddy of meat to stir-fry for dinner. At the table, Zhou Yuanxiao asked Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan, "Are you two going to head over there later?" Over there naturally referred to the cow sheet. Seeing Chen Wan's expectant gaze, Zhou Wenshan nodded without hesitation. "Yes, we should go. We'll bring that white rabbit over too." Zhou Yuanxiao nodded. "Have your mother prepare 10 eggs to take over. Good for the child. And cut a caddy of meat as well." Chen Wan's eyes were filled with deep gratitude. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. And thank you, brother and sister-in-law." Lu Tsuehua waved her hand dismissively. "We're all family. No need for such formality." Zhang Minghui chimed in quickly, "Sister-in-law, don't be so polite. It's the least we could do. Besides, we didn't really help much. Wenshan handled everything. If you want to thank someone, thank him." With that, Zhang Minghui let out a light tinkling laugh. After a hearty dinner that filled every corner of his stomach with extra portions of meat and vegetables, and a few more steamed corn and mixed flour buns warmed up, he knew he'd have the strength to get plenty done tonight. Once the meal was finished, Lu Tsuehua set aside 10 eggs and cut over a pound of wild boar meat. Zhou Wenshan went to pick up the cage holding the white rabbit, only to find it looking listless. The withered vegetable leaves head fed it were barely touched, and it had grown thinner, its eyes seeming even redder than before. As Zhou Wenshan reached for the cage, the rabbit bared its teeth and lunged at him through the bars. It remembered this two-legged creature, the one who had captured it and brought it here. It wanted to bite him to death. Startled, Zhou Wenshan jerked his hand back. Was this rabbit actually trying to bite? So the saying was true, a cornered rabbit will bite. Zhou Wenshan's face darkened. If this was the case, how could he possibly give the rabbit to the kids as a plaything? Had planned to keep it as a pet, but that was out of the question now. Had never really understood these creatures before. Back in his past life, plenty of rabbits were kept as pets, so had assumed this one would be the same. Frowning, Zhou Wenshan approached Zhou Yuanxiao and asked, puzzled, "Dad, that rabbit actually bites. When I went to grab the cage earlier, it nearly got me." To his surprise, Zhou Yuanxiao remained utterly calm. He took out a cigarette, thought about lighting it, then put it back. No, had already smoked several today, exceeding his limit. He looked at Zhou Wenshan and spoke unhurriedly. "I thought about warning you at the time, but then I decided to let you find out for yourself. After all, you'll be going up the mountain often from now on. There are things you need to learn firsthand. Most of the animals up there, rabbits included, are wild at heart. They can't be caged. A rabbit kept in a cage won't survive. That's only natural. Without freedom, it'll refuse to eat, starve itself, grow irritable, and bite at anything. Within 2 days, it might even dash itself to death against the bars." Zhou Wenshan slapped his forehead. "Dad, you knew all along. Why didn't you warn me earlier?" Zhou Yuanxiao said with a knowing look, "Words can't teach a man, but experience can. If I'd told you back then, you might not have believed me. It's just a rabbit. Letting you try was no big loss. Now you've learned a lesson you won't forget." Zhou Wenshan was convinced. His father's logic was sound, and he had to admit it. Since that was the case, he abandoned the idea of bringing the rabbit to Siyuan and the others. Not only could it bite someone, but if the rabbit died in a couple of days, the 3 little ones would be heartbroken. And in their situation, it might even become a childhood trauma. His original intention in bringing the rabbit was to make them happy, but now it seemed it would backfire. Forget it. He wouldn't deliver the rabbit. "Dad'll leave the rabbit to you. Do whatever you see fit. Kill it or butcher it," Zhou Wenshan said bluntly. Zhou Yuanxiao chuckled. "You're not giving it any chance to live, are you?" Zhou Wenshan spread his hands. "I never said that. It's all in your hands, Dad. I just wanted to keep it as a pet." "What a pity." Zhou Yuanxiao glanced at the caged rabbit. "The fur looks decent. You'll make your mother a rabbit fur hat from it." Zhou Wenshan's mouth twitched. "1 pelt won't be enough. We'll need to hunt a few more rabbits." Over in the kitchen, Lu Tsuehua had already prepared the items and handed them to Chen Wan. Chen Wan was waiting in her room for Zhou Wenshan, but when he arrived empty-handed, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Where's the rabbit?" After Zhou Wenshan explained that the rabbit bit people, Chen Wan's face fell with regret. "That rabbit was so cute. I thought we could keep it." "Oh well, if it can't be tamed then, so be it. Killing it for meat isn't a bad option either." Zhou Wenshan glanced sideways at her. "I thought you'd be too soft-hearted to kill it." Chen Wan smiled faintly. "When you're starving, you'll chew on tree bark. I don't have the luxury to pity a rabbit. It's cute sure, but cooked into a dish it's even better." Zhou Wenshan took the basket from her hands and gently stroked her head. "Don't worry, those days are behind us. You have me now." The two of them stepped out and headed toward the cowshed. Chen Wan's heart was heavy with worry over Siyuan's injury, so she quickened her pace. Her long strides made the fabric of her clothes rustle softly. She soon found herself walking ahead of Zhou Wenshan. As they passed the small grove they always crossed, a cold wind swept through, making the leaves rustle loudly. Chen Wan shrank her neck, gazing at the dark, gloomy thicket. It seemed as if something might leap out at any moment. If she were alone, she'd never dare walk this path at night. Unconsciously, she slowed her steps and fell into step beside Zhou Wenshan. Suddenly, a dark shadow came bounding out from the trees. "Up!" Chen Wan shrieked, startled by the sudden appearance. She instinctively shrank behind Zhou Wenshan. "Wenshan, there's something up ahead." Had seen it too, no need for her to point it out. Initially, the sudden dark shape had startled him as well, just a natural reflex. But he quickly recovered and whispered to Chen Wan behind him, "Don't speak." He handed the basket of eggs and meat back to her. "Hold this. I think that's a rabbit up ahead." The dark silhouette ahead, its size and the way it hopped along, looked just like a rabbit. Chen Wan's tense heart eased. Another rabbit. What a coincidence. Under the moonlight, Zhou Wenshan could now clearly see that it was indeed a gray rabbit. The rabbit seemed oblivious to their presence. It hopped to a spot about 20 meters away, stopped, looked around, and then began nibbling on the grass by the roadside. Zhou Wenshan grinned inwardly. Who knew he'd stumble upon a prize just by stepping out at night? This was a rabbit out foraging after dark. He bent down quietly, picked up a small, smooth stone from the ground, held his breath, focused his gaze, and whipped his arm toward the rabbit. The stone sliced through the air and struck its target. Crack! The rabbit dropped instantly. "Got it!" Joy surged in Zhou Wenshan's heart. With the poor visibility at night and the distance involved, he hadn't been entirely confident. Chen Wan looked at him with sparkling admiration in her eyes. Zhou Wenshan tugged her along. "Come on, wife. Let's go pick up our rabbit." When they reached the rabbit, Zhou Wenshan picked it up. It was as dead as could be. The stone had struck with such force that it had punched a hole clean through the rabbit's belly. He muttered, "What a shame." Chen Wan was beaming at the rabbit. It meant meat. But hearing his words, she asked, puzzled, "Didn't you kill it?" "What's the shame?" Zhou Wenshan held up the rabbit. "There's a big hole in its belly now. It's ruined. Otherwise I could have gotten a nice rabbit pelt out of it." Chen Wan nodded thoughtfully. "Wenshan, you're already quite skilled. But for small game like this, if you want to preserve the pelt, something sharp like a throwing knife would be better. It won't tear a huge hole like that." Zhou Wenshan slapped his forehead. "So caught up in the moment that I forgot all about that. Thanks for the reminder. They'll talk to Dad about it, and have him make me a set of 10 small throwing knives. Consider this your reward." With that, Zhou Wenshan leaned down and planted a big smacking kiss on Chen Wan's cheek. After all, throwing knives as hidden weapons. How cool would that be? Far more stylish than chucking stones, and far more powerful too. Chen Wan's face flushed, but luckily it was night, so it wasn't noticeable. She was both amused and exasperated, reaching out her small fist to lightly thump Zhou Wenshan on the back, her strength akin to a massage. "Are you rewarding me? Or are you rewarding yourself?" Zhou Wenshan, thick-skinned, chuckled. "It's the same. We're a couple, one in heart and soul. Rewarding you is the same as rewarding me." Chen Wan ignored him. The more he talked, the more excited he got. If she kept engaging, who knew what embarrassing words would come out of his mouth? Over the past few nights, Chen Wan had seen quite a bit, and the memory still made her blush. "F you, scoundrel." She stopped paying attention to Zhou Wenshan, and picking up her basket hurried ahead. Zhou Wenshan chuckled, holding the rabbit with its belly torn open, and followed behind. It wasn't bad. This rabbit could be given to his father-in-law's family to improve their meals enough for 2 servings. Zhou Wenshan had told Chen Jijun earlier in the day that he would come over in the evening, so they were all still awake. After dinner, they gathered in the cowshed of Chen Jijun's house, waiting for Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan to arrive. Siyuan lay on the mattress beneath which was straw spread on the ground. There was no bed here, just a floor bed. He couldn't sleep on his back because the wound was on the back of his head, so he could only sleep on his stomach. The 9 members of the family all gathered in this small cowshed, making it instantly feel crowded. Chen Jijun also conveyed the doctor's words. For now, Siyuan had no major problems, just excessive blood loss and need for nutritional supplements. After 3 days, they would have to go to the town's health clinic to change the dressing, and then let the doctor check again, also to see if there were any after effects. After hearing Chen Jijun's words, everyone's anxious hearts eased considerably. Si Ming and Si Yin sat around Chen Yuan carefully looking at the gauze on his head and asking with concern, "Brother, does it still hurt now?" The anesthesia wore off and Chen Yuan's wound began to ache. But as the older brother, how could he show weakness and fear of pain in front of his younger siblings? Chen Yuan thought for a moment, then held up his little finger to Si Ming and Si Yin. Just this little bit of pain. Chen Ming and Chen Yin looked at Chen Yuan with admiration. Wow, big brother is so amazing. The innocent words dispelled much of the melancholy. Chen Bowen and the others looked at the children and chuckled softly. It's fine as long as he's fine, as long as he's fine. Children were their hope. As long as there were children, no matter how bitter or difficult, they could persevere. The melancholy in Chen Bowen's eyes faded a bit. Today, thanks to Wenshan, otherwise sending the child to the health clinic would have been a trouble. Zhang Shuya also smiled faintly. Regarding Chen Wan's marriage, she now felt extremely satisfied. Wenshan is a good young man, and his whole family is very nice. She looked around at everyone. You must remember who offers help in times of need and who strikes when you're down. Everyone nodded silently. They had all seen what Zhou Wenshan and his family had done. When Si Yuan was injured today, Zhou Wenshan and his family had protected them without hesitation. Zhou Wenshan also reported the case in town, and the police came to the village today. They still didn't know the outcome or how the culprit who hurt Si Yuan would be dealt with. Moreover, Wenshan had also beaten that injurious educated youth, and they didn't know if he would be implicated or affected. No one told them, and they dared not rashly inquire. They could only wait here for news from Wenshan. Before long, they heard footsteps outside. Chen Bowen stood up. It must be Wenshan and Xiao Wan coming. Everyone stood up one after another. At this late hour, no one else would come to them. Opening the crude door of the cowshed, two people walked over outside. It was exactly Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan. The two entered. Chen Wan greeted them, put the basket in her hand into Zhang Shuya's hands, and then went straight to Chen Yuan's side. She had to see him to be reassured. Zhou Wenshan nodded slightly to Chen Bowen and Zhang Shuya, dad mom. He also greeted Chen Jijun and Chen Jigua, big brother sister-in-law, second brother second sister-in-law. Then he raised the rabbit in his hand and handed it to Zhang Shuya, smiling. Mama's luck would have it we happened to encounter a rabbit on the way here and killed it. Isn't this just perfect for adding to our meal? Mom, take it and cook it tomorrow. Zhang Shuya was a bit embarrassed and politely declined. Wenshan, you helped us so much during the day, and we haven't even thanked you. Now you come bringing all these things. How can we accept? Zhou Wenshan no longer had the playful demeanor he showed in front of Chen Wan. He spoke seriously. Mom's saying that makes us strangers, doesn't it? Si Yuan is Zaiwan's nephew, and that also makes him my nephew. I definitely wouldn't ignore him. Chen Wan turned around. Mom, just take it. This is all goodwill from Wenshan's family. Now that she was married to Zhou Wenshan, when she returned to her parents' home, bringing many gifts from her husband's family, and being able to help out gave her face. And her family truly needed help from Wenshan's family. As for Wenshan, she would give him several big healthy sons in the future. Chen Wan now had a very good impression of Zhou Wenshan. He was humorous, capable, and respected her. Except of course during those times. Chen Ming and Chen Yin looked at him with sparkling eyes. During the day their uncle had slapped the villain who hurt their brother Si Yuan flying. It was really cool. If only they could be as formidable as their uncle. The two little ones gathered around calling out, "Uncle, uncle." Zhou Wenshan crouched down holding one child in each hand. Did you eat the canned food Uncle bought you today? Chen Ming nodded. Uncle, we ate one bottle. It's delicious. Chen Yin gestured and said, Uncle, we let brother Si Yuan eat more, and we ate less, because brother Si Yuan is injured. Zhou Wenshan pretended to be surprised. Oh, so you are this considerate. Then next time Uncle will buy you more delicious treats. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle, you're so kind. Zhou Wenshan then went up to check on Chen Yuan. Besides his still pale complexion, he was otherwise fine. Chen Yuan also looked up at Zhou Wenshan with admiration. Uncle. Zhou Wenshan smiled. Si Yuan, you need to rest well these days, don't move around. In a couple of days Uncle will take you to change the dressing, okay? Chen Yuan kept his head down and said, Uncle, I understand. On the other side, Zhang Shuya pulled Chen Wan into a corner, her face no longer showing the worry of hastily marrying her off, afraid she might be wronged. She looked at her with relief. Xiao Wan, I see that Wenshan also likes children. You should hurry up and get pregnant. Chen Wan hadn't expected her mother to summon her over for this very matter, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Glancing at Zhou Wenshan, she saw he wasn't paying attention and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She whispered, Mother, I understand. Zhang Shuya looked at her daughter, noting the improved color in her cheeks and the faint return of her former spiritedness. Smiling, she patted her hand gently. Wenshan seems like a man of responsibility. With him you needn't worry about being wronged. You are beautiful, and Wenshan is handsome too. The children you two have are bound to be wonderful. The thought of a porcelain-like baby calling her mother stirred a flicker of anticipation in Chen Wan's heart. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenshan sat nearby chatting with his father-in-law and two brothers-in-law, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. His ears, after all, were exceptionally sharp these days. This mother-in-law is quite supportive indeed. as Chen Siyuan's parents Chen Jijun and Su Ting were overflowing with gratitude toward Zhou Wenshan. Today's ordeal had terrified them both, especially Su Ting, who had nearly believed her son was lost forever. Zhou Wenshan's appearance and actions were like a savior in their direst moment, not only rescuing Siyuan, but also in a way saving them as well. It was Chen Bowen who finally interrupted their endless thanks, for even Zhou Wenshan's thick skin was beginning to buckle under the barrage of gratitude. Chen Jijun pulled some money from his pocket totaling 15 yuan and 60 cents. This included the 5 yuan and 60 cents in medical fees Zhou Wenshan had covered at the town clinic plus the 10 yuan he had left with Chen Jijun when he went to report the incident. Wenshan, this is for the clinic expenses today along with that 10 yuan. Zhou Wenshan hesitated for a brief moment, deciding against saying no need to repay it. He took the money with a smile. All right, brother, I'll accept this then. If you ever need funds in the future, just say the word. After all, even brothers settle accounts clearly. Besides, he hadn't yet divided the family property, so this money belonged to the entire household. It was given to him by Lu Tsuhua, and he certainly couldn't give it away as a personal favor. If his father-in-law or brothers-in-law encountered difficulties and needed money, lending them a hand was perfectly fine. After chatting for a while, Zhou Wenshan observed that his father-in-law was quite cautious, though of course not toward him. With the bride price from Chen Wan and the occasional gifts they sent, the family could afford to eat more, at least enough to stave off the gnawing hunger of before and muster more strength for labor. Yet Chen Bowen deliberately restrained their consumption, merely increasing the corn porridge and steaming a couple more sweet potatoes and cornmeal buns. They went from being half full to about 70% full. As for the eggs, most went into the stomachs of the 3 little ones who were still growing and needed the nourishment. Chen Bowen's caution was also to avoid arousing suspicion that might implicate Zhou Wenshan's family. A capitalist sent down for reform, eating his fill at every meal, living more comfortably than the villagers. Would that still count as labor reform? So they still had to endure hunger when necessary. Still, being 70% full was enough to sustain them through a day's basic labor. When they were only half full, dizziness would frequently overwhelm them while working in the fields. Now, though their stomachs still ached with hunger, they could persevere. After talking a while longer, Zhou Wenshan and the others prepared to leave. Staying too long wasn't appropriate. Father Xiao Wan and I will head back now. You should rest early too. Brother, in 3 days Xiao Wan and I will bring Siyuan to the clinic to change his bandages. He then turned to Zhang Shuya. Mother, I'm taking Xiao Wan home. In 3 days we'll go to town. Take some time these 2 days to think if there's anything you need, and he'll pick it up for you at the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhang Shuya smiled and replied, all right, well, think it over and let you know. Now hurry back, it's getting dark and the road is treacherous. Be careful. The two had stayed for less than half an hour before heading home. On the way back, as they passed the small woods again, Chen Wan instinctively pressed closer to Zhou Wenshan, her hand reaching out to loop around his arm. Zhou Wenshan glanced at the woods, chuckled softly, and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, murmuring into her ear, don't be afraid, I'm here. Even if there's a tiger in there, I won't let it harm you. The warm breath against her ear made it tingle with heat, and she couldn't help but push him away. Keep your head away from me. When they got home, the lights in his parents' and brothers' rooms were already out. He and Chen Wan prepared for bed. Brushing teeth, washing faces, washing feet, washing. Climbing into bed, soon Chen Wan pressed down on his wandering hand. Can't we take a day off today? Zhou Wenshan paused, then looked at her with an odd expression. Even the work brigade's donkey doesn't dare rest that much. Chen Wan, exasperated, bit his ear gently and pinched his waist, mumbling indistinctly. Zhou Wenshan, you villain, all you do is bully me. Zhou Wenshan didn't argue, leaning over her. If I don't bully you, how will the baby come? Mother's been urging us to have a child, so we need to put in more effort, right? They were busy until the early hours. At dawn, Zhou Wenshan found a clean bedsheet, scooped Chen Wan up with one arm, and slowly changed it. She was so exhausted she didn't stir throughout. He set the soiled sheet aside, planning to scrub it once his parents and brother's family went to the fields. He wasn't planning to go hunting in the mountains today, anyway, and Chen Wan probably wouldn't wake up for a while. So he'd take care of the chores at home for now. When he prepared breakfast, he found only 5 eggs left, not enough for one each. With a sly thought, he boiled 3. Why should the 3 grown men in the family have eggs? He'd give 1 each to his mother, his sister-in-law, and his own wife. After the meal was ready, everyone except Chen Wan got up in succession. They had to eat, and then head to the fields. Sister-in-law Zhang Minghui looked around and didn't see Chen Wan. Where's your wife? Call her over to eat. Zhou Wenshan rubbed his head, a sheepish grin on his face. Sister-in-law, you all go ahead and eat, don't wait for her. She's just too tired and hasn't gotten up yet. Oh, Zhang Minghui said with a knowing look at him. Don't wear Xiao Wan out too much. At the dining table, Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Tsuhua noticed Chen Wan's absence and asked again, Wenshan, where's Xiao Wan? Call her to eat. Even with his thick skin, Zhou Wenshan felt a bit embarrassed. Xiao Wan hasn't woken up yet. Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Tsuhua exchanged a glance, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly, though they didn't suspect Wenshan of mistreating Xiao Wan. They could see he truly cherished her, though perhaps it was a different kind of mistreatment. Zhou Wenhai noticed the 3 eggs in the dish on the table and counted them. Had learned to be clever. With 3 eggs, who gets left out? He picked up an egg and handed it to Lu Tsuehua. Mother, you have an egg. Then he took another, peeled it, and placed it in Zhang Minghui's bowl. Wife, you eat. After that he glanced at Zhou Wenshan and raised his eyebrows with a smug look. Zhou Wenshan pretended not to see. Zhang Minghui shot Zhou Wenhai an amused look. Since when did he learn such tricks? She split the egg with her chopsticks and put half back in his bowl. You eat too. Zhou Wenhai grinned triumphantly. Thanks, wife. Lu Tsuehua peeled her egg, separated the yolk, and gave it to Zhou Yuanshao. Yuanshao, you have the yolk, I'll have the white. Zhou Wenshan sat there utterly bewildered. With Xiao Wan absent, have I just been force-fed 2 bowls of couple's affection? After the meal, Zhou Wenshan took out the money Lu Tsuehua had given him yesterday from his pocket. Mom, this is the money you gave me yesterday, it's all here. Lu Tsuehua took it, pulled out 10 yuan, and handed it to Zhou Yuanshao. Brother Yuanshao, take this money. From now on, buy better cigarettes. The cheap ones are bad for your health. When you spend it all, it'll give you more. Zhou Yuanshao accepted it with a beaming smile, carefully putting it away. All right. Zhou Wenhai suddenly felt a spark of realization. When would he reach his father's level of mastery? Then his wife would willingly give him an allowance too. He needed to observe closely and learn carefully. For instance, peeling an egg for his wife earlier was a good move. He had to keep working on it and learn a few more tricks. Wiping his mouth, Zhou Wenshan remembered the matter of the throwing knives. Dad, I want a few small throwing knives. Could you go to the town and ask blacksmith Chun if he has any? Zhou Yuanshao looked up. What do you need throwing knives for? Zhou Wenshan replied, for hunting in the mountains later. I ran into a rabbit when I went out last night. I hit it with a small stone and it went right through it. I wanted to bring it back, skin it, and make a hat for Mom, but that's ruined now. With a throwing knife, there'd only be one small hole. Besides, a throwing knife is much more powerful than a stone. If I carry knives up the mountain, I wouldn't even fear wolves or tigers. Zhou Yuanshao nodded upon hearing this. That makes sense. They'll go to the town and ask right away to have some knives forged for you. Any specific requirements? Zhou Wenshan thought for a moment. Sharp and sturdy for throwing. It should be able to pierce a wild boar's skull. Blacksmiths know more about this than we do. Let Uncle Chen handle it. He seems to be on good terms with you, so he won't cheat you. That's why you're the one for this job. Zhou Yuanshao chuckled. Alright, I'll take care of it. Will 10 be enough? 12 maybe. Alright, 12 it is. Is there some special meaning behind that? Zhou Wenshan's face lit up with excitement. The 12 zodiac animals. With all 12, he'll have the tiger knife, the dragon knife. Doesn't that sound awesome? Zhou Yuanshao's expression soured. Why not get the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends then? That's too many to carry. Even Lu Tsuehua and Zhou Wenhai shot him a disdainful look, while Zhang Minghui covered her mouth, snickering on the side. After the meal, Zhou Yuanshao rode his bike to town mainly to arrange for the throwing knives Zhou Wenshan wanted. After all, Wenshan had a point. Although the stones were powerful, their lethality was limited against large wild boars, tigers, or brown bears. But throwing knives were different. These sharp weapons thrown by Zhou Wenshan's hand could effortlessly pierce the chest of a tiger or a brown bear. His mother and elder brother and sister-in-law had also gone to the fields. Zhou Wenshan watched them walk away from the door, then quickly ran back inside. He took out the bedsheet, placed it in the washing basin, and scrubbed it with soap pod. Both of them had been too vigorous last night. Their sweat had soaked a large part of the sheet. After washing it 2 or 3 times, he hung it up to dry. Then he went back inside to call Chen Wan for breakfast. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Zhou Wenshan looked at the still sleeping Chen Wan and gently patted her butt. Honey, time to get up and eat. It took a full minute before Chen Wan slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at Zhou Wenshan, frowned, and reached for her waist, groaning in pain. Zhou Wenshan, you beast, my waist is about to break. Zhou Wenshan gave an awkward smile and reached over to rub her waist. Honey, how about you lie down and I give you a massage, eh? Chen Wan pushed his hand away, her face reddening. No, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of bed today. She supported her waist with one hand and slowly began to dress, with Zhou Wenshan helping on the side, only making her flustered. Finally, in exasperation, Chen Wan stomped her foot. Zhou Wenshan, go wait outside. You are just making a mess of things. 3 minutes later, Chen Wan finished dressing and walked out holding the wall for support. Seeing this, Zhou Wenshan felt a bit embarrassed and took the initiative to say, Honey, let's take a break tonight and let you get a good night's sleep. Chen Wan shot him a glare. Only 1 day of rest. No, at least 3 days. Zhou Wenshan tried to negotiate. 2 days is the max. Chen Wan sighed inwardly. Fine, 2 days it is. By her calculations, her period was due in a couple of days, which would give her several more days of rest. A mischievous thought crossed Chen Wan's mind, imagining the look on Zhou Wenshan's face when he found out she was on her period. Hey, you big jerk, you pervert, just you wait. Sitting at the table, Chen Wan saw that everyone else had finished and gone to work, leaving her alone. She felt a bit embarrassed. In the countryside these days, who slept this late? If others found out, wouldn't she be labeled a lazy wife? It was all Zhou Wenshan's fault. Chen Wan ate her meal sulkily, while Zhou Wenshan peeled an egg and placed it in her bowl. She didn't stand on ceremony. After the exhausting night, and sleeping in so late her stomach was already growling with hunger. Why was she so useless? She didn't see other newlywed women being so fragile. After eating, Chen Wan felt somewhat better and her legs weren't trembling as much. He'll wash the dishes and tidy up. You go outside and rest for a while. She felt awkward just eating and not doing any work. Zhou Wenshan agreed. All right, honey, I'll leave it to you. As he got up, he spotted a block of tofu in the cupboard. An idea struck him. How about crucian carp and tofu soup for lunch? Before his transmigration, though he was just an ordinary guy, he did have his little hobbies. As the Air Force of the Moatside fishing community, the undefeated champion, he knew a thing or two about fishing. Coincidentally, there was a clear stream in the village with crucian carp and carp in it. Zhou Wenshan decided to try his luck there. He found a small shovel in the yard and went to a small ditch near the front door to start digging. The soil was fertile there and earthworms were plentiful. Zhou Wenshan planned to dig up some worms for bait. After just 10 minutes of hard work, he had dug up 20 or 30, more than enough. Chen Wan saw him come in with a small bucket and asked curiously, "What's that in there?" Zhou Wenshan showed her. "Earthworms. I'm going to try my luck fishing. If I can catch a few crucian carps, we can have crucian carp and tofu soup for lunch." Chen Wan's eyes lit up at the prospect. "Can I come along?" "You?" Zhou Wenshan looked at her. "Honey, are your legs feeling better?" Flustered by Zhou Wenshan's teasing, Chen Wan kicked him lightly on the shin. This man was perfect in every way, so why did he have to be born with such a glib tongue? Was it really that hard for him to go a single day without provoking her? Zhou Wenshan found Chen Wan's flustered demeanor rather endearing. She was far more lively than when she had first married into the family. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This wife of his was quite amusing. He found a sewing needle, heated it red hot over the oil lamp, and bent it into a hook with a pair of pliers. There was some nylon string in the house, perfect for fishing line. He threaded it through the hook head fashioned from the needle, then found a 2-meter-long wooden stick and tied the other end of the line to it. A fishing rod that looked like a toy was thus completed. Gazing at his handiwork, Zhou Wenshan couldn't help but wistfully recall the fishing rod Head bought before his transmigration. The one that cost 69 yuan came with a reel and was supposedly made of carbon fiber. Even though Head never caught a single fish with it, that certainly wasn't due to his lack of skill. Those fish from decades in the future had simply evolved. They'd grown smarter and more cunning, refusing to take the bait. The fish in this era wouldn't be so wily, they'd be simple and honest. He hoped he wouldn't be skunked today. Let's just hope for a few bites. After finishing his preparations, Zhou Wenshan glanced over at Chen Wan. She was sitting on a stool nearby, watching him with curiosity, her earlier anger having already dissipated on its own. Not bad. She'd become a mature wife. He found a bucket to hold any fish he might catch, then tilted his head towards Chen Wan. "Wife, let's go fishing." "Umph." Zhou Wenshan chuckled. "Are you coming or not? If not, I'll go alone." Chen Wan stood up, abruptly, wincing slightly at the sudden movement. "Fine, I'm coming." "Then let's go? We'll fish for an hour. After that, whether we've caught anything or not, we need to head back and make dinner." With the bucket in one hand and a box of earthworms and the makeshift rod in the other, Zhou Wenshan led the way. Chen Wan locked the door behind them and followed. The river wasn't far, just a 10-minute walk. It was a small stream, less than 5 meters wide, its banks overgrown with reeds. Word had it that pheasants and wild ducks used to nest in the reeds, though they were rarely seen now. Still, many children often played there, searching for wild eggs and playing hide-and-seek. Zhou Wenshan walked along the river for a few minutes before finding a suitable spot. He set down the bucket and turned to Chen Wan. "Why find a place to sit for a while? They'll fish here." Chen Wan looked at the rushing, turbulent water and asked doubtfully, "Are there even fish in this river?" Zhou Wenshan glanced at the water, then said with feigned certainty, "Based on my experience, there are fish in here, and quite a few. Let me catch a couple to show you." He took out a plump earthworm, broke it in half, and baited the hook with one section. With a flick of the rod, the hook plopped into the river. There was no float. He didn't know how to make one, so Head just fished by feel. Catching something would be ideal. If he didn't, Head just claimed the river was empty. Either way, he couldn't lose face in front of his wife. Chen Wan found a stone by the riverbank and sat down quietly, watching Zhou Wenshan hold his wooden stick and fish. When he was fishing, Zhou Wenshan was completely still, his lips pressed together, his eyes fixed on the water's surface. The intense concentration in his gaze reminded Chen Wan of her father's expression when he played chess before he was sent down. Zhou Wenshan sat motionless like an old monk in deep meditation, his face betraying nothing while his mind chanted a silent mantra: bite, bite, bite. As if answering his prayers, about 10 minutes later, he felt a faint tug on the rod. Something was on the hook, struggling to get free. Excitement surged through Zhou Wenshan. Was this beginner's luck? A fish biting within minutes. He proudly lifted the rod. "Wife, I caught one. Come see." A catch was meant to be shared, otherwise half the joy was lost. Chen Wan ran over, equally delighted. It was her first time watching someone fish, and the thrill of a catch was genuinely exciting. As Zhou Wenshan raised the rod, a fish the size of a palm broke the surface, swung through the air, and landed on the bank, its tail fin slapping against the ground. Zhou Wenshan stepped forward, pinned the fish down, removed the hook, scooped some river water into the bucket, and dropped the fish in. Chen Wan hurried over and peered at the small fish. "Is this a crucian carp?" Zhou Wenshan said proudly. "Yes, that's a crucian carp. It's not big, but if I catch a couple more we can make a nice tofu soup with it." The crucian carp weighed about 100 grams. Not much, but Zhou Wenshan was satisfied. After all, it was his first time fishing, and with his wife watching he hadn't made a fool of himself. With this auspicious start his confidence soared. He baited the hook with another piece of earthworm and cast it back to the exact spot where Head caught the first one. This was his lucky spot. Of fishing here was bound to be a success. Sure enough, within a short while he caught 3 more crucian carps, 2 around 150 grams each and 1 around 100 grams. Almost enough for the tofu soup. A couple more and they could head home. Zhou Wenshan daydreamed contentedly. His past fishing failures were clearly due to picking the wrong spots. Chen Wan watched him from the side, a hint of admiration in her eyes. The earthworms were slowly running out. Only 2 left. Not every fish took the bait either. Some would nibble the worm and dart away. Those were the clever ones, and Zhou Wenshan hated them the most. Just then the sound of children's laughter drifted over from the distance. Zhou Wenshan frowned. Whose kids were playing by the river at this hour? Didn't they know how dangerous it was? The river was swelling with deep spots over 2 meters. Even adults wouldn't dare go in. If a child slipped and fell in, it would be a disaster. He turned to Chen Wan and said, "Wife, come take over the rod for a bit. I'm going to chase those kids away. It's too dangerous by the river, and there's no adult around. If one of them falls in, it'll be trouble." Chen Wan nodded. She had been thinking the same thing. She took the wooden stick, or the fishing rod, and asked, "How do I fish?" Zhou Wenshan taught her the basics, hoping she might develop a love for fishing and become his fishing buddy. Hold the rod steady, and try not to move. When a fish bites, you'll feel a vibration. When you feel it, just lift the rod up, just like I did. Chen Wan bit her lip, recalling Zhou Wenshan's earlier movements. It seemed simple enough. "Alright, I've got it. Go on." Zhou Wenshan was about to head over when a child's cry for help pierced the air. "Help!" Xiao Mao fell in the water. "Help!" Zhou Wenshan's heart tightened. Without another word, he broke into a sprint, shouting over his shoulder, "Wife, go fetch help." Chen Wan stamped her foot in panic, abandoning her fishing rod on the ground. "Be careful, don't be a hero. Wait for me to bring help." Ignoring her own discomfort, she dashed off to summon aid. The nearest field was at least 200 meters away. As she ran, she cried out at the top of her lungs, "Help! A child has fallen into the river." Zhou Wenshan raced along the riverbank. He was swift, covering the 100-odd meters in just 10 seconds. At his current speed, he could likely step onto a track and compete without any training. Soon he saw several panic-stricken children scrambling onto the bank. Who fell in? Where are they? Zhou Wenshan demanded, stripping off his clothes as he questioned them. If a life was lost, those kids would be in serious trouble. A severe beating at home would be the least of their worries. Seeing an adult arrive, the children looked as if they'd seen a savior. Their faces, still etched with terror and streaked with tears, pointed towards the river. "Over there. It's Xiao Mao. He fell in." Following their gaze, Zhou Wenshan spotted a small head bobbing desperately in the water. The child's arms flailed wildly as the current swept him further away, his head dipping beneath the surface and rising again in a perilous rhythm. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wenshan kicked off his shoes and trousers, leaving only his shorts. He took 2 running steps and plunged into the river with a resounding splash. In his previous life, Head joined the swimming club in school, mainly to admire the girls. Now that skill was proving invaluable. He dove beneath the surface, his powerful legs churning the water. When he surfaced, he was less than 10 meters from the child. The children on the bank watched with bated breath, desperately hoping he would save their friend. Despite the swift current, Zhou Wenshan closed the distance to Xiao Mao in a few strokes. Reaching out, he grabbed the boy by the scruff of his neck, lifting his head clear of the water. Xiao Mao, still in a daze, continued to flail, but his struggles were futile against Zhou Wenshan's grip. As a former swimming club member, he knew the basic rescue techniques well enough not to let the child endanger them both. He held the boy at arm's length, pushing him forward so his short flailing arms couldn't reach him. With his extraordinary stamina, saving the child felt almost effortless. "He's safe. Xiao Mao is safe." The children on the bank cheered, jumping for joy. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Chen Wan was returning with help. Who fell in? Where? The adults were frantic, terrified it might be their own child. The children turned to see several adults rushing towards them. "It's Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao fell in. Uncle Wenshan is saving him." Among the newcomers was a man who seemed to be Xiao Mao's father. Upon hearing the news, his body staggered, and he let out a desperate cry, "Xiao Mao," before sprinting with all his might. Several men led the charge, with Chen Wan panting heavily, struggling to keep up behind them. More people, having dropped their farm work, followed behind her. Chen Wan was already exhausted from the day's labor, and the frantic run to fetch help had drained her. Now worried for Zhou Wenshan's safety, she had pushed herself to run back without a moment's rest, and she was on the verge of blacking out. She held her breath, driven by a single thought: she had to see that Zhou Wenshan was safe. She knew he would have jumped in to save the child, and she silently prayed, please let him be alright. Wenshan, please be alright. By the time the adults reached the riverbank, Zhou Wenshan had already pushed Xiao Mao to the shore. Cough, cough. Wah. Xiao Mao, finally on solid ground, burst into a fit of coughing and crying. Xiao Mao. It was his father Zhao Qinghe. Hearing his name, the crying boy looked up and wailed even louder, Dad. Zhou Wenshan waded out of the river, wiping his face, and looked at Xiao Mao, then at Zhao Qinghe. Brother Qinghe, you need to keep a closer eye on the kids. The river is too dangerous right now. The current is swift, and it's deep. If we hadn't been here fishing by chance, the boy would have been swept away. Zhao King's heart was pounding with lingering fear, tears almost spilling from his eyes. His face was etched with profound gratitude. Yes, I'll watch him closely. I won't let him come near here again. We owe you everything today, Wenshan. You saved his life. Come, Xiao Mao, kowtow to your uncle Wenshan. Zhou Wenshan was startled and quickly moved to stop him. Brother Qinghe, please don't. A kowtow from the boy would be my undoing. Zhao Qinghe realized his mistake and slapped his own cheek. I'm sorry, Wenshan. I wasn't thinking straight. Just then Chen Wan stumbled onto the scene, gasping for air. Seeing Zhou Wenshan safe, the tension in her body finally snapped. She collapsed to the ground, her vision darkening, her mouth agape, as she fought for breath, utterly unable to speak. Zhou Wenshan looked at Chen Wan with a pang of concern, then turned to Zhao Qinghe. Today you should thank my wife. She's the one who dragged me out here to fish. If not for her, I wouldn't have been here. If you want to show your gratitude, thank her. He had planned this from the moment he sent her for help. By attributing part of the rescue to Chen Wan, he hoped to improve her standing in the village and perhaps even ease things for his father-in-law. After all, the Zhou family was the largest clan in Xingfu village, making up over half the population, and they were known for their solidarity. His and Chen Wan's act of saving Xiao Mao would likely change many people's perception of her, shielding her from idle gossip. Zhao Qinghe glanced at Chen Wan on the bank, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Though Xiao Mao seemed fine, Zhou Wenshan offered a word of caution. He might have swallowed some water. Keep an eye on him and watch for a fever. If he gets one, it's best to take him to the clinic. Zhao Qinghe nodded gratefully. Yes, I will. Thank you, Wenshan. We'll talk later. The villagers who had rushed over breathed a collective sigh of relief. When they spotted their own children among the group, their anger flared, and they grabbed them, spanking them soundly. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Daring to play by the river? Look what almost happened. A chorus of wails and cries erupted along the riverbank. Zhou Wenshan, still in his dripping shorts, walked barefoot to Chen Wan's side and crouched down, looking at her with concern. After a moment, she finally caught her breath and looked up to see him gazing at her with bright eyes. Wife, we've still got 2 worms left. Want to go use them up? As Chen Wan caught her breath, she saw Zhou Wenshan walk up to her, his eyes filled with concern. Her heart fluttered at the sight of him barefoot and bare-chested, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Just as she was about to remind him to put on his clothes, he looked at her with sparkling eyes and said, Wife, there are still 2 earthworms left. Shall we go use them up? Chen Wan froze, her mind going blank. What? What did you say? Seeing that she hadn't reacted, Zhou Wenshan reached out and pulled her up. The fish our catch is still over there. Seeing that he was still worried about the fish at a time like this, Chen Wan was so annoyed she wanted to pinch him. She had been terrified when she saw him jump into the river. What if something had happened to him? She hadn't known Zhou Wenshan could swim. Most people here were landlubbers, having never learned to swim. So she never expected him to be so adept in the water. Zhou Wenshan, I told you not to go playing in the river. A furious shout rang out from the distance, making Zhou Wenshan shudder. Oh no, it's Mom. His instinct was to run, but then he thought, why should I run? I saved someone who I did a good deed. Mom definitely won't hit me. She'll praise me. He straightened his back and turned around with an air of righteousness, but before he could say a word, his mother Lu Tsuwa, wielding a small branch she had clearly just picked up from the roadside, came at him swinging wildly. Zhou Wenshan was so startled, he turned and ran. Though he didn't know why his mother was so angry, standing still to take a beating wasn't his style. Mom, stop hitting me. Give me some dignity. I wasn't playing in the water. I was saving someone. Lu Qihua's face was as dark as ink. From a distance, she had heard Chen Wan's shout about someone falling into the water, and her heart had skipped a beat before she rushed over. When she reached the riverbank and saw that Zhou Wenshan was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief. But then she noticed he was only wearing a pair of shorts soaking wet from head to toe. Assuming he had been playing in the river, her anger flared up uncontrollably. She didn't even hear Zhou Wenshan's explanation. Zhou Wenhai, who had arrived before her and learned that his brother had jumped in to save a child, quickly grabbed Lu Tsuehua. Mom, Wenshan went into the river to save someone, not to play. Lu Tsuehua finally snapped out of it. What? He went to save someone. Now feeling a bit awkward, she casually tossed the branch aside and walked over to Chen Wan. Ahem, Xiao Wan, you must be exhausted. Get up, the ground is cold. Chen Wan stood up. Mom, I'm not tired anymore. Lu Tsuehua shot another glare at Zhou Wenshan. Put some clothes on. What's with running around half naked? Seeing his mother like this, Zhou Wenshan knew her anger had subsided. He walked over, grinning. Mom, you almost misunderstood me just now. Lu Tsuehua stubbornly retorted, so what if I did? I'm your mother. Even if I wanted to beat you 2 boys just to blow off steam, you'd have to take it. Humph. At that moment the parents who had been tending to their children along with Zhao Qinghe, who had been checking on Xiao Mao, saw Lu Tsuehua and came over to express their gratitude. Auntie Lu, we really owe it all to Wenshan and his wife today. If not for them, my Xiao Mao might not have made it. I'm going to take him to the clinic for a checkup now, and he'll come by tomorrow to thank you properly. Lu Tsuehua was taken aback. It was Xiao Mao who fell in the water. Then go and get him checked out right away. It's better to have a doctor look at him. No need to thank us. We're all family. Zhao Qinghe, who had been worried because Xiao Mao wouldn't stop coughing, feared the child might have other problems, just as Zhou Wenshan had mentioned. Their family had only this one precious son, and an accident would be devastating. After Zhao Qinghe left, the other parents also came over to express their gratitude to Lu Tsuehua, Zhou Wenshan, and Chen Wan. At the very least they were all there, because Chen Wan had run to fetch them from the fields. They owed her that debt of gratitude. Otherwise a child's life could have been lost today. Lu Tsuehua was so delighted that she could barely keep a straight face. Zhou Wenshan put on his shirt, but decided to skip the pants for now. His shorts reached almost to his knees anyway, and they were still wet, which would just soak his trousers. Once most of the crowd had dispersed, Lu Tsuehua tried to put on a stern face to maintain her authority and scold Zhou Wenshan a bit more. But her facial muscles betrayed her, and she burst out laughing. Giving up the pretense, she smiled at Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan. Wenshan did well today, and so did Xiao Wan. You two saved a life. That's a great deed. But from now on stay away from this riverbank. I'd rather you not save anyone than see something happen to you two, understand? In my heart no one else's life is more important than yours. By the end Lu Qihua's expression had turned serious, and she only spoke these words once no one else was around. Zhou Wenshan also grew serious. Of course he knew his mother was worried about him, but he had only jumped in because he was absolutely confident. With his physique, endurance, and mastery of swimming, this little river was as safe to him as his own backyard. But he still had to listen to his mother, otherwise he'd get a beating at home. At his age he'd even seen men older than his father Zhou Yuanchao getting spanked. He nodded earnestly. Mom, I understand. No one else's child is more important than yours. Lu Tsuehua laughed and gave him a light pat. That's right. Now hurry home and change into some dry clothes before you catch a cold. Although the weather was no longer cold with temperatures above 20 degrees, the river water was still chilly. But Zhou Wenshan was now strong and sturdy. Though he still looked a bit lean, his inner core was powerful. His heart was like a 12-cylinder engine ready to provide him with a constant surge of strength. And Chen Wan was the one who knew this best from personal experience. Zhou Wenhai, curious, asked from the side. Wenshan, when did you learn to swim? Having grown up together, he never knew his brother could swim. Zhou Wenshan replied smugly. Brother, isn't it just something you do with hands and feet? Zhou Wenhai and Lu Tsuehua returned to work in the fields. They hadn't even finished half of the morning's tasks. Zhou Wenshan grabbed Chen Wan's hand and ran toward the fishing spot. Wife, hurry. Let's not let the fish drag our fishing rod away. Chen Wan huffed. Oh, slow down. I can't run anymore. When they reached the fishing spot, Zhou Wenshan saw that the stick they'd used as a rod was gone. He slapped his forehead. Just as I thought, the fish dragged it away. Good thing the fish we caught are still here. That's enough for crucian carp and tofu soup. Chen Wan looked around and said, Wenshan, isn't that the stick over there? Following Chen Wan's pointed finger, Zhou Wenshan saw that the rod had been caught on a small tree, the nylon fishing line tied to its tip, trembling incessantly. Zhou Wenshan was overjoyed. There's a fish on the hook. He hopped over to the tree, in 2 bounds lifted the wooden rod, and immediately broke into a wide grin. Wife, come quick, this is a big one. Chen Wan responded crisply, coming. Her mood was equally light. Zhou Wenshan had just saved a child's life, and as his wife, she felt a sense of shared pride, especially since she had played a part in it. Zhou Wenshan picked up the makeshift fishing rod, feeling the pull of the fish, which was clearly much stronger than the crucian carps he had caught earlier. With a gentle lift, a large carp over a foot long was brought to the surface, its tail slapping the water and splashing droplets onto Zhou Wenshan's face. He laughed joyfully. Xiao Wan, wife, look at the fish I caught this big. Chen Wan glanced at him and murmured softly, seems like this one was caught by me, don't you think? Zhou Wenshan's hand froze, his smile stiffening for a moment. He then pretended not to hear, unhooked the large carp, and placed it into the bucket. He looked at it a few times, beaming with satisfaction. This big carp, well cooked for dinner. For lunch we'll have these small crucians. The carp weighed nearly 3 jin, and it was the biggest fish Zhou Wenshan had ever caught. He was almost reluctant to eat it. Chen Wan's face was bright with delight. So do we keep fishing? Yes, let's keep going. Zhou Wenshan declared resolutely. With luck on his side, it would be a shame not to catch a few more. In the end, they used up the 2 earthworms, and only managed to catch a small crucian carp weighing about 2 liang. With the bait gone, their fishing trip came to an end. Zhou Wenshan wasn't disappointed. Together with Chen Wan, they happily carried the bucket of fish and headed home. Halfway home, Zhao Xiuhua suddenly darted out from a side road. Seeing Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan, her eyes red, she opened her mouth to call out Zhou Wan. Before she could even finish his name, a hand reached out from behind and clamped over her mouth. It was Chen Wan, Zhao Zuo's mother, whom Zhou Wenshan used to affectionately call Aunt Chen. Chen Wan covered Zhao Zuo's mouth and pulled her back with force. What are you sneaking out for now? What's the use of regretting now? I told you it's too late. Now you know that Li Ming isn't a good person. Where were you before? Wenshan is already married now, so stay away from him and don't bother him. She dragged Zhao Xiaohua back home. Having such a daughter was a disgrace. As she pulled Zhao Xiaohua away, Chen Wan glanced back at Zhou Wenshan, her eyes full of regret and apology. Chen Wan watched the two figures, her intuition telling her that woman must have had some special connection with Zhou Wenshan, at least in the past. Noticing Zhou Wenshan's expression darken, she suppressed her curiosity and tugged at his sleeve. Wenshan, let's hurry home. Zhou Wenshan looked at Chen Wan and a smile returned to his face. All right, wife, let's go home. Once home, Zhou Wenshan first went to the room to find a clean pair of shorts and put them on, then dressed properly, feeling much more comfortable. He then found a large basin, put the carp in it, planning to keep it alive for a few hours before preparing it for dinner. He wanted to show it off to his parents and brother first, otherwise half the joy of fishing would be lost. As for the small crucian carps, they would make a crucian carp and tofu soup. Zhou Wenshan took the knife, scaled the fish, removed the gills, gutted them, and kept the swim bladders. He processed each one this way, and in a short while 4 or 5 small crucians were cleaned. Chen Wan watched from the side and praised him. Wenshan, you even know how to clean fish. That's quite impressive. Zhou Wenshan put the cleaned fish into a basin and cast an amused glance at Chen Wan. Her curiosity was written all over her simple face, and he could see it clearly. Are you wondering what my relationship with that woman just now was, eh? Chen Wan shifted her weight slightly and said a little shyly, if you want to tell me, you'll listen. Zhou Wenshan winked at her. He'll tell you slowly tonight when we rest. It wasn't anything shameful, just a broken engagement. Zhou Wenshan didn't see why he couldn't talk about it. If his wife wanted to know, he would tell her to keep her from dwelling on it and coming up with her own wild guesses. Besides, it showed that he held a special place in her heart. A woman's curiosity about a man is the beginning of her heart's surrender. Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan started cooking together. He handled the big wok for porridge, and she used the small wok for stir-frying. Chen Wan was in charge of cooking the millet porridge and steaming the corn buns. Ever since the family had some money, their meals had improved slightly. Fine grains like millet porridge could now be enjoyed once a day. Zhou Wenshan lit the small stove and poured 2 large spoonfuls of oil into the wok. If Lu Tsuehua were there, she would have winced at the sight. Who uses that much oil for cooking? But when cooking fish, more oil makes it taste better. Once the oil was hot, he added 2 slices of ginger, then carefully placed the cleaned crucian carps into the wok one by one. The oil immediately crackled and sizzled around the fish. After waiting about 2 or 3 minutes, Zhou Wenshan flipped them over, revealing a golden brown crust on the other side. Once both sides were nicely fried, he found a bottle of his father's white liquor and poured a little in to remove the fishy smell. Then he added enough water. When it came to a boil, he cut the tofu into pieces and added it, followed by salt. 15 minutes later, the crucian carp and tofu soup was ready. Before serving, he garnished it with chopped green onions, and it looked absolutely delicious. Chen Wan's porridge was simpler and nearly done. She stood beside him, watching him make the fish soup. Seeing the milky white soup, she could hardly keep from drooling. Zhou Wenshan looked at her and chuckled. So how about a taste? Want to try the soup? Chen Wan shook her head. No, let's wait for mom, dad, brother, and sister-in-law to come back and eat together. But this soup looks so good, it must be delicious. I didn't know you were such a good cook. Zhou Wenshan gave her a sly smile. In the future, when you have a baby, he'll cook for you every day. This fish soup is great for pregnant women. Chen Wan's cheeks flushed, but her gaze didn't waver. She looked straight at Zhou Wenshan and retorted stubbornly. We can't just eat this, we'll need to have other things too. Just then the ring of a bicycle bell sounded. It was Zhou Yuanchao returning from town. After stir-frying half a head of cabbage, Zhou Wenshan heard the familiar ringing of a bicycle bell. He pulled the unburned firewood from the stove and buried it in the ashes to smother the flame, saving the remaining logs for future use. Stepping out of the kitchen, he saw Zhou Yuanchao standing in the courtyard, gazing with keen interest at the fish in the basin. Zhou Wenshan walked over with a smile. Dad, how about this? I caught this with Xiao Wan in the river today. We'll have it for dinner tonight. Zhou Yuanchao nodded and chuckled. It's quite a stroke of luck that you two managed to catch such a big fish from our river. All right, let's do as you say. Your mother will make braised fish tonight. Zhou Wenshan quickly shook his head. No need, I'll handle it. I know how to make braised fish too. Having finally landed a big one, his hands itched to cook it himself. Catching it and cooking it himself, delivering the full service from water to table. That was the proper way. After some small talk, Zhou Wenshan asked, Dad, what about the throwing knives? Zhou Yuanchao took a drag of his cigarette. They're ordered. We'll pick them up in 5 days. They're being forged from the finest materials we've saved, so it takes a bit longer. Zhou Wenshan felt a stir of excitement. The best materials? That must have cost a pretty penny, right? Zhou Yuanchao slowly exhaled a smoke ring and glanced at him. A good deal more expensive than your knife. 2 yuan and 50 cents apiece, 12 knives in total, 30 yuan. Zhou Wenshan drew in a sharp breath. What kind of material is that pricey? Dad, you weren't cheated, were you? 12 small throwing knives for 30 yuan. He couldn't imagine what kind of blade could be worth so much. If his mother found out, she'd definitely feel a pang of heartache. Up to now, his machete along with these 12 throwing knives had cost him a full 50 yuan, enough to buy his father's hunting rifle. However, relatively speaking, he still preferred these cold weapons. Of course, in his hands, these cold weapons were no less formidable than a hunting rifle, and they were silent and more convenient. A semi-automatic or fully automatic rifle would be a different story, but the 5-day wait felt too long. Zhou Wenshan's heart itched with curiosity, eager to see what such expensive throwing knives actually looked like. It was just like buying things online in his past life. Before placing the order, he was fine, but once it was placed, he'd keep anticipating the delivery. Some men, upon seeing the tracking info show the package had arrived at the pickup point, couldn't even wait for home delivery, especially when buying electronics. Just leave it at the pickup point. I'll come get it myself. As they were talking, Zhou Yuanshao remembered something else. I saw Lu Deshang, the team leader of our village's educated youth, in town today. He was with another educated youth. They seemed to be bringing Li Ming his luggage. I chatted with him a bit. No matter how this matter with Li Ming is handled, he'll never come back to our village. After delivering the things, he still needs to report to the educated youth office in town. They'll ask about the specific outcome later. After saying this, he looked at Zhou Wenshan with a grin. So how about it? Feel that sweet satisfaction of having your revenge. Zhou Wenshan curled his lip. Dad, I'm not that petty. Besides, if it weren't for Li Ming, I wouldn't have married a good wife like Xiao Wan. If he hadn't started bullying people, I wouldn't have even bothered with him. There was a fair bit of sincerity in his words. If Li Ming hadn't tricked Zhao Shihua into breaking off the engagement, who knows how tangled things might still be with her. How could he have married Chen Wan so quickly and be living such a happy life? Zhou Yuanshao gave him a sidelong glance, his expression clearly saying, as if I do believe that. Before long, Lu Zihua, along with the eldest brother and his wife, returned from the fields. The smile on Lu Qihua's face was 3 shades brighter than usual, and she didn't feel tired after half a day's work. Zhou Yuanshao asked curiously, Zuehua, what's the happy occasion? You're so cheerful. Zhou Wenshan straightened up. Chen Wan had already set out the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen, filling each bowl with porridge. Coming out and seeing Zhou Wenshan looking like he was seeking praise, she found it amusing. Although Zhou Wenshan gave her a sense of safety and security, he could still act like a child in front of his parents. Seeing that Zhou Yuanshao had also returned from town, Lu Qihua's face lit up with even more joy. On her way back from the fields, she had run into several groups of people, all praising her youngest son Zhou Wenshan for his heroic rescue. It filled her with immense pride, washing away the gloom of Zhao Zuo's broken engagement from days before. She felt thoroughly delighted. She hurried over to Zhou Yuanshao and explained with a smile, Didn't Wenshan tell you? The boy went fishing by the river today and saw a bunch of kids playing near the water. Li Danis' little grandson accidentally fell in. The river's deep and fast right now, but Wenshan jumped in and saved him. So many people have been singing his praises to me today. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanshao glanced at Zhou Wenshan, his face not showing much delight. He chose his words carefully. Wenshan, saving someone is certainly a good thing, but you must also act within your means. Don't risk your own life in the process, understand? He then looked at Zhou Wenhai. Same goes for you, Wenhai. Don't be reckless. Zhou Wenhai smiled. I know, Dad. Mom said the same. Zhou Wenshan was speechless. Chen Wan covered her mouth and giggled. She had wanted to say the same thing to him, but he would have just talked back. Dad, Mom, big brother, sister-in-law, dinner's ready. Let's eat. Wenshan made crucian carp and tofu soup. The family sat around the table gazing at the large basin of crucian carp and tofu soup in the center, the milky white broth wafting a fragrant aroma. Lu Qihua's eyes widened. Goodness, why is this soup so white? Did you add milk powder? Their surprise wasn't unwarranted. Although crucian carp and tofu soup is simple and easy to make, they had never tried it this way. After all, this was the north where fish wasn't commonly eaten and the cooking methods were simple, mostly braising. Zhou Wenshan urged everyone. Mom's sister-in-law, the key to this crucian carp and tofu soup is the broth. The fish itself is secondary. After you finish your porridge, give the soup a try. He then turned to Chen Wan and said, Wife, after you finish your porridge, I'll ladle you a bowl too. Chen Wan nodded. She had drunk crucian carp and tofu soup before, and it had looked about the same color. After finishing her bowl of porridge, Zhou Wenshan moved to fill her bowl with soup, but Chen Wan smiled and said, You go ahead and eat. I can serve myself. Chen Wan ladled herself a bowl of fish soup and took a sip. Her eyes immediately lit up. It was every bit as good as what Shed had at restaurants before. Delicious. This is really good. Lu Zuehua and her sister-in-law Zhang Minghui also ladled out a bowl of fish soup with tofu. After one sip, their eyes lit up. Io Wenshan, this fish soup is really delicious. How did you come up with it? Zhou Wenshan smiled smugly. I learned it from someone at school. Didn't I tell you? I can make braised pork too. Lu Zuehua suddenly remembered. You really learn well. Next time you make it, you should teach me. Zhou Wenshan agreed without hesitation. Sure, this soup is very simple to make. Once I show you, you'll definitely get it right away. Everyone drank a bowl of soup and found it absolutely delicious. Apart from Zhou Wenshan, everyone else ate one of the 5 small fish. Compared to the soup, the fish itself was somewhat inferior in taste, as all the flavor had seeped into the broth. Moreover, the fish were small and bony. Still, everyone relished them, for fish meat was still meat. After the meal, they cleaned up the dishes. Since they weren't going hunting in the mountains today, the family rested briefly before heading to the fields. With 6 people doing the work of 4, they finished before the end of the work shift. In the distance, Chen Wan's parents, brother, and sister-in-law were also working. Si Yuan, with a white bandage wrapped around his head, sat obediently at the edge of the field, with Si Ming and Si Yin. Even though Si Yuan was injured, they couldn't bear to leave him home alone. It was safer to keep him within sight. Zhou Wenshan took Chen Wan home to prepare dinner, planning to braise that fish. Along the way, people kept smiling and greeting them, praising their heroic rescue from the morning. This lifted Chen Wan's spirits considerably. Zhou Wenshan gently touched Chen Wan's hand. Wife, the day after tomorrow, we need to go to town to change Si Yuan's bandages. Let's go together. Chen Wan looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with a smile. All right, let's go together. Once home, they divided the tasks as they had in the morning. Chen Wan cooked, while Zhou Wenshan took out the large carp weighing at least 2 jin and prepared it. After cleaning the fish, he began to cook it. Once the wok was hot, he poured in 2 large spoonfuls of oil. Zhou Wenshan thought about how his mother Lu Tsuihua had mentioned wanting to learn the crucian carp and tofu soup. He wondered if she'd wince at the amount of oil he was using. Zhou Wenshan didn't care about that. For braised fish, besides soy sauce, he also needed white sugar, and the family happened to have all the ingredients. He used white liquor to remove the fishy smell, sugar to enhance freshness, and added 2 dried chili peppers. That evening's meal once again showcased Zhou Wenshan's culinary skills. Lu Tsuihua and Zhang Minghui exclaimed in admiration, "This is probably no worse than a chef at a restaurant." Although they had never eaten braised fish at a restaurant, they were now absolutely certain of Zhou Wenshan's talent. After dinner, everyone went to the main room to listen to the radio for a while. After a segment of the Red Lantern finished, the radio announced, "Please tune in again at the same time tomorrow." After washing up, they went to bed. Since Zhou Wenshan had agreed to a 2-day truce, Chen Wan felt a sense of relief, finally able to get some rest tonight. She wasn't worried he'd go back on his word. Through their deep conversations over the past few days, she understood that although Zhou Wenshan sometimes seemed unreliable, he was actually a dependable man of his word. In bed, Chen Wan stared at him with her big round eyes, reaching out a finger to poke his arm. Zhou Wenshan smiled at her, then turned to face her, leering playfully. "What's up, wife? Are you thinking?" "No, I'm not thinking anything." Chen Wan retorted, flustered. "Didn't you say you had something to tell me tonight?" Zhou Wenshan let out a disappointed sigh. "Oh, it's about that, I thought." Chen Wan blushed and quickly covered his mouth, playfully slapping his buttocks twice in annoyance. Zhou Wenshan chuckled softly, then wrapped his arms around her. "All right, wife, I remember now. You mean that woman we saw during the day?" Chen Wan pinched him lightly. "If you know, why ask?" Zhou Wenshan whispered in her ear with a doting tone. "All right, I'll tell you. Given how curious you look, if I don't, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep tonight." Chen Wan perked up her ears, listening intently. She felt there must be a story behind this, and she wanted to understand Zhou Wenshan's past. Although a small knot of unease lingered in her heart, she was willing to accept it. After all, she too had been engaged before she was sent to the countryside. They had only met a few times, exchanged few words, and never even held hands. They were barely acquainted. But now she wanted to slowly share her own past with Zhou Wenshan as well. She decided that after Wenshan finished his story, she would tell him hers if he wanted to know. Zhou Wenshan held Chen Wan in his arms, couldn't resist planting 2 kisses on her cheek. Seeing her grit her teeth in mock annoyance, he chuckled and began, "Actually, it's nothing much. Just a few days before we met, she took the initiative to break off our engagement." Chen Wan looked up at him. "Break off the engagement? With your good qualities, how could she bear to let you go?" Zhou Wenshan chuckled softly. "In your eyes, am I really that great?" Chen Wan looked at him seriously. "Yes, you're reliable and capable, you look decent enough, and your family is wonderful. Why did she break it off? Did she fall for someone else?" Zhou Wenshan hadn't expected to be held in such high regard by Chen Wan. It seemed his efforts these past nights hadn't been in vain. He explained, "You're right, she did fall for someone else. She thought I was a country bumpkin and insisted on calling off the engagement. Wife, do you know who she chose?" Chen Wan shook her head. "No idea. No one would tell them such things. Since they had been sent down, they were mostly ostracized by the villagers, so they remained in the dark about everything." Zhou Wenshan's expression darkened. "It's Li Ming, the one who injured Si Yuan." "Him?" Chen Wan suddenly recalled Li Ming. He wasn't tall, wasn't as good-looking as Zhou Wenshan, and lacked any trace of masculinity. Was that woman blind? Anyone with common sense would know how to choose. Chen Wan tightened her arms around Zhou Wenshan. "It's okay. I saw that woman today. She's not as pretty as me, right? You don't still have feelings for her, do you? You two grew up in the same village. Did something happen between you?" Zhou Wenshan pinched her nose playfully. "What are you thinking? We were just classmates, nothing ever happened. The engagement was only arranged last year. Besides, now I have a beautiful wife like you. How could I possibly think of anyone else?" Don't worry, my heart belongs only to you now, not her. Hearing Zhou Wenshan's words, Chen Wan tightened her arms around his waist, burying her head against his chest, a faint, beautiful smile curving at the corners of her lips. After a moment, she bit her lips softly within his embrace and whispered, Wenshan, do you want to know about my past? Zhou Wenshan paused for a moment, then gave a silent wry smile. What, did you have a fiancé before too? Chen Wan's body stiffened slightly. She nodded, her voice muffled. Yes. How did you guess? She lifted her head, looking into his eyes. But I wasn't close to him. We barely met, rarely spoke, and never even held hands. Seeing her anxious expression, Zhou Wenshan chuckled inwardly and patted her shoulder. It's all right, my dear. I believe you. His reassurance calmed her heart miraculously. She then continued telling him about her family being sent down. She knew little about the reasons or details of their banishment, as her father Chen Bowen and mother Zhang Shuya had never spoken of it. All she knew was that her father had been the director of the Yanjing textile factory and her mother the head of its office. Both her elder brothers and their wives had jobs. They had been quite well off, never lacking food or clothing, and owned a traditional courtyard house in the heart of Yanjing. Their circumstances were considered quite favorable even by Yanjing standards. Then suddenly they were reported by someone. All 10 members of the family were sent down to this place. In her tale, she also mentioned how her fiancé had kicked them while they were down. After she finished speaking, Chen Wan felt a huge weight lift from her heart. Zhou Wenshan, after listening, fell into deep thought. It seemed his in-laws had sheltered her too, while keeping the complexities and darkness of the world from her. The matter was certainly not as simple as she had described. He patted her shoulder again. Wife, I understand. Let's get some sleep. Don't overthink things. It will get better from here on out. You have me. Chen Wan nodded, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep, peaceful slumber. No more turmoil tonight. It was a good feeling. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. That day, Zhou Yuanshao heard that a hunting dog in a neighboring village was about to have puppies. He hurried over, hoping to put a deposit down for 2 of them. Hunting dogs that accompany their masters into the mountains are a select breed. Not just any dog can serve that purpose. A good hunting dog is the hunter's best companion. In their area, the dogs were mostly northeast fine-haired hounds, the same breed as Lu Nang's Dahe and Dahuang. This breed has a double coat, impervious to the cold. Even in temperatures of -30 degrees, they can hunt in the mountains. Their sense of smell is acute, making it easy to track large game like wild boars and roe deer in the forests. Moreover, though fierce towards wild beasts, they are highly obedient to their masters, unlikely to attack people or the family livestock. In the afternoon, Zhou Yuanshao returned beaming with joy. Seeing his father's cheerful demeanor, Zhou Wenshan asked, Dad, did things work out with the dogs? Zhou Yuanshao nodded. These puppies are in high demand. If I'd been any later, they'd have been gone. The 2 pups cost 4 yuan, but it's worth it. I'm leaving them with their mother for a few days to nurse and get stronger. Zhou Wenshan was also pleased they would soon have their own hunting dogs. However, as they were still pups, it would be at least 6 months before they could be taken into the mountains. For now, they would have to find other ways, perhaps borrowing Lu Nang's Dahe or Dahuang when he wasn't hunting, just as they had done before. It was the only way to bridge the gap. The idea of going hunting had indeed come too suddenly. Ideally, they would have trained the dogs first. But Zhou Wenshan wasn't overly worried. He could think of other solutions. After dinner that evening, Zhou Wenshan said, Dad, I'll need the bicycle tomorrow. I'm taking Si Yuan to the town health center to get his dressing changed. Zhou Yuanshao waved his hand. Fine, I'll be home all day tomorrow. Take it. Lu Cuihua also added, You 2 focus on getting the child's matters settled in town. Don't worry about anything at home. Zhang Minghui smiled and said, Yes, we're not too busy these days. No need to worry about home. Chen Wan was deeply moved. Thank you, Dad, Mom, big brother, sister-in-law. As they settled in for the night, Zhou Wenshan wrapped his arm around Chen Wan's slender waist, a mischievous grin on his face. Wife, let's rest tonight. Tomorrow night we can. Hee hee. Chen Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. She looked up into his eyes, reached out, and tapped his nose. Zhou Wenshan, why are you always thinking about such things? Zhou Wenshan bent down and kissed her forehead. Because my wife is so beautiful, I just can't help myself. Overwhelmed by his intense gaze, Chen Wan turned over, nestling her back against his chest. Let's get some sleep. We still have to go to town tomorrow. After breakfast, Zhou Wenshan said goodbye to his parents and rode his bicycle towards the cowshed with Chen Wan. They had already mentioned yesterday that they were taking Si Yuan to the health center. As banished individuals, Chen Bowen's family found it inconvenient to go out. It required writing reports and getting approvals, which was too much hassle. Zhang Xia pulled Chen Wan aside, drew out some money, and asked her to buy some daily necessities from the town's supply and marketing cooperative, including the money for Si Yuan's dressing change. After all, their daughter was married now, and her son-in-law was kind enough to help them in their time of need, but they couldn't just accept his help and spend his money without a second thought, especially since the bride price from her in-laws was clearly generous. The 88 yuan betrothal gift was not a small sum even in the capital of Yanjing, so they had to cover their own expenses. Picking up Chen Si Yuan, Zhou Wenshan had him sit on the bicycle's crossbar while Chen Wan sat on the rear rack. Bicycles in this era were incredibly sturdy and could carry a surprising number of people. Zhou Wenshan had once seen one carrying 6. 3 kids could sit on the crossbar, one on the back seat, and another held in the rider's arms. In the 3 days since the incident, Chen Wan seemed to be recovering well. He was in good spirits, his big eyes wide with curiosity as he looked around. He was very well behaved. At the health center, they saw the same Dr. Ma. He unwrapped the bandages on Yuan's head, examined the wound, and asked a few other questions. The wound is healing nicely. Let's change the dressing this time. Come back in 3 days to have the stitches removed. There shouldn't be any lasting issues. Children recover quickly, so don't worry too much. Hearing the doctor say Yuan was fine, Chen Wan said gratefully, "Thank you so much, doctor." Leaving the health center, Zhou Wenshan took Chen Wan and Chen Yuan to the town's supply and marketing cooperative to buy the items Zhang Shuya had requested. Zhou Wenshan held Chen Yuan's hand and followed behind Chen Wan. When she had finished picking out her items, he stepped forward and took the cloth bag from her hands. Chen Wan said, "Wenshan, I can carry it. Just keep an eye on Yuan." Zhou Wenshan replied with a smile, "It's fine, I've got my eye on him. He'll hold the things for now and give them back to you later." Chen Wan gave him a look, but didn't argue, a quiet joy fluttering in her heart. After more than 10 minutes, the cloth bag in Zhou Wenshan's hand was nearly full, and Chen Wan was carrying 2 bundles of coarse paper herself. They had bought almost everything they needed. Zhou Wenshan was about to head to the restaurant to see if there were any meat buns left, planning to buy 2 for Yuan and a couple more for Ming and Yin. But just as they stepped out of the cooperative, a sudden bang of a gunshot echoed from outside. Upon hearing the gunshot, Zhou Wenshan was startled and swiftly pushed Chen Wan and Chen Yuan, who had not yet reacted, back into the supply cooperative. Something was happening outside. The street outside the supply cooperative quickly became chaotic, shrieks, running footsteps, and someone seemed to be injured, crying out in pain. Chen Wan finally came to her senses, clutching Chen Yuan tightly as she leaned against Zhou Wenshan, still shaken. "Wenshan, why is there a gunshot on the street?" Zhou Wenshan frowned. Inside the supply cooperative, people were also in disarray, abandoning their shopping and pressing against the door and windows to peer outside. "Where did that shot come from?" "It came from the street outside, not far from us." "Are they out of their minds?" "Shooting on the street. The police station isn't far." "I see them. Damn, we've run into real desperados. 2 men with 2 hunting rifles, and they've taken a child hostage." "Stop staring, get back. A stray bullet might hit you." Chen Wan's face was filled with worry. She never expected that coming to town to change Yuan's bandages and buy a few things would lead to such an incident. She gently tugged at Zhou Wenshan's sleeve and whispered, "Wenshan, should we move further away?" Zhou Wenshan said softly, "Wife, it's okay. Don't worry. Let me see what's happening." At that moment, a familiar and anxious voice came from outside. "Zhang Laoyo, don't be stubborn any longer. Release the hostage, put down your guns, and you'll get a lighter sentence." One of the 2 men laughed heartily. "Put down the gun, and I'm dead. Do you think I'm a fool? Get out of my way and let me go, or else you'll see how many people I can take with me." Zhou Wenshan recognized the voice. It was the police officer Ma from last time. Someone inside the supply cooperative recognized the 2 men and exclaimed, "It's those 2. Another person, unaware, asked, "What about them?" "They've already defiled several young women in our county and have at least 2 lives on their hands. The police have been after them, and now they've shown up here." "How do you know?" "My cousin works as a boilerman at the county police station. He's well informed." Zhou Wenshan listened to the chatter, unsure of its truth, but it was clear that the 2 men outside were not good people. The crimes of defiling innocent girls and taking lives alone were enough to earn them a bullet. Such fierce bandits. Zhou Wenshan wondered if Officer Ma had made proper preparations and countermeasures. Now they had a hostage, and from their arrogant words they seemed difficult to deal with. After all, when someone doesn't even value their own life, what do they fear? Zhou Wenshan peered through the crack in the door. About 40 or 50 meters away, 2 sturdy men, each around 1.75 meters tall, carried double-barreled shotguns similar to his father's. One of them held a boy of about 10, pressing a boning knife against the child's neck. The other man carelessly toyed with his shotgun, showing no regard for Officer Ma and his colleagues across the street. Since they had already enjoyed themselves, they were ready to kill the hostage the moment the police dared to shoot. Across the street, Officer Ma and 3 other officers, pistols in hand, stared at the 2 ferocious bandits, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Today they had never expected the notorious Zhang Laowu and Zhang Laolu to appear in Xingyang town. They initially thought it was a chance for glory, but the 2 were far too vigilant. The moment they made a move, Zhang Laowu and Zhang Laolu grabbed a child as a hostage and shot and wounded 1 person. They completely disregarded the police officers. Officer Ma and his colleagues were now in a dilemma. There was no time to call for backup. Should they open fire to stop the bandits? They had no confidence in neutralizing the 2 bandits while ensuring the hostage's safety, and they might even get hurt themselves. Should they let the bandits go? There was no guarantee the bandits would keep their promise and release the hostage. Officer Ma and his colleagues were caught in a predicament, hoping the station nearby had heard the gunfire and was sending reinforcements soon. Zhang Laowu and Zhang Laolu were cunning. They didn't waste time with the police, they dragged the hostage toward the nearby mountains. Behind Qingyang town lay an expanse of mountains, the closest point less than 300 meters away. If they entered the mountains with the hostage, finding them would be exceedingly difficult. The vast Changbai mountain range stretched endlessly. They might even cross into another province. Though the two bandits appeared careless and arrogant, they were actually meticulous. Now as they confronted the police, they showed no fear, but instead acted arrogantly, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. This made it impossible for the officers to gauge their limits and dare to shoot. Anyone who saw them would believe they wouldn't hesitate to harm the hostage. Zhang Laowu and Zhang Laolu also feared that reinforcements would arrive, making escape difficult. They quickened their pace, eager to retreat into the mountains, their territory. As they passed the supply cooperative, Zhang Laowu turned his head and said, "Lalio, there's a supply cooperative here. Let's grab some supplies." Zhang Laolu nodded. All right. The two dragged the hostage toward the supply cooperative. Zhou Wenshan, hearing clearly from inside, frowned. He hadn't expected the bandits to come into the cooperative to loot. But thinking about it, if the two bandits were planning a long escape, they would need essential supplies, especially salt. The supply cooperative was the perfect place to resupply. Seeing them about to enter, Zhou Wenshan quickly pushed Chen Wan. "Take Siyuan and hide in the office inside." Chen Wan felt the danger and was nearly in tears. "Wenshan, come with us too." By then the others in the cooperative had also realized the bandits were coming to loot. Panic struck. Watching excitement was one thing, but risking their lives was another. The cooperative had a warehouse and a courtyard in the back. The dozen or so people, including the shop assistants, fled in terror toward the backyard. Zhou Wenshan pushed Chen Wan again. "Listen to me, hide in the office." Seeing the two bandits about to enter the cooperative, Chen Wan had no time to argue. Her eyes reddened. "Be very careful and don't play the hero." With that, she pulled Chen Siyuan into the office and crouched behind a desk. Zhou Wenshan moved lightly to stand behind the door. In his view, the two bandits were not hard to deal with. The difficulty lay in subduing them without harming the hostage, and that he could accomplish. Because the bandits were about to enter the cooperative and he was waiting right behind the door, he had already prepared 2 pebbles in his hand. Within 10 meters, even a gun couldn't match his speed. Zhang Laowu kicked open the door of the cooperative with a loud bang, and Zhang Laolu followed, still holding the hostage. Outside, Officer Ma was anxious, glancing back again. Why hadn't reinforcements arrived yet? The door crashed open, nearly hitting Zhou Wenshan's nose. He fumed inwardly. Damn, almost got a face full of splinters. Zhang Laowu entered first, saw the empty cooperative, and hearing the hurried footsteps toward the back, assumed everyone had fled in terror. Without turning, he said to Zhang Laoyu, "Laoyu, keep an eye on the door. He'll grab what I need quickly." With that, he rushed toward the counter. "All right, fifth brother, go ahead. He'll watch the outside." Zhang Laoyu, still holding the hostage, stepped inside, and was about to kick the door shut when a hand clamped onto his knife-wielding wrist. Zhou Wenshan's hand silently closed around Zhang Laolius' wrist, the one holding the knife. Before Zhang Laolu could react, he squeezed and twisted with force. Crack. With a clatter, the boning knife in Zhang Laolius' hand fell to the ground. Fifth brother. Zhang Laolu let out a cry of pain, and beads of sweat the size of beans instantly streamed down his forehead. Zhou Wenshan reached out and pulled the child, pale-faced and trembling with fear, behind him. Then he swiftly snatched the hunting rifle slung over Zhang Laolius' back and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Laolius' stomach. Propelled by the sudden immense force, Zhang Laolu was sent flying through the air, landing over 5 or 6 meters away, tumbling from the supply cooperative's entrance onto the street outside. Hearing Zhang Laolius' cries, Zhang Lao's heart jolted. He reacted quickly, turning and raising his rifle to retaliate. But Zhou Wenshan was faster. After disarming Zhang Laolu and kicking him away, the stone Zhou Wenshan had readied in his hand was already flying through the air. The target was Zhang Lao's arms. At such close range, Zhou Wenshan's aim rivaled that of a sharpshooter. Snap! Snap! 2 soft sounds followed by a grunt from Zhang Laowu, and then a bang. The gunshot was triggered by Zhang Lao's body, reacting instinctively to the searing pain in his arm, his fingers squeezing the trigger. The shot struck the floor of the cooperative. Unable to hold the rifle any longer, it clattered to the ground. Zhou Wenshan breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at the child, who had collapsed onto the floor, too terrified to even cry. The danger was over. He could drag Zhang Laowu out to the police and then head home with his wife. Hearing the gunshot, Chen Wan, hiding in the office, was stunned for a moment, then began to tremble uncontrollably. Her eyes instantly reddened and large tears rolled down her cheeks. Wenshan, he didn't have a gun, so that shot. Chen Wan dared not think further. Biting her lip, a surge of immense grief and indignation welled up within her. With the last shred of her composure, she pressed Chen Siyuan under the desk, her voice trembling. "Stay here, don't move." Then she stood up abruptly, glancing around the room. There was a mop behind the door. A great courage rose in Chen Wan's heart. She bit her lip hard, nearly drawing blood. She wiped her eyes roughly with her sleeve, murmuring, "Wenshan, don't worry, I will avenge you." With rapid steps, she grabbed the mop, yanked open the office door, and rushed out, her heart filled with sorrow and rage, fear forgotten. Raising the mop high, she shouted fiercely, "Don't you dare hurt my Wenshan, or I'll make you pay with your life." Hearing his wife's voice, Zhou Wenshan, who was about to drag Zhang Laowu out, froze. He turned to look. Chen Wan was charging out of the office, brandishing the mop, her eyes red and her expression ferocious. "Xiaowan, my dear. What's wrong?" Zhou Wenshan ignored Zhang Laowu on the ground. With both his arms broken, he posed no threat. Fearing he might try to escape on his legs, Zhou Wenshan delivered another vicious kick to Zhang Lao's shin. With a crack, one of Zhang Lao's legs snapped. "Oh, it's killing me." Zhang Laowu screamed in agony, his eyes rolling back as he passed out. Since he already had 2 broken arms, breaking a leg too didn't matter. Dealing with a hardened criminal like this would earn praise, even from the police. He walked quickly to Chen Wan's side, looking at her with concern, gently taking the mop from her hand. Chen Wan stared at Zhou Wenshan, seeing he was unharmed, as if she couldn't believe it was true. A wave of immense relief washed over her, and she whispered, "Wenshan, Wenshan, are you all right?" Zhou Wenshan was deeply moved. "My dear, I'm fine. Both those thugs are dealt with. It's all over now." Chen Wan's tears flowed freely as she rushed forward and threw her arms around his waist, sobbing, "Wenshan, I thought something had happened to you. You scared me to death." Zhou Wenshan gently patted her shoulder, speaking softly, It's all right. I'm this capable. Those 2 small-time thugs were no match for me." Chen Wan was about to speak when the urgent sound of police footsteps came from outside. She quickly let go of Zhou Wenshan, stepped aside, and wiped her eyes. "They'll go get Siyuan first." She then turned and went back to the office. Outside, Officer Ma and the others saw the 2 fierce bandits enter the supply cooperative. Their hearts sank. There must be people inside, and they would surely become hostages, making the situation even more difficult to handle. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to see his colleagues from the station arriving. Just as he was about to speak, a huge commotion erupted from the entrance of the cooperative. A dull thud was heard, and a figure flew out from the doorway, landing in the street, with a spectacular backward sand-flying, goose-falling style. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Officer Ma and the others saw it. "It's Zhang Laowu. Quick, subdue him." They rushed over to bind the now helpless Zhang Laowu. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from inside the cooperative. Officer Ma and Station Chief Zhang, who had just arrived, felt their hearts sink. Another shot inside. Without time to consider anything else, they secured Zhang Laowu. The injured were also sent to the health clinic. Zhou Wenshan, hearing the police outside, and seeing Chen Wan had gone back to the office, hid behind the door. He didn't want to risk being accidentally shot by the police. That would be a ridiculous disaster. Recognizing Officer Ma among the group outside, he cleared his throat and called out, "Officer Ma, are you out there?" Officer Ma and the other officers were stunned. Who was speaking in there? It certainly wasn't Zhang Laowu. Officer Ma cautiously stepped forward. "Who are you?" "Officer Ma, it's me, Zhou Wenshan from Xingfuten. I filed a report with you a couple of days ago." Officer Ma suddenly remembered. It was that young man who had come to report a case, who had also slapped a sent-down youth so hard he knocked out 3 of his teeth, leaving his face so swollen it still hadn't fully gone down. Could it be that he was the one who kicked Zhang Laowu out? Intrigued, Officer Ma asked quietly, "Comrade Zhou, what's the situation in there now?" "Indeed," Zhou Wenshan replied, "they're both subdued. I kicked one out, and the other is down. The child is safe too. I'm opening the door now. Be careful, don't fire randomly and hurt an innocent person. I'm the one who saved them." Hearing Zhou Wenshan's words, Station Chief Zhang and Officer Ma outside were overjoyed. What? The other bandit Zhang Laowu was also subdued. If they hadn't seen Zhang Laowu kicked out of the cooperative with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. These 2 fierce bandits who had them at a loss had been so easily overpowered. Officer Ma and Chief Zhang exchanged a glance, and Chief Zhang nodded. "Open the door." With a creak, the door of the supply and marketing cooperative was pushed open. Under the tense watch of the police outside, a young man holding a child appeared at the entrance. "Officer Ma." Zhou Wenshan, holding the kidnapped child, smiled and waved at Officer Ma. Under the sunlight, a bright smile spread across his slightly thin but still handsome face. He had kicked the 2 robbers' hunting rifles away with a single kick. "There's another one inside. I broke his arms and legs. That shouldn't be a problem, right? I was mainly worried he might hurt someone or try to escape." Before they could ask, Zhou Wenshan had already explained the situation inside. Before Officer Ma could speak, Chief Zhang said, "Young man, don't worry. You've done a great service. Even if you'd killed him, you'd be fine. My name is Zhang, and I'm the chief of the police station here. Rest assured." Zhou Wenshan's smile grew even brighter as he took 2 steps forward. "That's good to hear. This child might be scared out of his wits. I don't know if he's hurt or whose child he is. They'll leave him to you." An officer stepped forward to take the child and ran off towards the town health center. Then Zhou Wenshan said to Chief Zhang, "Chief Zhang, let's go inside and apprehend the other one." "All right." Chief Zhang waved his hand, and Officer Ma and the others surged forward. Upon entering the cooperative, they immediately saw Zhang Laowu lying unconscious on the ground. They quickly moved in, binding him up regardless of whether his limbs were broken. Zhang Laowu let out a muffled groan. Having been knocked unconscious by pain, he was jolted awake by it again, only to be knocked out once more under the officer's efforts. The police paid it no mind, and after some fuss, they carried both Zhang Laowu and Zhang Laolu back to the station. There was no room for courtesy when dealing with such vicious bandits. As for the subsequent handling, Zhou Wenshan didn't concern himself with it, though he was certain they wouldn't escape a bullet. Chief Zhang shook Zhou Wenshan's hand and said gratefully, "We owe this success to you, Comrade Zhou. Otherwise, with the cruelty of these two bandits, there might have been a loss of life here." Zhou Wenshan also became polite, his attitude proper, and his face full of righteousness. He said with conviction, "You flatter me, Chief Zhang. In such a situation, any citizen with a sense of justice would step forward and not stand idly by. I merely did what I could, nothing more. There's no need for such gratitude." This man was the chief of their town's police station after all. Zhou Wenshan naturally wanted to leave a good impression. Who knew if he might need his help in the future? Chief Zhang laughed heartily, his impression of Zhou Wenshan improving even further. The young man was neither arrogant nor rash, didn't boast about his achievements, and was composed and steady. "Regardless, your contribution to catching these two bandits is indispensable. We will escort them to the county bureau. I will report your deeds to my superiors truthfully. If there's any reward, I will contact you." Zhou Wenshan was inwardly surprised. He hadn't expected Chief Zhang to be so upright, even considering him for a reward later. He knew this was an internal matter for the police. Although he had been a great help, if a less scrupulous chief had been in charge, of verbal thanks would have been the end of it, and there would have been nothing he could do. However, since Chief Zhang had brought it up, Zhou Wenshan didn't refuse. He smiled modestly and said, "All right, since you say so, Chief Zhang, you'll wait for your news. It doesn't matter if there's a reward or not. A certificate of merit would be more than enough." Chief Zhang laughed again. "All right, good lad. Which village are you from? What's your father's name?" Zhou Wenshan puffed out his chest. "Chief Zhang, am from the Xingfuden Brigade. My father's name is Zhou Yuanshao." Chief Zhang paused for a moment, then stepped forward and patted Zhou Wenshan's shoulder. "Good lad. Just as expected from the son of a hero." Zhou Wenshan suddenly understood. His father used to be a militia company commander, so it wasn't surprising that Chief Zhang knew him. However, Chief Zhang seemed to be implying something. At that moment, Chen Wan walked out of the office holding Chen Siyuan, her eyes slightly red, but her emotions having calmed down. Chief Zhang glanced at Chen Wan. "And this is A." Zhou Wenshan turned to look and introduced her. "Chief Zhang, this is my wife. She came to town today to buy some things at the cooperative and ran into this mess. It gave her quite a scare." Chief Zhang let out an "Oh. So you're already married. Good. A fine couple." Zhou Wenshan smiled with pride. "Thank you for the compliment, Chief Zhang." After a few more exchanges, Chief Zhang and his men left, as they had more pressing matters to attend to. Zhou Wenshan grabbed Officer Ma, who was walking at the back. "Officer Ma, I have a question. What happened to Li Ming, the educated youth from our village who injured someone a couple of days ago?" Officer Ma was also quite polite to him, now given the significant help Zhou Wenshan had just provided. He smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you. It was decided this morning for Li Ming. He's been fined 20 yuan for the child's medical expenses, and then he's being sent to a farm for a year of reform through labor. Even after that year is up, he can't return to Xingfuden." Zhou Wenshan got the answer he wanted and was fairly satisfied. "All right, thank you, Officer Ma." Officer Ma waved his hand. "It's my duty, no thanks needed." At this time, the street was gradually returning to its bustling state, and the people who had fled through the back door of the cooperative were coming back. Watching the departing police, the crowd buzzed with discussion. "Ah, they finally caught them. There were gunshots earlier, scared me to death. Our town's police are pretty impressive, aren't they? The county bureau couldn't catch these two, but they got them here." Someone who had witnessed the scene from elsewhere chimed in. It seems someone else helped, not just the police. One of the bandits was kicked out of the cooperative as soon as he went in. He flew about 10 meters and landed right here on the street, spitting out a big mouthful of blood. "You're exaggerating. Kicking someone that far. That would take incredible strength." The man pointed at his own eyes, swearing, "I'm not lying. I saw it with my own 2 eyes." Then a gunshot rang out from inside the cooperative. "Come on, let's go ask at the cooperative." Apart from the police, no one inside the cooperative had seen Zhou Wenshan subdue the 2 bandits. However, when he had opened the door for the police earlier, there was a chance someone might have seen him. Zhou Wenshan didn't want the limelight. He took Chen Wan's hand and picked up their purchases. "Wife, let's go. Well, grab some steamed buns, and then head home." Chen Siyuan sat on the front crossbar of the bicycle, while Chen Wan sat behind, holding the items they had just purchased. Within a few minutes, they arrived at another street a few hundred meters away. The Station restaurant that sold steamed buns was located on this street. Although the gunshots from earlier had been heard here, it had not caused much disruption, though many people were still murmuring about what had happened. The incident had unfolded so quickly. From the first gunshot fired by the bandits to its conclusion, less than 10 minutes had passed. Most people here were still unaware of what had transpired. Arriving at the Station restaurant, they stopped the bicycle. Zhou Wenshan lifted Chen Siyuan down from the front crossbar, and turning around, he saw that Chen Wan had also dismounted, though she still seemed somewhat dazed. Zhou Wenshan called out to Chen Wan, "Wife." Chen Wan did not respond. The encounter with the bandits had shaken her deeply, and she had yet to compose herself, nor had she noticed Zhou Wenshan calling her. Xiao Wan, he called again. This time Chen Wan heard him. Ah Wenshan, what is it? Zhou Wenshan looked at her with a hint of amusement. To buy the buns we need money. Isn't it all in your keeping? Chen Wan snapped back to reality, blushed slightly, and quickly took out a 1 yuan note from her pocket, handing it to Zhou Wenshan. The meat buns cost 10 cents each, and Zhou Wenshan, not one to fret over money, directly bought 10. Fortunately, these buns did not require ration coupons, which was why they were so expensive. He took out a piping hot meat bun and handed it to Siyuan first. Here, Siyuan, have a bun first. Chen Siyuan took it happily. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Wenshan chuckled. And oi. Siyuan thought for a moment. Thank you, auntie. Earlier in the office, Chen Wan had covered Siyuan's ears and held him tightly, so he had not been frightened. Being a child with tasty food before him, he quickly cast aside the earlier events and began to nibble on the bun. Wife, would you like one too? Zhou Wenshan offered a bun to Chen Wan. You must be hungry, right? Chen Wan shook her head. I'm not hungry right now. I don't think I can eat. They'll have some when we get home. Her eyes were still slightly red like pear blossoms after the rain, which stirred a pang of tenderness in Zhou Wenshan's heart. He said gently, Are you still thinking about what happened? I'm fine, aren't I? Don't worry now. Look at your eyes. They're almost as red as the rabbit we caught a few days ago. As if recalling the rabbit's eyes, Chen Wan couldn't help but let out a giggle, her eyes still glistening with moisture. She pouted playfully. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. Seeing Chen Wan laugh, Zhou Wenshan breathed a sigh of relief. If he had brought Chen Wan home in such a gloomy mood, his mother would surely have given him a piece of her mind. They had no tradition of bullying daughters-in-law. From what he could remember, his parents had never even exchanged a crossword. After his sister-in-law married into the family, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had been harmonious like mother and daughter. Xiao Wan was also an excellent woman, and she would surely get along well in this family. As long as she didn't cause trouble, she had more than just him, Zhou Wenshan, to protect her at home. Seeing that Chen Wan couldn't eat, Zhou Wenshan didn't insist. Let's head back then. We can make it in time for lunch. After little Siyuan finished his bun, Zhou Wenshan rode his bicycle back to Zingfutan with Chen Wan. On the way, Chen Wan wrapped her arms around Zhou Wenshan's waist. Zhou Wenshan's body stiffened. She had never held him like this outside before. However, this feeling was rather pleasant. A faint smile played on Zhou Wenshan's lips as he pedaled leisurely towards Zingfutan. Today, besides the fright Xiao Wan had endured, Zhou Wenshan had also realized his irreplaceable place in her heart. It was evident from how she dashed out of the room recklessly upon hearing the gunshots, clutching an old mop, ready to avenge him without a thought for her own safety. She truly regarded him as the one she would spend her life with. At this moment, Zhou Wenshan's heart was filled with profound gratitude. Decades later, finding someone to be with wholeheartedly would not be easy. This affection he would cherish dearly. Returning to Zingfutan, Zhou Wenshan first took Siyuan back and also delivered the daily necessities he had helped purchase. Simon and Siyuan were playing at the edge of the field. With their brother Siyuan away seeing the doctor, they felt a little bored. It had been less than half a day, and they were already missing him. The two little ones were listlessly watching ants march on the ground. Siyuan looked up and saw Zhou Wenshan cycling over with Siyuan sitting on the front crossbar. Siyuan jumped up, excitedly bouncing in place, and saying in her adorable voice, Uncle is here, and brother Siyuan is here too. Simon saw them as well, and jumped up with his sister running onto the path to wave at them. Zhou Wenshan's face broke into a smile at the sight of the two little ones. He pedaled harder, and the bicycle picked up speed. Ding-a-ling-ling. The bicycle came to a stop. Chen Bowen and the others in the field saw them, and stopped their work, walking over with smiles. Su Ting ran over to Siyuan. Chen Wan said to her with a smile, Sister-in-law, the doctor said Siyuan has no major issues. The wound is healing well, and he just needs to go back in 3 days to have the stitches removed. Upon hearing this, Su Ting's face lit up. That's wonderful. Thank you for your trouble, both of you. Chen Wan glanced at Zhou Wenshan and smiled. We're all family. There's no need for such formalities. Sister-in-law, you mustn't say that again in the future. Su Ting nodded repeatedly, holding Siyuan. Zhou Wenshan stood aside talking with Zhang Bowen. Chen Wan handed the daily necessities to Zhang Shiya, then took out the meat buns, giving one to Simon and one to Siyuan. Here, Simon, Siyuan. Uncle bought these big meat buns for you. She then offered another one to Siyuan. Here, Siyuan, have one more. Chen Siyuan looked at the fragrant, tempting bun and shook his head. Auntie, I already had one earlier. You have this one. Chen Wan pressed it into his hand. It's fine, I have more here. You're the patient, so you can have an extra one. Chen Siyuan glanced at Chen Jijun, who patted his head. Go on, eat it. Thank your uncle and auntie. Only then did Chen Siyuan take it, saying earnestly, Thank you, auntie and uncle. When Annie has a baby, you'll buy food for the baby too. Simon and Siyuan were munching on their buns with looks of pure contentment. Hearing Siyuan's words, they squeezed in front of Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan. Me too. He'll buy tasty food for the baby too. Zhou Wenshan laughed heartily. All right, then he'll thank you all on his behalf. Zhang Shiya also chuckled. Then work hard, and let me hold my little grandchild soon. Chen Wan's face flushed crimson. Afterwards they returned home, where her parents' brothers and sister-in-law were just about to have their meal. Seeing them return, they quickly invited them to sit down and eat. Chen Wan brought out 6 buns. Dad, mom, brother, sister-in-law Wenshan bought buns in town. Let's have one each. Lu Tsuehua said with a smile. Why spend the money? Better to save it. Zhou Yuanshao picked up a bun, took a bite, and said calmly, it's fine, don't worry about him. He won't be short of money in the future. Zhou Wenhai looked up at Zhou Wenshan, then at Zhou Yuanshao, a flicker of doubt in his mind. Is there something I don't know about? Unable to figure it out, he picked up a bun and took a big bite. Meat buns really are delicious. Regarding the incident in town, Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan shared a tacit understanding not to tell their families. Since the matter had already occurred, and Zhou Wenshan was unharmed, speaking of it would only cause worry and lingering fear. With nothing to do in the afternoon, they went to work in the fields together. With more hands making lighter work, the 4 of them now joined by Zhou Yuanshao, and Zhou Wenshan quickly earned their full work points. Zhou Wenshan glanced at Chen Bowen's group. Their progress was still quite slow. After all, their working speed couldn't compare with the villagers who had labored on the land for years. He wondered whether he should go over and lend a hand. On second thought, he decided against it. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. After dinner they went to bed. Zhou Wenshan climbed into bed first, looking at Chen Wan with a triumphant grin. Wife, 2 days have passed, and the holiday is over. You have no excuse tonight, right? Chen Wan looked at Zhou Wenshan and bit her lip. This shouldn't be happening. By her calculations, her period should have arrived today. Her cycle had always been quite regular. Even during this period of rustication, it had never been off. Why hasn't it come yet now? A possibility surged into her mind, filling her with a jumble of complex emotions, both joy and panic. She was overjoyed at the thought of becoming a mother, of carrying Wenshan's child. With such an outstanding father, the child would surely be exceptional too. Yet she panicked because she wasn't ready to be a mother, unsure if she could properly care for a child. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. Zhou Wenshan noticed her strange expression. Wife, are you putting on a face-changing performance over there? Come to bed quickly, let me hold you tight. Chen Wan, flustered and annoyed, grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Zhou Wenshan, not today. Zhou Wenshan rolled over on the bed. Wife, why not? I've already held back for 2 days. Chen Wan's face flushed. She sighed, a mix of happiness and worry in her heart. Wenshan was perfect in every way except for his enthusiasm for this particular matter. If she really was pregnant this time, she had no idea how he would react. Would he be delighted or disappointed? Chen Wan picked up the pillow, placed it properly, sat at the head of the bed, and said seriously to Zhou Wenshan, Wenshan, today might not be possible. Zhou Wenshan sat up abruptly, wrapping his arms around her soft and delicate body. Unless you give me a good reason, don't expect me to agree. Chen Wan pinched his waist and finally confessed, I might be pregnant. Zhou Wenshan didn't react at first. Pregnant? Pregnant with what? Chen Wan shyly touched her belly. My period is always punctual. It should have come this afternoon. A thunderous roar seemed to explode in Zhou Wenshan's mind as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He stared at Chen Wan's belly in disbelief. Could there be a child in there? His own child? Zhou Wenshan's eyes widened, fixed unblinkingly on her stomach. His mind was a blank haze for a long moment before he snapped back to reality, and then an overwhelming wave of ecstasy washed over him. He was going to have his own child. It had only been about half a month since their wedding. His potency was truly impressive. After the initial frenzy of joy, a wave of endless frustration followed. Had barely had a few days of marital bliss, did he have to become an ascetic monk again? Having tasted the flavor of meat, being forced back to a vegetarian diet. Zhou Wenshan found this prospect extremely trying. It was absolutely agonizing. However, he could still prioritize what was important, having studied nursing before. Happily, he helped Chen Wan straighten the pillow and smooth out the bedsheet, hoping she could sleep more comfortably at night. As for his own physical needs, he would just have to endure for now. He had already held back for so many years before getting married. If it became truly unbearable, he could always ask his wife for help. There was bound to be a way. Chen Wan watched Zhou Wenshan's nervous yet delighted demeanor and breathed a sigh of relief. She had been afraid he wouldn't be able to restrain himself tonight. Chen Wan smiled and said, All right, no need to be so nervous. Maybe it's just a onady delay. Don't tell Mom and the others yet. Let's wait until it's confirmed so we don't get our hopes up for nothing. Understand? Zhou Wenshan nodded repeatedly. Got it. But Mom isn't that petty. Besides, you've only been married for less than half a month. It's perfectly normal if you're not pregnant, and she'd be overjoyed if you are. For the next few days, you shouldn't go work in the fields. What if you get too tired? Chen Wan shook her head. It's fine. If I get tired, I'll go rest on my own. Don't worry, I won't take any chances with myself or the baby. Helping Chen Wan lie down, Zhou Wenshan turned on his side, his eyes fixed on her belly, filled with anticipation and tenderness. Chen Wan saw the expectant look on his face and smiled gently. Wenshan, you're going to be a wonderful father. Of course I will. Zhou Wenshan looked up at her, leaned in softly, and wrapped his arms around her. Don't worry, I'll just hold you. Chen Wan rested her head against his chest, feeling at ease. I can't wait to know the result. Zhou Wenshan breathed in her scent. I'm even more eager than you. She gently pinched his waist. Pervert. She was getting quite adept at that move. At dawn before the sky had even lightened, Zhou Wenshan was already up early to cook breakfast. At the mere thought that he might become a father, he was too excited to even sleep in. He skipped the corn porridge and made millet congee instead this morning. It was more nutritious. He checked the cupboard. Unfortunately, they were out of eggs. He made a mental note to remind his mother to trade for more. At the very least, a pregnant woman's daily nutrition needed to be sufficient, and their family wasn't in a position where they couldn't afford it. He thought fair is fair. His mother, his sister-in-law, and little Wan should each have 1 egg a day. From now on, he would go up the mountain more often to hunt wild chickens for soup and occasionally catch some fish from the river. Zhou Wenshan mentally planned how to supplement his wife's nutrition. In this era, people were severely lacking in nutrients. He couldn't care for everyone else, but if he had the means, he would definitely take care of his own wife, his own child, and his own family. By the time breakfast was ready, it was already light outside. As the family sat down to eat, a smile kept tugging at Zhou Wenshan's lips. Zhou Wenhai glanced at him a few times before finally speaking up. Wenshan, what's the good news? Share it with everyone instead of grinning to yourself like a fool. Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Tsuehua also turned to look at him. Zhou Wenshan gave a light cough, took a bite of his cornbread, and mimicked Zhou Yuanxiao's tone. Big brother, when are you going to build your house? Zhou Wenhai was puzzled. What business did Wenshan have that led him to ask about when he'd build his house? Wasn't the house supposed to be built after having a child? Chen Wan gently kicked Zhou Wenshan under the table, signaling him not to let the secret slip, as she wasn't certain yet. If she spoke up now and her period came later, wouldn't their parents be disappointed for nothing? Still, the problem likely wasn't significant since it hadn't arrived yet. Sure enough, Zhou Yuanxiao and Lu Qihua's gazes shifted to Zhou Wenhai. Zhou Yuanxiao found it hard to broach the subject, so Lu Tsuehua cleared her throat and asked, Wenhai Minghui, when do you two plan to have children? Zhang Minghui smiled gracefully and replied, Mom, these things happen naturally. When the time comes, we'll have one. Lu Tsuehua muttered, don't think I don't know. If you don't want a child now, there are ways. Then she added, you all need to work hard. Your father has already said whoever gets pregnant first gets their house built first. Chen Wan stole a glance at Zhou Wenshan, a smile playing on her lips. Zhou Wenshan chuckled, Mom, what if my wife and sister-in-law are both pregnant? Lu Tsuehua was taken aback for a moment, then waved her hand. Then we'll build both. One first, then the other. We're not short on money now. What are you afraid your father won't keep his word? I'm telling you, when your father says something, it's as solid as a nail. He never goes back on his word. Zhou Yuanxiao, calm and composed, looked at Zhou Wenhai and Zhou Wenshan and said, your mother is right. As I said before, whoever gets pregnant first gets their house built first. If both are pregnant, we build both. The land for the houses is already prepared. The 2 plots are for you brothers. Whoever's wife gets pregnant first gets to choose first. I earned my position as the village militia captain through hard work, not by being idle. Even without the money from selling ginseng, I could borrow the funds to build you houses. So don't worry about others being envious. Understand? Zhou Wenshan was dumbfounded. Was his dad this impressive? He looked absolutely cool saying that. Dad, you're awesome. Zhou Wenshan blurted out. Zhou Yuanxiao turned and shot him a glare, and Zhou Wenshan fell silent. Chen Wan let out a stifled laugh, almost bursting out. Zhou Wenshan was so amusing at this moment. In the end, they didn't reveal the possibility that Chen Wan might be pregnant, deciding to wait until they were sure. At that moment, Zhou Wenshan desperately missed the early pregnancy test strips from decades later that could detect pregnancy just 10 days after conception. With the current medical methods, it would take at least a month and a half to determine if Chen Wan was pregnant. There was no way around it. Everyone was in the same boat. They could only advise Wan to be careful and not overexert herself. She couldn't stop working altogether either. No pregnant woman was that delicate. Many women in their village worked in the fields well into their pregnancies, earning full work points. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, he couldn't bring himself to suggest Chen Wan stay home and do nothing. The family was about to head to the fields. They hadn't gone hunting in the mountains for the past 2 days, and their work points were accumulating faster since 5 or 6 people were earning for 4. They ran into Li Danny, who was coming over with Zhao Qinghe and Xiao Mao. They were carrying things. Li Danny, upon seeing Lu Tsuehua, hurried over to grasp her hand and said gratefully, Hua, we owe it to your Wenshan from a few days ago. If not for him, my Xiao Mao's little life would have been lost in that river. The day before yesterday, our whole family went to the town's health clinic, and they said the child had water in his lungs. That scared us half to death. We rushed to the county hospital that very night and stayed there for 2 days. The child is fine now, so we returned. We came by today to thank your Wenshan. It's just a small token of our gratitude. Please don't think less of it. Li Danny and the others had brought quite a few things, including 2 cans of fruit and 2 gene of egg cakes. Lu Tsuehua smiled warmly and said, Danny, you shouldn't have. Why bring all this? Take it back, take it back. What Wenshan did for Xiao Mao was just a simple act. Don't worry about it. After a bit of polite refusal, Li Danny and Zhao Qinghe set the things down, expressed their thanks profusely, and left. Lu Tsuehua looked at the items in her hands with satisfaction. Never thought I'd see the daily Danny brings me gifts. She happily put the things away inside the house. Well, open a can of fruit tonight. Zhou Yuanchao lit a cigarette. They'll head over this morning to pick up that little pup. In a couple of days it'll open its eyes. Better for it to do that at home, so it gets familiar with the place and the people. Wenshan's throwing knives should be ready by tomorrow. They'll go to town to pick them up then. Zhou Wenshan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Dad, once the throwing knives are back, he'll head to the mountains to hunt. That machete we bought earlier hasn't even drawn blood yet. Zhou Yuanchao stroked his chin. Your uncle Lu Neng has recovered now and he needs Dahe and Dawang. We don't have hunting dogs now, so our efficiency in the mountains will drop. We'll need to make more trips up there. Zhou Wenshan said, Dad, it's fine. They'll just go more often. I'm young and don't mind the hard work. Zhou Yuanchao patted his shoulder. All right, you'll be the main hunter from now on. I'm off to get the pup now. You all head to the fields. Once at the fields, Zhou Wenshan tried several times to get Chen Wan to rest, but she just shook her head. It's fine, I'm not tired yet. I'll rest when I need to. Don't worry. Seeing he couldn't persuade her, he stopped trying and buried himself in work, thinking that the more he did, the less she'd have to. Zhou Wenhai saw his younger brother working with such frenzy, wondering what had gotten into him, but he wasn't about to let his younger brother outdo him. Field work was his forte, so he also sped up his pace. Lu Tsuehua watched her two sons working like they were possessed, puzzled by their sudden burst of energy. She glanced at them, but decided to leave them be. Thanks to the efforts of Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhai, the field work allotted to them for the day was progressing much faster. Around noon, Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan headed home early to prepare the meal. When they got home, Zhou Yuanchao was already busy in the yard. Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up, and he walked over. Dad, what are you doing? Zhou Yuanchao, without pausing, was stacking old bricks with mud, making a den for the pup at home. Once it's a bit older and can run around, it'll stay here. Where's the pup? Zhou Wenshan looked around the yard. In that basket over there. Zhou Wenshan hurried over, and Chen Wan curiously followed. In a worn-out basket woven from bamboo, two puppies, each the size of Zhou Wenshan's palm, were sleeping with their eyes closed. The two puppies were mostly black. One had a patch of white fur right in the middle of its forehead, while the other had a patch of white on its chest. They were easy to tell apart. As if missing their mother's embrace, the puppies seemed restless, even in sleep, whimpering softly, their closed eyes occasionally twitching as they sniffed the air, but they could no longer catch their mother's scent. Zhou Wenshan gently tapped one of the puppies on its nose. The curious pup raised its head and stuck out its tongue, trying to lick his finger. Chen Wan chuckled softly. What an adorable little puppy. Zhou Wenshan turned to look at Chen Wan. These dogs are loyal to their master. Once our child is born, these two pups will be perfect companions for their little master. Before Chen Wan could reply, a clatter echoed as the trowel in Zhou Yuanchao's hand fell to the ground. Zhou Wenshan immediately realized his mistake. He had let it slip, forgetting his father was still right there. But it was too late. Words once spoken could never be taken back. Zhou Wenshan stood up and turned around to see Zhou Yuanchao abandoning the doghouse he was building, rising to his feet and looking at them with a scrutinizing gaze. Is Xiaowan pregnant? Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan exchanged a glance. Chen Wan's face flushed crimson as she said to Zhou Wenshan, You talk to Dad. I'm going to start cooking. With that, she hurried off to the kitchen in quick steps. She was too embarrassed to discuss such matters with her father-in-law. Zhou Wenshan knew there was no hiding it now. Even if he claimed he was just joking, his father's sharp instincts would see right through him. Zhou Wenshan cleared his throat, a hint of pride creeping onto his face. Glancing toward the kitchen, he lowered his voice. Dad, it's not certain yet. This is just a guess. Xiaowan said her period was supposed to come yesterday, but it didn't. It might not be accurate either, so please don't go spreading this around. Excitement flickered across Zhou Yuanchao's face as well. Good. So does that mean I'm going to be a grandfather soon? He then clapped Zhou Wenshan on the shoulder. Good lad, you're more capable than your older brother. Zhou Wenshan's face darkened. If he had a choice, he would have preferred Chen Wan to conceive half a year later. At this moment, Zhou Wenshan couldn't help but envy his elder brother. It had been over half a year, and his sister-in-law still hadn't conceived, while his brother could keep trying. As for him, he had all the vigor in the world, but no outlet for it now. Truly strength with nowhere to spend. Zhou Yuanchao glanced at him. From now on, be more careful. Don't let Xiaowan do any heavy work. You're about to become a father. Start acting more mature. Zhou Wenshan scratched his head. Dad, it's still uncertain. Maybe her period is just late. Zhou Yuanchao smiled. It won't be. I believe in you. Zhou Wenshan fell silent. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Zhou Yuanchao gave him a light kick. Xiaowan is in the kitchen cooking. What are you standing around for? Go help her. Zhou Wenshan let out a sigh. Well, there it was. Now the whole family would know. He had wanted to keep it under wraps, but it was all his fault for letting it slip. When he reached the kitchen, Chen Wan had already lit the fire and was preparing to cook some porridge. Zhou Wenshan smiled sheepishly. Honey, I didn't mean to let it slip earlier. Chen Wan looked up, casting him a surprised glance, then smiled. It's no big deal. I just didn't want Mom and Dad to get their hopes up for nothing, so I thought we'd wait a few more days to be sure before telling them. Zhou Wenshan said, You just sit there and tend the fire. He'll handle the rest. Chen Wan smiled. I can still do work, you know. I know, but if you rest well and take care of your health, it's better for the baby too. Zhou Wenshan said with a serious expression. Chen Wan couldn't argue with him, so she smiled and said, all right, I'll listen to you. But you'll have to handle mom and dad on your own. Zhou Wenshan agreed without hesitation. No problem, honey. Mom and dad are reasonable people. Even if you're not actually pregnant, they won't say anything. Soon enough, lunch was ready. They had the same porridge, steamed sweet potatoes, and cornbread with one simple stir-fried dish. Nothing too elaborate. Before long, Lu Cuihua, the eldest brother, and his sister-in-law returned from the fields. Zhou Yuanchao had also finished building the doghouse. At the dinner table, Zhou Yuanchao said to Zhou Wenhai with a meaningful tone, Wenhai, you need to step up your game. Otherwise, we'll be building the new house for Wenshan first. Zhou Wenshan nearly choked, spraying a mouthful of porridge. He never expected his father to bring that up at the dinner table. Chen Wan's face flushed as she kept her head down, eating in silence. Lu Cuihua looked at Chen Wan with surprise. What's the matter? Is Xiaowan pregnant? Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Minghui stopped eating, looking up at Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan with astonishment. They had been married for over half a year without conceiving, and yet Xiaowan had gotten pregnant right after entering the family. That was remarkably fast. Zhang Minghui glanced at Zhou Wenhai. Tonight they would have to put in extra effort. Even though they had fallen behind, they couldn't afford to lag too far behind. Zhou Wenshan looked up at everyone. It's just a guess for now. Nothing is confirmed yet. We'll know for sure in about a month, when we go to the health clinic for a checkup. Lu Kuihua's heart leaped with joy, and she slapped her thigh. Oh my. If that's true, then I'm going to be a grandmother. Zhou Wenshan pursed his lips. His mother's brain had a built-in filter. His words about it not being confirmed, yet went in one ear and straight out the other. Chen Wan raised her head, speaking shyly in a soft voice. Mom, my period is just 1 day late. It's never been late before. I don't know if this time. Lu Cuihua took her hand, beaming with joy. Then there's no mistake. You must be pregnant. For the next couple of days, don't do any heavy work. Just tidy things up around the house. Suddenly Zhou Wenhai seemed to remember something. He turned to Zhang Minghui and said, Honey, didn't yours not come a few days ago either? Zhang Minghui froze for a moment, then slapped her forehead. I completely forgot. It turned out Zhang Minghui's period was also due a few days prior. The two of them had been so careless they'd forgotten all about it. Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Cuihua were both stunned. What? Wenhai's wife was pregnant too. What a coincidence. If it were true, then their family was about to be blessed with double joy. Zhou Wenshan and Chen Wan also looked up at Zhou Wenhai and Zhang Minghui with curiosity. Could their sister-in-law be pregnant as well? Lu Cuihua was furious and struck Zhou Wenhai with her chopsticks. You useless fool. You can't even take care of your own wife. Zhou Wenhai felt utterly wronged. He had known about it, but with so much work in the fields these past 2 days, he had simply forgotten. Besides, even if he hadn't remembered, what did it matter? How many men in the village actually kept track of their wives' cycles? Still, he didn't dwell on it, lost in the excitement that his wife might be pregnant too. With both daughters-in-law possibly expecting, Zhou Yuanchao and Lu Cuihua were overjoyed. They told them to do less work and rest more from now on. That night, as she lay in bed, Lu Cuihua suddenly realized her own period hadn't come this month either. Her mind went blank. It couldn't be, could it? Lu Cuihua spent a sleepless night, fraught with anxiety, dreading the thought that she too might be pregnant, which would surely cause a stir of gossip. Her menstrual cycle was only 2 days behind Zhang Minghui's, and calculating the time, it was roughly the same as Xiaowan's. Now that both daughters-in-law were with child, it was a cause for great celebration. But if she herself were also expecting, that would be a predicament. When the babies arrived, who would cook the meals? Who would tend to the children? Who would go to the fields to earn work points? The villagers would certainly mock her. An old tree blossoming with new flowers. Or giving birth alongside her own daughters-in-law. The very thought gave her a headache. With this in mind, Lu Cuihua for once felt a flicker of resentment towards Zhou Yuanchao. Under the quilt, she nudged him with her hip. Zhou Yuanchao grunted. Cuihua, what's the matter? After a moment, hearing no reply from Lu Cuihua, he turned over and went back to sleep. Before dawn, as the rooster crowed for the first time, Lu Cuihua felt a swelling in her lower abdomen, followed by a rush of warmth. Her period had arrived. Lu Cuihua breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a delay, not a pregnancy. It had truly given her a scare. It was all because of her 2 daughters-in-law's pregnancies, otherwise she wouldn't have given it a second thought. Her cycle being a couple of days early or late was perfectly normal for her. She hurriedly got up to freshen up. Amidst her relief, a twinge of disappointment lingered. She and Zhou Yuanchao had once hoped for a daughter, but after Zhou Wenshan was born, he too was a boy. Life had been hard, and they never dared to have another child. With a sigh, she wondered if she was simply never meant to have a daughter. But enough of that. At her age, what was the point of such thoughts? Having been awake all night, she drifted into a restless sleep as soon as she settled down. At daybreak, Zhou Wenshan rose to prepare breakfast while Chen Wan was gently persuaded to stay in bed, as she was newly pregnant and needed her rest. As he stepped out, he bumped into Zhou Wenhai, who was yawning and looking drowsy. Zhou Wenshan grinned. Brother, you're up early. Breakfast isn't ready yet. Zhou Wenhai rubbed his eyes. Don't even mention it. Your sister-in-law insisted I come help since she knew you were cooking. Zhou Wenshan chuckled. Brother, once your wife has the baby, we too will be doing a lot of the cooking. We can't leave it all to mom, can we? Zhou Wenhai scratched his head thinking of the child that would soon arrive. His excitement barely contained. You're right. Let's go cook. Zhou Wenshan said, brother, cooking isn't that hard. Want me to teach you? You'll be patient, and with your smarts you'll pick it up in no time. Come on, you can start by tending the fire. Surely you can do that. Zhou Wenhai shot him a sideways glance. Who do you think you're underestimating? I was helping mom with the fire when I was 3, when you were still crawling on the floor. I just never learned to stir fry. I knew you were amazing, brother. If you can handle the fire, cooking is a piece of cake. Let's get to it. We'll have it done in no time. Zhou Wenhai nodded. I do need to learn how to cook. Otherwise your sister-in-law will have to do it all alone, and that's too tiring for her. Zhou Wenshan looked genuinely surprised. I never expected you to be this considerate, brother. Zhou Wenhai sighed with a hint of emotion. Now that I'm going to be a father, I can't leave everything to your sister-in-law. If she's exhausted, I won't feel right either. I have to share the burden. She works just as hard as I do, both at home and in the fields. And with a child on the way, how will she ever manage it all alone? Zhou Wenshan hadn't expected his brother to have such insight, but thinking of how their father Zhou Yuanchao and mother Lu Tsuwa interacted, it wasn't surprising. He gave Zhou Wenhai a thumbs up and said sincerely, with that kind of mindset, brother, your future is bound to be bright. Zhou Wenhai smiled. I learned it all from Dad. I vaguely remember when you were little, just learning to walk and needing constant attention. Dad did the cooking for quite a while. The two of them fussed around in the kitchen and eventually managed to prepare breakfast. Looking at the spread on the table, Zhou Wenhai said, I'll go see about trading for some eggs today. We can't let the household run out of them from now on. Zhou Wenshan nodded in agreement. See if you can go, or maybe mom should. I don't know where to trade. In the meantime, I'll head up the mountain and hunt some wild game to help sister-in-law and Xiao Wan build up their strength. Zhou Wenhai patted his shoulder. Good, Wenshan is really stepping up. But no matter how skilled you are, you must be careful in the mountains. You have me here at home. Don't worry about us when you and Dad go hunting. With the two of us brothers working together and Dad as our anchor, our days will only get better. Zhou Wenshan nodded firmly. During breakfast, he brought up the topic. Mom and sister-in-law and Xiao Wan are both pregnant now. I was thinking we should trade for some eggs to boost their nutrition, don't you think? Lu Tsuehua had barely slept all night, her mind oscillating between excitement and anxiety. But now the anxiety was gone, replaced only by joy and elation. Hearing Zhou Wenshan's words, she replied, I've already thought about it. We have one hen that can't even lay an egg a day. He'll start by trading with Aunt Danny. She gets 2 or 3 eggs a day, and we can take all of them since she'd be selling them off anyway. We also got a few chicks a few days ago. It'll be about half a year before they start laying. After that, we'll have plenty for ourselves. Zhang Minghui was about to say they didn't need to go to such trouble, that eggs weren't necessary, but then she remembered that her sister-in-law Xiao Wan was also pregnant, and it wasn't just about her. So she held her tongue. Nevertheless, she made sure to have an extra half bowl of porridge. When she was on her own, it didn't matter, but now with a child in her belly, she couldn't let it go hungry. Zhou Wenshan, hearing this, laughed. Mom's got it all figured out. Starting tomorrow, I'll head to the mountains to hunt and bring back some meat to add to the table. Zhang Minghui got up to ladle herself another bowl of porridge, then sat down and said to Chen Wan's sister-in-law, you should eat more. There's plenty of porridge left in the pot. Don't let yourself go hungry, not with a baby on the way. Zhou Wenshan had purposely made extra, knowing everyone would need their fill, and the portions were noticeably larger than usual. Chen Wan looked up and smiled. I understand, thank you, sister-in-law. Lu Tsuehua added, and don't force yourselves either. We still have 2 pounds of egg cake at home. If you get hungry, you can have that as a snack. Zhou Wenshan chimed in, Mom should have some too. Split it 3 ways among the 3 of you. Lu Tsuehua ignored him and turned to Zhou Yuanchao. Maybe we should just register for work points for 3 people. Let Minghui and Xiao Wan take it easier. They shouldn't overexert themselves. With Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenshan off hunting in the mountains, only 4 would be left at home, 2 of them pregnant. Managing 4 shares of work points would be too much of a strain. Zhou Yuanchao nodded. That works. We can afford it. Suehua, mention it to the work point recorder when you go to the fields. Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Wenhei's faces lit up, and they said in unison, thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. After the meal, Zhou Yuanchao rode his bike to town to pick up the throwing knives Head had forged for Wenshan. The 2 puppies still had their eyes closed and couldn't eat solid food yet. Zhou Yuanchao had already arranged with a family in the village to trade for some goat's milk each day to feed them. In about half a month, the puppies would be able to eat millet porridge and the like. The task of feeding them would fall to Zhou Wenshan whenever he was home. To make it easier, Head bought a glass baby bottle from town, poured the goat's milk into it, and brought the nipple close to the puppy's mouth. Instantly, as if sensing something, the puppy latched onto the bottle and began to suckle greedily. After finishing with one, he moved on to feed the other. Zhou Wenshan watched the 2 puppies nursing, finding them unexpectedly adorable. He reached out and gently stroked their bodies. The blind puppies, soothed by the touch, nestled together, let out a couple of soft whimpers, and fell asleep. After washing his hands, Zhou Wenshan prepared to head to the fields to help with the work. That day his mother Lu Zihua had taken the initiative to find the workpoint recorder and requested that their family's workload be reduced to that of 3 people. The recorder was momentarily surprised, but said nothing more. After all, the family had 2 hunters. With a bit of diligence and a stroke of luck, they could support the entire household. Moreover, the freed-up tasks converted into work points were coveted by others. With the 3-person workload, Chen Wan and Zhang Minghui only needed to lend a small hand, and Lu Zihua and Zhou Wenshan could handle the rest. This way no one would be overburdened. Zhou Yuanxiao rode his bicycle to the town, heading directly to blacksmith Chen's place on the town's outskirts. The relentless clang of hammering iron echoed there day and night, a sound too disruptive for the town center, which was why the smithy had been relocated. Zhou Yuanxiao walked over and greeted the blacksmith, who was busy at his forge. "Brother Chen." Blacksmith Chen looked up, paused his work, and smiled. "Brother Zhou here to pick up the throwing knives?" Zhou Yuanxiao offered him a cigarette. "Heading to the mountains tomorrow. Need to have everything ready." Blacksmith Chen blew out a smoke ring. "Don't worry, brother. I've got you covered. They're finished forged just last night. Wait here, I'll get them." He turned and went to retrieve the completed knives. He brought out a pouch, made of some unknown black leather. He placed it on the table with a heavy thud, producing a clear clinking sound of metal on metal. Opening the pouch, it revealed a neat row of 12 throwing knives. Each knife was about 15 centimeters long, with the handle taking up nearly half the length and slightly narrower than the blade. Crafted as a single piece, the handle was tightly wrapped in fine hemp rope to prevent slipping from a sweaty palm. The tip was sharp and straight, the widest part about 2 fingers across and the thickest part of the spine about 5 millimeters thick. One side was honed to a razor-sharp edge resembling a smaller version of a fruit knife, gleaming coldly and looking incredibly sharp. Zhou Yuanxiao's eyes lit up. He stepped forward, picked one up, and weighed it in his hand, praising, "Brother Chen, excellent craftsmanship. These knives are truly well made." His gaze sharpened. With a flick of his wrist, the knife flew from his hand toward a wooden stake leaning against the wall. Thunk! A dull thud echoed as the knife embedded itself deep into the wood. It was fortunate Zhou Wenshan wasn't there. He would have been astounded. His father was clearly not an ordinary man. Blacksmith Chen clapped his hands. "Brother Zhou, your skills haven't diminished one bit." Zhou Yuanxiao shook his head. No, it's been too long. I'm out of practice. But these knives are truly excellent. They feel great in the hand." Blacksmith Chen grinned proudly. "I used the finest materials I had. Take them hunting, and you want me to sharpen them for a year. This double-layered deerskin knife pouch can be strapped to your lower back. It won't hinder your movement, and it's convenient for drawing the knives." Zhou Yuanxiao nodded approvingly. "Brother Chen, I'm much obliged this time." Blacksmith Chen waved his hand dismissively. "What's there to thank? It's not like you didn't pay." Zhou Yuanxiao chuckled and handed over the agreed-upon money. Blacksmith Chen accepted it without ceremony. However, Zhou Yuanxiao knew that had it been anyone else, even offering double the price wouldn't have guaranteed such quality knives. Past favors were one thing, but this was a debt of gratitude he would acknowledge. Blacksmith Chen asked curiously, "Brother, were these knives also made for your son?" Zhou Yuanxiao walked over, retrieved the thrown knife, and placed it with the others, his face beaming with pride. "My son is far better than I am. These knives will serve him much better." Blacksmith Chen recalled the day Zhou Wenshan had come by effortlessly wielding a cleaver that weighed over 20 jin as if it were weightless. He nodded in agreement. "That's true. Your son has incredible strength. With your guidance and practice, these knives at close range are no worse than a gun. The ones I've forged with enough force can easily pierce a wild boar's skull." Zhou Yuanxiao smiled and said nothing. In his view, the power of Zhou Wenshan's small stone projectiles was already not inferior to his throwing knives, and they had greater impact. However, when facing massive ferocious beasts like the giant boar from last time or tigers and brown bears, stones might prove insufficient. That's when weapons like these knives were necessary. But the technique for throwing knives certainly differed from throwing stones. Once he brought the knives home, he would likely need to teach Wenshan the proper throwing technique. After chatting for a while longer, Zhou Yuanxiao prepared to take his leave from Blacksmith Chen and head home. Suddenly, Blacksmith Chen thought of something. "Yuanxiao, hold on a moment." Zhou Yuanxiao turned around puzzled and joked, "What's up, brother? I've already paid you, you know." Blacksmith Chen remained silent, instead retrieving 3 more throwing knives from the side and offering them to Zhou Yuanxiao. "Here, these are a gift for you. Since you're heading into the mountains, be careful." Zhou Yuanxiao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "All right, how much for these?" Blacksmith Chen's face turned stern. "I said they're a gift. Don't mention money. Besides, these are made of inferior material compared to the 12. Consider them a bonus." Zhou Yuanxiao didn't stand on ceremony. He took them and offered another cigarette. "All right then, thank you, brother." Leaving Blacksmith Chen's, Zhou Yuanxiao was about to cycle home. When passing through the town center, he heard someone call out from behind. "Yuanxiao, Zhou Yuanxiao." He turned his head and stopped the bike. "Oh, Chief Zhang, what can I do for you?" The man approaching was Zhang Xiaoyang, the head of the town's police station. They seemed to be well acquainted. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled at Zhou Yuanxiao. "I recognized your back and thought I'd call out." "Sure enough, it was you." Zhou Yuanxiao smiled, offered another cigarette, and didn't hide anything. I'm about to go hunting in the mountains, so I went to Brother Chen's to get some throwing knives for self-defense. He parked his bike to the side, and the two stood on the street smoking and chatting. Zhou Yuanchao asked, "Why aren't you at the station? What brings you out here?" Zhang Xiaoyang looked at him with a hint of surprise. "Didn't your son tell you?" Zhou Yuanchao's hand twitched, and he frowned slightly looking at Zhang Xiaoyang. "No, he didn't. What happened? Did my son Zhou Wenshan get into trouble?" He thought for a moment. Recently only Wenshan had come to town. Wenhai had been obediently working at home, and hadn't left. The only time they were all out was when the three of them went to the county seat. So he first ruled out the possibility of Zhou Wenhai causing trouble. The only possibility was Zhou Wenshan, and given Wenshan's capabilities, it was truly plausible. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed heartily, and patted Zhou Yuanchao on the shoulder. "Looks like your son didn't tell you. He's done a great deed this time." Zhou Yuanchao breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't in trouble. Zhang Xiaoyang then recounted the incident with the fierce bandits that had occurred in town a couple of days prior. He said with emotion, "At that time we were lucky your son Zhou Wenshan was in the supply and marketing cooperative. Who knows what might have happened otherwise? With the ruthless methods of those brothers Zhang Laowu and Zhang Laoliu, deaths would have been commonplace. In that case I might have lost my position as chief. Haha, so in a way your son did me a huge favor. Such a major incident happened in town a couple of days ago, so we've increased patrols these days. I'm just making my rounds." After hearing this, Zhou Yuanchao's heart tightened, then relaxed. He suddenly realized that while such a situation would be extremely dangerous for Wenshan, as long as he was prepared, he could handle it with ease. After all, Zhou Yuanchao had witnessed Zhou Wenshan's skills firsthand, otherwise he would have been waiting at home with a whip. Zhang Xiaoyang continued, "This time Zhou Wenshan performed a great service. The County Public Security Bureau has issued a reward of 200 yuan for him. In addition, our town's police station also received merit, so we've decided to contribute another 100 yuan. Also, the family of the child Wenshan sent over 20 yuan as a token of gratitude, asking us to pass it on to him." Zhang Xiaoyang looked at Zhou Yuanchao with a beaming smile. "You should have seen the pride on your son Zhou Wenshan's face when he mentioned your name." Hearing this, Zhou Yuanchao's face lit up with joy. Wenshan had handled this beautifully. Zhang Xiaoyang patted his shoulder. "Come on, let's go to the station and give you the money. I was planning to visit your village tomorrow anyway. This saves me the trip." Zhou Yuanchao naturally agreed. "All right, let's go then." They cycled to the town police station, where Zhou Yuanchao also took the opportunity to ask about Li Ming. Zhang Xiaoyang thought for a moment. That educated youth. He was sent down to a farm in the neighboring county yesterday. Zhou Yuanchao now knew for sure that since he was in a farm, it was essentially impossible for him to return to their happiness village. With that troublesome fellow out of the picture, his mood lightened considerably. He quickly collected the money totaling 320 yuan. Zhou Yuanchao didn't stand on ceremony. Since it was a reward for Wenshan, there was no reason to refuse. Besides the money, there was also a certificate of merit, a recognition of Zhou Wenshan's act of bravery, representing honor. Zhou Yuanchao smiled, picked up the certificate, and looked at it repeatedly. He then carefully folded it and placed it inside his jacket, feeling it was more precious than the 320 yuan. When he got home, he would store it properly. He'd see if there was an empty picture frame to put it in and hang it on the wall. After everything was settled, Zhou Yuanchao was about to head back when Zhang Xiaoyang recalled something. "Yuanchao, have you considered having your son Wenshan come to work at our town police station?" Zhou Yuanchao was taken aback by Zhang Xiaoyang's words. He whipped his head around, his face etched with disbelief. Work at the police station? He knew all too well how scarce jobs were these days. Every position was a precious slot, and even a temporary cleaning job at a factory required connections and a stroke of luck, let alone a coveted position at the police station. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded with a smile. "That's right, Yuanchao. I think your son Wenshan is perfect for our public security system. We saw that clearly when he single-handedly subdued Zhang Laowu and Zhang Laoliu. So what do you think? How about having Wenshan come work at our town's police station?" Zhang Xiaoyang's tone was sincere. Their station had just received a new quota, a fact unknown to others, and he had plans for it. Moreover, it was precisely because their station had captured those two fierce bandits that the county bureau had awarded them this rare opportunity. It was in a way a reward for their town station. If he were to offer this quota to Zhou Wenshan, no one could raise any objections. But he knew the station wasn't just his domain. There were two deputy chiefs as well, and this job opening was a highly sought-after prize. Zhou Yuanchao's heart stirred with interest, but he ultimately let out a sigh. If only this quota had been available before Wenshan got married, his son might already be a police officer now. Unfortunately, Wenshan was married now, and his daughter-in-law's family background was problematic. Unlike factory jobs, the police station had extremely strict political reviews. Chen Wan's family connections and class status alone would fail the vetting process. It seemed he would have to graciously decline Director Zhang's kind offer. Unless Zhou Wenshan divorced Chen Wan, there was no way he could seize this opportunity. But Zhou Yuanchao knew well that Wenshan would never do such a thing, and he himself would never allow his son to divorce for the sake of a job. What kind of person would that make him? Zhou Yuanchao sighed and gave a wry smile. Director Zhang, it's not that I'm unwilling to let Wenshan work at the station. This is such a great opportunity that others would beg for. It's just that my son recently got married and my daughter-in-law's family background isn't good. I'm afraid she won't pass the political review. Zhang Qiuyang furrowed his brow, recalling the young woman standing beside Zhou Wenshan that day. Her background was problematic. That did complicate things. He probed cautiously, what exactly is Wenshan's wife's background? Zhou Yuanchao replied, she's the daughter of the family sent to the cowshed in our Xingfu village 2 months ago. The mention of the cowshed was enough for Zhang Qiuyang to understand. He felt a pang of regret and patted Zhou Yuanchao on the shoulder. What a shame to miss this chance. Wenshan is truly skilled, and I had high hopes for him. I thought we'd have a formidable officer in our ranks. Perhaps we can revisit this another time. With that, he would have to allocate the quota elsewhere. Zhou Yuanchao mounted his bicycle and rode home, his mind churning with thoughts. In the end, he decided to bury the matter deep in his heart, as if it had never happened. Speaking of it would only invite unnecessary trouble. Though the police station job was excellent, Zhou Yuanchao believed that with Wenshan's abilities, even hunting in the mountains would allow him to live a prosperous life. Besides, Chen Wan might already be pregnant. Stirring up discord over this issue would hardly be worth it. No job was more important than his future grandchildren. Once Zhou Yuanchao came to this realization, his heart felt light. In life, one couldn't always have everything. With a cheerful ring of his bicycle bell, he pedaled briskly toward Xingfu village. Shortly after entering the village, he encountered Zhao Zhangwo, the brigade leader. Zhao waved at him. Zhou Yuanchao hesitated for a moment before stopping. After all, he had to show respect to the village's brigade leader. Zhao walked over and offered him a cigarette. Zhou Yuanchao took it, placed it between his lips, and lit it with a match, the flame hissing to life. Propping his bicycle against the roadside, Zhou Yuanchao exhaled a ring of smoke and said casually, what does the brigade leader want with a mere hunter like me? Zhao Zhangwo gave a bitter smile. I found a marriage match for Xiuhua yesterday. Shall be married off as soon as things settle down. Zhou Yuanchao was stunned. She's willing? A flicker of ruthlessness passed through Zhao Zhangwo's eyes. She doesn't get a say in this anymore. That girl has been far too disobedient lately and has turned the household into a chaotic mess. Zhou Yuanchao fell silent for a moment. What's the situation with the groom's family? Zhao Zhangwo replied, a young man from the neighboring village. He has no parents left, an honest fellow, just a bit poor. Zhou Yuanchao patted him on the shoulder. As long as he's a good person, poverty isn't a problem. With you around, how could the young couple ever go hungry? Let them settle down and live a steady life. All right, I'm heading home now. We'll talk later. Watching Zhou Yuanchao ride off on his bicycle, Zhao Zhangwo let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Chen Wan and Zhang Minghui had become the focus of special attention. After every half hour of work in the fields, they were forced to rest for another half hour. Before they could even feel tired, Lu Tsuehua shooed them back home. Minghui, Xiaowan, you two go home and prepare lunch. Wenshan Wenhai and I can handle the field work. Left with no choice, Chen Wan and Zhang Minghui headed back to cook. In truth, they were in the early stages of pregnancy, and a little work wouldn't harm them. In the countryside, many women toiled ceaselessly from pregnancy right up until the day before giving birth. But such exhaustion often led to miscarriages and tragedies. It was only in desperate situations, when a family was truly destitute or a woman had married poorly, that a pregnant wife was made to work like everyone else. Lu Tsuehua clutched a wad of cash in her hand, her confidence swelling. Both her daughters-in-law were pregnant, so they could afford to do less work. No problem. They certainly wouldn't go hungry in the future. Chen Wan and Zhang Minghui returned home and prepared lunch together. Before long, Lu Tsuehua, Wenshan, and Wenhai arrived back. They washed their hands and were about to sit down for the meal when Zhou Yuanchao rode his bicycle into the yard. Zhou Wenshan's eyes lit up. Forgetting his hunger, he rushed over eagerly. Dad, did you bring back my throwing knives? Zhou Yuanchao smiled at him, unstrapped the deerskin pouch from his lower back, and tossed it into his son's hands. All 12 knives are in there. Eat first, we'll talk after the meal. Zhou Wenshan hefted the pouch in his hand. Whoa, it had some real weight to it. Together with the pouch, it must weigh at least 10 jin. He opened it to find 12 throwing knives nestled inside, their blades glinting coldly with distinctive craftsmanship. He was instantly smitten. Just as he was about to take one out for a closer look, Zhou Yuanchao called him over. Don't look at them now. They're all yours from now on. Eat first. There are matters to discuss after the meal. Zhou Wenshan set the pouch aside and bounced onto his stool with excitement. All right, I'll listen to you, Dad. After all, he was still a young man. Once he had something interesting in hand, his mind couldn't stop dwelling on it. During the meal, he shoveled food into his mouth with noticeably greater speed. Zhou Yuanchao cast a glance at him, raising an eyebrow slightly, but said nothing. When Zhou Wenshan finished eating and rose to go examine the knives, Zhou Yuanchao called out to stop him. Wenshan, don't rush off. Sit for a while. Zhou Wenshan's footsteps faltered, and he reluctantly returned to his seat, glancing left and right with a puzzled expression. Dad, what's the matter? Zhou Yuanchao finished the last bite of his cornbread. We'll talk in a moment. Seeing that his father wasn't elaborating, Zhou Wenshan had no choice but to sit obediently on the stool, not daring to challenge his father's authority. Watching him sit there like a well-behaved child, Chen Wan's lips twitched with amusement, and her eyes curved into crescents. Once everyone had finished their meal, Zhou Yuanchao cleared his throat, and a smile spread across his face. Today when I went to town to pick up Wenshan's knives, I ran into the director of the town police station. As he said this, his gaze settled on Zhou Wenshan. Zhou Wenshan's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. His father must have found out about what happened a couple of days ago. Otherwise he wouldn't be bringing this up. Chen Wan's heart also stirred. She bit her lip, remembering that Wenshan had accompanied Si Yuan to town that day when they encountered the incident. Sure enough, Zhou Yuanchao carefully pulled a certificate from his chest. Director Zhang gave me a certificate of merit. He slowly unfolded it and read aloud. Zhou Wenshan, for your courageous act of justice, we hereby commend you. Tisk Wenshan, you're becoming quite the capable one, aren't you? Zhou Wenhei's eyes went wide. What on earth had happened? Lu Cuihua and Zhang Minghui also stared at the certificate in Zhou Yuanchao's hands. Seeing the displeasure on his father's face, Zhou Wenshan hastily spoke up. Dad, please let me explain. Hearing Zhou Wenshan's anxious explanation, Zhou Yuanchao gave a wry smile. Then explain. Zhou Wenshan scratched his head, relieved that his father wasn't truly angry, and recounted the situation. It happened when I was buying things at the supply cooperative. The situation was urgent. If I hadn't acted, something bad might have happened. Besides, I was very careful and confident before I acted. Lu Cuihua, Zhou Wenhai, and Zhang Minghui were also startled upon hearing this. Lu Cuihua shuddered with lingering fear, then pointed a finger at Zhou Wenshan, unable to fault him entirely. Wenshan, you weren't alone. When you went out, you had Xiao Wan and the child with you. You can't act on impulse in the future. You must consider their safety, understand? Zhou Wenshan nodded obediently. Dad, Mom, I understand. Zhou Yuanchao smiled at him, took out the 320 yuan from his pocket, and observing the astonished expression, said slowly, Wenshan's contribution, this time, is considerable. Here is 320 yuan, 200 from the County Public Security Bureau, as a reward, 100 from our town's police station, and 20 from the family of the rescued child entrusted to the police station to give to Wenshan. Lu Cuihua exclaimed in surprise, such a big reward. 320 yuan was no small sum, enough to build 3 adobe houses. Zhou Yuanchao nodded, and explained the 2 criminals Wenshan helped capture were heinous, with several lives on their hands, hence the generous reward. Zhou Wenhai looked at Zhou Wenshan in astonishment. Wenshan is getting more impressive. Lu Cuihua happily stashed the money away. Our family's savings are growing. With that, she took the money inside to put it away. Zhou Yuanchao nodded at Zhou Wenshan. Wenshan, you don't need to go to the fields this afternoon. You've got the throwing knives back. You need to get familiar with them. After all, a knife is different from a pebble. You don't want to throw it and not know where it lands. Zhou Wenshan nodded in agreement. After lunch, they rested briefly, then Lu Cuihua and the others went to the fields. Zhou Wenshan picked up the deerskin pouch, took out a throwing knife, examined it closely, and made a throwing motion. He grew more fond of it. The knife's feel was perfectly suited to his hand. Zhou Yuanchao found a piece of wood about 3 centimeters thick in the house, and propped it against the wall as a target. He drew a few circles with white lime as the bullseye. Then he took out a throwing knife that Chen the blacksmith had given him. Wenshan, try this one. Zhou Wenshan took the knife from Zhou Yuanchao. Dad, you also use throwing knives. It was a gift, a bonus for your 12 knives. Zhou Wenshan hummed in acknowledgement, looked at the wooden target against the wall, squinted his eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared to throw the knife by instinct. Zhou Yuanchao reminded him from the side, don't use full force, find the feel and technique. Zhou Wenshan nodded, loosened his grip slightly, and swung his arm. The knife shot toward the target. Whack! The knife hit the board but didn't stick, it essentially slammed into the wood, and then bounced to the ground. Zhou Wenshan was stunned. What was wrong? Before his transmigration, he had watched videos of people throwing knives, and his posture seemed similar. Why wasn't it working for him? Zhou Yuanchao smiled faintly, walked over, and picked up the knife. Does it feel simple, but when you try it doesn't work. Then he stood where Zhou Wenshan had been, and said, watch closely. He flicked his wrist, and the knife shot out thwack, right in the bullseye. Zhou Wenshan stood aside, looking from the target to Zhou Yuanchao, momentarily stunned. Dad, you know how to throw knives? Zhou Yuanchao took out another knife. Watch closely. This time a different posture. He held the knife by the blade with the handle pointing forward and flicked it outward. Another thwack and the knife embedded itself in the target, tightly pressed against the first one. He produced a third knife and flicked it again. Zhou Wenshan watched in shock as 3 knives clustered tightly together in a triangular formation on the target. This was incredible. They were standing at least 10 meters from the target, a testament to Zhou Yuanchao's skill. Zhou Wenshan thought dazedly, why had he never seen his father reveal this skill before? Then he snapped out of it and grabbed Zhou Yuanchao's arm. Dad, teach me this. He had never imagined his father was a hidden master. Zhou Wenshan became thrilled. Zhou Yuanchao stood up straight and smiled. Of course he'll teach you, but from now on cause less trouble outside. Zhou Wenshan nodded. Dad, don't worry, he'll listen to everything you say. That afternoon, Zhou Yuanchao coached Zhou Wenshan on the techniques of throwing knives, tip grip, and handle grip. He explained the mechanics of force in detail. With a sharp mind and excellent memory, Zhou Wenshan progressed rapidly. Within half an hour, he had developed a decent form. Even Zhou Yuanchao was taken aback. Swoosh! Zhou Wenshan threw a knife accidentally using a bit too much force, and it pierced straight through the wooden target. Zhou Yuanchao raised an eyebrow. Don't use so much strength. Practice slowly. Focus on technique, proficiency, and accuracy, just like when you started throwing pebbles. He turned and walked away. Well, I've taught him everything, the rest is up to him to practice. Zhou Yuanchao didn't want to stay there any longer. His son had a way of being discouraging. Zhou Wenshan practiced enthusiastically all afternoon, and his knife-throwing skill was already nearly as proficient as his pebble-throwing. Hidden weapons share the same principle. It's all about throwing things. The wooden target was riddled with holes fit only for firewood. Before long, Chen Wan and Zhang Minghui returned from the fields laughing and chatting, ready to cook. Their relaxed demeanor showed they hadn't been overworked. Zhou Wenshan went inside and saw Zhou Yuanchao fiddling with something. Curious, he approached and saw his father placing a certificate of merit into an old-fashioned picture frame. Zhou Wenshan's face flushed. Dad, no need to put it up, just keep it away. Zhou Yuanchao remained unperturbed, ignoring his opinion. How can I just put it away? Who would see it then? It must be hung right in the most prominent spot in the main room. Good heavens, he was going to become the center of attention. Seeing his name on the certificate displayed on the wall, Zhou Wenshan felt a bit embarrassed. A married man, soon to be a father, receiving such a certificate and having it hung on the wall. Zhou Wenshan quickly slipped into the kitchen to help with cooking. After dinner, he asked Zhou Yuanchao, Dad, are we going up the mountain tomorrow? Zhou Yuanchao thought for a moment. Yes, we haven't been up in a few days. Zhou Wenshan grew excited. He had been eager to go hunting for days. The new machete he had traded for hadn't even tasted blood, and now with the new throwing knives, he couldn't wait to earn back the cost of the equipment. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the new gear. After dinner, they listened to the radio for a while. The episode of The Legend of the Red Lantern had ended, and everyone still savoring it washed up and went to bed. Zhou Wenshan climbed into bed and embraced Chen Wan, torn between wanting to hold her tighter and fearing he might hurt her. Finally, with a thick face, he whispered into Chen Wan's ear, Wife, can I borrow something from you? Chen Wan looked at him curiously. What do you want to borrow? Zhou Wenshan took her delicate hand. Your hand. Chen Wan bit Zhou Wenshan's shoulder. Zhou Wenshan, you really are a pervert. In the evening, Chen Wan's wrists were sore from exhaustion. Since they were going hunting in the mountains today, her mother Lu Zuohua rose early to prepare the meal. After breakfast, Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Yuanchao gathered their hunting gear. Because there were no hunting dogs this time, Lu Nang, whose injuries had mostly healed over the past few days, was also going hunting and couldn't lend out Da He and Da Wang. They needed to prepare more thoroughly. They packed antidotes, wound-healing salve, food, water, a butcher knife for gutting, a boning knife, and axe, ropes for tying prey and climbing, and everything else they might need, tossing it all into their backpacks. Zhou Wenshan strapped the deerskin pouch holding his throwing knives to his lower back. It didn't hinder his movement and allowed for quick access. Even with the knives, he didn't leave behind the stones Head prepared, bringing along 20 or 30 as backup. Whenever possible, Head used stones to save his knives. When encountering large prey, the throwing knives would come in handy. After double-checking that nothing was left behind, the two secured their leggings and tied their cuffs. Many hunters in these mountains didn't fear wild boars or wolves, but they dreaded the snakes that might appear from nowhere and strike without warning, so they took precautions in advance. Once ready, they set out. Zhou Yuanchao carried a hunting rifle with over 30 rounds of ammunition and had 3 throwing knives tucked into his belt. Zhou Wenshan shouldered his backpack, held a machete in hand, and tested reaching for his knives. Fortunately, the pack didn't get in the way much. The deerskin pouch was on his side, easy to grab, though his elbow occasionally brushed against the backpack, a minor inconvenience. Mother had already taken the eldest brother, sister-in-law, and Xiao Wan to the fields. With her around, they wouldn't be overworked. With everything packed, there was no time to waste. Zhou Yuanchao and Zhou Wenshan decided to head into the mountains early. Without hunting dogs, their chances of spotting prey were slimmer, so they'd likely spend more time up there. They quickened their pace, striding toward the mountains. Zhou Yuanchao was well-liked in the village, and villagers greeted them along the way. Soon they reached the mountains and pressed deeper into the wilderness. The trees grew denser, and after half an hour they were far from the village, deep in the territory of the mountain's wild inhabitants. Without hunting dogs, Zhou Wenshan's vigilance heightened. His hearing was far sharper than an average person's, not quite a dog's, but when he focused it was remarkably acute. Machete in hand, he led the way, hacking through obstructing branches, carving a path through the forest. He listened intently to the sounds around him while scanning the surroundings, truly watching in all directions and listening on all sides. There were no dedicated trails in these mountains, and even if there were, prey would rarely linger near them, so they had to venture into the more remote areas. The mountain was vast, with many places even seasoned hunters had never explored. Too many opportunities to discover. Zhou Wenshan resolved to make this mountain his personal hunting ground. Zhou Yuanshao followed behind, rifle at the ready, staying alert to fire at a moment's notice. Luck seemed to be against them today. Approaching noon, they'd found nothing, only a couple of pounds of hazel mushrooms in their small sack. Zhou Yuanshao glanced at his watch, just past 11 a.m. Zhou Wenshan grew restless. It had been hours with no sign of prey. Dad, how about we try a different direction? It's been hours and we haven't seen a thing. Zhou Yuanshao chuckled softly behind him and said, let me share some wisdom. Even the best hunters come back empty-handed at least half the time. You want fine prey every trip. Patience is key. Don't be hasty. Expecting a catch every time is unrealistic. Your Uncle Lu has 2 hunting dogs, and even he doesn't always succeed. After hearing his father's words, Zhou Wenshan's restless heart calmed. That I understand. Zhou Yuanshao nodded approvingly and said with satisfaction, that's the spirit. Hunting is like fishing. Take it slow. It's 30% skill and 70% luck. Even with perfect aim and strength, you can't do anything if there's no prey. Zhou Wenshan nodded, let out a heavy breath, and stepped forward to lead the way, gripping his blade more steadily. About 10 minutes later, they reached a small stream. Zhou Yuanshao surveyed the area and found 2 rocks to sit on. Let's rest here a while. It's about that time. We'll have a bite to eat. Zhou Wenshan walked over, set down his backpack, placed the sharp machete aside, and pulled out a wrapped mixed flour steamed bun. He bit into it, keeping his eyes fixed on the surroundings. The thick underbrush could hide a beast that might leap out at any moment. Dad, we've walked so much mountain trail this morning. How come we haven't even spotted a rabbit? Zhou Yuanshao took a bite of his bun and a sip from his canteen. The animals in these mountains are clever, sharp-eared and sharp-eared. Many of them hear or see us from far away and scatter long before we get close. Zhou Wenshan munched on his bun with one hand, while picking up pebbles with the other, casually tossing them into the distance. He didn't even look up as another stone flew off into the unknown. Cluck cluck. A bird's call rang out. Zhou Wenshan's head shot up. A pheasant. Zhou Yuanshao set his bun aside on a rock and grabbed his rifle. Zhou Wenshan sprang to his feet in excitement, the last bit of his bun flying off somewhere. Finally, they'd spotted prey. He couldn't let it get away. Though Zhou Yuanshao had told him that coming back empty-handed was normal, and he understood, just like when he used to fish, had taken the lesson to heart. But the thrill of spotting prey was like a fish biting the hook, impossible to contain. His hand moved faster than his mind. As he stood, he reached for his belt where his throwing knives and stones were ready. Whatever he touched first had use. A cold metal throwing knife slid into his palm. By now the pheasant had taken to the air. Zhou Wenshan straightened up. With a flick of his wrist, whoosh. A flash of cold light streaked across the sky.